In a place called Liu Yun City, Yan State, majestic mountains and a bright sky create a beautiful scene. Adding to it are the noisy, bustling sounds of the people here. In front of Wanbao Pavilion, a crowd is talking excitedly, eagerly pulling each other inside to see what interesting things are happening. At the auction hall inside Wanbao Pavilion, a young woman appears on the stage, below which a crowd is whispering, "Hey, have you heard?" This time, Wanbao Pavilion's auction item is a cultivation technique from one of the 5 elements Holy Land. A young man asks, "Really? A treasure from one of the top 10 Holy Lands, even a low-grade Huang rank one would be enough to defeat any martial artist in Liu Yun City. No matter what, I have to get it today." The other one points to the upper floors and replies, "Would my news ever be fake? But look at the guy opposite you, that's Lin Yongkai, the young master of the wealthy Lin family in Liu Yun City. Can you compete with him?" That's Lin Yongkai, the young master of the Lin family. He laughs smugly. "You weren't even born yet when I started snatching treasures from people." A long-haired young woman in a red dress gracefully walks to the front of the stage. Her alluring appearance attracts a lot of attention from the crowd, and she speaks up, "Sorry to keep you all waiting." That's manager Nalan of the Wanbao Pavilion Trading House. She raises her hand, signaling the auction to begin immediately. Nalan loudly introduces, "High-grade Huang rank cultivation technique, Banshan decisive, passed down from the 5 elements Holy Land. Bidding starts now. 300,000 gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 10,000 gold coins." As soon as Nalan finishes speaking, the crowd below starts shouting, each person scrambling to bid for this rare treasure, with prices such as 350,000, "I'll pay 380,000, I bid 400,000. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yongkai raises his hand and shouts, 3 million gold coins? He sneers inwardly. "Are you all beggars here, bidding up by such small amounts?" Even so, everyone is shocked by the price he's offered. It's 10 times higher right off the bat. "Are you even letting anyone else live?" someone else interjects. "Yeah, seriously," Nalan on the stage asks, 3 million. Does any other guest want to raise the price? People below can only sigh, secretly complaining. Who can compete with the Lin family? Suddenly, a hand rises in the crowd, and he says just one thing, 30 million. Everyone's eyes simultaneously turn to the young man with surprise. This mysterious young man stands calmly amidst the pillars, confidently saying, 30 million. Surely no one else is going to raise the price, right? The crowd can only stand there with their mouths hanging open. No one can imagine the price he's offered. One person yells, 30 million. Are you just directly increasing the price 100 times over? You could almost buy the whole Liu Yun City with that amount. Then there's loud laughter echoing throughout Wanbao Pavilion. Haha, this is directly smashing young master Lin's rice bowl. Someone in the crowd says, originally, as the famous young master of the Lin family in the capital, after hearing this, Lin Yongkai immediately looks unhappy. Where did this stinky brat come from, daring to snatch things right under my nose? After a while, no one speaks up to bid, and Nalan hits the gavel, announcing, if no one else is going to bid, then this item will belong to the young master who bid 30 million. The old servant attending Lin Yongkai whispers in his ear, Young master, don't get angry in the heat of the moment. Our purpose for coming here today is, Yongkai frowns, interrupting him, I know that. I don't need you to be nosy. Nalan hits the gavel loudly, declaring, Sold! Everyone becomes extremely despondent. One girl sighs, Ugh, how boring. The young man also replies, Ugh, let's just leave. Only the world of the poor suffers damage. But Nalan suddenly speaks up. Everyone, please hold on. She holds up a golden shield with a sword meticulously carved inside. Nalan beckons everyone. Please look at this. This is the most valuable treasure today. The Ascension token, Nalan continues. The starting price is 2 million gold coins. Each bid must increase by at least 100,000 gold coins. People below start discussing among themselves. The Ascension token. Could it really be the legendary Ascension token? The old man next to Lin Yongkai subtly reminds him, Young master, this is what Miss Xingare desperately wants. If we want to get on good terms with the city lord's mansion, we must obtain it, Lin Kai thinks excitedly. The young man who successfully bid on the Banshan Decisive turns to ask the person next to him, Brother, what is the Ascension token? His question also confuses the other person, because the Ascension token is very famous in the capital. The other person then explains. It's even harder for mortals to enter a holy land to cultivate than ascending to heaven. The age must be less than 20. The aptitude must meet the standard. The cultivation must meet the standard. And moreover, you must pass the entrance assessment. This ascension token is granted by the Holy Land elders when they travel the mortal world. because they see a person with fate. It can waive all the conditions above and directly enter the Holy Land to cultivate. The young man wonders. So according to what you're saying, this is equivalent to a test-free pass in this world. Lin Yongkai gives a disdainful smile. You just threw around 3 million gold coins, and now you don't even know what the Ascension token is? This guy is just a nouveau riche from the countryside, who came to Wanbao Pavilion to feel a sense of existence. I was just showing some pity before and let you show off once. This Ascension token is definitely mine. Lin Yongkai raises his hand, confidently saying, 50 million. Before he can finish, the voice of the young man who had just successfully bid on the Banshan decisive rings out, interrupting young Master Lin. 100 million gold. After hearing this, the crowd is not only extremely surprised but also panicking, shouting in unison. What? The sound is so loud that the young man seems to be deafened. He rubs his ears and raises one finger, casually saying, I said 100 million gold. Are everyone at today's auction hard of hearing? Nelan is overjoyed. This fat fish can't be missed. This fat fish won't escape. She quickly hits the gavel a few times, announcing the closing, lest the people in Wanbao Pavilion look darkly and criticize Nelan. Manager, you should at least go through the motions of pretending. Nelan gently approached the young man who had successfully bid on the 2 treasures, and asked, Young master, how would you like to pay? Our Myriad Treasure Pavilion doesn't accept delayed payments, or IOUs. The young man replied, Money, such a large sum isn't small. Please trouble the manager to give me a moment while I prepare it. Okay, Nelan said cheerfully. This way, please. Lin Yongkai frowned. He was extremely unhappy that someone had snatched the 2 treasures right in front of him, so he ordered the old man beside him to follow and investigate the situation. The old man said. Yes. Nelan led the young man into a room inside the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Soon after, Nelan came out. As she closed the door, she said loudly, Young master, please take your time. Our people are waiting outside for your orders. The young man sighed. Phew, that nosy woman is finally gone. So next, he hurriedly took a ring off his finger. The young man tossed the ring into the air. The small jade-faced gold ring spun around and around. It looked really pretty. Finally, the ring stopped, and suddenly it glowed. Returned to the modern world. A short-haired young man raised his hand and appeared in a red and gold light. The young man exclaimed, Time to stock up. The young man pinched his fingers together and slowly walked towards the vegetables. As you can see, I, Bai Yifan, now have the ability to transverse between 2 worlds. He turned his head and stared intently at the pile of vegetables, as if Yifan was remembering something. It all started when I accidentally cut my finger while cooking in my rented room, and the blood flowed onto our family's ancestral ring. 1 month ago, Bai Yifan was chopping vegetables when he accidentally cut his finger, causing blood to splatter everywhere. He could only yell, ouch, ouch, ouch. Not long after, by some miracle, Yifan arrived in another world. By the time he reacted, he had transversed to this continent, and he stared blankly at everyone around him. A mystical world, where the strong could fly and escape into the earth, while the weak had to live in dependence. Yifan was dumbfounded. But even more miraculous was the cabbage in his hand. Bai Yifan tightly gripped the cabbage in his hand. He didn't expect that the cabbage would actually evolve into a spiritual vegetable, crystal clear and translucent, emitting a pure aura that everyone scrambled to snatch. Kid, I'll give you 5 million for that spiritual herb. Will you sell it to me? Ignore him. Look at me. I'll pay 10 million. Bai Yifan was also panicked. His first earnings in life were 8 figures. He seemed to be buried in money, not knowing what to do. Yifan earned a lot from then on, becoming extremely rich. With just 1 cabbage. Through experimenting with traversing back and forth between the 2 worlds for a month, I gradually understood the setup of this continent. This continent of ancient longing is divided into 5 important regions: Eastern Chuan, Southern Wilderness, Western Sea, Northern Origin, and Central Province. There are also the existences of independent forbidden areas, the ancient Devil Pit and the Spirit Void Cave of the Immortal Tomb. The Southern Wilderness and Western Sea are the territories of the demon race. The territory of the devil race is in the ancient Devil Pit. Eastern Chuan, Central Province, and Northern Origin are occupied by the human race. This tripartite division of the human, demon, and devil races has resulted in endless minor and major conflicts for hundreds of years. Now, it's only a superficial peace that's being maintained. Within the human race, aside from the common people, there are martial artists who flaunt their power. Based on the martial artists' cultivation realm, and the difference in whether they can transform their spiritual energy, they are divided into 2 major realms: the 7 layers of the physical body secret realm, and the 10 layers of the supernatural power secret realm. The 7 layers of the physical body from lowest to highest are Body Tempering Realm, Bone Breaking Realm, Inner Strength Realm, Blood Splitting Realm, Marrow Washing Realm, Cavity Opening Realm, and Purple Mansion Realm. The 10 layers of supernatural power are Spiritual Energy Realm, Spiritual Strength Realm, Spiritual Sea Realm, Celestial Human Realm, Unity Realm, Golden Core Realm, Law Manifestation Realm, God Splitting Realm, Roaming Void Realm, and Tribulation Transcending Realm. Bai Yifan thought with a headache. Besides all this, the mechanism in the ancient ring also has to be constantly thought about to find a solution. First of all, it's certain that only plants and animals can traverse to the continent, while other things don't meet the requirements. Yifan was frustrated. Can't I even bring paper and a pen? There are also very strict weight restrictions on the items that can be brought. The average limit is 200 grams. Conversely, if I bring something from the continent back to Earth, it will turn into trash. Once, Yifan saw a beautiful flower on the continent and excitedly brought it back to Earth. But who knew it would turn into trash? So stinky. Why did this flower turn into something so disgusting? Fortunately, the ancient ring has an automatic clothing changing function, which saves me a lot of trouble. Yifan touched his chin, thoughtfully looking at the pile of vegetables in front of him. Just now, in the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, I was only thinking about the joy of spending money, forgetting that there are only a few vegetables left at home. I have to figure out how to exchange for more. It seemed like there was some noise coming from outside the window, catching Yifan's attention. It seemed like he had thought of something, and he smiled slightly. Got it. Scene changed to the continent world. A day later, a voice echoed from the Wanbao Pavilion. Shopkeeper, has that kid been in his room for a whole day? Still hasn't come out, Nalan said calmly. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. One of the guards standing at the door said, I saw that Bai Yifan kid is dressed very ordinarily, doesn't look like someone with money. Could he be planning to take the opportunity and run away? The other one agreed. Yeah, appearing out of nowhere, he's really suspicious. Never heard of this guy's name in the martial world before. Nalan frowned slightly when she heard that. She quickly said to the two guards, No more waiting, let's go. The door suddenly burst open. Yifan and Nalan accidentally bumped into each other. The collision was so strong that Nalan only managed to let out a sound. Yifan supported Nalan in his arms and said affectionately, Shopkeeper Nalan, it's not even New Year's yet. No need for such a grand bow. She just mumbled. Nalan hurriedly dodged away. Ahem. I wonder how young Master Bai has prepared the gold. She was both shy and angry, daring to take advantage of this old lady. If I don't see the money today, I'll make you suffer, Yifan said calmly. Preparing the gold, it is indeed a bit troublesome. He just finished his words. The two soldiers pointed at Yifan. They shouted angrily, Shopkeeper, don't talk too much with him. This kid is just messing with us, brothers. Attack. Suddenly, from who knows where, Yifan raised a green sprig of grass, shining brightly, causing the soldier to only manage to utter, He brought the grass to the faces of the two guards. But this, I think you guys will definitely be interested in. Nalan looked at the grass in front of her in surprise. Is this dragon tail grass? It's the spirit herb that has a miraculous effect in treating external injuries, and it's said that people who aren't injured can extend their lifespan by drinking it. Yifan had no idea of the value of this grass. He still asked, How much is this worth? If it's not enough, I still have some. He pointed to the pot of dragontail behind him. Dragontail grass has a miraculous effect in healing wounds. Women can use spiritual flame flowers to keep their faces forever young. It's hard to find, even for 1,000 taels of gold. These are all precious treasures of the world, the soldiers whispered. One plant is already amazing, but he actually has a whole basket. The people in Wanbao Pavilion could only stand and look at the pot of dragontail. Everyone was extremely surprised. Suddenly someone said, This small basket is worth at least 200 million gold. Yifan thought back. He got this grass when he was helping a janitor clean up. Uncle, let me help you. The janitor nodded and smiled. Recently, there aren't many young people as enthusiastic as you anymore, Yifan smugly thought in his heart. These are actually dog's tail grass and gold leaf. Nalan was overjoyed. I've traveled the martial world for so many years. This is the first time I've had this kind of encounter. I can't let this fat sheep go, Nalan happily suggested. Young master, let's discuss. Can our Wanbao Pavilion buy these spiritual items? Yifan crossed his arms and said, I remember a dragon tail grass costs 3,000 to 5,000 gold. If you want to buy them all, then it's your turn to owe me money, right? Nalan couldn't let go of this opportunity, so she replied, Our place also has a shop. You can take whatever young master likes. Yifan smiled. Then I won't be polite. After a few hours passed, Yifan walked out of the door of Wanbao Pavilion with hundreds of bulky things on his shoulders. Nalan greeted from behind. Welcome to come again next time. Yifan didn't forget to shout back. Shopkeeper Nalan, I'll take these things away. Just put the money you owe me on the books first. One of the guards turned to Nalan and said unhappily, Shopkeeper, he took all the valuable treasures at the bottom of our Wanbao Pavilion's treasure trove. Nalan just crossed her arms and watched Yifan. You don't understand. This is called long-term investment. Nalan smiled secretly. You can take out so many heavenly treasures and treat them like trash. How can you be ordinary? The distance to Wanbao Pavilion became farther and farther, and a loud stomping sound echoed in the forest. Hearing the strange noise, Yifan looked around. Appearing in front of him were two burly soldiers, with an axe and a sharp sword. One threatened, Kid, hand over the cultivation technique and the ascension token, and your grandpa will spare you a way out. Bai Yifan was not afraid at all, but instead raised his hand and beckoned them closer, as if challenging them. Just based on trash like you want to catch me? Maybe in a few hundred years. One person rushed over and slashed his sword at Yifan. He said forcefully, Go to hell! He instantly shouted an earth escape technique in a short time. Yifan disappeared from that spot, leaving the soldier only able to stare blankly without knowing what was happening. The soldier was surprised and annoyed at the same time. Bai Yifan went back to Earth. Luckily, he hadn't used up all his transmigrating chances. Who knew that in the world of Shuanghuan, this kind of kill and steal plot would happen so blatantly? The ancient ring can only transmigrate once a day. Yifan frowned, looking at the Ban Shan Sutra. Looks like I was still careless, spending so much money at the auction without disguising myself. Seems like I'm going to have endless trouble later. I have to quickly learn this cultivation technique so I can protect myself, he mused. Actually, I didn't want to cultivate before, but the cultivation methods of the Tonggu continent are too obscure. I don't even know where to start. Yifan held the Imperial Maidenheart Sutra in his hand, but he didn't understand it at all. Instinctively, Yifan flipped through a few pages of the book. Seeming to see something, he blurted out, Wait, these are the martial stances recorded neatly and clearly in the book. The cultivation method has become so simple. Yifan's eyebrows almost touched, showing his determination. So that's how it is. It seems that if I bring the cultivation methods from the other world here, learning them will be very simple. Yifan gently touched the back of his head. At this moment he was full of confidence in himself. This peerless master. A devilish smile appeared on Yifan's face, and a firm affirmation rang out. I got this for sure. Time skipped to half a month later. At this time, a powerful punch was thrown out. The cliffs were immediately shattered by his punch, creating a vortex. Bai Yifan was covered in sweat. His abdominal muscles were clearly defined. For the past half-month I have been diligently cultivating according to the Ban Shan Sutra, and at the same time replenishing my body with plants brought from Earth. My progress has been rapid. Perhaps because I came from Earth, my body has evolved on the Tonggu continent. He wiped the sweat from his cheek, smiling to himself. The punch just now, the force of my arm must have been the weight of 2,000 pounds. Not only that, but my internal organs have also been strengthened, which means that although my body now looks like it's only at the chi refining beginner level, my strength is already comparable to a internal strength realm martial artist. Bai Yifan raised his face, looking at the scene before him, feeling the fresh air. This can be considered the first step into the world of martial artists. But my face has been exposed at the auction for a long time, and there will definitely be more people targeting me in the future. I must work harder. Just then, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. Help! Bai Yifan turned around to look behind him. In the distance, there was a group of people, seemingly a family, surrounded by a pack of wolves. They were constantly holding weapons and driving them away in all directions. Bai Yifan was on a tree looking down, puzzled. A pack of wolves. Immediately after that, there was a wolf. Its eyes flashed red. Immediately after that, it ferociously rushed towards the youngest girl there. The little girl fell down in fright, but a punch directly hit the wolf's face. The person who came was none other than Bai Yifan. After his punch, the wolf fell directly in front of the little girl's surprised eyes. The four men on the other side were startled and turned around. The whole pack of wolves began to be wary of his appearance. Bai Yifan stood in front of them and said, It's good to use you beasts to practice my hand feeling. The whole pack of wolves directly rushed towards the male lead, and he also began to accumulate spiritual energy in his palm. Bai Yifan shouted, Spiritual power. Terrifying spiritual power directly surrounded all the wolves, causing them to spin around in the air. The whole pack of wolves was blown away by him. After finishing, Bai Yifan rubbed his wrist, exhaling a breath. Solved. The men nearby were startled when they saw this. Immediately after that, the whole group happily raised their hands towards him and shouted, Young hero is really amazing. The man also came closer, And the little girl smiled at Bai Yifan. Switching to a small house nearby, Bai Yifan was now hitting a tree trunk. A burst of energy occurred. After that, he trimmed the tree trunk as if it were a knife, chopping the surrounding firewood. One after another, tree trunks fell neatly after his trimming, and the little girl he had rescued came over, offered him a cup of water, and said, Yifan-Gage, you're so awesome. The little girl's name was Mu-Ruo-Ruo. At this moment, the men in the distance quickly came over, dragging the tree trunks away together, shouting, "Give it some muscle." Musho-Ruo looked ahead and said, "With these logs, building new houses for our Musho family village will finally be possible." He held the hot cup of water in his hand and smiled. "It's nothing. This is no big deal." Then, Bai Yifan recalled the conversation from the previous day. The man introduced himself. "Little brother, I'm Mu Tieshu, the village chief's son of Mu family village. We're really grateful you saved my daughter Ruo Ruo and the villagers. We owe you a debt of gratitude." He then suggested, "Although you're highly skilled in martial arts, it's still dangerous in these mountains. Why don't you come back to Musha family village with us? It's safer there." That day, after he dealt with the wolves, he received a warm welcome from these unfamiliar, simple villagers. The man beside him also chimed in with a word of advice. "Big bro is right. If you have nowhere to go, come be a guest at our Mu family village. Stay as long as you like." Thinking of this, Bai Yifan smiled and replied, "Then I'll accept your kind offer." It just so happened that he needed a quiet place to cultivate his frostborn art, so he reluctantly agreed to go along. Bai Yifan wiped the sweat off his face and smiled. "In these few days, I've broken through from the chi refining realm to the peak of the foundation establishment realm. But recently, the speed of increasing my strength doesn't seem as fast as before. I must have encountered a cultivation bottleneck." Speaking of the internal strengthening realm, just as the name suggests, it's about cultivating the 5 viscera and 6 entrails to make the internal organs stronger so that even swallowing a stone can be digested. The Frostborn art says that eating the internal organs of high-level demonic beasts can greatly help in breaking through to the internal strengthening realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but imagine the internal organs of demonic beasts, feeling a little disgusted. Or should he wait until he returns to Earth and buy some internal organs to nourish himself? Over here, Uncle Muyan said to them, "Ruo Ruo, everything's ready, we can head to the market fair now." He turned to him and said, "Yifan brother, since you're free, why don't you come to the market fair with us and take a look?" Hearing this, he was a little curious. Market fair, yup. Immediately after, they headed to Liu Yun City. The place was constantly noisy and bustling, with voices of vendors everywhere, selling top-quality wolf pelts. Then another voice, forest energy, big and long, put it in your house to ward off evil spirits. And also, fresh hemostatic herbs, don't miss it." At this moment, Ruo Ruo's family was selling ironwood beast hides, and handed over a leather bag, saying, "Here you go, this is yours." The customer handed over the money and said, "Thank you." Then he turned to Bai Yifan and said, "Luckily, we had Yifan brother who sold all of the top-quality wolf pelts." Hearing this, he scratched his head, embarrassed. "Uncle Musian, you're too kind." Suddenly, the little girl Mu Ruo Ruo grabbed his sleeve and said, "Since everything's sold, let me take you to play, Yifan-Gage. I want to go over there and buy candied haws to eat." Hearing this, he said, "Wait for Uncle Muyan to tidy up before we go together." But he had already walked ahead in the distance, saying, "You guys go ahead, be careful, come back soon." The little girl immediately jumped up and down, turning around to pull him away. "Okay, Yifan-Gage, let's go." Hearing this, he was stunned. "Big brother Mu Tieshu, are you sure you can trust your daughter to a man you've only known for a few days like me?" After that, they started strolling down the street. Ruo Ruo chattered non-stop, holding a candied hawthorn stick in her hand, and said, "Yifan-Gage is so nice to Ruo Ruo." Hearing this, he said, "Let's go back soon, otherwise your dad will be worried." At this moment, a group of people were gathering in the distance. Something seemed to be happening, and there was a constant sound of pleading. "Don't hit him anymore, please have mercy." Ruo Ruo was immediately startled when she saw this scene. "Wait, that's the direction my dad is in." Immediately after, they quickly squeezed into the crowd. He hurriedly told them, "Excuse me, please make way." Then, the scene before their eyes made Ruo Ruo's face turn pale with fear. Before them was a group of government officials beating up Mu Tieshu's group, constantly cursing, "Where did these do-gooders come from? You're really blind." People like Mu Tieshu were just commoners of low status, so they had no choice but to cover their heads and endure the beating. Seeing this, Ruo Ruo burst into tears and quickly ran over. "Dad, second uncle, stop it. What right do you have to hit?" My dad, Mu Tieshu, was in pain, tears streaming down his face, shouting, "Ruo Ruo, stay back." But it was too late. The government official directly turned around and kicked Ruo viciously. Where did this wild girl come from? Looking for death. At this moment, Bai Yifan also came out, directly grabbed the man's ankle, his face full of killing intent. Then, he directly snapped his ankle. The man retreated, screaming in pain. My leg. Bai Yifan stood right beside him, blocking in front of Mushu Ruo, and said, a refining late-stage man. Yet you act so cruelly towards a 13-year-old little girl who doesn't know martial arts. Are you even human? The little girl was also frightened, and hurriedly clung to his hand. The government official, who fell to the ground, glared fiercely at him and cursed. Who do you think you are, daring to lecture me? He immediately yelled, beat him for me. Right after, all the guards around him drew their swords and charged at Bai Yifan. Without flinching, he threw powerful punches, taking down each of them one by one. Bam, bam, bam. Then, he unleashed a powerful force, sending the entire group of charging guards tumbling over each other in a heap. Oof. Finally, he stomped on the chest of the guy whose leg he'd just broken, making him scream in agony. He looked down at him and barked. Now can I teach you a lesson? At this point, the guard was finally scared and frantically begged, no more, spare me, big bro. Nearby, a burly man with a huge saber slung over his shoulder watched him, sizing up this kid. He looked at him in surprise. So young, and already at the bone-forging realm. Damn. Back with Yifan, he grabbed the guy's collar and said, why were you beating people in the middle of the street? Answer properly, or the next fist will land on your head. Just then, Mutieshu's younger brother quickly stood up and reminded him, little fan, stop. They're from the city lord's mansion. We can't afford to mess with them. Uh-oh. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes at Mutieshu and asked, what's going on here exactly? At that moment, Mu Ruo rushed over to help him sit up, asking, is your leg okay? Right then, the burly man carrying the large saber on his shoulder walked over. This was Zhao Heng, the captain of the city lord's mansion guards. He said, let me answer for him. These blind dogs bumped into our young lady's carriage and deserve to have their legs broken? And they still wanted to argue with our young lady? Do they have too many heads? Damn, he's salty. Musha's little brother nearby immediately looked up, pointing forward and saying, you're lying. It was your carriage that lost control and crashed into Uncle Yan. We just asked a couple of questions, and you started hitting people. Just then, Mustieshu walked over and grabbed the young man's hand, saying, Musli, don't say any more. We were in the wrong. Hearing this, he still felt indignant. Immediately afterward, he knelt down in front of the carriage and said, young miss, this is our fault. Please have mercy on these commoners because my brother's leg is already broken. Seeing this, Ruo cried out sadly. Dad, Bai Yifan thought to himself as he observed the situation. The city lord's mansion's young miss, huh? Since ancient times, commoners don't fight officials, no wonder Tieshu doesn't want to provoke them. Just then, a beautiful hand appeared, saying, if you're in the wrong, then you should pay the price for your mistake. At that moment, the young lady's face became clear, beautiful, but her words were full of malice. Zhao Heng, cut off all of their legs for me, as a warning. She was Lan Xinxer, the city lord's mansion's young miss. Hearing this, they were all terrified. Oh no, she didn't. Tieshu couldn't help but be puzzled. This young miss of the city lord's mansion was actually so vicious. Mu Li behind her angrily pointed at her, speechless. Lan Xinxer smiled wickedly, looking down. Anyway, you're only losing your legs. While I lost my good mood for a stroll, Zhao Heng, do it. Just then, he hoisted the large saber and walked forward. Yes, young miss. Then Zhao Heng brought the saber down. A bunch of country bumpkins. You're really sullying our young lady. Go to hell. They frantically retreated. At that moment, Bai Yifan rushed over and easily caught the huge saber with his hand, his face full of murderous intent. Seeing this, he was immediately startled and frightened. Immediately after, Bai Yifan directly reached out with a palm and said, scram. Zhao Heng hastily dodged with difficulty. Immediately afterward, he jumped back, keeping his distance from him. Bai Yifan turned to ask the person behind him. Are you okay? He replied. No, I'm fine, Muruoruo also cried, tearfully calling out, brother you. On the other side, Lan Xinxer frowned in annoyance. Where did this brat come from, daring to oppose this young lady? And then Bai Yifan raised his fist and charged at Zhao Heng. Go to hell! He hurriedly used his saber to block, but unexpectedly, the huge saber was directly shattered by his punch. Zhao Heng could only panic. He was actually able to break my precious sword with a single palm. WTF just happened? At this point, he had no choice but to block the attack with both hands. Damn it, too strong. And just like that, Bai Yifan's power crashed down. Feeling the hardness of the other's arms, he was a little surprised. He narrowed his eyes. Huh. Across from him, the guy named Zhao Heng glared back and snapped, "You clueless country bumpkin. This iron armor was a gift from the city lord himself. It's impenetrable by blades or spears. No matter how tough you are, you can't break through it." But in the next second, he switched targets and slammed his fist straight into the guy's gut, shouting a single word, "Ha!" Zhao Heng was instantly sent flying, landing flat on his back. At this point, he was pretty much out cold. Seeing this, the city guards rushed over, asking, "Boss, are you okay?" The surrounding crowd couldn't stop cheering. What a sight! First time I've ever seen a commander from the city lord's mansion get his ass handed to him. A woman next to the speaker whispered a reminder, "Hey, keep it down, or you'll get beaten too." Suddenly, Zhao Heng shot back up, stopping the guards around him and yelling, "Get lost, I'm gonna kill this brat with my own 2 hands." And right after that, he unleashed his ultimate move, releasing his blood chi, which pulsed around him in continuous waves of red spiritual power. Seeing this, Bai Yifan was a little stunned. Then, he charged at him with the Mad Lion Fist, the move incredibly fast. Seeing this, Bai Yifan wondered in confusion. "What the hell is this?" The man continued to roar madly. "Just as I thought. A poor, worthless commoner who doesn't even recognize a martial skill. Your grandpa here is at the early stage of the blood realm. You think unleashing my blood chi isn't enough to crush a little bone-tempering brat like you?" But Bai Yifan calmly replied, "If this is all the power you have despite being 2 whole realms above me, then you really are." His punch landed as he finished the sentence, incredibly weak. The man cried out in pain, and once again, Zhao Heng was sent flying. Whoosh! The guards quickly rushed over, yelling, "Boss!" Mutieshu's group stared, their jaws hanging open in shock. Over here, Zhao Heng's blood chi had been completely shattered. He couldn't understand how someone who didn't even recognize a martial skill could be so damn strong. At the same time, Musi Ruo ran up and hugged Bai Yifan, overjoyed. "Brother Yifan, are you okay?" He patted the little girl's head and said, "Don't worry, Ruo, I'm fine." He looked at his own hand, thinking to himself, "Looks like this body of mine came from Earth, so it's got a godlike existence in this world. My true strength has long surpassed this realm's standards by a landslide." The snappy young lady on the other side yelled furiously, "Useless trash! Guards! Go to the city lord's mansion, summon the troops, and arrest all this riffraff. Throw every last one of them in the great dungeon." The nearby bodyguards knelt and said, "Yes, eldest miss." Hearing this, Mutieshu's face turned pale. "We're screwed. If the city guards come, none of us from the village will have a good end. I've heard that no one who enters the city lord's mansion dungeon ever comes out in one piece." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. "Eldest Miss Lan, what an impressive display of authority." Hearing this, they were startled and turned to look. The newcomer was a young lady with white hair, sitting in a horse-drawn carriage and holding a long, thin cigar as she spoke mockingly. "Running over innocent people in the middle of the street, treating human lives like dirt, abusing your official power. Don't tell me the Yan Kingdom has a new ruler, and it's your Lan family now?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "It's Manager Nalan from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion." Lan Xinyer glared at Nalan Rao, annoyed. "What's that supposed to mean?" With a fiery figure, she gracefully stepped down from the carriage. "Eldest Miss Lan's carriage ran someone over in the street. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Are you still trying to weasel your way out of it?" Then, Manager Nalan bowed in greeting to Bai Yifan. "Young Master Bai, we meet again." He quickly helped her up, saying, "Manager Nalan, there's no need for such formalities." The crowd was stunned. Musuruo was confused. "Brother Yifan, you two know each other? I just heard someone say this. Pretty Big Sister is the manager of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the biggest and most prestigious merchant tower in Liuyun City. Wow. Brother Yifan, you know such an important person." Across from them, Lan Xinyer covered her mouth with her hand and smirked. "I never would have thought that the great manager Nalan would associate with a bunch of riffraff. Truly an eye-opener." But Nalan Ru simply kept her calm smile and said, "The people are the foundation of a kingdom. As the eldest miss of Liuyun City, you spend your days calling the citizens riffraff this, and worthless peasants that. I wonder what kind of stir it would cause if word of this reached the royal city." Hearing this, Lan Xinyer was startled and shot back, annoyed. "HMPH, Nalan Rao, are you threatening me?" But Nalan Ru wasn't having it, and immediately shot her a cold glare, saying, "Threats? I wouldn't dare. But if you want to take them away today, you'll have to go through Wanbao Pavilion first." Hearing that, Lan Xinyer was internally conflicted. Wanbao is the top merchant association in Yan country. Its foundations are solid, and experts are as plentiful as clouds. Offending them would have dire consequences. So she put on a smile and said, Since Steward Nayland is willing to help these, she paused, then quickly corrected herself, commoners, since she's willing to plead for these commoners, then I, this young lady, will make an exception, and spare them this once. Immediately after, they left with a flourish, and Mutieshu's group, seeing this scene, breathed a sigh of relief. They happily said to each other, "We're saved." After that, he was led by Nalan Rao to Wanbao Pavilion. Bai Yifan followed along, saying, "Thank you very much today, Steward Nalan." Hearing that, she waved her hand and said, "It's nothing," Nalan Ru then said to a maid. "Someone, take these brothers from Musa village to the guest room and examine their injuries." The girl beside her bowed and said, "Yes." Then, they were led by the girl in another direction. "This way, please." They politely said, "Sorry for the trouble." Over here, Mururu tugged on Bai Yifan's sleeve and said, "Yifan Gage, why is this beautiful and rich Dajiji helping us? What's your relationship with her?" He rubbed his chin, unsure how to explain. "Well, to be honest, she owes me money." The little girl was surprised. "She owes you money?" Afterward, he followed Nalan Ru to the hall to sit and talk. She looked at him, congratulating him, "Congratulations, Gongzi, on breaking through to the bone-tempering realm. A Gongzi of your age reaching that level is unprecedented in Luyun City's history." Hearing that, he took a sip of tea and leaned back comfortably in his chair, smiling. "Don't mention it. If no one had helped me out of that situation today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to bring so many people." She smiled, poured him another cup of tea, and probed, "But I'm very curious. If you can casually spend so much long-way grass, why do you have to hide in the countryside with those villagers?" Hearing that, he picked up his teacup and said, "Steward Nalan, let me give you a piece of advice." His expression instantly turned cold and profound. "What you should know, I'll naturally let you know. But what you shouldn't know, it's best to stop probing." Hearing that, she immediately smoothed things over. "Yes." Then, he changed the subject. "Speaking of long-way grass, I just remembered, Steward Nalan, you seem to still owe me 3,010,000 taels of gold from last time, right? I wonder if you've prepared enough." Hearing that, she hesitated. "Well, it's still a little short." Then, she quickly fawned over him, massaging Bai Yifan's shoulders and saying, "But we have a new shipment that just came in. Would Gongzi like to take a look? If you want it, you can take it directly." Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction and asked, "Really?" Nalan Ru said. "Of course it's true." Only then did his expression become serious again. He remembered that when he fought the city lord's guard captain earlier, he mentioned fist techniques, so he asked her, "Do you have any fist techniques?" Immediately after, Nalan Ru quickly led him to a room. Before him was a display of all kinds of martial techniques, she said. "These are all the newly arrived martial techniques in Wanbao Pavilion. Bai Gongzi can choose whatever you like." First, there's Mountain Piercing Finger, a low-grade Huang rank martial technique. It's a finger technique. Once you master it, you can pierce through mountains and rocks, he said. Pass. Next is Black Sand Palm, a mid-grade Huang rank martial technique. This palm technique was passed down from the southern wastelands. You need sand to perform it. He found it troublesome and also passed. At this time, Nalan Ru's expression was a little speechless. She continued. Next is Flower Piercing Hand, known for its flexibility and agility. He rubbed his chin, feeling it was quite feminine, and also passed. At this point, she had to take out another book, and said, "Finally, there's only this one left. This is Shadow Fist. The highest grade Huang rank martial technique. It's the rarest martial technique we have." He rubbed his chin, looking at the highest grade Huang rank martial technique. Now that's more like it. A while later, they came out to the hall of Wanbao Pavilion, where it was noisy with people coming and going, buying and selling. Mururu was sitting in a corner waiting. As they walked out, Nalan Ru said, "To start learning this high-grade Huang rank martial technique, even a genius would need 2 to 3 months of hard practice." Right at this moment, Mururu ran over and hugged Bai Yifan, cheering, "Yifan Gage, you're finally out." He was surprised to see the little girl. "Ruru, why are you out here? Weren't you told to rest in the guest room?" Mururu looked up at him and said, "I was worried about you, so I came out to see what was happening." Nalan Ru walked over and smiled. "Gongzi Bai and Ruru Mei's relationship is so good, people who don't know would think you two are siblings." Bai Yifan smiled dotingly and pinched the little girl's cheek, saying, "You really are a little tail." Then, he suddenly took a red object out of his robe. "That's right, Ruru." He gave the little girl a set of clothes. "Here, kiddos, go put this on." The little girl looked at the outfit in awe and smiled. "Is this for me?" Nalan Ru leaned down, acting all friendly, and said, "That's right, Ruru dear. This is something young Master Bai specially prepared for you. Remembering when he was passing by a row of fabrics, Bai Yifan pointed to the only red outfit hanging on the rack and said, "This outfit is pretty good. Wrap it up too." Nalan Ru next to him immediately praised, "Young master has an excellent eye. This fire embroidery flowing immortal outfit is made from top-grade flame silkworm silk. Not only is it exquisite and beautiful, but it can also keep the meridians warm and store yin, very suitable as a gift for a girl." Then Bai Yifan patted the little girl's head. Just then, a man rushed in, panicking, and pointed outside. Following him, they went into another room, which was where Mu Ruru's second uncle was lying. The doctor was taking the man's pulse. The doctor looked at him with a sad face, while the second uncle's expression remained unchanged, silently lying there. Nalan Ru asked him, but he just stroked his beard in silence. Seeing this scene, Mururu understood, and her eyes welled up with tears. "How can this be, second uncle?" The others were also sad and dared not look, the doctor continued. "Unless a legendary powerhouse makes a move, or a divine medicine appears in this world, there's no way to save him. But where are you going to find a powerhouse in this day and age? And good luck finding divine medicine." At this moment, Bai Yifan's voice rang out. "Maybe there really is." He stood in a corner, arms crossed, with a smile. They were startled and looked back. "Really?" Then the story cut back to the guards of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion stretching. "Finally, it's time." The guy walked to the door and yawned a long breath. "Time to call it a day." Just then, a figure suddenly pushed the door open, and he was instantly frightened. His face turned green. The face of that guy peeked through the door like a devil with a crazed laugh, eyes bloodshot. While inside, everyone was still unaware. Silently looking at the second uncle, the doctor clasped his hands behind his back and sighed. Mururu couldn't help but lower her head. She prayed in her heart. "It's already dark. Yifan Gege hasn't come back yet." Just then, a footstep appeared. "I'm back." He took out something that was constantly glowing and asked, "Dr. Tai, do you think these medicinal herbs will do in a pinch?" The doctor looked at what he was holding and was immediately surprised, terrified. He recognized it. "This is the azure blood quillin flower, the earth-hidden 100 insect grass, king warmth, spirit 7-star leaf. These are all priceless, hard-to-find spirit herbs in the world." Dr. Tai took it, surprised. "More than enough. More than enough. Guaranteed to cure him." Hearing this, he wiped away an invisible bead of sweat and said, "That's good then." He had lived for so long, and this was the first time he had seen so many spirit herbs appear at the same time. Just then Mururu walked over. She saw that his hand was swollen and red and asked, "Yifan Gege, what happened to your hand?" Hearing this, he hurriedly hid his hand, his face a little strange. He remembered when he had returned to the modern world, and hurriedly went to the store to buy things, holding his arm on the door and saying, "Safflower, noto ginseng, strychno seeds, and also wound-healing medicinal herbs for feet, I'll take them all." The guy who closed the door just now panicked and stepped back. "Hey, I'm not." Immediately afterwards, the door suddenly closed, trapping Bai Yifan's hand. It was a sensor door. He felt humiliated saying it, and covered his face. Time was too tight. When he returned to the modern world, he still thought he was in the bone-tempering realm. Fast forward to 3 days later. Mururu was now wearing the outfit that Bai Yifan gave her. She was cooking soup while saying, "Second uncle said you should rest more, why did you come down here?" He then smiled heartily and said, "I know my own health. My legs are as sturdy as rocks now, so don't worry too much." "Where's your Yifan Gege?" he asked while chopping carrots. Hearing this, Mururu tried the soup and replied, "He went hunting, said that sick people need a lot of nutrients. He even acted all mysterious, and didn't let me go with him." Meanwhile, Bai Yifan was facing a huge python, its mouth wide open, lunging towards him. In the next moment, his body was tightly coiled by the snake. Bai Yifan didn't flinch at all, but raised his fist. Then, he shouted and punched straight towards the golden serpent's face. The golden serpent looked at him, stunned and not understanding what he was doing, then hissed. "Hiss!" And then, it opened its massive mouth, and snapped at Bai Yifan, but he just smiled calmly at it. Then, a loud explosion rang out. The golden serpent's entire body shattered into pieces. Afterwards, he picked up a red orb that fell from its body. Instantly, Bai Yifan's whole body surged with spiritual power. This shadow fist is really strong. Now Bai Yifan is already in the mid-stage of the inner strength realm. Tossing a wild fruit into the nearly full basket, Bai Yifan exhaled. Finally done. Bai Yifan put his hand on his forehead and muttered, "Nalan Rao once said that top-grade Huang-level martial techniques are extremely difficult to understand. Even a genius would have to go through 3 months of hard training just to get started, he exclaimed proudly. But after being simplified on Earth, this complicated manual has become a guide for idiots. If she knew I'd already mastered Shadow Fist, and even broke through to the late stage of the inner strength realm, she'd be shocked, speechless. Bai Yifan's face suddenly changed, he thought to himself. But thinking about it, to break through to the Zhuangyuan realm, I had to crazily eat animal organs for days. The taste is something I will never forget. Echoing in his ear. Yifan-gage, today's dish is still your favorite wild thorn soup, with pork, chicken gizzards, duck intestines, goat kidneys, and snake gall. Just thinking about that dish makes him shudder. After a bit of hunting, Yifan said to himself, let's get some game meat for Yan Shushu to nourish his body, and then head back. After thinking for a moment, Bai Yifan calculated. That's right, I'll pick some more wild fruits too, Ruru, that little girl loves to eat them. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp darts flew straight towards Yifan from somewhere. He exclaimed in shock. Luckily, he was quick enough to dodge the deadly blow. Calming himself, Bai Yifan slowly approached and loudly said, if you're already here, don't hide anymore, come out. Hearing the challenge, the group swarmed out like a disturbed beehive. Kid, didn't expect you to notice us? The group surrounded Yifan, raised their swords, and challenged. Then don't blame us for not leaving you a whole corpse. Pausing for 2 seconds to think, Yifan boldly guessed. Did Londa Xiaoji from the City Lord's mansion send you? The leader of the assassins frowned. That's none of your concern. Anyway, someone's paying a high price for your life. The assassins shouted and attacked Yifan with their swords. Kill. At the same time, Yifan also charged forward, first engaging with a late-stage Inner Strength Realm opponent, then 2 early-stage Inner Strength Realm opponents, alternately, and also 3 peak Duanji Yu realm opponents. Yifan had to exclaim, the person who wants me dead is really willing to burn money. Yifan smirked, his voice serious. But, according to my calculations, Ruru is about to get worried, so I'm not playing with you anymore. Boom, boom, boom. The palm strikes he unleashed, resembling 100,000 powerful punches, were none other than Shadow Fist. That immense power made the thugs dizzy and scream, what? This power, the palm strike was so strong that each of them flew in a different direction, losing their sense of direction. They panicked and screamed in fear. Fairn. He's even throwing in some fancy martial arts moves. Now they're even more terrified. Martial arts? You actually know martial arts? The intel clearly stated you're just a bone-breaking realm cultivator, with no martial arts skills whatsoever. Yifan chuckled disdainfully. Well, there's just one possibility. The intel was wrong. The assassin clearly recognized Bai Yifan's capabilities. With the power of his punch just now, he could totally shatter our internal organs and bones, but he deliberately didn't kill us. How can he control his power so precisely? Breaking his train of thought, the thug was met with a question from Yifan. Who sent you? Tell me, and I'll grant you a painless death. But the assassin clammed up, refusing to speak. But after a while, when he was being stomped on till it hurt like hell, he screamed, Ugh! Go out and ask around, the Dark Assassin Gate. We're the biggest assassin organization in Luyun City, and even if we die, we won't sell out our employer. Just kill us. Feeling that threats weren't getting anywhere, Yifan changed tactics. Oh, what a stubborn one, huh? Yifan lifted his foot off the assassin and said softly, all right, I won't make things difficult for you guys anymore, Dark Assassin Gate, right? I'll pay double to buy your employer's life. Are you in or out on this deal? At first, the assassin turned his head stubbornly, firmly replying, we, the Dark Assassin Gate, are professional assassins. We absolutely cannot be bought. Yifan took out a chunk of gold and displayed it in front of the assassins. When they saw the massive chunk of gold in Yifan's hand, their eyes lit up, and their tone immediately changed. Well, unless the price is truly undeniable, Yifan asked again. So, they replied meekly, like puppies. Rest assured, Lord Li, the Dark Assassin Gate guarantees no assassin in Baiyun City will dare to interfere with your business. As for the employer, please give us some time. After the mission is successful, we will inform you. Yifan just chuckled smugly at this deal, saying, go on. He smiled faintly, thinking to himself, no matter your background, you want to kill me. Then you'll taste your own medicine, Yifan mused with relish. But I still need to figure out how to buy a few more martial arts techniques. At the very least, I need to break through to the blood-tempering realm to confidently strut around Luyun City. The scene shifts to the next day. Lan Xinjie was muttering curses as she walked. That little bitch Nalan Ru, she actually made an enemy of this young miss over those bumpkins. Does she really think my city lord's mansion dares not touch her 10,000 treasures pavilion? Behind her, Lin Yongkai scurried along, fanning her continuously, his mouth full of sweet words. Our Xinye understands the bigger picture. Of course she won't bother with that Nalan Rao. Be careful not to get angry and harm your health. Young Kai enthusiastically flattered. Look, this is the latest golden hairpin from the True Treasure Pavilion. I had someone queue for ages to get it. Put it on, and don't be angry anymore, Xinge. Though still vexed, she was softened. Fine, that's somewhat acceptable. Just as she started to calm down a bit, Lan Xinye suddenly saw something that left her speechless. Wait, is that? From afar, Bai Yifan's figure quickly flitted past. Lan Xinge couldn't believe her eyes. How is it him? Xinye angrily turned and slapped Lin Yongkai. You want to log out of this world, you good-for-nothing? Didn't you say you'd kill that bumpkin for this young miss? How is he still alive and grinning here? Lin Yongkai clutched his stinging cheek, his head spinning, and whimpered. What? I spent a huge sum hiring professional assassins. They couldn't have failed. Xinye, fuming with rage, stomped towards Bai Yifan, cursing as she went. Lin Yongkai, you good-for-nothing. You're utterly useless. I still have to personally deal with him. Yongkai fearfully chased after her. Xinye, don't go so fast. Wait for me. At this moment the grand hall of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was bustling and noisy. Nalan Ru and Bai Yifan were chatting. Didn't young master just buy a peak yellow tier martial arts technique earlier? Why are you in such a hurry to buy new ones? Yifan, with his hands behind his head, casually replied. You don't need to worry about that. Anyway, right now I have nothing but money. Hearing this, Nalan Ru was delighted by his answer. Nalan Ru quickly seized the opportunity and took out a scroll. But what a coincidence. Yesterday, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion just received a new batch of goods that are about to be auctioned off. This advanced yellow-tier martial arts technique, the drifting shadow steps, is a movement skill. It should suit your requirements. Yifan chuckled lightly, looking at shopkeeper Nalan. From now on, if there are any high-tier martial arts techniques, no need for auctions anymore. I'll take them all. Just then, Xinge walked in and loudly declared, What's this poor country bumpkin spouting such arrogant nonsense about? Xinge continued disdainfully. Shopkeeper Nalan, everything this guy sets his eyes on today, I'll buy it all. No matter how much he bids, this young miss will pay triple the price just to spite it. Shopkeeper Nalan smiled gently and replied calmly. My apologies, young Miss Lan. The 10,000 Treasures Pavilion is open for business, and our rule has always been that the highest bidder wins. Pointing directly at Bai Yifan's face, Lan Xinge put her hands on her hips and yelled, What? Is this bumpkin going to bid higher than this young miss? What kind of joke is this? If he can afford it, then today, this young miss will crawl out of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion in front of everyone. Bai Yifan glared at Lan Xinge with narrowed eyes. Oh really? Lan Xinge's face was full of mischief, clearly scheming something, as she said. What this young miss says is as good as gold, and many people here can bear witness. But if you can't afford it… Lan Xinge sat down on a nearby chair, laughing loudly and stretching out her leg, boldly declaring, Whoa! Then you'll kneel down and lick this young miss's shoes. At this moment, Bai Yifan took out a dazzling, glistening golden token. If that's the case, then shopkeeper Nalan, please tally up the cost. Seeing the token before her eyes, Nalan's eyes sparkled, and she reached out to take it. Yes, young master, Yifan smirked smugly. I can't wait to see this show unfold. Seeing the token, Xinge's jaw dropped. Wait, isn't that the most esteemed Azure Cloud token of Myriad Treasure Pavilion? The others with her asked curiously, Azure Cloud token? What's that? Is it really powerful? According to the old folks, the Azure Cloud token is a custom-made token for VIP guests of the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, representing the supreme status. If they fancy any treasures in the trade fair, the token holder can directly take the treasure without bidding, Lan Xinge emphasized. Most importantly, the auspicious cloud token grants unlimited credit within the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. In a city of over 20 million people like Liu Yun City, you can count the number of people who possess one of these on one hand. Lan Xinge wondered, what kind of background does this young man have? Why does the Myriad Treasure Pavilion value him so much? Yifan chuckled to himself, recalling the incident the other day, the conversation between Yifan and manager Nalan. Several days ago, when treating Muyan uncle at the Myriad Treasure Pavilion, Nalan knelt down and cried, Young Master Chen, those healing herbs just now, please have mercy and sell some to us. Yifan said embarrassedly, Manager Nalan, do I need to remind you that you haven't finished paying me yet? Nalan presented the token with both hands. This Azure Cloud token is the most esteemed token of our Myriad Treasure Pavilion. I'll use this to exchange for some of those herbs. Is that okay? Yifan took the token, smiling cunningly, and asked, What's the use of this Azure Cloud token? Tell me about it first. Lan Xinge's face was as black as the bottom of a pot at this moment. How is that possible? How can you have the Azure Cloud token? Even my father. Bai Yifan twirled the Azure Cloud token in his hand, smiling as he looked at Lan Xinye. Didn't Miss Lan just say she'd pay triple? I can pay triple. 30,000 times? 3,000 times? Yifan leaned close to Lan Xinye and said, If Miss Lan can't afford a higher price, he emphasized grimly, then you can start crawling. Lan Xinye's face turned pale, and she stuttered, unable to speak. Outside, Lin Yunkai was frantically asking everyone, Have you seen my Xinye? She got scared. The people on the street said clearly, Who? Lin Yunkai shouted. It's our city lord's eldest miss, as beautiful as an angel, full of charm, beautiful and with a very special temperament. A guy with an eager face smiled faintly and arrogantly turned to answer, Oh, the city lord's eldest miss, huh? He said haughtily. I don't know if she's beautiful, but her temperament is indeed very special. Everyone surrounded her, laughing and joking, each saying a mocking sentence. Worthy of being the eldest miss. A promise is a promise. Eldest miss, hurry up a bit, or it'll get dark. Lan Xinye was trying to crawl out the door amidst the mockery of many people. Lin Yunkai felt sorry when he saw this scene, and shouted loudly. Xinye, she crawled while feeling humiliated, cursing in her heart, damn it, damn it, damn it, when has this young lady ever suffered this kind of humiliation? Yifan looked at the pampered and sarcastic Lan Xinye young miss. If you think that I, Bai Yifan, am a soft persimmon, to be manipulated by others, then you're mistaken. Yifan squatted down, leaned close to Lan Xinye. I, Bai Yifan, don't go looking for trouble, but I'm also not afraid of being made difficult. After saying that, Bai Yifan took Xinye's hairpin. If you dare provoke me again, he gripped the hairpin tightly, threatening, Whoa, then you'll be like this. The golden hairpin in Yifan's hand instantly turned into a handful of golden dust. Xinye turned pale when she saw it, feeling a bit scared. Bai Yifan stood up and turned to leave. All right, watching the drama is addictive. Goodbye. Lin Yunkai immediately pushed the person in front and shouted loudly, Get out of the way for this young master. He supported Lan Xinye and asked with concern, Xinye, are you okay? Lan Xinye's face darkened and she said, Lin Yunkai, I've changed my mind. Lan Xinye's voice was firm, enunciating each word clearly. I don't need you to kill Bai Yifan anymore. I want to make him. Lan Xinye's face was full of cunning malice. Turning back to look at Lin Yunkai. Wish he were dead. Hearing this, Lin Yunkai's face changed, sweat broke out, and he blurted out, He is Bai Yifan. Lan Xinye clenched her hands and roared, Of course. Do you know that this scoundrel just humiliated me? If you can't do it, then our marriage doesn't need to be considered anymore. Lin Yunkai became tense, grabbing Lan Xinye's wrist and saying, Wait, Xinye, he is the mysterious person who stole the Banshan art and the Ascent to Heaven token. Lan Xinye was speechless. What did you say? Lin Yunkai analyzed seriously. I know you always wanted to enter the Holy Land for cultivation, so I wanted to bid for the Ascent to Heaven token to make you happy. But unexpectedly, he snatched it midway, Yunkai recalled. I also sent people to follow him, but he used tricks to escape, and since then his whereabouts have been unknown. Recalling the assassin's report, reporting to young master, that person's movement technique is bizarre, your subordinate's actions were not smooth, and he escaped. Lan Xinye was biting her nails, pondering deeply. What exactly is his background? No, I have to tell Dad about this ASAP. Scene changes to the Shidai residential area. Bai Yifan is in his bed on Earth, still sleepy. Still, my own bed is way more comfortable. Bai Yifan turned to look at the Drifting Willow Steps manual, thinking to himself, This Drifting Willow Steps I just bought yesterday has a total of 108 variations, which is originally super complicated. He chuckled to himself. But after the Earth's laws of simplification kicked in, I was able to understand all of it in one night. He subconsciously looked at his hands. The power of the Shadow Fist, plus the speed of the Drifting Willow Steps. Even if I ran into a martial artist at the peak of the blood manifestation realm, I could still take them down. Alright, Bai Yifan got out of bed, calculating in his head. Okay, gotta go downstairs and buy some cultivation resources before heading back. Half asleep, Bai Yifan yawned as he reached out to open the door, only to be met by Guo Rao. The landlady, Guo Rao, hands on her hips, with a cold gaze, loudly demanded, Yifan, you're home. Why didn't you reply to my messages? I knocked earlier, and you didn't open the door either. Seeing Guo Rao's dark expression, Yifan stammered, Sister Guo. He looked dumbfounded. Sorry, I was asleep in the bedroom just now, so I really didn't hear anything, Yifan suddenly remembered. Crap, I was so busy cultivating that I forgot today is rent day. Guo Rao widened her eyes and shouted, Don't think you can just brush this off. I already told Deisheng that you'd pay all the rent. Here's the money. Yifan knelt down, offering the money with both hands, pleading, Sis, please take this first. I need to keep $200 for living expenses. I'll definitely pay the full amount next month. Guo Rao grabbed Yifan by the collar. I'm telling you, Yifan, what's up with you? Even as a waiter, you can earn $3,000 or $4,000 a month. How can a healthy young man like you not even afford the rent? Faced with Guo Rao's question, Yifan could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. Bai Yifan thought to himself, I'm busy cultivating in another world during the day. Only come back at night to make some money, of course. I'm not earning much. But surprisingly, Guo Rao gave all the money back to Yifan, saying, Take it, she reminded him. How can you live on 200? Just take it for now. Remember to pay the full amount next month. Holding the money, Yifan's eyes were filled with gratitude. Thank you, Sister Guo. Back in the modern world, Bai Yifan resumed his job as a delivery guy. His phone rang. Ding! Your order is going to be overdue in 10 minutes. Muttering to himself as he walked, Yifan thought. In another world, I don't have to worry about food or clothes. I spend money like crazy, but as soon as I get back to Earth, I'm back to square one. He saw a poster on a telephone pole that read, Seeking a son for a fortune. Li Hao, female, 28 years old, 168 centimeters tall, fair and smooth skin, charming and alluring, wealthy businesswoman. Due to a car accident, I'm unable to give birth. Now, I need a caring, healthy son to fulfill my dream of being a mother. Reward, 300,000. If we hit it off, I can pay 100,000 as a deposit. Contact method, 123,456,789. Broke as hell. Bai Yifan immediately thought, should I try seeking wealth and fortune in danger? Just then, the phone rang, and he happily answered, Hello, Dad. Why are you calling me out of the blue? Suddenly, Yifan's face turned pale. Okay, wait for me. I'll be right there. Scene changes to Hangzhou Hospital. Sitting on a chair, Yifan's dad sadly recounted, The driver has been arrested. He was driving drunk. No insurance either. He covered his face and sobbed. I've already mortgaged the house to the bank, borrowed from all my friends and relatives. The follow-up treatment costs are still 300 million short, and there's no guarantee your mother will wake up, Xiaofan. Your parents are sorry. Yifan stepped forward to comfort his dad. Dad, don't say that. We're a family. I'll figure out the rest. With that, Xiaofan turned and walked away quickly. The father watched him go, feeling pained for Bai Yifan. Yifan walked in the night, with many thoughts in his heart. Yifan could only sigh at the current situation. Without finding a solution, misfortune never comes singly. The worst luck always picks on the most unfortunate. Just then, Yifan heard someone shouting, Let me go! He quickly turned to look, and saw a group of young men chasing after a girl. The girl was screaming, Let me go! The young men shouted, Catch her! Don't let her get away! One of them grabbed the girl, holding her hand tightly. The girl struggled. Don't touch me. One of the guys threatened, If you don't want to get a beating, follow us obediently, or you'll regret it. Unable to stand the injustice, Yifan rushed to save the girl. Stop! Yifan flew up and kicked the guy in the head, causing him to scream in pain. The girl was looking at Yifan like he was some kind of hero. In her mind, he was all like, a bunch of scum bullying a girl here. Yifan followed up with a powerful kick. Breaking the leader's leg, he yelled, Brothers, get him! One dude thought to himself, Damn it, weren't the bodyguards next to this woman already taken care of? How's there another one? Another guy charged, aiming a punch at Yifan's face. Die! But Bai Yifan swiftly dodged. Quick as the wind, Yifan thought to himself, Nice, just like I predicted. Let's get this fight going. He was secretly thrilled about his cultivation level in this other world. Even though it couldn't be directly translated into a classic punch right to the thug's face, after all this time cultivating, his body had already formed muscle memory. Even as he was thinking, Yifan was still throwing out decisive strikes, leaving the thugs unable to react, whether it was agility or resistance. Yifan thought confidently. They had both increased significantly compared to before. Yifan added another move, making his decision and yelling, Too slow. In an instant, some of those guys were sent headfirst into the ground, while others were kicked flying high by Bai Yifan, leaving only screams of pain. The group leader's face turned pale as he thought to himself, In less than 3 minutes he's continuously taken down 7 of my well-trained brothers. What kind of terrifying combat strength is this? As he was thinking, barely able to regain his senses, Yifan appeared right in front of him. It's over! The thug couldn't react, and subconsciously could only shout, Since when? Immediately, Bai Yifan delivered a palm strike straight to his head. By the time he retracted his hand, oh boy, nosebleed city, and several teeth went flying. Even though he was nearly beaten to a pulp, the group leader still recognized the situation, muttering to himself, Don't fight this guy. It's like throwing eggs at rocks. There's fundamentally no way Yifan can be defeated. The girl watched as those guys were beaten to a pulp and couldn't believe it was real. Yifan turned back and reminded the girl, "Are you hurt anywhere? I don't know why these guys were targeting you, but you should hurry home." The girl snapped back to reality, grabbing at Yifan. "Ah, wait." The girl grabbed him, still scared, but not forgetting to thank Yifan. "Thank you, but could you take me home?" Yifan picked up his jacket from the ground and flatly refused. "Sorry, I still have a delivery to make. If I'm late, I'll get fined. If you're scared, I can call the police for you now and wait for them to arrive." The poor girl pleaded, grabbing Yifan's hand. "Take me back. I'll pay you 100, a million, she continued, "to repay your life-saving grace." Hearing 1 million, Yifan's face immediately changed, becoming kind, gentle, and enthusiastically questioning the girl. The girl was also out of options. "Where do you live?" The girl was speechless. Scene change. Arriving at the Tang family's villa, the girl softly said, "Sorry, Ayun, let me go inside and tell everyone I'm safe." Yifan was about to say something, but before he could finish, he heard a shout. What are you all doing? If anything happens to Wrong, you can all commit suicide on the spot." The bodyguards were kneeling on the ground, sincerely begging. "First miss, we will definitely find. Second miss." From behind came the girl's voice. "Sister." The first miss turned back and exclaimed in surprise, Wrong. Yifan gave an awkward smile, scratching his head as he introduced himself. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm Chen Yu," the second miss cried miserably, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at the first miss. "I'm back." The second miss rushed forward and hugged the first miss tightly. "I won't wander around anymore in the future." The first miss also cried tears of joy as she comforted her. "It's good that you're back safe. It's good," Rong cried even louder. Her older sister held Rong in her arms, patting her gently. All right, don't cry." Seeing the two sisters, Yifan felt happy inside, but still sighed. Inside the magnificent and spacious room, the woman calmly lifted her teacup and said, "I already know what happened. Thank you for saving my sister." She turned the teacup in her hand towards him, extending an invitation. "If you don't mind, I'd like to throw a banquet to thank you." Hearing this, he waved his hand with an awkward smile. "There's no need for such formalities. A banquet isn't necessary. It's just that your sister already promised me 1 million as a reward." "That promise," she said with a stern, sharp tone, looking angry. "What?" She said she'd take out 1 million as a reward? Seeing that she looked angry, her eyes flashing as she looked at him, he trembled. "Yeah, let's just pretend I didn't say anything." Meanwhile, inside I'm screaming, "Figures! No such thing as a free lunch. Oh well. Was just trying to help out, wasn't expecting anything in return anyway, but still." She angrily whacked her sister on the head, venting her frustration. "So your Tang family's precious daughter's life is only worth 1 million. Are you insulting yourself?" And looking down on your older sister, Tang Rong, getting hit by her sister, cried out, "Sis, that hurts." He was completely stunned by what was happening before him. She placed a card on the table and said calmly, as if it were nothing, "Here's 100 million, a small gift. Consider it a token of appreciation from our Tang Corporation." Hearing this, he looked up at her with an incredulous expression. "Wait, Tang Corporation? You mean the Tang Corporation? The one worth over 50 billion on the market?" Tang Qiluo lowered her head, replying in a composed tone, "That's right, but this little bit of money is nothing compared to what you did for my sister. The Tang Corporation owes you a huge debt. If you need any help in the future." Before she could finish, he grabbed her hand. Sincerely. "No need to wait for the future. Right now, immediately, I have something I need your help with. Is that okay?" This surprised her, and she asked, Time passed. 3 days later, at Hongcheng Hospital, Tang Qiluo and he stood on a high vantage point. Observing the scene below, she reassured him, "Don't worry, everything's been arranged. We've invited 5 outstanding experts in this field, both domestic and international, to research a treatment plan." Inside the consultation room, specialist doctors were all busy closely monitoring the patient. Looking at the frail patient, he comforted himself. "I believe she'll recover very soon." Inside the ward, the man lovingly held the woman's hand on the bed, trying to reassure her, "Mei Huan, hang in there. You'll be healthy again soon." Tang Qiluo, seeing this, her face filled with sadness, said empathetically, "I understand how you feel. My parents passed away early, and I only have this one sister." She looked forward, speaking with determination. "So no matter what, I don't want anything to happen to her." Bai Yifan, hearing this, looked at her and solemnly proposed, "Sister Tang, thank you for this. You've really helped me a lot. If you ever need Chen Yu in the future, I'll definitely do my best." She didn't stand on ceremony with his offer, and immediately accepted. "Actually, there is something I need your help with. Could you spare some time to train the security guards of the Tang Corporation? As soon as she finished speaking, 2 rows of security guards in black suits appeared behind him, shouting in unison, "Boss, please teach us how to fight!" This sudden appearance startled him, his face filled with confusion, wondering, "Wait, train?" She saw the confusion on his face and began to ponder, recounting some unhappy past events. "To be honest, not long ago I sent people to investigate who attacked Wrong. I wasn't wrong, it was hired by a rival business. Their goal was to use this to control the Tang Corporation." She then mentioned the people he'd beaten up not long ago who were still being treated. "But there's one thing that surprised me. Those professional mercenaries you beat up are still in the hospital, unable to recover. They seem to be traumatized, they're screaming in pain all day, and some even jump up in terror, shouting, 'Don't come near me.'" She patted his shoulder, full of trust. "I don't know how you did it, but could you teach my people a little bit so they can improve?" "Okay." Seeing how much she believed in him, he felt a little embarrassed and hesitant. "Well, it really takes practical experience and some tricks." She seemed to have hit his soft spot when she made the request. "It won't take up too much of your time, at most half a month, and I'll pay you accordingly. You can name your price." Hearing this, he smiled awkwardly. "Worthy of being a businesswoman, you leave me no room to refuse." He smiled and agreed to her request. "Okay, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee it will work." She was overjoyed when she heard him agree. "Then it's settled. I'll arrange the time, making sure it doesn't take up too much of your personal time." With that, she turned and left. He watched her leave, sighing to himself. Just in time to spend some time with Mom. Once I repay this favor, we'll be even. A while later, Tang Wei. I'm working at the Tang Corporation for half a month. Inside a training arena, a pair were fighting intensely. He stood by observing and giving instructions. That's it. If the opponent punches, you can quickly attack their lower body. After the treatment plan for my mother's surgery was decided, it went very smoothly. Inside the ward, the woman on the bed slowly opened her eyes, confused. Where am I? The man was overjoyed to see her awake. Mei Huan, you're finally awake. She was actively cooperating with the doctor. In the ward, the man was carefully feeding the patient porridge. Eat more so you have the strength to recover. The woman happily complied. Okay. After returning to his room, he tiredly slumped onto the sofa, sighing. Phew, finally reached the final stage. He began to rub the ring on his finger. Things here have been handled. I should go back and see how things are. The ring on his finger emitted a brilliant light. After a space warp, he reappeared wearing ancient clothing, walking and thinking. Been busy for half a month and haven't been back. I wonder how Tieshu and Ruo are doing after returning to Mu family village. Suddenly his face paled. His eyes widened in shock. The charred sign of Mu family village was right in front of him. What immediately caught his eye was the image of the entire village devastated, engulfed in flames like a living hell. He stood amidst the sea of fire, dumbfounded, unable to believe it. How did this happen? He ran everywhere in the sea of fire, shouting as he ran, Ruo, Tishu, Yanshu, where is everyone? While he was anxiously searching, a voice suddenly came from behind. Young Master Bai. He turned around sharply and found it was the acquaintance Nalan treasurer. Nalan, along with 2 servants, walked towards him, with a hint of joy in her voice. You're finally back. We've been waiting for you here all along. Inside an old house, a warehouse of the Wanbao Pavilion, everyone was injured and groaning in pain. They automatically bandaged each other and maintained a state of silence. A man's loud cry of pain echoed. Ah, it hurts. Pain, bro, be gentle. The person behind him apologized. Suddenly, the door outside was open. Everyone was extremely sensitive and vigilantly looked towards the door. He followed Nalan in and greeted, Taishu, Yanshu, it's me. Everyone saw who it was and stirred. Yifan. Everyone happily gathered around, surrounding him and asking, Yifan, you're back? It's Yifan. Yifan has returned. He worriedly and carefully asked about everyone. Old man Tieshu saw that everyone was okay. That was a relief. When he was about to touch Mu Tieshu's arm, he was startled and exclaimed, this, when he saw that one of the old man's arms had been chopped off. He was extremely anxious. Taishu, your right arm. Then, he turned to look at everyone and asked, what about everyone else? But everyone was injured and hung their heads. Ma Tai beside him smiled and reassured. It's okay, it's just losing an arm. Luckily everyone kept their lives, right? He suddenly shouted when he noticed something. Wait, where's Ruo? Why can't I see her? Everyone heard the name Ruo and fell silent. Their faces were filled with sorrow, and the space became quiet. Suddenly, the painful cry of the injured girl wrapped in bandages broke the silence. The old man gently and slowly helped her, Ruo, be good, wash the wound clean and apply medicine. Then it won't hurt anymore. As each piece of bandage was removed, terrible, painful wounds appeared. The little girl suddenly saw herself horribly disfigured inside the basin of water and was extremely shocked. This is me, she screamed in horror, throwing the basin of water away. I don't want to put on the medicine. The old man next to her tried to softly persuade. Ruo, calm down. The little girl struggled painfully, crying loudly. Grandpatai, let me die. I don't want to live like a monster. Suddenly, a hand struck the back of her neck, causing her to pass out. Bai Yifan hugged her, his face full of pity, and said gently, Ruo, be good. Go to sleep, and it will be okay. The little girl hugged Bai Yifan tightly, tears falling. Yifan Garage, you're finally back. Nalan appeared behind the two, regretfully explaining the little girl's situation. Her life was saved, but she was burned too badly. Almost her entire body is scarred. Such a beautiful, flower-like young girl, and at her most brilliant and innocent age, I don't know what she'll do for the rest of her life. Bai Yifan's face darkened, and he asked coldly, Who did this? Nalan gritted her teeth angrily. The mastermind is the Lin family, and the City Lord's mansion. Inside the City Lord's mansion, the man sitting high above spoke with disdain. Speak, what's the matter today? Lin Yunkai made a refined gesture, pointing to the glittering treasures. Uncle Lan, this little nephew has nothing to report, just that I asked people to collect some spirit stones, and now I want to give them to Uncle Lan as a small token of my appreciation. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. The quality of these spirit stones is not bad, you put your heart into it. Hinner's eye for people is indeed good, you are a very good person. His face smiled sincerely and slyly. It's good that Uncle likes them. Lan Xing'er next to him coldly snorted unhappily, and said sharply, You only know how to flatter my father. Where is that Bai Yifan brat? Why hasn't he come here yet after such a long time? Didn't he say he wanted to vent his anger for me? That's all the ability he has. Lin Kaiyun gave a flattering smile, fanning frantically. Xing'er, please calm down. She didn't care, only letting out a cold snort. The man's face darkened, and he raised his voice to remind her, Xing'er, stop messing around. This Bai Yifan suddenly appeared, and his financial power is so immense it could rival an empire. I heard Kair say that he even managed to take down a bunch of experts from the assassination gate and even hired them back. His true strength is unfathomable. If we want to catch this guy, we can't rush it. Hearing that, she spoke up, clearly unhappy. Dad. Hearing her angry outburst, he chuckled cheerily to soothe her. All right. I already know about the grievances you suffered at the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. I've already told Kai Spare to lead people to wipe out Lin Village. Consider that a little something to vent your anger. Don't torment him anymore. Seeing this, Lin Kaiyun respectfully reported the situation. But when we were handling the corpses, we found that out of the 37 commoners from Muklan village, more than 10 of them were nowhere to be found. We don't know where the remaining people went. Could it be that someone rescued them? His face was livid with anger, and he spoke in a cold voice. Then issue a citywide arrest warrant. Those remnants of Muklan village and that Bai Yifan, you must find them for me, even if you have to dig 3 feet deep. Lin Kaiyun respectfully replied. Understood. Bai Yifan stood there, looking utterly dazed, as Nalan Ru recounted everything. After finishing, she raised her hand and said regretfully, I do have some connections in Luyun City, so when I heard the City Lord's manor wanted to wipe out the village, I immediately arranged for people to go help. Sadly, the Lin clan moved too fast. By the time my people arrived, the entire village was already beyond saving. She recalled that horrifying day. When Nalan Ru rushed to help, she saw the entire village swallowed by a sea of flames. Some villagers were already dead. Others were dying, desperately crying out, Help! Save us! Seeing this, Nalan Ru immediately ordered her people, You guys, head east and see if there's anyone still alive. Her subordinates immediately obeyed. Understood. One by one, they braved the danger, rushing in to rescue the villagers. At that moment, the flames raged even more fiercely, practically incinerating everything. Suddenly, one of them screamed, Danger! The house is about to collapse! Even so, they didn't hesitate to charge in despite the peril. Quick, get in there! There's still one person not rescued yet. Another person found a newborn baby, holding it gently in their arms, and said with an indignant expression, Despicable! They didn't even spare a child. From afar they spotted someone in dire straits and yelled, Need help, quick! This person is still breathing, as Nalan Ru recalled. Those who couldn't escape the blaze in time cried out in helpless agony. At that moment, Ruo hid inside a rice jar, which allowed her to escape death. But because the fire was so intense, she ended up being the most severely burned person. After finishing her story, her face was filled with pity and regret. With my abilities, I could only do this much. After hearing everything, Bai Yifan didn't blame Nalan for not being able to save more. Instead, he cupped his hands, bowed deeply, and said with profound gratitude, "Manager Nalan, I, Bai Yifan, will never forget this kindness." Nalan Ru then asked, "Young Master Bai, what do you plan to do now?" Hearing that, Bai Yifan's face turned furious, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Kill." Nalan Ru immediately raised her voice. "No." She then patiently explained to him, fearing he would act recklessly. Both the City Lord's Manor and the Lin clan have half-blood realm martial artists, and not just one. That City Lord Lan Qian's strength has already reached the marrow-cleansing realm, 5th layer of the physical body. Even 5 horses couldn't tear his body apart. At this point, her expression grew even more serious. "What's more, I heard he also has a high-grade defensive artifact. You won't be able to kill him." Bai Yifan listened, his heart brimming with bitter hatred, completely tuning her out. He turned and walked away. Not only was he not discouraged, but he also spoke with fierce determination. "Although I don't like killing, if anyone kills my family or friends, I will definitely show no mercy." After that, he added provocatively, "So what if it's the 5th layer of physical body? I still want to kill them." Having said that, his face etched with bitter indignation, he turned and walked away, but didn't forget to ask Nalan for a favor. "But before that, please take care of them for me. I still have something more important to do right now." Back on Earth, in the Elder Medicine Hall, Bai Yifan rattled off a list of medicines. Huangling, Chuangxiong, Huangbai, Bingpian, Xiangyu. The shopkeeper, seeing him order so many different medicines, gave a wry smile and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, I gotta ask, does someone in your family have burns? Why are you always buying burn treatment medicine lately?" Bai Yifan hugged the bundle of medicine to his chest and replied quietly, "Don't ask about this." The shopkeeper, hearing that, didn't feel it was appropriate to pry further. He cheerfully saw him off. "All right, take care." But inside he couldn't stop wondering about him, muttering to himself, "He's a valued customer, sure, but always so mysterious. What a weirdo." Fast forward to today. The weather was cool and pleasant, the sky a clear blue, with white clouds drifting gently. The airport was bustling with people pulling suitcases coming and going. At the boarding gate, Bai Yifan's parents stood there with a huge suitcase, looking like they were off on a long trip, while he stood empty-handed beside them, seeing them off. Before they boarded the plane, his dad asked, "Yifan, are you really not coming on vacation with us?" After seeing his parents off at the airport, he turned and walked away, waving goodbye with a slightly melancholic expression. "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. You don't need to stress about money. There's 500,000 in the card, all earned from my training. It's enough for you two to have fun for half a year over there. Mom just recovered from her illness, and it's the perfect time for Dad to go with her to relax and clear her mind." His mother heard that and quickly reached out, wanting to pull him back, calling out worriedly, "Yifan!" His father saw this and patted her shoulder, comforting her. "Our son is grown up, he has things he needs to do. Family should be a strong backing for their children, not a burden that holds them back." Bai Yifan, at that moment, walked away with a fixed expression, brimming with fierce determination. That evening, under a clear moon and cool breeze, the high-end apartment building glowed with lights. In one of the rooms, a phone rang incessantly, and a voice immediately called out, "Coming, coming." Guao Rao, wearing casual clothes with a towel wrapped around his neck, looked as if he had just stepped out of the shower. She picked up her phone, a puzzled look on her face, wondering, who's sending so many messages this late? On the phone screen, Bai Yifan's messages appeared in a series. "Sis Guao, I have to leave for a while. The rent I owed you, I've transferred directly to your Win account. Consider the extra amount as advance payment for future rent. I'm truly grateful for everything you've done before." Reading the messages, Guo Rao smiled happily, saying, "I didn't misjudge him. He knows how to repay kindness, and can even pay rent in advance. Seems like he's found a job. But hopefully, it's not the dying for face but living in misery kind. Next month, I'll be drinking Northwest Wind again." She opened her account to check and saw a system notification. "You have received a transfer. The amount has been added to your balance." Looking at the amount added to her account, she couldn't believe her eyes and shouted, "Wait a minute, 30,000! That little rascal! What on earth did he go do?" Back in the other world, Bai Yifan held the concocted medicine in his hand and asked Dr. Kai, "Will these medicinal ingredients work?" Dr. Kai stroked his beard, looked at the medicine he was holding, and replied, "If it's based on the ancient secret formula, it shouldn't be wrong." Then, he asked with his doubts, "I just really want to know, how did you manage to gather these legendary dragon-like medicinal ingredients that only show their head, but not their tail?" Bai Yifan, upon hearing this, blankly replied. Fast, I actually find it quite slow, he secretly thought. The ancient ring has a limited carrying capacity. These past few days, I've only been able to go back and forth in batches to get them, before leaving. Bai Yifan had to carefully weigh everything before bringing it over. Damn it, it's over the limit again. Still need to reduce it further. Bai Yifan went inside and called out loudly, Manager Nalan! We've arrived! Dr. Kai followed behind, stroking his beard, his eyes focused intently, thinking to himself, just one of these medicinal guides is worth a fortune. Young Master Bai's loyalty to his friends is truly as high as the sky and as deep as the sea. Nalan Ru sat in front of Mu Ruo's sickbed. Seeing Bai Yifan enter with the medicine, she asked, Is the medicine ready? Bai Yifan handed her the medicine with a heavy expression. Hand it over to her. Receiving the medicine, Nalan Rao replied with confidence. Rest assured, Mu Ruo lay on the bed, wrapped in bandages. Luai Nihi's voice said, Brother Yifan, can I really go back to how I was before? Bai Yifan sat down on the bed, stroking her head to comfort her. Believe me, once you recover, I'll buy you a beautiful dress. Don't you like beautiful clothes? Mu Ruo listened, and obediently lay still, then gently hummed in agreement. A moment later, the sound of a mirror shattering came from inside the room, followed by a piercing scream, alarming Bai Yifan and Dr. Kai. Ruo. You, Bai Yifan, couldn't hold back, and hurriedly pushed the door open, shouting, What's wrong? What happened? Inside the room, after Mu Ruo applied the medicine, her entire body was surrounded by flames, and the white bandages were peeled away, revealing the fair skin of the young girl. She happily touched her face, saying, Brother Yifan, I've really recovered. Seeing Bai Yifan and Dr. Kai rush in with such worry, Mu Ruo quickly stood up to explain, I'm so sorry, it's just that I was so surprised that I broke the mirror. Dr. Kai then stepped forward, waving his hand, stammering, Ruo, this old bone of mine was frightened by you. I thought something had happened. Seeing that the medicine he concocted was so effective, Bai Yifan immediately cheered up, stepped forward to stroke her head, and said, Ruo has become even more beautiful than before. Mu Ruo, hearing Bai Yifan's praise, smiled with narrowed eyes. Thank you, Brother Yifan. Watching his back as he carefully helped Mushu Ruo walk, Nalan Rao stood behind, her heart filled with questions and unexplainable doubts about Bai Yifan's identity. Carrying a few dragon-tail grasses and venturing into the Jianghu, and behind him, there is an endless treasure trove of spirit medicines. Where exactly did he come from? After finishing the matter, Bai Yifan took the sparkling flower and walked up to Nalan Ru, saying with gratitude, Manager Nalan, consider these dragon-tail grasses as my thank you gift. Besides, I still have something I want to ask of you. Nalan Ru smiled happily and replied, Young master, please speak. Suddenly, Bai Yifan seriously proposed, Bring out all the high-level martial arts techniques from the Myriad Treasure Pavilion. Also, I want to choose a place for secluded cultivation, the sooner the better. Scene changed to the suburban mountain villa, on a high mountain where the air is fresh and cool, suitable for training. On the wooden table, there are full bowls of high-grade beast blood. A familiar hand picked up a bowl of blood and said, Not enough, I must quickly strengthen myself. He thought in his heart, I'm separated by a whole great realm from that Lanqian of the marrow cleansing realm. Each bowl of blood was quickly drunk by Bai Yifan. While drinking, he urged himself to quickly shorten the distance. After drinking a bowl of beast blood, Bai Yifan immediately threw himself into training. With a Liang chop palm strike, each slash of his sword cut the trees into multiple pieces. Even the rocks were split in two. After each training session, he would force himself to drink another bowl of high-grade beast blood to recover. Then he would plunge back into training. Each time he was not satisfied with the move, Bai Yifan would devote his efforts to doing it again, he thought to himself. Not enough. Practicing is still not up to par. He frowned, angrily at himself. This is still not enough. Dr. Kai and Nalan Rao stood outside, watching Bai Yifan training with such high intensity, their faces covered in cold sweat, worriedly saying, I say, Manager, how many sets of martial arts techniques did you give him? Isn't he really okay practicing continuously for several days and nights like that? What's more, I don't know if I'm seeing things, but he's drinking the blood of high-level demon beasts like water? Nalan Ru turned around, helplessly placed her hand on Dr. Kai's shoulder, and sincerely advised, You're scaring yourself into a sweat, Dr. Kai. It's better to know less about things in the Jianghu, she thought to herself. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if he took out anything else. At dawn, the sound of Zhu Shi could be heard, and after the night, the Bao Yu sword technique was followed by the sound of practicing Yin Yu slash. Day after day passed, diligently practicing. His body's strength has now increased a lot. Bai Yifan stood in the middle of the mountains and forests, along with a pile of broken tree trunks scattered under his feet, as if proving his days of hard training. Haha, I finally broke through. Feeling the surging power in his body, he smiled inwardly. Body tempering 4th stage, blood transformation realm, finally broke through. As he was putting on his armor, he suddenly saw Nalan Rao and her subordinates approaching from afar. Young Master Bai, you are really strong. To think you only needed half a month to break through to the late stage of the blood transformation realm. Bai Yifan turned his face coldly and replied, I thank storekeeper Nalan for these days. I'm about to take action. Bai Yifan added coldly, if I don't return by tomorrow morning, I hope you will protect Ruo and Tieshu's group out of the city, completely away from this place. Hearing this, Nalan hurriedly called him back. Young master, wait! Handing him a small box, she said, please keep this, young master. Opening the box, he asked in surprise, what is this? Nalan Rao gently replied, this is a Mad Bull talisman. After use, it can maximize the strength of the martial artist. The other is a protection talisman, used to defend against strong attacks. Their effects can last for half an incense stick and can help young master. After saying that, she asked her subordinates to open the next box. Inside was a treasured sword. Then introduced to him, this is the Sandcutter sword, one of the 10 famous swords of Yan country. It is said that it can protect its owner. I deliberately took it from other branch buildings for young master to use. Receiving the sword, stroking it in his hand, he excitedly said, thank you, storekeeper Nalan, this money I will. Nalan Rao interrupted him, no need. Believing in fate, young Master Bai is willing to risk his life to avenge Mu family village. Nalan Rao admires you very much and is willing to help young master. Before leaving, Nalan Rao and her 2 subordinates clasped their hands in farewell. May young master successfully win and return. Draped in a fiery red battle armor with a treasured sword on his shoulder, Bai Yifan turned around and said, then thank you for this kindness. Yifan will remember it in his heart. The Lin Mansion. With its large grounds and strict guards, Bai Yifan strode forward. It's here! The soldier saw a stranger intruding and shouted, who? This is the important land of the Lin Mansion. No one. Before he could finish, Bai Yifan took advantage of the gap to attack, rushing straight into the crowd, angrily looking at each other and shouting, TCH, this kid! With just a few basic moves, he knocked down each person, majestically walking to the main gate. The crowd fell down screaming miserably. Bai Yifan looked back with a cold face and said in an angry tone, I'm here to take your dog lives. After defeating the guards, he proudly held the sword in his hand and strode in with a face full of hatred. Revenge has begun. Inside the Lin Mansion, Lin Yongkai respectfully said, Father, don't worry. I'll be able to marry Xinye soon. The man said happily. 3 words. Good, good, good. Lin Yongkai smiled slyly. As long as I climb up and become close with the city lord, then the entire Liuyun city will be the world of our Lin family, right? Hearing this, Lin Dafu laughed heartily. Worthy of being my son, Lin Dafu, you are indeed promising. He immediately spoke alertly, looking outside, when he heard a strange noise. What's that sound? A guard who was beaten and covered in injuries rolled inside, along with a loud scream of pain. Lin Dafu and Lin Yongkai were shocked to see this. Lin Yongkai stood up abruptly and shouted loudly, Who is it? Come out here! Dare to cause trouble in my Lin family. Bai Yifan strode inside before their surprise. We meet again, young Master Lin. Lin Yongkai gritted his teeth. Bai Yifan. The painfully crying servant shouted, Master, save me! Seeing this, Lin Yongkai looked up and laughed loudly. Well done, Bai Yifan. This young master was still looking for you, but you actually came to my door yourself. Immediately after, Lin Yongkai jumped up and moved forward. He jumped up and attacked Bai Yifan, scornfully shouting, Today I will capture you and personally hand you over to Xinye to deal with. Take this. Bai Yifan easily blocked Lin Yongkai's attack. Capture me. Just based on you. Bai Yifan forcefully broke his arm. Lin Yongkai screamed in pain from the broken arm. My arm! You dare break my arm! Lin Yongkai, his face contorted in pain and terror, thought. When did he break through to the blood transformation realm late stage? Bai Yifan coldly stated. I dare to break more than just your hand. Bai Yifan swiftly advanced and kicked Lin Yongkai hard in the leg, his voice frigid. I even dare to break your leg. Beating you up is so satisfying. Lin Yongkai, struck, fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Lin Daifu, witnessing the scene, shouted in shock. Kaikar. Lin Yongkai, enduring the pain, turned back and yelled at Lin Daifu, Dad, run! Get the city lord here! Lin Daifu, hearing this, immediately turned and fled. Bai Yifan, seeing this, just snorted coldly and quickly moved towards Lin Daifu. Bai Yifan quickly stepped forward, blocking his escape. Trying to run, Bai Yifan grabbed Lin Daifu's neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground, causing him to panic. His tone was grim. "Isn't it a little too late?" Lin Daifu stuttered in fear. You can't kill us." Bai Yifan, his face cold upon hearing this, sneered. "Why not?" Lin Daifu, choked and red-faced, struggled to explain. "The matter of Mu family village, your two father and son were acting on the orders of the city lord. If you kill us, the city lord will definitely not spare you." Bai Yifan, intrigued, asked. "Oh." Lin Yongkai, oblivious to his impending doom, chimed in. "That's right, Jinshir and I are engaged, so I'm practically half of Lan City Lord's son-in-law. Dare to touch the two of us and see what happens." Before Lin Yongkai could finish speaking, Bai Yifan forcefully snapped Lin Daifu's neck, causing him to cry out in agony before dying. Lin Yongkai, seeing this scene, gaped in horror and shouted, "Dad!" Bai Yifan coldly glanced towards Lin Yongkai, his voice laced with killing intent. "Let's just see." Lin Yongkai trembled in fear, wetting his pants, and stammered, as he looked at Bai Yifan. I didn't expect you to actually dare." Lin Yongkai, terrified and panic-stricken, knelt and kowtowed to Bai Yifan, pleading, "Don't kill me. I'm willing to give you the entire Lin family, all of our assets. Please, don't kill me." Bai Yifan glanced at him and sneered. "The Lin family's assets? That's a joke. How much could your entire Lin family be worth? 10 million gold? Or 50 million? Bai Yifan squatted down and glared at Lin Yongkai. "Out of pity, I'll tell you, since you're about to die, even a random herb I pull out is worth tens of millions, maybe even over 100 million gold. Tell me, do I even need to care about your Lin family?" Lin Yongkai, tears and snot streaming down his face, begged in terror, "I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me, don't kill me." Bai Yifan grabbed Lin Yongkai's head and coldly said, "There's no need to apologize to me. If you truly regret it, then go down there with your father and atone for the dead of Mu family village." Bai Yifan decisively killed Lin Yongkai. Bai Yifan walked forward, humming. Now it's the city lord's mansion. In the main hall of the city lord's mansion, Lan Xian was sitting with his chin propped up on his hand in the main seat of the hall when a soldier rushed in, shouting, "It's bad!" Lan Xian still had his eyes closed, quietly thinking, when that soldier shouted even louder, "City lord, it's bad. The Lin residents just sent word that the Lin family is under attack." Hearing this, he immediately opened his eyes, frowned, and let out a noise of indifference. What exactly happened? The soldier kneeled before Lan Xian and reported. According to what a concubine who escaped said, it's a young man named Bai Yifan seeking revenge. He has already killed quite a few people in the residence. He immediately angrily slammed his hand on the armrest. "Bai Yifan, relay my orders. Immediately seal off all the large and small exits of Liu Yun City. Tell the two generals, Peng Ling and Yu Lei, to bring 300 armored guards to the Lin family with me. You unfilial son." The guards on both sides immediately lined up in 2 neat rows behind the city lord. Shouting loudly, "Yes!" Lan Xian, his face grim, walked forward, thinking, "Damn it, shouldn't this brat already be dead?" Reaching the outside, a horse was already prepared. 1 foot on the stirrup, Lan Xian had already mounted the horse, grabbed the reins, and looked down to speak to the 2 people kneeling below. "Yuan Tao, Xie Bing, you two guard the mansion, protect the young mistress. If there are any movements, immediately report." The horse neighed loudly, and the 2 cupped their fists in front of their chests and bowed their heads. Subordinate Dong Qing receives the order. Lan Gan led the way, with a long line of cavalry and infantry following behind, and 2 neat sedan chairs bringing up the rear. A carriage going in the opposite direction was hard to miss. From inside that carriage, Lan Xing'er lifted a silk curtain and asked General Shi and General Yuan, "What's my dad up to? Why such a huge commotion?" The 2 men quickly turned their heads to look. They dismounted, and one cupped his fists, bowed, and said, "Greetings, young miss. He's probably going to apprehend a major court criminal." She questioned. "Apprehend a criminal? Why aren't you two going?" General Yuan continued to reply. "Lord City Lord told us to stay at the manor just in case." Lan Xing'er lifted the sedan curtain, casually stepped down onto the back of a kneeling maid, and said, "All right, then you two guard outside the courtyard. If anything happens, I'll call for you." The general immediately bowed and replied, "Yes." She entered her own chambers, with 2 maids on either side. The 2 maids opened the door to her room. As soon as Lan Xing'er stepped in, she started grumbling, "Dad is really something. My city lord's manor has 4 generals, each in the blood condensation realm, and Dad himself is in the marrow cleansing realm." She said maliciously, "Who's so blind they dare to attack my city lord's manor? They must have eaten the guts of a bear and gall of a leopard. The red-haired maid bowed, standing before a rack of lavish clothes. Young miss, this servant will help you rest. Which outfit do you like today from these ones? There was a bright red, much more eye-catching outfit, but Lan Xin'er had pushed it aside. Sitting at her vanity, brushing her hair with force, she shot an unhappy glance. Why is this outfit still here? The red-haired maid panicked, quickly explaining. Young Master Lin said this outfit was priceless. Hearing that, she scowled, still brushing her hair. That BTCH Muruo isn't even worthy to lick my shoes. How could her clothes be so good? Only that idiotic Lin Yongkai would see it as a great treasure and secretly give it to me. Throw it out, just looking at it annoys me. The maid obediently bowed her head. Yes, ma'am. Thinking of this, Lan Xin'er grew even more furious. She gritted her teeth, her face twisted into an ugly grimace. Those lowly commoners from Mer village, just thinking about them makes this young miss endlessly furious. And that Bai Yifan who snatched my heavenly ascent token, if I ever see him again, I'll definitely chop off his dog head with my own hands. Suddenly, the two maids behind her both fell straight to the floor, unconscious. Lan Xin'er, surprised, shot up from her chair and asked, Hong'er, Lupong'er, what's wrong with you two? Bai Yifan suddenly appeared behind her, asking ominously, Young Miss Lan, you plan to chop off my head like that, huh? How about? Lan Xin'er jumped, immediately turning and backing away a distance from him, pointing at Bai Yifan's face in terror. You! How are you here? This is the City Lord's manor. You actually dared to trespass into my City Lord's manor. Bai Yifan stepped closer, asking chillingly, So what if it's the City Lord's manor? She trembled all over. You! Don't come any closer! Lan Xin'er clutched her chest and yelled loudly. Guards! Intruder! He stood calmly to the side, arms crossed, the corner of his mouth slightly curved. No need to shout. The 100 guards in your courtyard, and those 2 blood condensation realm generals stationed outside. She panicked, he continued. They've all been wiped out. Outside the City Lord's manor, corpses lay strewn across the ground, leaving behind only desolation, the air thick with an eerie smell of fresh blood. Lan Xin'er couldn't believe it, thinking in terror. Bai Yifan alone killed 2 blood condensation realm generals, and in an instant at that, I didn't even hear a sound. He remained silent, not wanting to say more to her. He reached back and rested his hand on the hilt of the sword behind him. Lan Xin'er, do you know why I'm here? I remember I warned you once, don't provoke me. Bai Yifan held his sword to her throat. Killing the entire Mu family village was your and Lin Yongkai's plan, right? Lin Yongkai is dead now, and it's your turn. Lan Xin'er stiffened, her eyes fixed on the blade. She trembled as she knelt on the ground, stammering, Don't. Lan Xin'er raised her head, trying to resist. She put on a pitiful expression. Bai Yifan, please spare me. I'm only 18. I don't want to die yet. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want. With a sharp gaze and an extremely cold expression, he said, Ruo was only 13, and those children you burned to death in Mu family village, some of them hadn't even learned to walk yet. What sin did they commit? Lan Xin'er sobbed uncontrollably, screaming, Bai Yifan, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I can. Suddenly she thought of something. That's right, I'm still a virgin. She put on a lewd expression, stuck out her tongue, blushed, and pulled at her clothes. Won't you regret killing me? At that moment, a whoosh brushed past. Lan Xin'er immediately collapsed to the ground, quickly covering her face and shrieking in terror. Bai Yifan's expression was icy as he looked down at her. A vicious woman like you, even if you stripped naked, I'd still be disgusted. Immediately after, he sheathed his sword and said, But heaven has its virtues. I can give you a chance to live. You said Ruo wasn't worthy to lick your shoes, didn't you? Immediately after, before her astonished eyes, he placed one foot on the table. Bai Yifan looked down at her, a mocking smile on his face. Then lick my shoes clean right now. Lan Xin'er gnashed her teeth in anger at this, but he glared down at her fiercely. What's wrong? Didn't you just say you'd do anything? She turned her face away, feigning pitifulness, and hesitated. Then, grinding her teeth, Lan Xin'er said, Fine, I'll lick. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do whatever you want. Immediately, Lan Xin'er brushed her hair aside and bent down to lick the tip of Bai Yifan's shoe. Seeing this, he felt no pity, only mockery. Miss Lan, you sure are trying hard for your life. She could only lower her head and lick his shoe, seething with anger. Damn it, just you wait. Once I hold out until my dad gets back, he'll tear you into a million pieces. You won't even get a peaceful death. Soon after half an incense stick's worth of time, Lan Xin'er wiped her mouth and looked up. Okay, all licked clean. By this point, his shoe was shining. Hearing this, his face darkened with coldness, his words piercing her heart. Since it's licked clean, time to hit the road. She panicked, unable to say anything, her eyes wide. A flash of light suddenly streaked past. The flash passed through the door and shot towards Lan Xingye. Tears streamed down her face, and before she could make a sound, she fell. Meanwhile, outside the Lin Manor, the streets were teeming with soldiers. The city lord who was leading the way suddenly flinched, sensing something. Those behind him, seeing him stop, asked, "Lord City Lord, what's wrong?" His face darkened, and he said coldly, "Nothing, just a bit uneasy." Just then, a soldier ran up and knelt down to report. "It's bad, Lord City Lord," he continued. This subordinate was ordered to scout ahead, and upon entering Lin City, found it filled with corpses. Lin Dafu and Lin Yongkai are nowhere to be found. The city lord was instantly stunned. What? Immediately he yanked his horse around. "It's bad. A tiger leaving the mountain scheme. Return to the manor at once." The entire troop of horses surged forward, the city lord raging as he rode. "That little beast from the Bai family. If he dares lay a finger on Xingye, this city lord will exterminate his entire clan." Those behind him were confused. "City lord, what exactly happened?" Seeing his figure disappearing into the distance, they quickly followed. "Everyone, quickly regroup and return to the manor." The entire troop of soldiers immediately responded yes, and together they surged forward. After riding for a while, he stopped his horse. The city lord looked up at the city wall, where a scene he would never forget appeared. His daughter and others were hung on the city wall. He cried out in anguish, "Xingye!" Just then, Bai Yifan's figure appeared. He leaned against the city gate and said, "You finally arrived." He was furious, grinding out each word of his name, Bai Yifan. The city lord activated his spiritual power, causing the earth and stone to crumble and shatter. He struck out with a palm towards him. "The attack a sure kill. I swear I will kill you." Bai Yifan smiled, then slowly drew his sword. Who kills who isn't certain yet. Immediately, he activated his sword dance, and a series of blue arrows shot out. The old city lord quickly dodged the sword energy. Could it be the raging rain sword technique? Right after he landed on the ground, his face turned to Lin Yongkai with surprise. Torrential rain sword style. The legendary top-tier royal sword art? Even it would take me at least a year to get the hang of it, this kid just disappeared for over 2 months, and he's already mastered it from a basic level to freaking perfection. Bai Yifan then raised his sword, sneering, "Old man, you actually have a decent eye." The old dude immediately started emitting his blood kwai, saying, "No wonder you were able to kill so many experts from my city lord manor." But he clenched his fist, activating his blood qui, and growled, "A mere blood-tempering realm ant dares to fight a marrow-cleansing realm cultivator. You're courting death." But Lin Yongkai's face remained calm, looking at him dismissively, and directly said, "Torrential rain sword style, second form." Then, hundreds of thousands of green spirit stones appeared above the old man's head, like a hailstorm ready to rain down. The old man's jaw dropped in horror. What the hell? Immediately after, those spirit stones rushed towards him relentlessly, forcing him to block the attacks with both hands. Then a spirit stone suddenly pierced towards him, right before his eyes. The city lord had to grit his teeth in anger. Damn it! He instantly activated his skill, Thundercloud Barrier. Lin Yongkai's eyebrows furrowed. This is... Immediately after, that purple light gradually emitted lightning, and then he shouted, "Break for me!" From his hand, purple lightning bolts continuously shot out in all directions. He laughed loudly. "Ha ha!" Seeing this, Bai Yifan was annoyed. A magical artifact. The city lord continued, "You little beast actually forced me to use a magical artifact. You're worth something today." From his hand, purple energy gradually accumulated. Then the energy ball directly shot towards Bai Yifan. The old man angrily shouted, "Go die!" But Lin Yongkai had quickly activated the floating willow steps. His feet were so fast that he dodged out of the way. As soon as Lin Yongkai jumped away, the place he stood was blown to pieces by the energy. But the city lord didn't give him time to rest. He rushed forward, holding the magical artifact. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing this, Lin Yongkai couldn't help but panic. "Crap, can't dodge it." Immediately after, a storm appeared. Lightning struck straight down on the ground. The city lord laughed madly. "You little beast? Wanna run? Keep running." But as the smoke gradually dissipated, Bai Yifan still stood firm, surrounded by golden energy. The old man was stunned. What's going on? He's not even scratched." Lin Yongkai smiled, then looked down at him and said, "City Lord Lan, your lightning power sucks." A golden circle appeared around him, like a defense layer. That guy was immediately stunned. The lightning bolts were absorbed by him. Bai Yifan then took out a talisman and said, "This is a protective talisman that shopkeeper Nalan gave me. It's actually quite useful. Let's try the remaining one." Immediately after, he shouted, "Demonic Ox Talisman." Energy began to accumulate around him. Seeing this, the old man's face immediately turned pale. "A talisman? You actually have a talisman?" Lin Yunkai immediately activated the torrential rainsword style and rushed forward with his sword, third form. A vortex rolled out. This was Sword Tempest. The old man quickly activated the lightning in his hand, raised it and shouted, "You little brat! I'll fight you to the death!" Thunderous army. Immediately after, the two energies, one lightning, one water, collided with each other. At this time, the water column and the lightning bolts continuously merged, fighting fiercely. The old man then slammed down on the ground, shouting, "Eh!" And then the lightning bolts continued to rise. Bai Yifan coughed up a mouthful of blood, clicked his tongue, and frowned. Seeing this, the old guy laughed. "Ha ha! Even if you use a charm to strengthen your body, you're still too green to beat me with brute force." Lin Yunkai's face was ice cold as he chuckled and said, "Oh, who said I wanted to kill you with brute force?" Hearing this, the old guy gritted his teeth, panicking. "This is bad. Do you have some secret weapon or something?" Immediately afterward, Lin Yunkai used an unbelievable speed and dashed forward. It wasn't even considered a secret weapon. The old guy panicked because he couldn't even see Lin Yunkai's moves. Instant transmission, yo! A drop of water appeared in front of the old guy. The city lord was immediately stunned and terrified. "This is," Lin Yunkai coldly stated, "Storm Rain Swordplay, ultimate killing move." Instantly, that drop of water shot straight into the old guy. It pierced through him before he could even speak or defend himself. And then, Lin Yunkai activated the water droplet sword, and energy just kept exploding from inside the old guy, ravaging him. The old guy screamed miserably at this point. Immediately afterward, the city lord collapsed on the ground. "Ah, how could I lose to you?" "No way!" Lin Yunkai stared at him and picked up the sword. "From the moment you committed injustice, you should have understood that this day would come." Lin Yunkai glared coldly. "It's over." Immediately, Lin Yunkai's sword directly stabbed into the old guy. The city lord cried out once and then went silent. After a moment, Lin Yunkai pulled out the sword, and a drop of red blood still clinging to the blade dripped down. The city lord was a goner, lying slumped on the ground. Lin Yunkai picked up something from the old guy's hand. A purple ring. "So this is the magic artifact, huh? This is the Cloud Lightning Ring." Lin Yunkai hadn't expected such powerful lightning energy to be contained in such a small ring. Bai Yifan smiled and put the ring in his coat. "Now it's mine." Just then, a rumbling sound echoed as a troop of horses arrived. The group of people who came was none other than the city lord's subordinates. They hastily pulled on the reins to stop the horses. Two of them panicked. "City lord, and the young miss, our people have all been killed." At this moment, Bai Yifan shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Surrender and you won't be killed." Lin Yunkai glared at them coldly, like a devil from hell. "But defy me, and you'll be slaughtered without mercy." The two subordinates were terrified, their faces turning pale. "What about this?" Over here, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion was still bustling with people. Nalan Ru paced back and forth in the room, worried. "It's been too long, right?" The doctor was calmly sitting on the chair. She rubbed her chin, thinking, "I wonder how young Master Bai Yifan is doing." Just then, someone rushed in, shouting, "Shopkeeper!" Something big happened. She was startled. And Nalan Ru said seriously, "What is it?" He continued, "Our people are reporting that Lin Daifu and Lin Yunkai of the Lin family are both dead. The city lord and Lan Xinsher and all 4 generals have been wiped out too. The entire city lord's mansion was engulfed in a huge fire overnight." Hearing this, Nalan Ru finally breathed a sigh of relief and slumped down. "Heaven bless him. He did it. I didn't expect him to actually do it." The doctor quickly helped her up, saying, "Be careful, miss," the doctor said seriously. The 4 great generals were all half-blood realm experts. The 4 of them working together could take on a mid-stage marrow-cleansing expert. But young Master Bai only broke through to the inner strength realm 2 months ago. He looked up at the night sky through the window and murmured to himself, "The sky of Willow Cloud City. I'm afraid it's about to change." Finally, the next morning arrived, with shouts constantly ringing out, "Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Everyone move aside!" They huddled together, wondering, what's going on? A group of people gathered around the notice board. Bai Yifan, the Yan Kingdom's newest wanted criminal. Whoever gets his head will be rewarded with 100 taels of gold, and whoever provides information will get 50 taels. I don't think this guy looks like he'd do anything bad. Why is there a bounty on him? They were confused. Just then, his wanted poster was suddenly torn off the board. Lin Yunkai looked at the paper and couldn't help but click his tongue. Putting a bounty on me is one thing, but why draw me so ugly? He tossed the paper away and said, "Oh well, forget it." Bai Yifan turned to leave. "I should probably find a new playground." As he left, the ugly wanted poster was left behind in the dark. At the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, the lights were still flickering in the rooms. Nalan Rao stood by the window looking at her reflection, feeling a bit down. I wonder how young Master Bai is doing. What are his plans after today? Suddenly, something white shot in through the window. Nalan Rao startled and turned to look. It was a letter attached to a small wooden box. She quickly grabbed the letter, hesitating. This is... Nalan Rao opened the letter and read. The letter was from Bai Yifan. I have to leave Willow Cloud City immediately. Thank you for your care during this time. In the box is a gift for you and the people of Musha Family Village. It should ensure you have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of your lives. If we are destined, we will meet again. Goodbye, sender, Bai Yifan. Right after that, Nalan Rao opened the wooden box. Inside were hundreds of rare and precious treasures, emitting a dazzling light. Her eyes widened in shock. I've never even seen these treasures before. Nalan Rao looked out the window and smiled sadly. Young Master Bai, may we meet again someday. At this time, Bai Yifan had already mounted his horse and rode out of the city. Time gradually passed, and half a month later, at the border between the Yan and Wei kingdoms, in Taoyuan Prefecture, many people were coming and going, some carrying goods, others trading busily. Bai Yifan was also there, looking around and checking things out. Over there, a man said, Hey, have you guys heard? Recently, the Five Elements Holy Land, one of the 10 great holy lands, is preparing to publicly recruit disciples. The man continued. It's said that even the lowest level cultivation technique of the Holy Land, once it's spread in the mortal world, will become a supreme divine skill that everyone fights for. The other person laughed and said, If you can become a disciple of the Holy Land, that would be a huge stroke of luck. The other man smirked and teased. Disciple. How unambitious. If you could become an elder of the Holy Land, even kings, nobles, or the emperor himself wouldn't dare to look you in the eye. Over here, Bai Yifan listened to them chatting as he walked. The Five Elements Holy Land is in Wei Kingdom, way too far from our Yan Kingdom. Even if you rode 14 generations of horses to death, you might not get there if you don't go to Yun Prefecture. The man quickly urged. Then let's go quickly, or there won't be any spots left. Bai Yifan couldn't help but pondered for a while. At this moment, airships were constantly appearing in the sky above Yun Prefecture. Here, Yunju is the most important transportation hub of the ancient continent, and its speed is extremely fast, which can pass through the heavenly ditch and go straight to its destination. A crowd of people lined up to board the Yunjiao, shouting noisily, Don't push, let me go first. Bai Yifan quickly went up and said, Manager, 1 ticket to the Five Elements Holy Land. The smarmy manager raised 5 fingers at him. Yunju can only go to 5 Elements City of Wei Kingdom, 500 spirit stones a ticket. He stroked his mustache and said, Where'd this country bumpkin come from? Doesn't even know where Yunju goes. Also, staying overnight on our Yunju is expensive. Even the worst room costs 3,000 gold a night. If you can't pay, you can only sleep on the bare floor, with no defensive formations, exposed to the sun and rain. Immediately, Bai Yifan generously pulled out a pile of huge gold bars. Give me the most expensive one. The sight of the glittering gold made the manager's eyes almost pop out of his head. He quickly handed him a token and said, Yes, I'll immediately prepare the best, top-notch heavenly #1 room on the Yunzu for you. The people behind him stared at him in shock, and the manager cursed himself inwardly, Damn it, I'm an idiot. Which God has descended to experience the hardships of the mortal world. Just then, a group of people arrived. A man and a woman linked arms and said, Wait, manager, I'll double the price for that heavenly #1 room. The two of them were Wang Teng, the son of Kang Prince, and Wang Meng, the spirit Yang princess next to him. Bai Yifan frowned unhappily and asked, What do you mean? Wang Teng said, It's nothing. Anything this prince sets his eyes on is mine. This young master is taking the heavenly #1 room. Seeing their arrogance, he scoffed and said unhappily, Hey, look closely. I reserved this room first. The manager dude also hurried to fawn over, saying, Esteemed guests, this #1 heaven room was indeed reserved by this young master here. Just then, Princess Wang Meng sauntered over, flipping her hair and sneering. Some clueless idiot who doesn't know where he came from actually dares to go against our Kang Prince manor. She looked down at him with utter contempt. You moron! Listen up, I, Wang Meng, am Princess Ling Yang, personally bestowed this title by His Majesty Yan. My big bro Wang Teng is the heir to the Kang Prince manor. She smiled at him, saying, Talking to you is already giving you face, yet you dare covet something from my prince manor. Looking for death. Seeing this scene, Lin Yongkai was speechless. This kind of situation is so familiar. Lin Yongkai sighed inwardly. Why is it that I always run into these entitled jerks everywhere I go? The surrounding people started whispering, Kung Prince, isn't that His Majesty's younger brother? Turns out they're his kids. Kid, just give them the room, don't mess with them. Being related to the imperial family is no joke. Hearing this, he lowered his head and didn't answer. Unexpectedly, Bai Yifan spoke up. So what if you're the prince heir? Princes and ministers are just titles. He continued clearly. If I've already booked this room, then it's mine. No amount of money will make me give it up. Seeing this, the two were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Suddenly, Bai Yifan raised his thumb and pointed behind him, then retorted uncomfortably. Just obediently get to the back of the line, you two dumb dogs. In a tense atmosphere, Bai Yifan and Wang Tang stared at each other intently, while the manager stood beside them, scared, trying to mediate. Kang Prince manner, Wang Tang gritted his teeth in anger, only uttering one word. You, Bai Yifan, looked at him challengingly. What? The manager chuckled nervously and approached the two, probing. Young Master Wang, how about you go to the back of the line first, and I'll reserve the number 2 room next to it for you, okay? As he spoke, he thought to himself. Be good. One has power, one has money. I can't afford to offend either of them. Wang Tang ignored the manager, looked at Lin Yongkai angrily, and asked, I'm asking you one last time, do you know what the consequences are of going against me, Wang Tang? Bai Yifan looked at him seriously and replied. Then do you know what the consequences are of going against me? Hearing this, he angrily threatened. All right, you're good. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Making enemies outside is extremely dangerous. Don't end up dying without knowing how. After hearing this, Bai Yifan rubbed his chin and smiled thoughtfully. I agree with your point. But Bai Yifan became more and more fired up as he spoke, and challenged with a sly smile. Who's more dangerous in the end is still hard to say. Wang Tang gritted his teeth angrily and thought to himself, damn it. Where did this commoner come from who dares not give me a way out? Suddenly, the manager spoke up tactfully, causing the two to turn to look at him. Esteemed guests, the cloud ship is about to depart if you delay any longer then. Hearing this, Wang Tang said to him, forget it, this young master will temporarily not bother with your stupidity. The manager immediately said, give me the number 2 heaven room. Hearing her brother say this, Ling Yang Wang Meng unwillingly called out, brother. Wang Tang comforted his sister, Menger, be good, listen to big bro. Bear with it for one night. When we get to 5 Elements City, I'll buy you the most expensive clothes to make up for it. She immediately ran over to complain. You said that. You can't take back your words when the time comes, he answered perfunctorily. I said it. The manager heard Wang Tang say that, bowed and replied, yes, this humble one will immediately arrange the number 2 heaven room for young Master Wang. He was overjoyed in his heart. Thank heavens, it's finally resolved. Suddenly Bai Yifan said, hold on. Did I agree to this? Wang Tang turned back in confusion, only uttering one word. Bai Yifan put his pinky finger up to his ear with a challenging tone. I've never liked having noisy people around when I sleep. He took out a bag full of gold and handed it to the manager, saying, Manager, I'll buy all the heaven rooms. The manager was startled and his eyes widened when he saw the pile of gold, stammering, This. And Wang Tang, standing beside him, exclaimed in confusion, Suddenly, Wang Tang angrily pointed at Bai Yifan and shouted loudly, You, what exactly do you want to do? Bai Yifan replied with a satisfied smile, First come, first served. I haven't finished speaking yet. Is there a problem? The manager happily took out a string of room cards and handed them to Yifan, saying, Young master, take them. These are all the room cards for the heaven rooms. After speaking, he turned to the 2 Wang brothers and said, And young Master Wang, please go to the back of the line, causing him to frown angrily. He was overjoyed in his heart. Great, once this deal is done, I'm running. I've made a huge profit this time. I won't be able to spend it all in my lifetime. After taking the room cards, he turned away and said with a smug smile, That's more like it, causing the 2 Wang brothers to glare at him angrily as he left. Kid, you wait. Yifan deliberately provoked Wang Tang, looked at a passerby and casually said to him, Hey, I think you're pretty quiet. Unlike someone very annoying to look at, I'll give you this room. The person unexpectedly laughed loudly and replied, Really? Causing the surrounding people to be confused? Is he giving it away for free? Sitting witnessing this scene, Ling Yang Wang Meng complained angrily to her brother. Brother, this guy is clearly trying to make things difficult for us, Wang Tang replied. You don't need to tell me, I know. Scene change. On the cloud ship, it was a ship floating in the air, passing through the clouds. Bai Yifan was walking down the hallway towards the room ahead. Suddenly, a voice called out, Stop right there. He stopped, looking back in confusion. HMPH, a big guy, is standing right behind him, looking dangerous. He says, Little brat, I have something to discuss with you. He looks at him, puzzled. You are? A few minutes later, the two are sitting at a table on the boat. Suddenly, the two raise their glasses and cheer together. Roar Liu Wei, with meat in one hand and a wineglass in the other, eats and says, King or Prime Minister is just a title. Well said, well said. You spoke my mind. Bai Yifan holds up his glass, still confused, and asks him, who exactly are you? Liu Wei smiles and replies, I am Liu Wei, from a merchant family in the Wu Kingdom. And you, what is your name? Bai Yifan looks at Liu Wei and introduces himself briefly. Bai Yifan from the Yan Kingdom. He thinks to himself, the Wu Kingdom is a neighbor of the Yan Kingdom, known for its martial spirit. Generally, its strength is not much weaker than the Yan Kingdom. Hearing him say that, Liu Wei laughs loudly, saying, meeting each other is fate. Your actions are not called bullying. Liu Wei saw everything. I really admire your character, so I came here to befriend you. Suddenly, Liu Wei turns serious, puts his hand on his chest, and says, I'm not afraid to tell you, my trip this time is to participate in the entry assessment of the 5 Elements Holy Land. If those two, Wang Teng and Wang Meng, want to avenge you, then come find me. I will be the first to not forgive them. Liu Wei tells him, tonight, with this brother protecting you, you can sleep peacefully. He looks at Liu Wei, thinking, did I say I was worried about this? Liu Wei raises his glass and says, come on, let's raise our glasses again. Today, I'm treating Brother Yifan to wine. We won't go home until we're drunk. An incense stick later, the image of Yifan covering his ears, looking at Liu Wei, slumped on the table in disgust, thinking, I think you're the one who came knocking to make trouble for me. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt strikes the boat, causing the surrounding objects to fall, and even Liu Wei falls over, but Yifan is still sitting firmly. Confused, he thinks, Liu Wei is so drunk that he falls over, not even noticing when a bowl hits his head. The wind blows strongly. Bai Yifan gets up and goes to the balcony, thinking, what happened? The boat was struck by lightning, causing everyone on the boat to fall. Oh no, it's thunder and lightning, a downpour. A thunder and lightning downpour is coming. Another lightning bolt strikes the ship, causing it to lose its direction. The people who fell are screaming for help in fear. Help! Save me! I don't want to die yet. Run! Suddenly, a lightning bolt strikes down from above. Seeing this, he smiles triumphantly. This thunder and lightning came at just the right time. He holds the lightning-free ring in his hand, pondering. Lightning-free ring, it's time for you to show your face. Holding the ring in his hand, he thinks back to the time before. On the way, I studied this lightning-free ring worn on Lan Xingyer's thumb. This offensive magic item can store lightning on rainy and stormy days, and then release it when needed to kill enemies. He gets on his horse and runs forward quickly, thinking, it's just a pity there hasn't been a single rainy day in the past 7 days. He starts using the cloud lightning ring, with an excited smile on his face. Now that there's a big thunderstorm, it's exactly what I wanted. Then suddenly, powerful lightning is sucked into the ring. All the lightning concentrates in one place in the sky. The people below see this and are shocked. What's going on? On the boat, many lightning bolts are gathering in one place, causing them to be stunned. Quick, look there! All the lightning is gathering in one place. The lightning bolts rush into the room with great force, scaring everyone. Lightning strikes the room, and everything it passes through is shattered, including the door frame. The man hugs a pillar in fear, looking at the scene in front of him. What's going on? Doesn't our heaven-made chamber have a protective formation? Bai Yifan, on this side, is enjoying the fact that more and more lightning is being absorbed into the ring. He smiles triumphantly. HMPH, absorb more. After the earthquake passes, all the lightning has been absorbed into the ring. He holds the ring tightly in his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Like this, I have another defensive trump card. Everyone on the boat that was shattered by lightning burst into cheers, shouting excitedly, look! Below is a luxurious and bustling city. We've arrived at 5 Elements City. A little time passed, and he and everyone else stood on the crowded main street, sighing. Yawns. Finally off the boat. This is 5 Elements City, where the Holy Land's entrance exam is held. Liu Wei, next to him, clutching his forehead where a huge bump had formed, exclaimed, I heard that the Wei King, to curry favor with the 5 Elements Holy Land, spent a fortune building this city. It's even more extravagant than the Wei Kingdom's capital. He looked around at the scenery, the passing crowds and the towering buildings, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Seeing is believing. A huge crowd gathered in one place, surprising him. So many people, it's really an exaggeration, Liu Wei chuckled beside him, explaining, this is the Holy Land's exam. Thousands upon thousands of martial artists from all over Nan province have gathered here. Of course there are a lot of people. Liu Wei smirked, gesturing for him to look. Look up at the sky. He looked up and was astonished to see many people flying over. Huh? Those people? Liu Wei laughed, explaining, see, that's the divine power realm. This is the first time I've seen a divine power realm cultivator with my own eyes. He looked up, his face blank, pondering. Divine power realm, unlike releasing qi and blood to the outside, they have spiritual power within their bodies, can fly in the sky, burrow into the earth, ride swords, nothing is impossible. Thinking that, he grinned excitedly. This holy land, I've come to the right place. Suddenly, a powerful, resonant voice boomed. Silence. He looked quite surprised. This pressure. Everyone felt uncomfortable under the oppressive pressure. Liu Wei clutched his chest in pain, confused. What's going on? Suddenly, a dignified man appeared above. Surprising everyone, he announced calmly, I am Yan Yunsong, an inner sect elder of the Five Elements Holy Land, in charge of this entrance exam. If you want to cultivate in my holy land, register successfully at the arena at noon to take the disciple exam. He continued to announce, if you pass the exam, you can come to the Five Elements Holy Land to cultivate. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone erupted into chaos. It's actually an inner sect elder of the Five Elements Holy Land. Hurry and sign up and get started. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Bai Yifan and Liu Wei also began to separate and go to register for the exam. The Five Elements Holy Land's exam registration is about to begin. Brother Bai, we'll say goodbye here. Do your best. I'll be waiting for you. Liu Wei grinned upon hearing that. Waiting for what? He turned to speak, then turned and ran forward, not forgetting to turn his head back and instruct, if you're scared, find a place and hide. Don't let those two brothers find you. We can only say goodbye here. Take care. He was confused. Huh? He thought, holding the token in his hand, and laughed mockingly. You said you'd wait for me. What take care? Maybe we'll meet again very soon. At the East City Arena, everyone gathered. Loud announcements echoed from below the stage. Registration is here. Line up properly. Two people walked out of the registration area dejectedly. Ah, lost, Brother Lai. Don't worry. You see, I don't even have the qualifications to enter the competition. At the registration desk below, a series of people stepped forward, and the person at the counter announced, first stage of marrow cleansing. Next. Further back in the line, Wang Tang and his sister saw him up ahead and scowled. Brother, it's that little brat. He was so angry and resentful that he gnashed his teeth. What a small world. I didn't expect this little brat to want to participate in the Five Elements Holy Land's disciple exam too. Lan Xingir next to him also complained. Brother, when are you finally going to kill that little brat to vent my anger? He sneered, his face twisted. A minor impatience spoils great matters. We have more important things to do. Once we officially become disciples of the Five Elements Holy Land, the humiliation we suffered in Yun Province will definitely be repaid by that little brat with his life. Bai Yifan approached the registration desk, raised his token and said, Bai Yifan, Blood Manifestation Realm. The registrar seemed unclear, and asked again, Blood Manifestation Realm? Wang Tang behind him, hearing this, had a wicked look on his face, and thought, only Blood Manifestation Realm? That's hilarious. I'm afraid he won't even be able to enter the preliminary competition, and even if he's lucky enough to get in, he won't gain anything from fighting to the death with others. He held the token in front of the person at the registration desk. Take a look at this. The registrar looked up, startled. This is... Then he quickly smiled and said, You're exempt from the test. Please come in and wait a moment, Bai Yifan said upon hearing this. Many thanks. The two Wang Tangs were so shocked their jaws dropped. What? Exempt? Am I hearing things? He gritted his teeth, utterly furious. Just what kind of background does this kid have? Up in the high tower, Yan Yunsong spoke. Father, ask who this ascending heaven token belongs to. The person at the registration desk respectfully bowed and replied, Reporting, Elder, it belongs to someone named Bai Yifan. He recounted Bai Yifan's examination process. This disciple used the spiritual assessment stele to check his aptitude, but it was merely the lowest grade. Yellow. This disciple suspects he's mostly just a rich young master who accidentally obtained this ascending heaven token. Then he asked Yan Yunsong, Elder Yan, how should this person be handled? The elder frowned, looking down with disdain. Even the lowest threshold for an outer sect disciple of our Five Elements Holy Land is a body-tempering realm level 5. He's just a blood-forging realm with a yellow-grade aptitude. In our Holy Land, he's only fit to be a chore boy. But then he immediately corrected himself. But since he has an ascending heaven token in hand, make an exception and give him an outer sect disciple quota. The guy immediately agreed, yes. Up on the back of the large bird, carrying the disciples forward. Bai Yifan was among those aboard, leisurely sighing in his heart. A blood-forging realm cultivator can be a commander or general in the mortal world, yet I didn't expect that in the Five Elements Holy Land, I almost wouldn't even qualify as an outer sect disciple. He narrowed his eyes, raising a hand to block the sunlight shining on his face. I came from Earth, and only have yellow-grade aptitude. Clearly, my body's strength has already surpassed several major realms. Oh well, aptitude assessments here are truly baffling. He leisurely closed his eyes to rest, internally evaluating. So what if my aptitude is poor? I have the Earth's infinite source of resources behind me, and I can simplify cultivation techniques. As long as I cultivate diligently in the future, who knows, I might just shine. The bird continued to fly quickly forward, when suddenly a voice rang out. We've arrived at the Five Elements Holy Land. Along with that came the magnificent and resplendent appearance of the buildings. He sat up straight, shielding his eyes to look afar, and exclaimed, I didn't expect the Five Elements Holy Land to be built within the clouds. Yan Yunsong, at the head of the group, explained the approaching city. This is the Five Elements Celestial Palace, the center of the Holy Land. Those who aren't inner sect elders or core disciples are forbidden from entering. Then he continued. Your future cultivation place, appearing before your eyes, is that magnificent palace suspended amidst the clouds. After entering the ranks and standing before the palace, Yan Yunsong reminded everyone of the rules. From now on, you are outer sect disciples of our Five Elements Holy Land. Henceforth, every gesture and action must conform to sect rules. You must always prioritize the interests of the Holy Land. He introduced and guided everyone to receive their jade tokens. This is your identity jade token. And a map of everyone's residence. You can naturally find your way there. There will be a sect handbook in your room, so please read it carefully. Everyone excitedly answered in unison. Yes, Elder. After some time passed, in the outer sect disciples' resting place, he sat in front of the table, sorting through his belongings. Purifying talismans, swift movement talismans, fire-starting talismans, water-fetching talismans, as well as spirit stones and high-grade healing pills. He chuckled softly, marveling. The Holy Land is really generous. Items worth several tens of millions are given away as gifts to outer sect disciples. He placed his hand on a thick book, the vast ancient compendium. He opened the book page by page and began to study. The vast ancient continent is divided into 5 regions: Eastern Stream, Southern Wilderness, Western Sea, Northern Plains, Central Continent, the 3 races of humans, demons, and devils, standing at the top. This was already known. He continued to read. The 10 major holy lands of the human race are the Carefree Holy Land, the Supreme Polarity Holy Land, the Five Elements Holy Land, the Broad Cold Holy Land, the True Martial Holy Land, the Heaven-Severing Holy Land, the Heavenly Tome Holy Land, the Multitude of Treasures Holy Land, the Purple Sovereign Holy Land, the Drifting Holy Land. Among them, the Wu-Wu Holy Land is the most mysterious. The disciples in the sect have never exceeded 5 people, and each one is an amazingly unparalleled genius. The Huangji Holy Land monopolizes the Zhongju mainland and has the strongest strength. The sect's actions are also the most arrogant. The Zhenwu Holy Land and the Zihan Tian Holy Land are respectively known as the masters of body refining and swordsmanship. The Guanghan Holy Land has only ever accepted female disciples. The Wuxing Holy Land is divided into 5 institutes: gold, wood, water, earth, and fire. It is a newly promoted Holy Land with the youngest qualifications among the 10 Holy Lands. He closed the book and sighed. Among the 10 Holy Lands, the Huangji Holy Land is the strongest. If I had known, I would have thought of a way to run there. Although I have a lot of money to spend now, and I can take shortcuts to buy bodyguards, if I am a good-for-nothing, I will inevitably be targeted. Only by becoming stronger can I survive. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. I remember. The 3 realms of bone refinement, inner strengthening, and blood tempering are all about research on cultivation. The marrow cleansing realm is about eliminating impurities in the body and improving the purity of QI and blood. He put his hand on his chin, looking thoughtful. If I want to improve my strength, it seems that I have to find a way to cleanse my marrow, detoxify, and change my tendons and bones. Is there anything on earth that can make me cleanse my marrow? 1 month later, scene changed to another world. Bai Yifan was sitting and practicing martial arts, he thought to himself. This month I have been going back and forth between Earth and another world. After that, Yifan soaked in the bathtub with herbal medicine, and he pondered. Because I found that using medicinal water and spiritual medicine can change the physique. Through reading materials, it is more stable to swallow it. He immediately thought of those precious materials. Angelica, lotus seeds, asparagus, koik seed, all of which are detoxification and purification prescriptions that the traditional Chinese medicine store prescribes. The heat of the water also gradually evaporated Yifan's body. He muttered to himself, "I feel my body becoming lighter and lighter than before. My strength has doubled, and even my mind is clearer." Bai Yifan continued to sit and practice, and he exclaimed, "Ya!" The flames were all around him, blazing and evaporating. He thought confidently, "This time I will definitely break through the blood-tempering realm." Yifan's strength seemed to have been tempered to the peak. A red circle surrounded him. Yifan shouted, "Break for me!" He stomped on the ground, causing the red spiritual power to gradually dissipate. Although the spiritual power had gradually faded away, there were still traces of red spiritual power surrounding Yifan's body, which was qi and blood. "Yes," Yifan raised his hand confidently. "Marrow-cleansing realm has succeeded." Looking at the red spiritual power emanating from his hand, Yifan conveniently assessed it. This qi and blood is very thick, and it is several times stronger than Lan Qian's, and it can be compared with the qi and blood armor of the qi opening realm. Bai Yifan raised a fist with great force towards the outside of the window, and he said softly, "Let's test the effect." Immediately, his fist was so strong that it emitted a golden aura through the trees in the forest, causing the ancient trees to break down one after another. Bai Yifan retracted his strength and said proudly, "Not only qi and blood, but my fist can now unleash the force of 1,000 or 2,000 caddies, which is more than just once stronger than the average marrow-cleansing realm." Yifan clenched his fist and smiled wickedly. The path of cultivation of the Wuxing Holy Land has only just begun. Outside the sect affairs hall, a series of men were neatly lined up to enter. The sect affairs hall is the place where all matters, big and small, of the Wuxing Holy Land are managed. At the same time, it is also the place where disciples receive stipends and execute tasks. A middle-aged man appeared. He handed a small bag to the young man in front of him and said calmly, "This is your monthly stipend, take it." The young man also politely raised his hands to receive the reward bag and replied, "Thank you, elder." During the disciples' cultivation, the Holy Land of Five Elements can take the initiative to accept large and small tasks in exchange for resources, rewards, and sect contribution points. For the disciples, the elder, while handing out the jade token, said proudly, "Mission complete. 100 contribution points." You can check your contribution points on the jade token. Every new disciple gets 50 points as a welcome gift. Right now Yifan is staring intently at the inscription on his token. Bai Yifan, 50. The biggest use for contribution points is to exchange them for martial arts skills at the Martial Arts Pavilion within the Five Elements Holy Land. Rumor has it that the Martial Arts Pavilion has tens of thousands of martial arts manuals, and even just one set is enough to make a martial artist's strength skyrocket. The ancient records mention 3 ways to get contribution points. Low-level missions for Qi. Refining disciples, reward 100 to 300 contribution points. Mid-level missions for foundation establishment disciples, reward 300 to 1,000 contribution points. High-level missions for nascent soul disciples, reward 1,000 to 5,000 contribution points. The second way is to directly submit natural treasures. The third way is to capture and kill criminals on the Holy Land's wanted list. This third way gets you the most contribution points, and the fastest. But the people on that list are all bloodthirsty, super evil criminals of the Holy Land. Every year, some Holy Land disciples get a little too cocky and go to challenge them, and they never come back. Bai Yifan stroked his chin thoughtfully, muttering, "Sect mission contribution points are too little, and hunting criminals is too dangerous. Submitting natural treasures is the safest. It's practically tailor-made for me." He immediately turned his head to look at the other disciples. But the Five Elements Holy Land isn't like Liuyun City. It's way more complicated here. If he takes out too many natural treasures, it's inevitable that someone will target him. He isn't afraid of trouble, but to avoid too much trouble, he should do sect missions as a cover, then unexpectedly acquire the natural treasures. Yifan stood confidently before the elder, proposing loudly, "Elder, I want to take on a low-level mission." The reward distribution ended, and the other disciples quietly left. Suddenly, 4 people with swords surrounded the other disciples. One of them, holding a sword, ordered, "Hold it right there, hand over your spirit stones, or else." The other disciples just clutched their rewards tightly. Suddenly, one of them stammered, "Senior brother. This is all the spirit stones we have," Wang Teng said leisurely. "Still, Gao Senior brother is smart. Just blocking this road to receive the reward. The spirit stones will surely come into our hands." Gao Yang held a pile of spirit stones in his hand, and he smugly denied, "Wang Teng, what are you saying? They clearly gave it to me voluntarily, I didn't force them at all. This Gao Yang has a large body, specializing in bullying the weak. He grabbed a disciple by the head, threatening. You're telling the truth, right? The disciple panicked and could only agree. Yes, yes. That disciple was trembling all over. He was both scared and begging. Gao Yang! Gao senior brother, it's getting late. Can we go now, if there's nothing else? Hearing that, Gao Yang kicked the disciple hard, sending him flying away, only able to shout a few times, Ah! The arrogant Gao Yang said, Whether it's over or not, it's up to me to decide. The other disciples immediately stepped forward to support him, and they asked worriedly, Haha, are you okay? He could only lower his head and said softly, I'm fine. Wang Teng seemed to notice something, and he paused for a few seconds. It turned out that he saw Bai Yifan from afar, Wang Teng thought angrily. That little brat, sure enough, he came too. Gao Yang also looked towards Bai Yifan and asked, Familiar? Wang Teng showed an angry expression, HMPH. More than familiar. He then whispered into Gao Yang's ear, Gao senior brother, listen to me. A few days ago, when I was in Yunzhao, after hearing Wang Teng's story, Gao Yang clicked his tongue in amazement. So that's how it is. Wang Teng gritted his teeth, glanced at Bai Yifan. He said, Although I don't know what this person's background is, he is very generous. Then I heard that he only has blood refining realm, and he had to use a heaven ascension order to enter the Holy Land during the selection. Gao Yang raised his face to the sky and judged, You can buy the heaven ascension order. It seems that he is indeed very wealthy. Surely he has a lot of good things. Bai Yifan was still leisurely walking around at this time, his face even showing boredom. Sing, so annoying. Suddenly taking out treasures will definitely attract people's attention. I'm not strong enough yet. Ordinary people are innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime, and I still can't trust others easily. It's better not to reveal my ability easily. Suddenly, someone blocked Yifan's path, he said. Wait. Drawing Yifan's attention. Gao Yang stood in front of Yifan like a giant, and he sneered through gritted teeth. Junior brother, lend me some things. Bai Yifan was not afraid at all, but replied calmly. What things? Gao Yang moved closer to Yifan. With a strange smile on his face, he emphasized, Spirit stones. The others who saw this scene also felt injustice for it. One disciple said, This is a new disciple, right? That's too bad. I didn't expect him to run into Gao Yang. A series of images of Gao Yang bullying other disciples in the Holy Land appeared. This little Gao Yang is used to causing trouble. Even senior brothers and sisters have to rely on their superior martial arts to bully those who are weaker. Almost every new disciple has been bullied by him. The disciple who was just beaten by Gao Yang advised, It's not like no one has resisted before, but they'll only get beaten up even worse. 2 unlucky new disciples obediently hand over the spirit stones to him. There's no need to force a confrontation, otherwise you'll only suffer. Bai Yifan still had that bright smile plastered on his face. You want to borrow spirit stones? Sure thing. But Yifan crossed his arms and declared smugly, You gotta kneel down and beg me. The other disciples who'd just gotten their butts kicked were stunned by that statement. That guy Gao Yang grimaced, gritted his teeth, and roared. What? Wang Teng was also taken aback when he heard that. The others turned to look at Yifan, whispering among themselves, What's this newbie saying? Am I hearing things? Gao Yang, furious, used all his strength and brought his fist right in front of Yifan's face, yelling, You wanna die? Yifan quickly jumped out of the way, causing Gao Yang's punch to land on the ground. The punch was so powerful that the stones on the ground shattered, scattering into the air. Gao Yang's face flushed red, and he glared fiercely at Yifan through gritted teeth. The disciples of the Holy Land were wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shocked by what they just witnessed. He dodged it. One of them exclaimed in admiration, That's crazy fast. Wang Teng stood to the side, observing, and thought through gritted teeth. This chi-refining peak stage Gao Yang actually couldn't gain any advantage. Looks like this kid is stronger than I thought. Gao Yang knelt on one knee on the ground. He clenched his fists with all his might. His aura was truly terrifying, and flames gradually rose from his body. Gao Yang growled, Kid, dare you say that again? Huh? Yifan smirked, pointed at Gao Yang, and said arrogantly, Why wouldn't I dare kowtow once? And I'll lend you 1 spirit stone. Kowtow 10 times in a row, and I'll lend you another one, senior brother. How many kowtows do you want? Veins popped out on Gao Yang's forehead as he seethed with anger, roaring, You little brat. His feet stomped hard on the ground as he rushed towards Yifan. Gao Yang warned as he advanced, You'll pay for your ignorance. Just then, a disciple stepped forward to stop him. Stop, or I'll report you to the elder. Bai Yifan turned to look and said, Liu Wei. Liu Wei was also surprised to see Yifan. He questioned him, Bai Yifan, why is it you, Wait, why are you in the Five Elements Holy Land too? Did you trick me? Yifan retorted reproachfully. You didn't ask me where I was going back then. Hearing that, Liu Wei could only force a smile. Ah, right. From behind, Gao Yang raised his fist and charged towards Yifan, clearing his throat. Dare to ignore me? Yifan glanced at him and harumphed. He quickly pushed Liu Wei aside and said, Let's talk later. Yifan raised his hand, saying casually, I almost forgot there was still some stuff to take care of here. Without any unnecessary movements, Yifan grabbed Gao Yang's neck so hard you could hear a crack. He lifted him high into the air. Gao Yang could only tilt his head back to try and support himself. His breathing gradually became difficult. He stammered, You, erg. Wang Teng's face paled as he witnessed Gao Yang being controlled by Yifan, and he exclaimed in shock, What? Yifan squeezed Gao Yang's neck while mocking him. Oh dear, senior brother, why don't you have any martial ethics? This habit of attacking people from behind isn't good. Gao Yang's companion, who was holding his sword, also exclaimed in panic, Senior brother Gao. The other disciples seemed to disbelieve what they were seeing. Am I seeing things? Gao Yang was being controlled by a newcomer. Liu Wei reached out towards Yifan, saying in surprise, Junior brother Yifan, you. Yifan tightened his grip on Gao Yang's neck even more, causing his blood to stop circulating. His face turned red, his eyes widened, and foam started to bubble from his mouth. He grabbed Yifan's hand, struggling to plead. Ah, quick, let go. Yifan curled his lip into a smile. Trisk, senior brother Gao. It really breaks my heart. I was clearly trying to be nice and lend you spirit stones. How about this? If you apologize to me sincerely, we'll call it even. He continued to tease. But a senior brother like you probably can't stand to lose face, so I'll change my approach. Gao Yang was sweating profusely, his eyes darting around, thinking to himself, What does this kid want to do anyway? Yifan leaned close to Gao Yang's face and said calmly, I'll borrow your spirit stones, how about that? Bai Yifan squeezed Gao Yang's neck so hard that he couldn't utter a coherent sentence. I hate. This kid doesn't want to let me open my mouth at all. Senior brother is too embarrassed to apologize. No problem at all. Bai Yifan got even closer to Gao Yang. Since that's the case, he raised his finger. Bai Yifan flicked his hand lightly, and Gao Yang's spirit stone pouch fell out. He cried out, My spirit stones! Gao Yang struggled to get them back. Bai Yifan smirked. I'll choose for senior brother then. Bai Yifan waved his hand, shoving Gao Yang aside. Thanks for your generosity, senior brother Gao. Gao Yang was sent flying and landed hard on the ground. The crowd swarmed around Gao Yang, asking with concern, Senior brother Gao, are you okay? Immediately, Bai Yifan handed those spirit stone pouches to the disciples standing nearby who had been robbed by Gao Yang earlier. These are all the spirit stones that Gao Yang robbed today, right? Take them back and return them to their rightful owners. They were overjoyed to hear that, thank you. But you're giving them all to us. Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? Bai Yifan replied, There's no rush. Then he looked directly at the others on Gao Yang's side, seeing that their leader had been defeated and were trying to sneak away while no one was paying attention. Aren't there still a few rats left? Those guys quickly knelt down, respectfully holding up their spirit stones. This is all our savings, please accept it. Bai Yifan waved his hand, collected the spirit stones on the ground, and shouted, Scram! Those guys rolled around a few times like actors, regretting, Yes, we'll scram immediately. Do you think our scrambling form is up to standard? Bai Yifan was surprised, trying not to laugh. Not bad. Kangwang Manor's Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Bai Yifan, just you wait. Bai Yifan glanced back. But when he turned back, he saw nothing, but clearly felt a chill. Liu Wei approached Bai Yifan. Yifan bro, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so powerful. I was blind back on Yunzhao, even bragging about protecting you. But you injured Gao Yang, aren't you afraid he'll come looking for revenge another day? Bai Yifan patted Liu Wei's shoulder, saying, A guy like Gao Yang, he's used to showing off his power. If he suffers a loss, he'll just keep it bottled up inside. After all, the more people who know he was injured by a new disciple, the more face he loses. Saying this, his expression turned cold. As for later, if he wants to come knocking, Bai Yifan will welcome him to the end. Liu Wei put his arm around Bai Yifan's shoulder, smiling warmly. This is the second time you've made me look at you in a new light. It just so happens that I and 3 other fellow disciples have accepted a mission, and we're still short one person. Want to come along? Bai Yifan asked doubtfully. What mission? Liu Wei told Bai Yifan as they walked. Our mission is like this. On the southern border of the Wei Kingdom, there's a great general named Yang Shizhong who is suspected of colluding with the demonic race, plotting treason. He even captures innocent commoners to cultivate blood arts. This is a low-level mission, but the rewards aren't bad. Obtaining evidence of the traitor will get each of us 60 contribution points. Then he heard that and nodded. I see. A low-level mission gets 300 contribution points. Not bad indeed. Arriving at a room, Liu Wei pushed open the door and said, introducing Bai Yifan, whom we were waiting for. There were 2 men and 1 woman in the room. Let me introduce you. This is senior brother Lu Ao, Zhang Tai, and Shen Xinwu. They're all my neighbors, and we see each other often. Shen Xinwu quickly greeted. Hello? Liu Wei continued. Everyone, this is Bai Yifan, a friend I met on Yunzhou. At Emerald Bamboo Mountain, Bai Yifan clasped his hands. Pleased to meet you. Lu Ao crossed his arms, then sneered. Liu Wei took half a day. I thought you found someone amazing, but in the end, you brought this guy. Bai Yifan used the Sky Ascension order to skip the assessment, and his aptitude evaluation was only low-grade yellow. You just need to pay a little attention to trivial matters in the sect to understand. Instead of finding someone else, you let him join us. Do you want him to hold us back? Bai Yifan frowned. Liu Wei explained with a smile. Senior brother Lu, don't say that. Although Yifan bro doesn't have a high cultivation realm, I've seen his strength with my own eyes. He definitely won't hold us back. Bai Yifan sat down at the table, then picked up a teacup and said, Senior brother Lu's resume is rich. You must have read a lot of books in the library, right? Lu Ago frowned, asking, What do you mean? Bai Yifan raised his teacup, sneering. In books, the people who say that sentence usually get slapped in the face hard in the end. Lu Atio slammed the table, loudly. You! The others quickly tried to mediate when they saw this. Hey, time is tight. The mission is important. At this critical moment, let's not have infighting, okay? Others also persuaded, That's right, Senior Brother Lu, don't be angry. It's already not bad that we have enough people at our level. I trust Junior Brother Liu's judgment, he's definitely not bad. Lu Agio angrily stood up and walked towards the door, not forgetting to mock. Forget it, this matter can only be blamed on me, he sneered. So you actually had the nerve to hope that your Teoti bloodline trash could find someone? Get ready and let's go! Liu Wei's face turned green, his fists clenching when he heard Lu Agio's words. Bai Yifan asked, surprised, Teoti bloodline? What's that? Shen Xinwu turned to ask. Huh? You're Liu Wei's friend, don't you know? Liu Wei has the Teoti bloodline. This B-grade talent comes from the ancient ferocious beast, Teoti. People with this bloodline have a much bigger appetite than others from a young age, and cultivation is very easy. Just keep eating. The higher and more abundant the spiritual qi in the food, the faster a martial artist's cultivation speed will be. But from another perspective, the Teoti bloodline is also a kind of useless bloodline. Shen Xinwu frowned regretfully and said, Because it needs hundreds of times more cultivation resources compared to people of the same age, and it becomes even scarier later on. Zhang Tai sighed and added, The elders of the Holy Land aren't stupid. With that amount of resources, they can completely cultivate a true cultivator of the same realm. Anyone else would be unwilling to take on this losing deal. Shut up, you talk too much. Shen Xinwu jabbed Zhang Tai hard in the stomach, making him cry out, Ouch! 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 Liu Wei scratched his head and said with a smile, It's okay, I've understood this principle since I was little. Fortunately, the sect leader still granted me a spot as an outer disciple. As long as there's a chance, I'll work hard to get cultivation resources for myself. Zhang Tai spoke up chivalrously. That's right, even if you don't have resources and remain an outer disciple your whole life, Zhang Tai will never look down on you. Hearing this, Shen Xinwu scolded. If you know how to talk, talk more. Bai Yifan frowned, thinking, Cultivation resources? I can't say anything else, but the resources on Earth are inexhaustible. The 10 great Holy Lands combined probably can't compare. If I want to, I can quickly cultivate you into a divine power secret realm existence, or even surpass the divine power secret realm. Shen Xinwu and Zhang Tai were both encouraging Liu Wei. We have high hopes for you, Liu Wei was touched upon hearing this. Thank you. At this moment, Bai Yifan was still considering, looking at the group of them. But now is not a good time, not to mention the relationship isn't deep enough. If Liu Wei asks where these treasures come from at that time, it won't be easy to explain. Right now, it seems that this Liu Wei is loyal and trustworthy, worth getting to know better. I still need to observe. For a while longer, Liu Wei raised his hand with a bright smile, calling Bai Yifan. Brother Yifan, let's go. After some time, they arrived at the border of the Wei Kingdom. The 5 of them sat around a portrait of Yang Shizong, discussing. This Yang Shizong, the intelligence says he has a mid-stage marrow-cleansing realm cultivation. The painting of him was spread on the ground for everyone to observe. Below him are 4 great commanders who are also peak Ban Blood realm, but difficult to deal with. He can mobilize 300,000 elite soldiers at any time. The other 4 were surprised upon hearing this. What? Bai Yifan frowned and thought, 2 fists can't fight 4 hands. Such a large army gathered together, even if every single one of them is at the body-tempering realm, it will be very difficult to deal with. Bai Yifan then spoke up. It seems that our mission can only be carried out in secret. We can't act openly, Lu Makao also said. That's right. The intelligence says that Yang Xinjiang is colluding with the demonic race, capturing commoners to cultivate blood techniques. His crimes are heinous, and he could rebel at any time. If we can find solid evidence of this person, it would be best to capture him alive. If not, then bring back his corpse, Shen Xinwu added. Okay. Outside the general's mansion, the 5 of them hid in a nearby place, secretly observing. Ahead is the general's mansion, Lu Ao suggested. Use concealment talismans. The other 4 took out talismans, stuck them to their bodies, and moved. Lu Ao spoke up. Go. After that, the 5 of them used their spiritual power to quickly pass in front of the soldiers. One soldier was surprised. A gust of wind blew past. But he didn't feel anyone. They looked at each other, puzzled. A gust of wind. That's strange. The 5 of them stood on the roof, overlooking the entire general's mansion, Luao said. We've successfully infiltrated. Next is to find Yang Shizhong, Shen Xinwu suddenly called out. Found him. Yang Shizhong is over there. Below, Yang Shizhong was walking in. The general saluted. General, you're back. Step back. Yes. In the bedroom, Yang Shizhong's wife helped him take off his armor and said, The weather has been hot these past few days. Old master should avoid getting injured when marching and training, he replied. Madam is kind. Military affairs have been busy lately. If they end soon, I'll try to come back and have a meal with you. The madam sighed upon hearing this. If only our Su was still here, I wouldn't be so lonely. Suddenly, Yang Shizhong stood up, his face serious, and said, Madam, I'm going to cultivate. You should rest early. Master, Madam Yang Shizhong called out. But Yang Shizhong had already strode to the door. He seemed to sense something. Yang Shizhong paused, glancing at the 5 people standing there. They immediately became worried. Is he looking at us? Are we exposed? They all thought. Startled. But Yang Shizhong continued walking. The 5 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, he's gone. Lu Ao took the lead and gestured. Let's follow. At this time, that Yang Shizhong had already entered the first room. He turned a vase on the table, and a secret door appeared in the floor, with stairs leading down into the pitch blackness. The protagonist group, who were hiding, observed this in secret. Zhang Tai immediately used voice transmission to speak with them. As expected, something's fishy. How can a prime general have an underground hell lair? Soon after, the old guy gradually went down, and everyone waited cautiously. Yu Ao told everyone to wait for Yang Xizhong to go down before they figured out a plan. Soon after, the old guy gradually went down and disappeared from sight. At this time, Bai Yifan's group stood close together and began discussing. Yang Xizhong has been down there for a quarter of an hour. Senior brother Liu, what should we do now? Should we follow? Lu Ao smiled and said, Entering a secret chamber like this, I think this Yang Xizhong is clearly courting death. Right after that, the whole group went down below. As they walked, they said to each other, I didn't expect such a vast underground lair to be hidden beneath this room. Bai Yifan reminded everyone to stay close and be vigilant. Suddenly, he stopped and said, This smell. Lu Kao also spoke up. Such a strong bloody aura. It seems that what we heard was true. This Yang Xinjiang is really practicing a demonic blood art. Shen Xinwu suddenly exclaimed, pointing ahead. Wait everyone, look. In front of them were men tied to pillars, constantly providing blood essence to the person sitting in the middle. It was none other than Yang Xizhong, they exclaimed. It's really a blood pool. Looking at the bones that hadn't decomposed floating in the blood, everyone couldn't help but feel angry. So many white bones, how many people has Yang Xizhong killed? They looked at the people nearby chained to the pillars, who were also emitting demonic energy. At this moment, someone exclaimed in shock. He's even refining corpses. Luke and Jekyo solemnly said to the people behind him. The 4 of you go to the east, south, west, and north sides respectively. Act according to my commands later. We will attack simultaneously using formations. However, at this moment, a voice rang out. Since you've already come, why bother hiding? The group hiding immediately jumped in shock. At this moment, a wave of bloody energy shot straight towards them. After dodging the attack, they retreated, wondering, how did he find us? Yang Shizhong's face was now full of coldness as he looked at them. So it's a few snot-nosed brats sneaking into my general's mansion. Are you looking for death? Lu Ao was not afraid at all, and pointed his sword forward. Yang Shizhong, you are a great general defending the city, yet you collude with demons, massacre the people, and practice blood arts, a heinous crime. Today, disciples of the 5 Elements Holy Land will definitely kill you. The old guy sitting up there laughed loudly upon hearing this. Holy Land. It actually attracted disciples of the Holy Land to come here. Bai Yifan couldn't help but worry. This premonition doesn't feel good. The old guy clenched his fist and laughed maniacally. 5 bone-forging realm cultivators. Not bad. Just one more step, and this general will complete the devil-slaying art. At this moment, they began to panic, startled. This is bad. He deliberately lured us in here. Right then and there, bursts of blood energy started swirling around them. The old geezer raised his hand, activating the blood energy. Today, you all become my new sacrifices. Zhang Tai and Liu Ao quickly grabbed their weapons and charged forward. Kill! We gotta go together. As the others were about to rush in, Bai Yifan stopped them. Hold up! Don't act rashly. Just then, a weird thing happened. The puppets chained to the pillars started acting up. Then, the chains snapped all by themselves. They all broke free and charged forward. The corpses are unleashed. Everyone, watch out. When Liu Ao and Zhang Tai saw their speed, they were stunned. This speed. Right then, Bai Yifan pulled the two guys next to him back. One by one, they punched down on the spot where they were just standing. Seeing this power, everyone freaked out. So strong. These aren't normal corpses, they're ghoul puppets. Over there, Zhang Tai got hit by a palm strike, and Liu Ao rushed over and slashed at that thing. At this point, their group was surrounded. Liu Ao gnashed his teeth. Over here, they were helping Zhang Tai, worried. You okay? He said, I can still hold on. Liu Ao pointed his sword forward. Yang Shizhong, you dare create ghoul puppets. You're dead meat. He worried to himself. Corpse puppets are made using special magic to turn dead bodies into controllable puppets. But ghoul puppets are made by sacrificing living people. Puppets made this way retain all the strength and memories of the original owner, and can even continue to cultivate and grow stronger. 4 puppets at the marrow cleansing stage. This situation, plus Yang Shizhong showing up, and it looks like there's an even stronger ghoul puppet that hasn't even made a move yet. Bai Yifan was starting to worry. This was getting complicated. Just then, the ghoul puppets started following Yang Shizhong's orders. Kill them all for this general. They immediately cackled and charged forward. Shouts and roars echoed as they rushed towards the group. At this point, they were just fighting for their lives. Liu Ao gritted his teeth and slashed. Die, you freaks! They cried out in pain. He muttered, Got one. But then, Yang Shizhong reached out and used blood energy to control them. Hey! Mindless blood energy. It charged forward. Right after that, the giant ghoul puppet slowly stood up. He laughed loudly. Do you think you could kill my ghoul puppet so easily? They freaked out at the sight, their faces changing drastically. It's recovering, Liu Wei spoke up. What do we do now, brother? Think of something quick. We can't keep going like this. Liu Ao reached into his robes and pulled something out. You guys hold them off. I'm gonna kill Yang Shizhong. Just then, he took out a talisman and slapped it onto his sword. To catch bandits, you gotta catch the leader. We have to cut off the ghoul puppet's control. Right after that, he launched his sword forward, chanting a spell. Kill. The sword shot towards Yang Shizhong, but he easily blocked it with one hand. You're the one with the highest cultivation among this bunch, right? You want to deal with this general? You're still a bit short. Right after that, the sword started spinning around and around. Then, his own sword turned around and slashed back at him. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly frightened and worried. Luko Akio lay on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, face pale. Qi condensation realm. The intel was wrong. Liu Wei, hearing this, panicked. We're screwed. Who knew even senior brother Luo with the highest cultivation couldn't handle it? The old geezer up above turned his back, saying boringly, Toss them into the blood pool. Looking at the demonic puppets before them, they seemed to be gradually falling into despair. Are we really going to bite the dust here? But at this moment, Bai Yifan suddenly appeared, activating his cheat system. He quickly approached Yang Shizhong and unleashed a sword strike. After his strike flashed past, the old man cried out miserably. The others were instantly surprised and startled, wondering what had just happened. That Yang Shizhong was now missing an arm and screaming, My arm! He used his remaining arm, turned around, and threw a fist at Bai Yifan, whose expression instantly turned cold. He raised his sword and activated Dao Rain's sword art, second form. Immediately afterward, thousands of water droplets appeared from the sky, rushing towards him. Yang Shizhong paused, hastily creating a blood shield, but the storm of water droplets directly pierced through without any resistance. His eyes showed the water droplets continuously rushing towards him. The blood shield can't block it, and just like that, he was stabbed straight through by those droplets. On the other side, the group of demonic puppets instantly lost their ability to move and collapsed to the ground. Over here, Bai Yifan held his sword straight out towards Yang Shizhong and said, It's over. He coldly looked at the old man and said, Give up resisting. The two people on the other side couldn't help but be stunned. Shen Xinwu covered her face in shock. Heavens! How could Yifan do that? Yang Shizhong, now like a fish on a chopping block, trembled and said, To think using a yellow rank sword technique could wound me this badly, as expected of a disciple from a sacred ground. But his expression turned crazed, his eyes constantly showing bloodshot veins, laughing loudly. But today is definitely the day you all die. Bai Yifan was startled, and turned to look. Crap. At this moment, the last demonic puppet was finally unlocked. It was probably the strongest one. That massive demonic puppet rushed towards him. Everyone warned. Bai Yifan, danger. This Yang Shichong actually refined a demonic fiend at the peak of Qi condensation realm. Bai Yifan immediately wanted to get out of there. This is bad, everyone run. He jumped up, and together with everyone else turned away from that place. This fiend is too strong, and that demonic puppet started bulging with veins, its roars constantly echoing. They were completely no match for it. Immediately afterward, Bai Yifan's group dove into a stone pillar formation, constantly shaking. Yang Shichong tried to wake him up, and he yelled, "Hurry and stop it." But at this time, he had already fainted. They looked behind them. Oh crap, we're screwed. Before their eyes, that massive demonic puppet started clawing at its own body, roaring madly. And immediately afterward it released a powerful force. This is bad. The demonic fiend is out of control. The demonic puppet rushed towards them like lightning. The stone pillars were easily smashed. Bai Yifan's group quickly scattered from the same spot. He's fighting based on sound. We need to hide and stay quiet. The group huddled behind another pillar, whispering. Senior brother, what do we do now? He replied. Let's bail. We can't take it down with just us. Bai Yifan spoke up. No way. He lowered his voice. If we don't deal with this demonic creature here, it'll escape and harm innocent people. He resolutely told everyone, let's finish it here. But then, Lu Ahayo showed his true colors, angrily saying, shut your trap. What can you even do by yourself? We should just get out of here and figure out how to call for backup. But Liu Wei put his hand on Bai Yifan's shoulder and said, who said Yifan bro is alone? You've got me, Lu Ageo resentfully muttered. What's that supposed to mean? He retorted. Senior brother Lue, ask yourself, even if we immediately seek help from the sacred ground after escaping, when's the soonest reinforcements can arrive? He was left speechless. Liu Wei made his decision. The fastest would be an hour, and in that hour this blood-sucking demon will probably slaughter all the common folk within 100 liv radius. He patted his stomach and said, Liu Wei here might have average skills, but I'm definitely not the type to cling to life. I'd rather go down with the demonic path than sacrifice other people's lives to save my own. The two behind them chimed in. Awesome, I'm in too. Zhang Tai patted himself and said to the zombie. At this point, Lu Caneo gnashed his teeth. You guys are clearly gonna die. But Bai Yifan lowered his head and replied, disaster is upon us. If no one's willing to risk their lives and fight against the odds, what's the point of the country? What's the point of home? He looked at him and said, this world exists because there are people who know they're going to die, but still boldly rush forward. That's why there's the saying about turbulent times, isn't it? Hearing this, he lost it, and yelled, you guys, who the hell is the leader of this mission anyway? But his shout also attracted the demon's attention, and they immediately panicked. Crap! The zombie was preparing to charge at them, and Bai Yifan's group, hiding behind the pillar, said, it's coming for us. At this moment, Liu Wei grabbed his sword. Let's go at it. Suddenly, Bai Yifan activated his fleeting shadow steps again. Lu Ao cursed, you idiot! Someone who cultivates speed but wants to engage in close combat with a Kaikiao realm opponent? There's no saving you. You can't even scratch him. But Bai Yifan fearlessly said, then open your eyes wide and watch. He immediately activated the cloud lightning ring, firing it straight at it, his eyes filled with determination, reaching out his hand. Who's the real idiot? The cloud lightning ring began to crackle with lightning, and instantly bolts of lightning shot out, striking the zombie head-on. Amidst thunder, the zombie was sent flying backward, and even the pillar began to crumble. Before everyone's eyes, the zombie gradually showed signs of dissipating. They were instantly shocked. Did the demon die? A powerful gust of wind forced them to shield their faces, surprised. This is the power of lightning, the purest yang and most righteous, perfectly countering the bloodthirsty thing. Bai Yifan stood before them, smiling. Whether you can be spared or not is my decision. At this time, the zombie seemed to still have some consciousness, muttering incomprehensible words. General, I don't regret it. Tears even streamed from its eyes. Bai Yifan was surprised. This demon still has humanity. Then, the zombie vanished. Normal demons have their humanity erased by the caster for easier control, but this one still had humanity, and could obey the caster so faithfully, so it must have voluntarily become a demon. How could this be? The others were immediately surprised and delighted. It's gone. The demon's really been destroyed. Luadeo approached, questioning. No way, this is a magic artifact. Where did you get this magic artifact? But he indifferently put it away. If it's a trump card, why would I show it off so easily? Right then, Bai Yifan glanced down at the blood flowing non-stop and felt something was off. This blood didn't seem right. Shen Xinwu hurried over, asking, Bai Yifan, what's wrong? He went closer to her and said, this blood refinement pool doesn't seem to be using human blood, but beast blood. Hearing that, Liu Wei was puzzled. But the intel clearly stated that Yang Shizhong was a demonic cultivator. How could he be using beast blood? But before they could figure things out, the underground palace started showing signs of collapsing. Everyone panicked, shouting, crap! The underground palace is collapsing. He immediately ordered everyone, retreat, get out of here now. Just then, a pillar started falling right towards Liu Wei. Shen Xinwu warned, Liu Wei, watch out. Suddenly, a hand reached out, and then a huge shield enveloped them. Everyone inside was shocked. Holy crap! What's with this shield energy? Talk about perfect timing. Ye Xiaochai and Mu Yuan appeared, walking over. Luckily we weren't too late, are you all alright? Seeing her, Liu Wei cheered excitedly. It's senior sister Ye Xiaochai from Mu Yuan. But Bai Yifan was more concerned about her spiritual energy. Over there, Ye Xiaochai said, you guys actually survived against a blood fiend at the peak of Qi opening realm. That's a miracle. Once we get back to the city, I'm going to give you guys some serious publicity. Just then, the pillar in the underground palace suddenly cracked, and then it fell towards Ye Xiaochai's back. Everyone warned, senior sister, be careful. She just stood there, unfazed, and then casually waved her hand. Ye Xiaochai smiled. Don't worry, I sensed it long ago. Seeing that, they immediately exclaimed, the mystic realm divine power is so strong. The group of 5 bowed down to Ye Xiaochai. Greetings, senior sister. Thank you for saving our lives. Then she suddenly looked at Bai Yifan and stroked her chin. You're called Bai Yifan, right? Mid-stage Qi cleansing realm, and you can kill a Qi opening realm devil in an instant. Very impressive. He smiled and said, just luck. She patted his shoulder, smiling friendly. I heard everything you just said. For an outer sect disciple to have such awareness, it's truly admirable. Hearing that, he forced a smile. Over here, Lucampio glared jealously at them. Clearly has such a powerful magical artifact and hides it. A scheming little bastard. Just then, he rummaged through Yang Shizhong's clothes and found a golden ring. Who knew a normal general in the mortal world would have such a rare storage treasure on him? But then, Ye Xiaochai quickly ran over and slapped his hand, then took the ring. This is the best thing on him, right? You really have a sharp eye. He yelped in pain, and she immediately tossed it to Bai Yifan, saying, you're the one who killed him, so the loot is naturally yours. Hearing that, he smiled. Thank you, senior sister. Storage artifacts are hard to come by in this world. With this, I'll have a reason to explain things when I hand over the treasures to the contribution hall later. Seeing this scene, Lu Ako was furious. Damn it, Bai Yifan, just you wait. Ye Xiaochai continued. This Yang Shizhong is truly pathetic, a loyal general who guarded the border for the Wei Kingdom for a lifetime, protecting the people, a rare good general. She sadly recounted, Yang Shizhong's only daughter, Yang Susu, fell in love with a subordinate general, but the Wei king forcibly married her off to the barbarians for peace. In the end, she was humiliated to death by the barbarians. This is probably why Yang Shizhong colluded with the demonic path to get revenge, refining demonic fiends to avenge the Wei Kingdom's royalty. Hearing this, they remembered that Madame Yang. No wonder she sadly mentioned that girl Susu. Out of the blue, Ye Xiaochai asked, does he have a scar on his body from leading troops into battle, right? Bai Yifan suddenly remembered what that demonic puppet said before dying. No wonder that devil still had some humanity left, so it was all this general's choice. But Lua wasn't touched at all. Instead, he kicked Yang Shizhong's body fiercely. You're already dead. Saying more is useless, and this guy isn't worth any sympathy. Useless even in death. What a drag. Right at that moment, a shout rang out. Stop. Then he got hit in the leg by something. Bai Yifan helped Yang Shizhong up. Seeing him, Lu Ao yelled, Bai Yifan, what are you doing? He replied coldly. You're already dead. There's no need to humiliate a corpse to vent your anger. Hearing that, he asked, where are you taking the body? Bai Yifan answered, returning it to Madame Yang. Lu Akano got pissed and shouted, you can take the body, but I have to chop off the head to bring back, otherwise we can't complete the mission. His face immediately turned cold. He looked at him and glared. I'm only saying this once, I have to deliver the complete body to Madame Yang. Got it. He watched Bai Yifan and yelled, Bai Yifan, are you going to stop it or what? He turned back and asked, what? But a hand reached out and grabbed something. No need to argue, handing this over should be fine, Ye Xiaochai said. This is Yang Shichong's tiger tally for controlling the troops. Hearing that, he had to take it and shoved it into his clothes. Ye Xiaochai continued. For a general, this is even more important than his life. Bringing it back will definitely complete the mission. I support Bai Yifan's way of doing things. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and said, "All right, I'll listen to senior sister." He cursed Bai Yifan inwardly. Afterwards, Yang Shichong's grave was built. They told Madame Yang the whole truth of the matter and stood before his grave. They were all serious. Shen Xinwu then asked, "Is Madame Yang all right?" Ye Xiaochai replied, "It seems Madame Yang had long foreseen this day. She said her husband had always carried too many things on his shoulders. Now that he can reunite with his daughter down below, it's considered escaping the cycle of karma. The madam plans to focus on praying to Buddha and chanting scriptures to help him ascend, and also hopes to help the wrong souls in this world escape the sea of suffering and be reincarnated soon." Hearing that, Bai Yifan looked into the distance and said, "That's good, let's go." Just as they were about to leave, Shen Xinwu suddenly asked Ye Xiaochai, "Right, what kind of thugs did senior sister Ye find?" She replied, "I was originally following senior sister Jiang to the border of Wei Kingdom to hunt down a devil lord. But my strength was too weak, I couldn't help at all. Senior sister told me to go catch some lackeys instead." Recalling that it was dark at the time, she just walked past and saw an extremely powerful layer of demonic energy. Hearing this, they couldn't help but feel speechless, remembering that her ability was actually considered too weak. What kind of devils and monsters are there in the sect anyway? Then Shen Xinwu continued, "Just now you said senior sister Jiang. Could it be?" She smiled and replied, "That's right, it's our 5 elements Holy Land Saintess. Known as the Eastern Spirit Song among the 5 direct disciples, Jiang Linge." Bai Yifan curiously asked, "The idioms of the 5 direct disciples?" Shen Xinwu was annoyed seeing his blank expression. What do you mean you don't know?" She explained. The 5 direct disciples refer to the 5 most outstanding disciples in the sect, who receive the true inheritance of the 5 institute directors in the 5 elements Holy Land. They are the people who gather the 5 elements Holy Land's cultivation methods. They are, respectively, Eastern Spirit Song, Southern Sword Mystery, Western Enchanting Sound, Northern Flying Fox, Zhong Shen, and Dragon, senior sister Jiang. The legendary Eastern Spirit Song is the youngest and has the highest aptitude among the 5 direct disciples, and is also the #1 beauty of the 5 elements Holy Land. Ye Xiaochai showed full admiration and said, "That's why she's called an idiom. I really admire her." Seeing her expression, Bai Yifan was a little stunned, speechless. Then she pulled Shen Xinwu and Bai Yifan to a corner and said, "Let me tell you guys, do you want to see the demeanor of the goddess with your own eyes?" Meanwhile, in the 10,000 miles rainforest, a huge battle erupted. 2 colors of energy collided. The people in the sect began to attack continuously. Keep it up. The demonic tribe on the other side unleashed tentacles to attack them. So weak. Just like that, they were beaten to pieces. "He is the great compassion devil lord," he laughed loudly. "Ha ha, a bunch of shrimps can't do anything to this lord. Does the 5 elements Holy Land have no one left to actually send a few weaklings like you to fight?" At this moment, Jiang Linge of the Wood Institute appeared, surrounded by brilliant auras, saying, "This is enough for me." The group of them hid behind the bushes to observe. Ye Xiaochai smiled proudly. "See that? That's senior sister Jiang. Our cultivation level is too low. We can just watch from afar. Don't cause trouble for them." Bai Yifan was shocked to see this. "That's the devil lord. I can feel the terrifying aura even from 10 miles away." The Great Compassion Devil Lord then unleashed tentacles, attacking forward. "You ignorant woman, today is your death day." But she didn't budge. Raising her sword, Wood Institute disciples formed the Azure Sky Dragonlock formation. Immediately, they worked together to create a formation, with whirlwinds and gusts of wind appearing. Immediately after, the trees began to move, forming a circle. The Great Compassion Devil Lord in the center was stunned. Then, a rectangular prism directly surrounded him. Everyone cheered. "Great, we've trapped him." But he spoke up. "Jiang Linge, you think you can trap this lord like this?" The people outside, struggling to maintain the formation, gritted their teeth and shouted, "This demon's power is too strong. Stabilize the formation." Jiang Lingjie quickly channeled her sword and said, "Who said I wanted to trap you?" At that moment, a golden bird appeared, gradually flying over. The Great Compassion Devil Lord, seeing this, said, "When did this golden bird appear?" Bai Yifan was surprised to see this. This golden bird can suddenly burst out with such strong energy fluctuations. Immediately, the golden bird transformed into a massive fire. "Phoenix, I'm just creating an opportunity. Take this, Jiang Ling'er shouted. Now's the time. Golden Crow Phoenix. Swallow it. Then, the massive figure of the phoenix opened its mouth and swallowed the great compassion devil lord. Immediately, his miserable scream resounded. Jiang Ling'er, I won't let you go. But she spoke up. You have no chance anymore. The Golden Crow's wrathful extinction flame will burn everything of yours, Jiang Ling'er said. Wrathful extinction flame. Kill. Then, the great compassion devil lord's miserable scream echoed through the sky before disappearing. The surrounding disciples cheered. We won. The great compassion devil lord is finally dead. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. They reminded each other. Careful. Quickly use your protective spells. Bai Yifan's group, standing far away, couldn't help but be affected by the power. Everyone shielded their faces and exclaimed, This explosion is so powerful. Even from this far I can feel the intense heat. Immediately after, the battlefield was left with a deep pit. Everyone gasped in shock. To eliminate a devil lord with just one move, how formidable. At this moment, Jiang Ling'er landed on the ground. They wondered, is this the strength of a core disciple? The disciples below immediately ran over. Senior sister, are you all right? Her expression unchanged, she replied, I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield. Bai Yifan's group was hiding behind the bushes. Observing, Ye Xiaochai said, that just now was the heaven and earth Dharma image. Only those at the 7th level of the Dharma image realm can cultivate it. How was it? Powerful, right? Liu Wei said. It's not just powerful, it's like a god from the heavens. Bai Yifan looked on, wondering to himself, can I reach that level in the future? Suddenly, Jiang Ling'er looked towards where they were hiding and said, Come out, Ye Xiaochai sighed. We've been discovered. So she immediately rushed out, smiling. Senior sister, when did you discover us? She looked at the girl and said, Why did you bring these outer sect disciples here? What if something dangerous happened? Ye Xiaochai stuck out her tongue and said, Isn't it because I wanted them to broaden their horizons, and to admire senior sister's handsome Dao companion? Then, she pulled Bai Yifan out and said, Moreover, I discovered a good seedling. This Bai Yifan is at the marrow cleansing stage but was able to defeat the peak meridian opening stage. He's really talented. She looked at him and said, Marrow cleansing stage fought against the peak meridian opening stage, huh? Their eyes met, and she asked, Little junior brother, is that true? He immediately blushed, stammering. Yep. Jiang Ling'er smiled, praising. You're really strong. Bai Yifan bashfully looked away. Nah, you flatter me. My tiny bit of cultivation is nothing to brag about. His eyes were so pure and bright, he didn't dare to look straight at her. On the other side, Lu Ao said jealously, So what if he's a little stronger? He's still just a yellow-grade talent. Seeing this, Shen Xinwu reminded him, You don't have to make your jealousy so obvious, dude. Immediately after, Shen Xinwu stomped on his foot, saying, If you don't know how to talk, then shut your mouth. He cried out in pain. Over here, Jiang Ling'er turned to ask, Bai Yifan, you're yellow grade, he replied. That's right, Lu Gao looked at them and sneered. I almost forgot. Bai Yifan is the last ranked yellow grade in the 5 Elements Holy Land. With that level of talent, how could he possibly catch the Holy Maiden's eye? But she smiled and said, Then that makes it even more impressive. He was stunned, she explained. The city lord of the Misty Holy Land also has yellow-grade talent. Talent doesn't represent everything. There's no shortage of seniors on the Forgotten Continent who had low talent but achieved great power. Jiang Ling'er dismissed the others, looked at him and said, Keep working hard. If you can enter the Divine Power Secret Realm in the future, I can recommend you to Mu Yuan. He happily said, Thank you, senior sister. I will try my best. Lu Qiao on the other side gasped. What? The Holy Maiden is personally recommending him? He bit his nails and gritted his teeth. Hearing that a recommendation from the 5 great true inheritor disciples is highly valued by the elders of the Southern Courtyard and comes with a lot of cultivation resources, how can this Bai Yifan be so lucky? Liu Wei simultaneously reminded everyone, It's getting late. Let's hurry back and exchange our contribution points. They smiled and said, Okay. Outside the contribution hall, people were coming and going, and a voice rang out inside. Elder Qi, we're here to turn in the mission of capturing Yang Shizhong. Elder Qi checked and began to calculate points for Bai Yifan. You guys did a decent job on this mission. Here are your contribution points. Bai Yifan smiled and nodded to thank Elder Qi. Immediately after, he looked at the command token and thought to himself, A low-level mission gets 60 contribution points. That's not easy for a new disciple. Everyone came out from the inside in a happy state. Too good. With contribution points can go change martial skills. Luke beside him laughed and replied, I have long been eyeing a martial arts chart. Suddenly, an angry voice roared, Bai Yifan, you stop right there. Bai Yifan turned his head, confused. Shen Xinwu next to him recognized the person who came, Lu Aokio. Bai Yifan looked at Lu Aokio, puzzled. What's the matter? Lu Ao stood there, crossed his arms and frowned angrily. Looking at you want to take all the stuff in Yang Shichong's storage bag for yourself, right? Bai Yifan smiled coldly when he heard that. So what if I do? Lu Agao couldn't help but get angry when he heard that. He clenched his hands and roared, I don't allow it! As the team leader, I have the right to distribute the spoils. Hand over the storage ring. Lu Wei next to him couldn't help but get angry when he heard him say that. Lu Ao, I've been putting up with you for a long time. You didn't dare to speak up when senior sister Ye was here, so now that she's gone, you're planning to rob us blatantly. Do you have any shame? Lu Ao was humiliated and lost face, but still gritted his teeth. Damn, fatty, what are you talking about? Lu Wei also refused to give in and argued. If it weren't for Bai Yifan, we might have died in the dungeon already. How can you have the face to say this? Lu Cao turned a deaf ear, smiled evilly and muttered, One thing leads to another. I also put in effort, and was injured. Items in the storage ring must be shared with me. Lu Alcrao proudly closed his eyes and said arrogantly, Moreover, I was the one who led the mission this time. Bai Yifan made the decision himself. You have to apologize to me otherwise. Before Lu Ao could finish speaking, Bai Yifan quickly stepped forward and hit him hard in the face, despising Lu Aogyo. Don't push people too far. Everyone saw this and spoke up together to remind. Don't be impulsive, Yifan. Bai Yifan was still angry, stomped hard on Lu Aogyo's foot, causing him to cry out in pain. I haven't even settled the score with you for everything in the secret room. Bai Yifan sneered here. His face was cold. Want me to apologize? Possible. But you have to kneel down to listen. Lu Afayo was so angry that he trembled, glanced at Bai Yifan. Bai Yifan, at first I kindly accepted you trash into the team, but you have been disrespectful to me time and time again, and now you dare to attack me. It's really unforgivable. Immediately after, Lu Aogao quickly retreated backwards. Shen Xinwu poked his head out and snorted angrily. It's just that I'm generous today and don't bother to spare your life. You have to respect senior brother a little in the future. Lu Aogao's swift action surprised Shen Xinwu. Lu Aitio covered his swollen cheek and turned away angrily. Next time I won't be so easy to talk to. In his heart he thought gloomily, I'll spare you once, Bai Yifan. You wait for me. Suddenly Bai Yifan's call rang out. Senior brother Liu, wait a moment. It made Lu Aogyo stop. He was secretly happy, slowly turned around and opened his mouth. Figured it out yet, to be honest. Even your senior brother hasn't. Before he could finish, Bai Yifan slapped him hard again. Lu Akwao fell to the ground, crying in pain. Everyone was shocked by what happened, shouting and urging Bai Yifan to stop hitting him. Liu Yi beside him was gaping. Bai Yifan looked down and sneered. The more I think about it, the more uncomfortable I feel. It's better to have a symmetrical face, more handsome. Shen Xinwu urged from behind. Let's go quickly. This is not a place to fight. Lu Ahakyo's face was swollen, and he angrily prepared to draw his sword. You little beast, I'll fight you to the death. Bai Yifan was even quicker, pointing his sword at Lu Ao's face, his face darkening. You son of a bitch, I've been watching you for a long time too. Bai Yifan's face was full of killing intent, fuming with anger. Don't let me see you on the road in the future, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Get lost. Then, Bai Yifan turned to everyone. Let's go quickly. Leaving Lu Agao lying on the ground full of anger, thinking, Bai Yifan, I'm not done with you. The other disciples, seeing this, gathered to discuss. Isn't that Bai Yifan, the newly entered disciple? He's so flamboyant, quite bold. Doesn't he know that fighting between disciples violates the sect rules? Liu Yi beside Bai Yifan was also very worried, reminding him, Junior brother Bai, you were too impulsive. No matter what, he's already out of the contribution hall. If you hit him, and he reports to the contribution hall's enforcement department, you'll be punished by the elders. Bai Yifan remained indifferent and carefree. It's all right. Bai Yifan took out 3 bottles of medicine, announcing, That's right, everyone. Share these. Liu Yi took a bottle, incredibly surprised. Isn't this the blood of a 4th-order Jingming bird spirit beast? Bai Yifan confirmed upon hearing this. That's right. Zhang Tai analyzed its benefits with great surprise. A 4th-order spirit beast is equivalent to a spirit manifestation realm cultivator of the human race. We can exchange 1 bottle of this for 10,000 contribution points. You're really giving it to us. Liu Yi looked at the bottle, pondering in confusion. This is from Yang Shichong's storage ring. Bai Yifan didn't hide anything and told the truth. Yeah, don't be polite. This mission was completed with everyone's combined effort. Everyone has a share. Take it and exchange it for contribution points, or use it to assist in cultivation. It's up to you. Bai Yifan pondered, recalling the chicken bloodstone pendant, pursing his lips. Actually, it's chicken blood brought from Earth, left over from breaking through the demon cleansing realm last time. Everyone held the blood bottles in their hands. their faces clearly showing excitement. Wow! I've never seen the blood of a fourth-order spirit beast before. Me neither. Bai Yifan, you're too good to us. Bai Yifan looked at everyone so happy, secretly analyzing. Having gone through Yang Shizhong's incident, these three can be considered to have gone through life and death together. Their character is also good. Bai Yifan continued to take out another item. Liu Yi, your talent is special. This thing is beneficial to your cultivation. If you need anything in the future, I will help. Liu Yi was very surprised and excited to see this. Wow, this is really great. Besides blood, there's also the heart. Shen Xinwu next to him also sighed. This is 100 times more precious than the beast's blood. Shen Xinwu explained the benefits of the item. Jingming birds like to live in flocks. They warn each other when attacked, and are not easy to catch. Plus their fierce combat power. Getting blood from them is already extremely difficult, let alone the heart. Liu Yi was very touched to hear this, hugged Bai Yifan and cried loudly, Yifan, no big brother Bai, from today onwards you are my big brother. Even my own brother is not as close as you. Bai Yifan was hugged tightly, and said with difficulty, Hey, you've wiped all your snot on my clothes. On the other side, at the Contribution Hall's enforcement department, an incomprehensible question was raised. Is what you said true? Inside, Lu Ayo, with a bruised face, complained, Elder, please investigate. During this mission, Bai Yifan not only disobeyed orders, but also thought he was the leader, and after the matter was over, he monopolized the treasures. Lu Ayo knelt below, still complaining. I went to reason with him, but he dared to hit me in front of everyone. If this matter is not dealt with seriously, the dignity of the Contribution Hall's enforcement department will be lost. The man sitting above seemed to be pondering. I didn't expect there to be such a thing. Immediately afterwards, he immediately ordered sternly, Wu Long, Feng Chu, the two of you go and bring Bai Yifan here. I must personally interrogate him. The two received the order, and strode away quickly with momentum. Yes, subordinate obeys. Inside the woods, Lu Alio asked for help. Two senior brothers, wait, this junior brother has a request, the man asked in confusion. What is it? Lu Yango bribed them, stuffing gold ingots into their hands, and smiled softly. Two senior brothers, please help me teach him a lesson. Teach that kid Bai a lesson. Just a small token of appreciation, nothing much. Even though they received the silver, the two still felt it wasn't enough to make things difficult. With just this little bit, it's difficult for us to do it. Moreover, in regards to litigation, you need to drink the truth serum potion, and we don't have control over it. Lucan Allo looked a bit troubled and worried as he spoke. Ah, well, the two senior brothers are powerful and understand how to do so. This is all the money I have on me. I'll look for more when I get back and bring it over here. You two must think of a way. The man took it and grinned wickedly. It's quite heavy. Are you really willing to part with it? Lu Akio heard this. His eyes darkened, and he smiled evilly. Willing. As long as that kid remembers it, then this money is worth it. He thought to himself, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the kid. I suffered a loss. In that storage ring there are definitely treasures worth more. The two received the money, and immediately said their plan. No problem. We'll secretly switch the pillars, and let you drink the fake truth serum, no matter what he says in front of the elder, he said in a cunning tone. Bai Yifan will definitely accept this charge. Lu Ao smiled evilly when he heard that. Then I'll trouble you senior brothers. At Bai Yifan's residence, Bai Yifan was meditating to refine his qi and calm his mind. Quietly meditating, knocking 36 times, his hands embracing the kunlun, the rustling sound of the wind through the leaves. Bai Yifan kept thinking. Work hard, non-stop, all diseases turn to dust. Bai Yifan suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, Now's the time. He unleashed the blood shield skill, creating a red aura around himself. Under the canopy, the red aura began to shrink on top of Bai Yifan's head. Seeing this, he chuckled to himself. Blood shield, a top-tier defensive technique. Multiplied by the increase in cultivation, cultivators can block stronger attacks. Even attacks so small they can't be detected can be blocked. Worth practicing. Bai Yifan pursed his lips, his face serious as he thought. This is probably the most valuable thing in Yang Shizhong's storage ring. Holding the ring in his hand, Bai Yifan began to analyze and calculate. Most of the rest are some nourishing pills. I'll take some earthly fruit and contribute them to the contribution hall tomorrow, in exchange for something. Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a loud shout. Is Bai Yifan here? The man entered, and said disdainfully. He's here. Bai Yifan glanced at them, puzzled. Who are you? What do you want with me? The two of them had terrifying faces, carrying large blades on their shoulders, their voices full of threat. You are Bai Yifan. We're from the enforcement department. How dare you hit someone outside the contribution hall? You've got guts, come with us. Lu Bao'ao followed behind, sneering with contempt, thinking to himself, Bai Yifan, the worst thing you could do is provoke someone as vengeful as me. Hearing this, Bai Yifan was not afraid at all, his face serious as he stepped forward and said, Okay, lead the way. It just so happens I have something important to go to the contribution hall for. The man frowned upon hearing this, confused. Something? What do you have? Hearing this, Bai Yifan seemed to have gotten what he wanted and said lightly, HMPH. Did senior brother Liu not tell you I have some rank 4 demonic beast blood to submit? He wanted to monopolize it, so I took action and hit him. The man's face showed a hint of displeasure, and he looked at Luo Ako, saying, Oh, rank 4 demonic beast blood. Worth quite a bit of money and contribution points, Luo Ako exclaimed in surprise. Don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't know anything. The man glanced at Luo Ao with disdain, saying with hidden meaning, It's okay anyway, when you drink the truth serum, we'll know who's lying, right? Hearing him say this, Luo Ao gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, he's threatening me. Luo Ago pursed his lips, his face sinking, and whispered, How about you two senior brothers discuss it a little? After I get the spoils, I'll split the money and contribution points 5-5 with you. Hearing this, the man smiled smugly. We get 8, you get 2. Hearing this, Luo Atiko widened his eyes with bloodshot veins, smiling maliciously. Son of a bitch, I'm taking a heavy loss this time. It's all because of that beast, Bai Yifan. He clenched his fist, gritting his teeth as he said, Okay, deal. The man looked at Bai Yifan and ordered coldly, We have to enforce the law, don't delay our time, hurry up and come with us. Hearing this, Bai Yifan immediately agreed, but gently made a request. I understand. It's just that I just finished cultivating and haven't had time to tidy myself up. If this trip ends up with me in jail smelling like filth, could you two senior brothers let me go inside and change my clothes? The man agreed upon hearing this, but was also very vigilant. We'll go with you. Don't try anything. They turned around and stepped inside, the man turning back to instruct Luo Ako. You stay here, Luo Ako said honestly. Yes, senior brothers, go and come back quickly. Inside the room, Bai Yifan was choosing clothes, and the man next to him reminded, Hey kid, don't try anything. If we really fight, you're no match for the two of us. Hearing this, Bai Yifan replied honestly, I understand. I'm not stupid enough to argue with you two senior brothers. Bai Yifan opened the closet and said as he chose, Let me see, I'll change into my bathing clothes. The man said confused. Big brother, something's not right. What is it? The spiritual energy in his room is even denser than ours as inner disciples. He looked around and pointed to the corner of the room. Big brother, look over there. He pointed to the carpet on the floor that was emitting light and said his thoughts. Is that thing casually spread on the ground a carpet woven from Deluo divine grass? The man exclaimed in surprise. What? He continued to exclaim, pointing to another area. Is that thing propping up the bed the tooth of a raging flamehound? And this color, right? No mistake. He continued to look at the basin of water on the floor, and also the towel hanging on that wash basin. Does it look like it's made from the feathers of a domain-quelling divine beast? Feathers of a divine beast used to wipe feet? The two of them widened their eyes in shock as they looked around the room. These treasures are all things rarely heard of. How did he get them? That's right, I've only ever seen these things at auctions. After hearing them discuss, Bai Yifan lightly explained. Oh, these are all my worthless household items. The two senior brothers are laughing at me. Immediately after, Bai Yifan took out a bag of items and gave it to the two of them. This is a bag of bath herbs I concocted myself. Please accept it if you two senior brothers don't mind. The two of them widened their eyes in shock when they received the gift. These are all top-notch treasures, not to mention inner disciples. Even people in the elder class would have a hard time finding them. The two of them huddled together and whispered to each other, Big brother, what's this kid's background anyway? If he's really not someone who doesn't know what's good for him, then he has a big background? Do we really want to offend him? The man nodded in agreement. Yes, second brother is right. Luo Ao stood outside, confused. Strange. Why have the two senior brothers been in there for so long? Two dudes chuckled as they strolled out, each holding a vial of something, and addressed Luo Ao. Little bro, been waiting long. Luo Ao's face went pale as they approached. Senior brothers, what's the meaning of this? One of the guys chuckled. What's it mean? Just escorting you to the disciplinary hall, that's all. He grinned evilly, waving the vial in Luo Ao's face. We know a thing or two about having one good meal versus having them consistently. Luo Ao gasped. What? Luo Ao's face was a mask of terror. What's going on? Back at the disciplinary hall, the two guys spoke. Elder, everything's been investigated and is crystal clear. Lucro Awano knelt below, confessing with great difficulty, I wanted to desert and hog all the loot, so I framed Bai Yifan. He grit his teeth, trying to stop himself. But it was no use. The words kept tumbling out. It was all me. Bai Yifan had nothing to do with it. Damn it, he thought furiously. This truth serum sucks. The disciplinary elder yawned, propping his chin on his hand. Nothing to add. Failed to lead. Framed a fellow disciple. Deduct half a year's allowance and 3 months of repentance at Repentance Cliff. He recoiled in horror, pointing at the two guys. Elder. Wait, what about those two disciplinary senior brothers? He didn't get to finish. The two guys rushed forward, pitting him to the ground. The elder is wise, will take him away immediately. Then, the disciplinary elder praised Bai Yifan. Furthermore, Bai Yifan offered up treasures of heaven and earth, merit's reward. Head to the front hall and collect 30,000 contribution points, Bai Yifan smirked. Many thanks, elder. He then turned and ordered Luo Amakyo taken away. The two men gagged him and dragged him off, not letting him speak. The two guys patted Bai Yifan's shoulder. Bai, old buddy. If you ever run into trouble in the Five Elements Holy Land, just say the word. We look out for each other. We ain't much, but a little favor is nothing. Bai Yifan smiled. No problem. Once outside, the two guys were beaming as they clutched their bags full of loot, whispering, Jackpot! We got paid on both sides. We're rich. Big bro's a genius. Suddenly, a large sack appeared over their heads, confusing them. What's this? The sack engulfed them. They roared in fury. Who dares to ambush this old man? Show yourself if you have the guts. Big bro, this sack won't tear. What do we do? Immediately afterwards was a series of brutal blows rained down upon them, making them scream out in pain. Mercy! After being beaten black and blue, the two finally managed to escape from the large claw. The man shouted even through the pain. Hey, give me back my stuff, my stuff. Who the hell are you? The shadow made a quick escape with the loot. The man asked after him. Second bro, are you okay? That guy hit hard. Hope it doesn't all point back to Bai Yifan. Bai Yifan made his escape, harumphing. See you around, you two. After going a distance, Bai Yifan removed his mask, a sly smile spreading across his face. My way of taking care of people is more than you can handle. The air was fresh, and the sunlight illuminated the magnificent Five Elements Holy Land. The martial arts pavilion elder sounded incredulous. You want to exchange for the top-tier human rank martial skill, the demon fish grand current technique. Have you thought this through? The elder looked sadly at the book, his voice dropping in a tone of persuasion. Yifan, don't waste your effort. Not only does this technique cost a ton of contribution points, but it's obscure, difficult to understand, and extremely profound. How could you possibly comprehend it with your current cultivation level? Yifan grinned, shoving his face close to the elder's. You elders sure are stubborn, don't you worry about that. Resigned, the elder handed over the demonfish grand current technique to Yifan. Never listen to your elders, and you'll regret it soon enough. Take it. Yifan clutched the book he wanted, thinking to himself, my cultivation has advanced, and I have new martial skills. Next up, time for a change of scenery at the Five Elements Holy Land, the Talisman Hall. Yifan pointed at a shelf, telling the manager, this one, and that one too. Yifan was excited, propping his chin with his hand, excited, and stated, forget those, I'll take everything else. The library manager's jaw dropped as he thought, where does this kid get so many contribution points? Yifan continued on through the Five Elements Holy Land to the Spirit Weapon Hall. Elder, all the weapons on this half of the wall. Pack 'em all up for me. Someone spoke, not believing his ears. Yifan grabbed a shining sword full of vitality and said, this weapon isn't bad. Then secretly thinks in his head, should also invest in new equipment. The sight of Yifan carrying so much stuff, single-handedly piling it onto his back, made everyone around him gasp and chatter. Am I seeing things? Does Bai Yifan want to empty out the Talisman Hall and the Spirit Weapon Pavilion? Another group said. Even the Demon Suppression Sword, the legendary treasure of the Spirit Weapon Pavilion, has been exchanged. Then, someone exclaimed, just how many contribution points does this kid have? Bai Yifan was beaming, smugly thinking to himself, of course it's a number you guys wouldn't even dare to dream of. Cut to the scene at night in the Five Elements Holy Land, behind the mountains. It was quiet, with only the moonlight shining down, a few forest animal sounds, and the rustling of trees in the wind. Yifan was practicing combat techniques, thinking to himself, the simplified Mighty Ox Demon Strength technique mentions that cultivating this technique requires finding a way for the meridians to absorb a large amount of essence from the blood of ox-type spirit beasts. Holding a bottle of spirit energy he had prepared, pouring it onto his arm for absorption, Yifan calculated, There's practically an unlimited supply of ox blood back on Earth. After pouring out the amount of spirit energy his body needed, a red aura appeared all over Yifan's body as he looked behind him. Recalling the formula, he realized he needed a lot of exercise to convert the essence into his own strength. Holding the empty bottle in his hand, Yifan threw it with a whoosh to disturb what he was targeting. You desolate martial artists in this remote wilderness are all I have to play with, little fellas. As soon as he threw it, a swarm of bats lurking in the trees rushed towards Yifan. Yifan shouted, "Come on, you little runts." The red-eyed bats flew like rockets, approaching Yifan in an instant. He turned around, waving his hand and muttering, "You guys are pretty fast. Try taking a punch from me after enhancement." Being hit by Yifan's punch caused 2 bats to be sent flying, squeaking "K-E-K-K-E-K-K-E-K." After unleashing all his power, Yifan emitted a burst of explosive energy. Yifan thought, "Phew, not bad. I can clearly feel my meridian surging. With the help of the ox blood, my body has gained the strength of 3 healthy horses." Yifan exerted his strength to unleash his final move, waving his hand and shouting, "Try taking this move," Yifan yelled. Mountain-breaking ox strike. The sky flashed red, illuminating the forest, and the bats flew in all directions. Clenching his fist, Yifan looked at the bats scattered everywhere. With smoke rising from the surroundings, Yifan thought, "Phew, the mighty ox demon strength technique has been successfully cultivated." The trees in the forest swayed, and Yifan sensed something fluctuating in spirit energy. How strange. In a section of the forest, a person dressed in black and covering his face stood on a boulder and said, "Come out, I know you're here." A dark aura emanated from the mysterious person in black, and he coldly said, "My time is pressing. Get straight to the point." A mysterious hole appeared in the sky, darkening the entire sky, and a voice echoed from within the hole, "Heh, it's really difficult to meet you, my old friend. Hee. You've been working as a spy for us in the 5 Elements Holy Land for so many years. With that huge stature, bulging muscles, and fierce face, there's no mistaking it, it's the Reincarnation Demon Lord." He stood in the middle of the hole and continued, "You're looking more and more like a human. I wonder if you've forgotten your identity as a demon lord of the eternal hatred demonic sect." The mysterious person angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense." "You mysterious?" the cold, emotionless voice asked. "You used the communication talisman to contact me because of the Great Compassion Demon King being killed, right? Tell me, what does your eternal night demonic sect plan to do? What's going on?" Yifan hid behind a tree on the mountaintop, listening to everything that just happened, his face dripping with sweat, thinking, "There's actually a spy from the demonic race in the 5 Elements Holy Land." Back to the conversation. The Reincarnation Demon Lord roared, "That little brat Jiang Ling, since becoming a direct disciple, has ambushed our demonic path no less than 100 times, and now even the Great Compassion Demon King has died at her hands. I'm naturally thinking of quickly eliminating her to please the demon gods." Hearing this, Yifan was startled and exclaimed, "Demon gods?" The mysterious spy cunningly asked, "Want to kill her?" Jiang Ling is the jewel in the hand of the 5 Elements Holy Lord, the top direct disciple, and a surveillance node in the Holy Land. Aren't you afraid of starting a great war between the 2 races, humans and demons? The Reincarnation Demon Lord smiled conspiratorially and softly said, "That's why we need you and me to think of a way to resolve this matter smoothly." The mysterious person's voice was firm, as if he had already planned it out. 3 days later, the Outer Disciples' Spirit Wing Garden trial will begin. As in previous years, it will be overseen by Yan Yunsong. It seems that this year it has been handed over to Jiang Ling. If she makes a mistake, she will be punished to guard the Grief Ghost Cliff. It will be much easier to make her disappear then. The Reincarnation Demon Lord was overjoyed and satisfied. Not a bad idea. The Reincarnation Demon Lord suggested a plan. "At that time, I will make some spiritual enticement medicine, and you find a way to release it into the mountain valley to attract a group of elite disciples. I will arrange for a spirit beast to kill them all. How about that?" The mysterious person smirked. "Your brain works fast." The Reincarnation Demon Lord gradually disappeared into the vortex of darkness, and his voice echoed from within the vortex. "If all the talented elites of the 5 Elements Holy Land die, Jiang Ling will have a hard time escaping implication." Yifan frowned and thought, "I never expected to accidentally discover such a vicious scheme. I must quickly find a way to get out of here." The mysterious person noticed someone eavesdropping and, without saying much, launched a dangerous strike and shouted, "There's movement! Who's there?" Yifan was startled. "Crap! I've been discovered." The trees exploded and were scorched to ashes after a kick from the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure suspiciously eyed the spot that just exploded, muttering to himself, HMPH, nothing's there. Was I being paranoid? The mysterious figure turned away and left. Forget it, there's no sign of life around here. Looks like I was overthinking things. He dissolved into the air, leaving his voice echoing. This place isn't safe to stay long. Bai Yifan, who was hiding, revealed himself and sighed in relief. Thank goodness I haven't used up all my transcending chances for today. I almost got killed. Yifan pondered in his head. I didn't expect the demonic race to plot every way to deal with Jiang Lingxi. No way, I absolutely can't let the demonic race's spy succeed. Looking at the residual energy of the mysterious figure, Yifan had another thought. But I don't have any evidence right now. If I suddenly report this, I'm afraid I'll only stir up a hornet's nest. A small outer sect disciple overhearing a conversation between two great demon lords and still escaping unscathed. If I can't give a good reason, I'm afraid no one will believe me. Yifan's face tightened, and as he walked, he calculated in his head. This can't be ignored. Looks like I have to personally make a trip to the Spirit Herb Garden to investigate. Time passed. 3 days later, the grand meeting was bustling, full of chattering voices. Oh, Brother Zhao, long time no see, your strength has improved again. Another person replied. Of course, I must get the champion of the Spirit Herb Garden trial this time. Another person in the group chimed in with praise. Zhang Tai asked in surprise, so many people are here to participate in the trial. It really is lively. Shen Xinwu's face flushed, and she said somewhat forcedly, of course, if you perform well in the trial, you have a chance to be noticed by an elder and be promoted to an inner sect disciple. Everyone will naturally fight tooth and nail to participate. A voice shouted from the crowd. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Xu Chengfeng arrogantly shouted. Know your place, and don't block the path of your young masters. Look, isn't that Xu Chengfeng? Yifan explained. Not only Xu Chengfeng but Huang Zhen and Yang Zidi are also here, as well as Shi Min and Shi Yuanbai. Shen Xinwu continued. It's said that these 5 are the outstanding outer sect disciples who have already been pre-selected by the 5 inner sects. As long as they break through to the divine power realm, they will be immediately accepted into the inner sect. Flashing in Yifan's mind were some thoughts. The Reincarnation Demon Lord wants to kill the elite disciples. Looks like these people are also among them. Yifan turned to look at Shen Xinwu and asked, That's right, Xinwu. What do you know about the matters related to the demonic race? Can you tell me? Xinwu was surprised. How strange. Why are you suddenly interested in the matters of the demonic race? Although doubtful, Xinwu still explained things one by one to Yifan. Since ancient times, the demonic race has been an antagonistic force to the human race. They are not like our cultivation world. They rely on the simple and brutal method of dividing demon gods based on the level of combat power. Demon Emperor, Demon Lord, Demon King, Demon Master, and Demon Soldier. It is known that the demon god is the supreme commander of the demonic race. There is only one person. It is said that his magical power is so strong that no one can escape from his hands alive, and no one has ever seen his true face. Under the command of the demon god are the 7 great demon sects, which are the Eternal Night Demon Sect, the Sun and Moon Demon Sect, the White Bone Demon Sect, the Asura Demon Sect, the Resentful Hate Demon Sect, the Red Lust Demon Sect, and the Dark Shadow Demon Sect. They are inherently murderous and capable of any evil deed, being the greatest threat to the human race, besides the demon race. After listening to Xinwu's story, Yifan calculated, so that's how it is. Looks like this matter is indeed very difficult to solve. Suddenly, the crowd cheered excitedly. Xiao Jing appeared. Like a beautiful and moving immortal sister, she spoke clearly and distinctly. Dear junior brothers and sisters, the Spirit Herb Garden trial is about to begin, and I will be fully responsible for this year's trial. I hope everyone can abide by the following rules. Several people in the crowd stared at Xiao Jing without blinking, their cheeks flushed. One person said, This is senior sister Jiang, known as Dong Lingye. So beautiful. This is the first time I've seen the real person. Is a fairy like this? Standing sternly above, Xiao Jing spoke in a cold voice first. The trial encourages combat, but killing is not allowed. Especially disciples of the 4 Palaces realm are not allowed to casually attack disciples of lower realms such as the Marrow Cleansing realm and the Opening Aperture realm. Everyone below was highly focused on listening to the girl's words. Second, the trial period is 7 days. After the trial ends, staying behind is not allowed, Xiao Jing sternly reminded. Third, harvested spirit herbs must be placed in storage bags. After the trial ends, you can keep them for yourself, she warned loudly. The above 3 rules. Violators will be punished according to sect rules. Xiao Jing's forceful announcement rang out. Alright, this year's Spirit Herb Garden trial begins. As the gate of time opened, they scrambled to step forward and rushed up. I must be the first to find a spirit herb. They hurriedly competed to rush into the gate of time. Let's go in too. Just stepping through the gate of time, Yifan immediately felt the dense spiritual qi. This is the Spirit Herb Garden. Glancing around at the deserted surroundings, he gradually guessed. We went in together, but now I'm all alone. It seems I've been randomly separated to different places. Strolling forward in the silent forest, Yifan mused. According to Wei, the Spirit Herb Garden was created by an old ancestor of the Five Elements Holy Land, using supreme divine powers, covering an area of about 100 miles. The deeper you go, the higher the probability of finding spirit herbs, but the more dangerous the demon beasts become. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed around, and Yifan instinctively turned to look. There's commotion over there, let's go check it out. Just then, 3 huge pythons appeared out of nowhere, roaring ferociously at him. Facing the 3 monsters, Yifan stood rooted to the spot, as calm as could be. Yifan drew the sword he already had on his back. A mere little snake beast dares to act wildly in front of me. Yifan swung his sword and shouted, 7 styles, wind-severing slash. The 3 green snakes were instantly chopped into pieces by Yifan's sword, flying everywhere. Looking at the scattered remains of the demon snakes, Yifan thought, 4th-level rock snake demon beasts might be troublesome for ordinary disciples, but pose no threat to me now. Suddenly realizing something, Yifan glanced around, thinking to himself, I don't know where the spirit beast that Chen Lun, the demonic lord, arranged is hiding. Oh well, I'll just keep going and see what happens. Somewhere nearby, a miserable cry for help rang out. Help! Save me! Yifan frowned. Someone seems to be in trouble in that corner of the forest. A group of young men were surrounding and bullying a small maiden. She screamed, Don't come any closer. You guys stole my spirit herb, and you're even doing something so beastly. Aren't you afraid the elders will find out and punish you? Cao Yang lewdly smiled, getting close to the girl's face. Elders punishing me. Elder Hao of the punishment hall is my 7th uncle, who dares to touch me in this outer sect. Besides, do you have any proof, junior sister? The girl's eyes welled up with tears, trembling with fear. Yeah, you, don't come any closer. Another guy, with 2 strands of hair hanging in front of his forehead, stood with his hands behind his back, coldly said, Senior brother Cario, don't waste words with this little girl, hurry up, lest someone else arrives. Cao Yang tugged at the girl's sash. Don't be hasty. How about we all go together, brothers? Everyone can relax a bit. The girl was terrified, unable to do anything but scream. No. The guy with the 2 strands of hair was overjoyed, reaching for his belt. So lucky, thanks for the treat, senior brother Cao. Though he was smiling and saying that, he was cursing inwardly. Girl, if I hadn't been celibate on the mountain for so long, would I, a dignified young master, need to share a woman with this guy? A rock flew from somewhere. One throw that hit 2 scumbags. One guy was hit in the forehead, and the other directly on the chin, causing them to scream. The guy with the 2 strands of hair clutched his chin and yelled, Whoo, show yourself! Cao Yang clutched his forehead and hissed, Which goddamn bastard ambushed this young master? Yifan tossed the rock in his hand, his face cold. There's not much else in this spirit herb garden, but there sure are a lot of beasts. The 2 guys gasped. Bai Yifan. The girl, disheveled and tearful, ran over, crying incoherently. This senior brother, please save me. They not only stole my spirit herb, but also want to. Cao Yang put on airs, getting close to Yifan, his body filled with murderous intent. You little punk, it's you. Talk about karma. Didn't expect to meet you here. His sharp eyes stared unblinking at Yifan, who nonchalantly said, I'm too lazy to beat up trash like you again, Scram. Or do you want to wait for me to cripple your legs before you get lost? The man cracked his knuckles with a twisted face and said with vigor, What a joke, Bai Yifan. Do you think I'm still the Cao Yang of the past? During this time, in order to defeat you, I have desperately cultivated, and now my cultivation has broken through to the peak of the aperture opening realm. Lots of crap. Pouring all his spiritual energy into it, Cao Yang shouted, You came at the right time. Let's settle the old and new scores of this old man with you. Yifan smiled lightly, raised one hand to block the attack, as if it were nothing. Is that so? Let me see how strong you've become. With one finger, Yifan blocked the attack, casually saying, Is that all? Looks like you can't even beat one finger of mine. Cao Yang was sweating profusely, his face darkening, thinking to himself, How is it possible? This guy has become several times stronger than before. As he spoke, Yifan launched an attack straight at his face as a warning. I'm warning you for the last time, if I ever see you bullying the weak again. Standing perfectly still, Yifan flicked his finger, threatening. The guy with the hairpin flew to the side. Then I'll completely cripple you, get lost. Taking out a handkerchief, Yifan wiped his hand, frowning. TCH, trash, I'm disgusted to even dirty my hands hitting you. As for the remaining beast, the guy with the 2 strands of hair fearfully backed away, pointing and shouting, Hey Bai Yifan, what do you want to do to me? The guy with the 2 strands of hair gathered his strength, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched. I warn you, my younger sister Wang Meng is now an inner disciple. Do you know what an inner disciple means? It means she'll become a holy land elder in the future. If she tells you to die, you have to. Before he could finish, the remaining guy was sent flying by Yifan's punch. Are you threatening me? The guy with the 2 strands of hair knelt heavily on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, thinking to himself, one punch and my internal organs are shattered. He's much scarier than before. Lin Yifan walked closer, hands on his hips, face smug. Inner sect disciple very strong, huh? The guy on the ground groaned in pain, shivering, barely able to speak. What do you want? It hurts. Don't come any closer. Stay away. Lin Yifan kicked the dude sky high, dropping a final line. Go chill wherever's the coolest for ya. The parted hair guy screamed tragically. Staring miserably at his buddy flying into the pond, Lin Yifan shouted, If there's one thing I hate, it's people threatening me. Bending down to pick up the 2 money pouches from the dudes, Lin Yifan tossed them in the air, totally stoked. Trisk, you guys had quite a bit of stuff on you, huh? Too bad it's all mine now. The girl ran over, still trying to fix her clothes. Senior brother Bai, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have been ruined by those 2. Lin Yifan turned around and casually asked the girl, Yeah, no biggie, don't mention it, are you hurt? Lin Yifan held 3 medicinal herbs in his hand, smiling slightly. Take these spirit herbs to treat your injuries. They can help you recover quickly. The girl came closer, her face lighting up. She covered her mouth and giggled. I didn't expect it to be the rare frost jade gold thread grass. You rarely see these things even in auctions. Senior brother Bai. She moved even closer, her alluring eyes looking at Lin Yifan. You're really giving it to me. Lin Yifan blushed, reminding the girl. Your, clothes are falling off, he stammered awkwardly. These spirit herbs don't really do much for me. I need higher grade stuff. She looked down in surprise, startled to realize her clothes weren't properly adjusted, and felt a bit flustered. Ah, so that's how it is. After fixing her clothes, she pointed toward the river. If you want to find spirit herbs, just follow this river upstream, and you can find a herb garden in the depths. But once you cross this forbidden river, it means there's a chance a rank 7 demonic beast will appear at any time ahead. With our cultivation levels, it's practically like throwing eggs against a rock. Lin Yifan put his hand on his chin, pondering. Forbidden river? Could be a demonic clan's trap. I have to investigate and see what's really going on. Scene change. Deep within the forbidden river, there were voices. Brothers, look, it's actually a Qingming grass. With this spirit herb, our performance in this competition won't be low. Another person said, Don't be happy too soon. Look at what's guarding the spirit herb. Another frowned, expressing his seriousness, looking towards. It's actually a lion ape, damn it. With it guarding the Qingming grass, we have no chance of getting it. The fatty frowned. Zhang Tai, what should we do? This lion ape is at least a rank 6 demon beast. If we act rashly, I'm afraid it won't end well. Zhang Tai smiled slightly, excitedly. That's right, let's just wait. More high-level disciples will gather here. Our strength is not enough, so don't be at the forefront. The fatty was also satisfied after hearing this, and smiled smugly. That's right, high-level disciples will definitely take action later. Being able to watch such a battle is worth it for us. Behind the 2 people talking, a hand patted the fatty. You guys can have such awareness, it is worthy of admiration. The fatty was startled and his face turned pale. Lin Yifan stepped out. Not bad, pretty good awareness. The fatty happily shouted. Bro, fan, Zhang Tai quickly asked. Where have you been? We've been looking for you for a long time. The fatty cheerfully followed up. That's right, it wasn't easy for us to get together these days. Shen Xinwu looked at the girl behind Lin Yifan and asked curiously. Yifan, this young lady. Lin Yifan introduced them one by one. First of all, let me introduce. This is Shu Chun, and she is also a newcomer in the same batch as us. This is Liu Yi, Zhang Tai, Shen Xinwu. Everyone say hello, hello, hello. Shu Chun was friendly and chatted amiably, recounting everything to everyone. Hello everyone, senior brothers and sisters. After I was teleported here, I was bullied by bad guys, but fortunately senior brother Bai saved me. The 3 of them understood the situation, and someone said, So that's how it is then, junior sister, let's work together. The crowd cheered. Quick, look, those Zhu Chengfeng guys are preparing to attack the lion ape. A group of people stood on the top of the mountain to declare war on the lion, led by Chengfeng, from the Purple Mansion realm, first level. Shu Chengfeng ordered the 2 men behind him, Lao Meng, Huier, throw stones from the outside to harass the lion ape, so it will stay away from the Qingming grass. The two men obeyed the order and rushed forward. Meng Feisei's orifice scene is the 8th level, and Yao Huikier's orifice scene is the 7th level. Roger, leave it to me. Then he called the names of 2 other people, Huang Ba, Liang Fei. Attack from both sides. Then the 2 replied, no problem, Huang Ba's orifice scene is the 9th level, and Liang Fei's orifice scene is the 9th level, shouting, no problem, let's go. Xu Changfeng poured his inner strength into his palms, and rushed straight into the surrounded lion, ordering, leave the front to me, maintain the formation, don't mess up, pointing the sword at the lion, stabbing the sword directly into the front, roaring, go to hell, lion ape! Watching the tricks, the brothers admired and exclaimed, Xu Changfeng is worthy of being a disciple of the Purple Mansion realm, he is really strong. Another person also chimed in, the attack is flawless, guiding the 4 disciples of the Orifice realm to cooperate very well, so the lion ape will be worn down by them. The lion ape countered, causing the people of Xu Changfeng to fly in all directions, screaming, soundwave attack, not good, the senior brothers have been separated. A miserable cry blocked the power with a sword, but was not blown away. Xu Changfeng was bitter. I didn't expect it, damn it. Why is the lion ape so strong? Those in the maze were thrown into the air. We can't even withstand a single attack. If this continues, we will all die here. One guy got caught, couldn't run fast enough, and turning back, could only say, I'm done for. The ape lion's got its sights on me. Before he could even react, he was kicked straight into a rock across the way. All that was left was senior brother Meng Feisei's scream. Everyone sat huddled in a corner. Blood splattered all over their armor, having witnessed everything, lamenting, we're doomed. How is this ape lion so strong? Way stronger than it showed before. Is it, like, gone totally berserk? Yifan, analyzing from the side, understood the technique the ape lion used, thinking to himself, berserk mode? This rank 6 demonic beast hasn't even developed its intelligence yet, but it's activating its bloodline berserk mode in a desperate situation. Kong Changfeng, while running, shouted, run! Get out of its attack range. A seriously injured little junior sister grabbed onto Kong Changfeng's leg, begging, senior brother, take me with you, don't leave me behind. My legs hurt badly. Kong Yi Cheng, seeing the ape lion about to catch up, frowned. We're screwed, it's coming this way. If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Kong Yi Cheng yelled, let go of me, don't pull me. The junior sister under his feet screamed in terror. Kong Yi Cheng's face darkened, sweating profusely, his life hanging by a thread, thinking, damn it, if I don't think of something, I'm gonna become this ape's dinner. Hearing movement from the trees, Kong Yi Cheng got an idea. Someone's hiding over there. Got it. Yifan hadn't figured out Yin Cheng's plan yet. What's he up to? Hiding the piece of meat he had on hand, Kong Yi Cheng hatched a scheme. This piece of meat is full of spiritual energy. No spirit beast could refuse it. Kong Yi Cheng threw the meat towards Yifan's direction, yelling and thinking, go, for my life I have no choice. The group of Yifan, hidden behind the trees, panicked, exclaiming, oh no, the ape lion's running towards us. The ape lion pounced on the flying piece of meat. Yifan looked like he wanted to eat him alive. He screamed, yelling at his friends, Bai Yifan, get out of the way! A hand held the large piece of meat, dripping bright red, straight up high. Bai Yifan gripped the piece of meat tightly, running as fast as the wind, shouting back, don't worry everyone, just wait for me to come back. Liu Wei peeked out from behind a large tree, only able to yell to stop him, Wang Yi, no! Before long, Yifan approached the giant ape lion. He raised the piece of meat high, and loudly drew its attention. Hey, you dumb ape! Over here. The ape lion stared intently at the meat in Yifan's hand, its mouth drooling non-stop. Yifan smirked, waving the meat while running. Tisk, tisk, tisk! Very good, come get it. The disciples in Yifan's group, terrified, only dared to watch from behind. Liu Wei sighed. Brother Bai is using himself as bait to save us. The woman beside him worried for Yifan. Is he really okay? That's a rank 6 demonic beast. The others were also surprised by Yifan's actions, all of them terrified and worried. They started whispering. What's going on? It looks like Bai Yifan led the ape lion away. What? Bai Yifan willingly became bait. Zhang Tai resolutely spoke up. No way! I can't just not worry about him. I gotta go check it out. Liu Yi and the junior sister also went along fiercely. The girl also agreed. We'll go with you. Xunchen suddenly stood in front of them, spreading her arms to stop them. Wait, senior brother Liu, where are you going? It's very dangerous ahead. Liu Yi immediately retorted. Junior sister Xu, don't block our way! Move! Zhang Tai persuaded her. Junior sister Xu Chun, we can't let Bai Yifan face the danger alone. If you're willing to help, you can come with us. But if you're scared, you don't have to follow.
Hearing that, Shu Chun stammered, I. Kong Changfeng stepped forward from behind, mocking. Ha, junior sister Shu, you're right not to go. That Bai Yifan guy's probably been eaten by the ape lion, bones and all by now. It's useless to go. Shu Chun glanced at him, muttering, Senior brother Kong. The other 2 disciples are heavily injured, covered in blood from head to toe, even though they were equipped with armor. Slowly getting up, the junior sister, supported by her teammate, complained, Kong Changfeng, you abandoned your teammates and framed Bai Yifan. Do you even have any shame? The man beside her also snorted coldly. Kong Changfeng turned his head sideways, gritting his teeth angrily, warning, So what? I didn't force him. Say any more and I'll kick you guys out too. The girl frowned, cursing. He's so annoying. A hypocrite, pretending to be righteous. Kong Changfeng slowly walked towards the location of the spirit herb, laughing to himself. With this spirit herb, I can have the elders refine a soul-nourishing pill, break through to the divine power realm, and have a bright future. He reached out his hand for the spirit herb, his heart filled with joy. So what if it's a dirty trick? The result is all that matters. Bai Yifan, oh Bai Yifan, I really have to thank you. Ha. From a distance, footsteps echoed. Immediately, Bai Yifan appeared in front of Kong Changfeng. He slapped him hard on the head, sending his whole body flying backwards, only managing to shout, Ah, Yifan, angrily yelled loudly, Get your dirty hands off my spirit herb. Yifan's strength was truly not to be underestimated. Kong Changfeng was strong, but just one hit from Yifan sent his body flying back several meters. The other disciples, seeing Yifan return unscathed, were all surprised. Oh my god, what's going on? Bai Yifan isn't hurt at all. Another disciple chimed in with admiration. Yeah, I can't believe he came back so fast. Bai Yifan touched the spirit grass, thinking to himself, HMPH, trying to screw me over for this lousy spirit grass? You just picked the wrong guy. He held the spirit grass, looking it over before scoffing. This thing looks less valuable than a random blade of grass I could have plucked from earth, but the fact that people are jealous over it is just hilarious. Liu Wei saw Yifan and quickly asked with concern, Yifan, are you okay? Shu Chun also chirped in. Brother Yifan, are you all right? He put his hands behind his head, casually walking over to them, and said proudly, What could possibly happen to me? That wasn't even enough to count as a warm-up. Liu Wei was also relieved, laughing loudly. Ha, that's great then. That's great. Just then, Shu Changfeng crawled out of the river onto the bank. He stared at Yifan in disbelief, repeatedly questioning, You're still alive. Where's the lion ape? Bai Yifan raised a hand to his chin, looked at him and said, Oh, you mean that demonic beast? He recalled the scene of that lion ape lying flattened in a huge crater, and said evasively, Right now, that white lion is probably just sticking its tongue out, lying motionless in a corner. Blood is flowing from all over its body, Yifan then added cheerfully. It's having sweet dreams. The other disciples couldn't believe what Yifan was saying. One spoke up, questioning, Was it just luck? Otherwise, there's no way his strength is higher than Shu Changfeng's, another person added doubtfully. Isn't he just at the aperture opening realm? How could he escape from that demonic beast on his own? Shu Changfeng clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he glared at Yifan, thinking angrily, A mere newbie, and the legendary trash with Huang rank aptitude, dares to make me lose face. If I don't teach you a lesson today, how am I supposed to live in the sacred land from now on? He suddenly stood up and unleashed his ultimate move, the mysterious ice claw, his voice a menacing growl. Bai Yifan, you Huang rank trash, put down the Qingming grass now, or don't blame me for being impolite. A female disciple saw this and shouted to stop him. Senior brother Shu, you're a Violet Palace realm disciple. How can you unscrupulously snatch a junior brother's opportunity? Shu Changfeng, along with his mysterious ice claw, shot towards Yifan like an arrow, saying angrily as he flew, Cut the crap, I'm taking his stuff today, what are you going to do about it? You dare humiliate me, go die. Yifan paid no attention to his words, the blood shield technique already activated in his hand. He smirked. You really won't cry until you see the coffin. In an instant, the sight of Shu Changfeng's mysterious ice claw clashing with Bai Yifan's blood shield left everyone utterly astonished, exclaiming, What? What is that? Bai Yifan stood majestically behind the shield, resisting Shu Changfeng's ice shards, and mocked, Is this all the strength a Violet Palace realm disciple has? Truly pathetic. Bai Yifan took the chance to leap up and grab Shu Changfeng's arm, saying, So weak that I feel like using this move on you is a total waste. At this moment, Yifan's aura terrified him, causing him to stammer, What? What are you trying to do? He placed a hand tightly on his right chest. Yifan's eyes blazed, and a red aura erupted around him. Yifan whispered, Ox demon. Enveloped in a red aura, Bai Yifan leaped powerfully, diving towards Shu Changfeng and launching an uppercut. At Shu Changfeng he roared. Great saber technique,
Yifan's terrifying power made Changfeng cough up mouthfuls of blood, leaving him only able to beg, "Ah, brother Bai Yifan, spare me, I was wrong."
Splatters of blood flew from Shu Changfeng as his entire body was sent flying backward, collapsing onto the ground, causing the others to scream in terror. Senior brother Shu was sent flying with a single punch. Seeing the blazing red aura flashing from Bai Yifan, the other disciples looked at each other in astonishment and began to whisper, "My God, what's going on?" Another, equally surprised, spoke up, "So Shu Changfeng was actually defeated, beaten by a newbie who's only been in the sect for 2 months."
Everyone stared at Yifan, their jaws on the floor, as one disciple stammered in fear, "Dude, that's just way too strong."
Bai Yifan stood proudly over the defeated Shu Changfeng, taunting him with a proud look. "Senior brother Shu, didn't you call me trash earlier? So what does that make you when you can't even beat trash? Doesn't that make you even more of a piece of trash than the trash?" Shu Changfeng's clothes were now stained with blood. He could only sit on the ground, looking up at Yifan, stammering in fear, You, what are you gonna do? Don't do anything reckless." The rules state that a Violet Palace Realm disciple can't attack an Aperture Opening Realm disciple.
Bai Yifan tilted his chin up, a wicked grin spreading across his face.
The rules say a Violet Palace Realm disciple can't attack a lower-level Aperture Opening Realm disciple, but it says nothing about an Aperture Opening Realm disciple not being able to fight and beat a Violet Palace Realm disciple.
Hearing this, Shu Changfeng's eyes widened in an instant, his face filled with terror as he screamed, You, stay away from me." No one knew what happened next. Only a blood-curdling ahhh was heard echoing through the forest, startling the birds into fleeing the area. Just as expected, Bai Yifan had sent Shu Changfeng tumbling to the ground with a palm strike, and he snorted coldly, "There, HMPH, don't remember a thing." Although Shu Changfeng was beaten to a pulp, he refused to give up. "Arg, damn it, Bai Yifan. I won't let you get away with this."
Bai Yifan took the opportunity to snatch his pouch, smiling amicably and saying, "In that case I'll be waiting. This pouch is pretty heavy. Well then, I won't be shy."
Yifan walked over to the crowd, opened the pouch, and said generously, "All right, everyone pick 2 items." Shu Chun was surprised. "Ah, really?" Zhang Tai praised him endlessly. "Brother Fan is so generous." Everyone took a spirit grass from the pouch, their faces instantly brightening with joy. Zhu Chun couldn't help but giggle. Hey. Liu Wei also thanked him.
"Thanks, Brother Fan." Suddenly, Bai Yifan stood in front of Zhu Chun and said, "Zhu Chun, to be fair, you already got a spirit grass earlier, so you don't get any of these." She turned away sadly, saying, Senior brother, I understand."
Bai Yifan's group was busy chatting away, completely unaware that behind them, Shu Changfeng was struggling to his feet, holding a sharp dagger, his heart set on a single goal. "No matter what, no matter the cost, I will kill you today." Before he could even react, a massive, crimson hammer slammed down, pinning his feet and rendering him immobile. All he could do was scream in agony, Og, stop it!" Bai Yifan tilted his head, taking a look. It's a weapon formed from condensed blood energy. A group of people wielding knives and staffs, also made of condensed blood energy, approached Shu Changfeng. One of them pointed directly at him, angrily rebuking him. "Kid, you ambushed your fellow disciple. Such behavior is a disgrace to us outer sect disciples." Shu Changfeng stammered. What right do you guys have to tell me what to do?" Bai Yifan carefully observed, making a mental note. At the Qi cleansing stage, one can use the power of blood energy to condense a silk garment. At the aperture opening stage, one can condense a suit of armor. And at the Violet Palace stage, one can condense weapons. These blood energy weapons are extremely convenient to wield, and their power is no less than low-grade magical artifacts.
These guys are all Violet Palace stage powerhouses.
The man continued to advance, swinging his hammer hard at Zhu Changfeng while scolding, "I just don't like the look of you. A disgrace to the outer sect disciples." Shu Changfeng could only howl, "Aga! That's Huang Zhen."
Triple Violet Palace. He turned to Bai Yifan with a smile and said, "Brother, I've taught him a lesson for you. No need to stand on ceremony, your skills aren't bad. Want to join our group and head further up the Forbidden River?"
Bai Yifan, after hearing the suggestion, asked, "Form a group." Scene change. Arriving at the upper reaches of the Forbidden River, a beam of light enveloped an area ahead of Qifeng Valley. Someone suddenly said, "It's here. The high-grade spirit herb area is within this barrier. We need everyone to use their spirit energy together to break this restriction."
The group joined forces, shouting with all their might, "Get ready! 1, 2, 3! A chain wrapped in red gas shot towards the barrier,
its terrifying power causing the barrier to crack. One person shouted excitedly, "Quick, look! The barrier has been torn open a little." Yang Zidi of the Twin Violet Palace stage said loudly while transmitting power. Just a little more effort, and the restriction can be opened.
Behind Ji Min of the Twin Violet Palace stage, Bai Yifan's group arrived. Huang Zhen said, "Junior sister, we're here to help you." Everyone lined up in a neat row, pouring all their spirit energy into the restriction. Huang Zhen shouted, "Break the barrier for me." After much effort,
they finally managed to break the barrier. The barrier was gradually torn from a small opening into a large area, Ji Min said.
"Senior brother, you finally arrived." At this moment, Yang Zidi wiped the sweat from her face and said, "Phew, finally opened it." Ji Min looked at Huang Zhen and sighed, "Senior brother, I thought you wouldn't make it in time." He could only laugh it off.
"Ha, took a bit of time to find people," Bai Yifan secretly thought to himself. So that's how it is. It seems this Violet Vine Valley needs combined strength to break the restriction. No wonder they needed to form a group.
He carefully observed each person, thinking, "The elite disciples of the outer sect must all be here." Ji Min turned to look at him and said to Huang Zhen, "Isn't that Bai Yifan? I remember he hasn't even been in the sect for 3 months. How dare he come to a place like this?"
Huang Zhen replied, "You still don't know, right? Even Zheng Feng failed at his hands. Don't underestimate him," a junior brother said. "Alright, now that the barrier is broken, let's go in and take a look first." Each person walked cautiously towards the barrier.
Inside Violet Vine Valley, everything was purple, looking very dreamy. One disciple couldn't help but say, "Wow, the spirit energy here is so rich."
Ji Min also said, "Why is it so quiet? I don't see any demon beasts." The person next to her explained, "Violet Vine Valley is the territory of the Howling Moonwolf, one of the strongest demon beasts in the entire spirit herb garden. What ordinary demon beast would dare to intrude?" A junior brother suddenly exclaimed, "Look, Violet Infant Flower." This one sentence was enough to attract Bai Yifan's attention. Violet Infant Flower is a flower that can be used to make superior advancement pills, and its roots and leaves can also be used as medicine for treating injuries.
The junior brother approached the Violet Infant Flower, excitedly saying, "If I sell this, it'll be worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. This is mine." Suddenly, a monster with glowing green eyes and a crescent moon on its forehead appeared, startling the disciple and causing him to scream in terror.
This is. Seeing this, Bai Yifan warned, "Be careful, ambush."
Strikes from the beast gravely injured and sent an outer sect disciple flying. Those behind were shocked.
What happened? What is that thing in the darkness?
Purple smoke began to spread in the air, and the group cried out in horror,
This! How is this possible?"
We ran into it as soon as we came in.
A long-bored demon beast slowly walked forward, letting out a loud roar. The fellow disciples cried out in fear, "It's here! It's the Howling Moonwolf, a 7th-level demon beast." The group panicked and fled.
"Quick, run!" Contrary to everyone's panic, Huang Zhen, with a blood energy dagger in his hand, said disdainfully, "What are you panicking about? The strength of a 7th-level demon beast is equal to the Violet Palace stage of the human race. There are so many of us, are you afraid we can't handle it?" Facing the approaching demon beast, the others also stopped, and prepared to fight alongside him. They shouted, "That's right, the hide of the Howling Moonwolf can be sold for 1 or 2 10,000 spirit stones. I want to gouge out its eyes to cultivate a unique pupil technique. Hey, don't even think about competing with me." Bai Yifan was secretly assessing the situation. This demon beast isn't as simple as it looks. Its aura is seriously bizarre. Just then, the demon beast let out an eerie laugh, and he felt a bad vibe. Demon beasts aren't spirit beasts. They've never developed intelligence, so how can it have human-like expressions? Huang Zhen smugly mocked the move the demon beast unleashed. "Haha, the same attack as before. I'm a whole realm stronger than that last disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, he was torn to shreds, causing the faces of his fellow disciples beside him to change drastically. They screamed, "What?" he yelled in fear.
How is that possible? Huang Zhen, at the 3rd level of the Violet Palace realm, was killed instantly by a single claw of the Howling Moonwolf. The demon beast roared again, and the shockwave from its roar sent everyone flying. Cries of pain echoed around.
The other disciples cautiously assessed the situation, planning to retreat. "This is bad. At this rate, we'll lose our lives. Run away. This thing has spirit beast battle power above the Violet Palace realm."
He, on the other side, his face darkened as he speculated. Elite disciples, spirit herbs, spirit beasts. Yep, this is it. The trap the devil set.
The devil's move just now caused such a big commotion. This time it's probably not going to be easy to deal with. At Muyuan, Jiang Shiji and the other disciples were meditating
when she suddenly sensed impending danger. "This is bad. Violet Vine Valley."
She flew up, informing everyone, "Everyone, prepare your gear, quickly. to Violet Vine Valley. The remaining junior sisters, not understanding, watched her leave, wondering, "What's wrong with Jiang Xiji? Wait for us." Over by the demon beast, things were quickly turning sour. Hiding behind a large rock, everyone discussed how to handle the situation. What do we do? With all of us combined, we can't even withstand a single claw from a spirit beast.
Ji Min sat trembling in a corner. If this keeps up, we're gonna die here sooner or later. I don't want to die yet.
The person next to her grumbled. Annoying. This demon beast herded us here, but it's dragging its feet, not attacking. Is it deliberately toying with us?
From afar, the spirit beast howled loudly, the sound waves echoing in the air. Ji Min peeked out, asking everyone, "What's it doing?"
The person from before guessed.
"That sound seems to be calling for its buddies," Ji Min retorted angrily upon hearing him. What? One howling moonwolf is already this difficult to deal with. If we add a few more, wouldn't we have even less chance of survival?
Bai Yifan stood aside, thinking.
Something's not right. That's not a call for companions. It's someone screaming, calling the beasts.
Shadows flickered in the darkness behind the demon beast. Oh crap, look, everyone. All the wild beasts in Violet Vine Valley have been summoned. The demon beast stomped its foot, as if giving a command, and the other monsters charged forward.
Someone noticed and shouted, "What exactly does this howling moonwolf want? Does it want to order them to kill us?" The spirit beast smugly chuckled. Hey, he assessed the situation from behind the rock.
Right, according to the rumors, spirit beasts can be compared to the divine power realm, possessing extraordinary intelligence. They can even control ordinary demon beasts to fight for them. At the exit, a bunch of snake-like demon beasts were guarding it. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! The howling moonwolf has ordered the demon beasts to guard the exit.
If we don't figure out a way out of this, I'm afraid we'll all be caught within an hour.
He turned to look at the chaotic group, complaining and lamenting. How can there be spirit beasts in the spirit herb garden? Didn't they say the highest level demon beasts are only level 7? Someone else shouted, "We're screwed, we've been tricked."
With the situation hanging by a thread, Ji Min desperately took off running, wanting to escape. She yelled, "No, I don't want to die here, I have to get out."
The people behind her, caught off guard, could only try to dissuade Ji Min from running around recklessly.
And unfortunately for her, just as she took a few steps, a white-furred demon beast suddenly appeared and pounced, biting her shoulder. She could only scream in pain as she fell. Seeing this, Ye Xiaochai collapsed in fear. What do we do now? I don't want to die here. The person next to her could only support her and comfort her. Xiaochai, calm down. After seeing the situation getting worse and worse, he thought helplessly about how to deal with it. Even the elite disciples have lost their composure. This can't go on. If it were just me dealing with the howling moonwolf, I'd be more than capable, but now I have to ensure the safety of all these people. Meanwhile, the white spirit beast, the mastermind behind everything, was sleeping peacefully. He assessed, HMPH, I didn't expect it to be so arrogant.
Closing its eyes to rest. That's right, the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed. It seems it wants to lure bigger fish through us. He looked up at the crescent moon shining brightly along with the crimson sky. He worried. There's not much time left. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. With a determined look in his eyes, he thought to himself behind the rock, I can only rely on my wit in this critical situation. Bai Yifan calmly rushed forward, saying to the people behind him, Stay behind the rock and don't move. I'll figure out a way to deal with them.
Upon hearing this, the people behind him panicked and shouted, Bai Yifan, are you tired of living? Another person echoed, Come back. He calmly commanded everyone, All right, everyone. Focus your minds and calm your breathing. Then, reach into your robes, grab a secret weapon, and I'll yell, You beasts, taste the power of this. As he said that, he chucked the mystery item with all his might towards the horde. The group hiding behind the rock, who were initially worried, suddenly froze. Wait a sec, that is. Another person chimed in. Ugh, this smell is assaulting my nostrils. They covered their noses with their hands, expressions contorted in disgust. Someone else whined. This is too much. What the heck is this stuff? Is this really going to take care of those beasts?
Turns out Bai Yifan tossed out a few plants that reeked to high heaven, emitting a purple smoke that spread everywhere. One person observing Zhao Yuelong commented, Doesn't seem to be working.
Another person refuted, Not true. Look at the beasts behind Zhao Yuelong. One of them is collapsing. After inhaling that scent, Zhao Yuelong noticed this too and became more alert. Seeing that, everyone cheered up. It's working. We're saved. Following that, countless beasts simultaneously keeled over. Seeing the effect, the remaining beasts hesitated and retreated. Everyone watched with rapt attention, saying, The beasts outside are being pushed back too. This stuff is amazing. Yang Zidi suddenly exclaimed, I know what that is. It's the myriad corpse rotgrass. Hearing that, a fellow disciple gasped, Myriad corpse rotgrass? That's a top-tier poisonous herb.
He stared at the plant he tossed out, saying, I heard even a small piece of it can release the stench of 10,000 corpses within 100 miles. No living thing dares to approach. Then he wondered, how did Bai Yifan get his hands on it?
Bai Yifan, sitting in a tree, overheard them and thought, Myriad corpse rotgrass. Turns out the stinky weed from my world has such a fancy name.
He recalled his past. When he was picking this weed, a little girl pointed at him and said, Mommy, that person stinks. The mother quickly denied it and led her child away. Don't say such things. Hearing that, he looked at the stinky weed in his hand and mused, Ah, it really does reek a bit. He seriously contemplated, I was planning to gather stuff when I go to the spirit herb trial garden, but I brought this over for self-defense. People used stinky grass to ward off wild animals back then, so it should have some effect on these demonic beasts. At least a little. Zhang Tai, hiding behind the rock, pinched his nose and gave him a thumbs up, saying, Bai Yifan, you're the real deal. Another person praised, Senior brother Bai, you're awesome. They watched the young beasts fall left and right, or retreat backward, and exclaimed, Great! The beasts in the encirclement have all fallen. Seeing this clearly, he jumped down from the tree, saying, Well, that takes care of the immediate problem.
Then he grabbed his sword and stared at the next beast. Your turn, Zhao Yuelang. Hearing that, the beast stood up and walked towards Bai Yifan.
Xiao Yuelong roared, its eyes gleaming fiercely as it glared at him. Someone watching from behind asked, Can Bai Yifan beat Xiao Yuelong? There was no reply. Who knows? But he's our only hope of surviving this. Then he and the beast charged at each other. Zhao Yuelang pounced, and he unleashed a fiery flame slash towards its belly. The light from the sword flashed, aiming for the beast's stomach. The blade struck its belly, but instead of the soft feeling of an animal, Zhao Yuelang's belly was incredibly hard, preventing the sword from piercing through. He thought to himself, So tough. He was astonished by the beast's hardness, he thought. A full-strength attack only managed to scratch it. Zhao Yuelang, having blocked his attack, looked smug, giving a sinister smile. Keke. Hearing that, he got pissed. His eyebrows furrowed, and he thought, That expression again. Damn it, attacking its weak point, the softest part like the belly, only did this much. Someone watching from behind quickly warned, Bai Yifan, watch out, it's coming. Just then, the beast suddenly lunged at him, opening its mouth wide, preparing to attack. The event unfolded in a flash. Startling him, he thought, I'm done for. He quickly used the willow sway step to dodge its attack, while thinking of a counterattack. Gotta find a way to limit its movements. Xiao Yuelang opened its mouth wide, revealing its vulnerable throat inside. An idea flashed through his mind. Gotta try it. He yelled, Come on! Then he raised his sword, preparing to attack. The beast was charging. Then he thrust his sword straight into the beast's mouth, with resolute determination. The power surrounding the sword burst outwards. The fellow disciple who saw that thought to himself, Foolish. That might seriously injure Xiao Yuelang, but he'll lose an arm himself, and then he'll have no chance of winning. With one hand, he held the sword, stabbing Xiao Yuelang, and with the other hand, he condensed a ball of energy. Then he yelled, Ah, come out! Yang Zidi, who was watching intently, gasped. That is. Suddenly, a weapon appeared from Bai Yifan's hand. It radiated a really strong energy. It's called the Blood Chi Blade. Then he swung the weapon at Zhao Yuelang and yelled, Die! That weapon was emitting a terrifying power. A huge explosion rang out, followed by a cloud of smoke. The crowd asked in disbelief, Xiao Yuelang is dead. They asked in shock, How can Bai Yifan use power beyond his realm? A fellow disciple suddenly shouted, as if he had realized something terrifying. Could it be? Then he looked at Bai Yifan and said, Breakthrough. He broke through in actual combat. He is now Bai Yifan of the Purple Palace realm. Hairsplitter Guy gaped his mouth and said, He won. We were actually saved by Bai Yifan. Seeing this, Yang Zidi also said with a surprised expression, How long has he been a disciple? He's too strong. Bai Yifan said arrogantly, TCH, is this the feeling of qi condensing into weapons in the Purple Palace realm? Not bad. Suddenly a chuckle rang out, making him surprised. Whose voice is this? Bai Yifan thought. This is bad. It's demonic energy controlling the spirit beast. It still wants to revive Xiao Yuelang. The beast-binding lock appeared at this moment, then rushed towards the moaning Xiao Yuelang. Ouch, ouch. Ah, painful. It was tightly wrapped by the beast-binding lock, and gradually burned. The netherworld glazed fire burst into flames, and it cried out in pain, Ah,
unwilling.
Jiang Lingxi had appeared at some point and asked everyone, "Is everyone okay?" Seeing this, Bai Yifan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, you finally arrived. If you had been a little later, all the disciples here would have been killed by this demonic energy.
Yang Zidi and the two people next to her said in unison. Senior Sister Jiang is Senior Sister Jiang. She came to save us. Senior Sister is here. Immediately after that, she reached out to the trapped beast. Dispelling the demonic energy, Yu Lang instantly lost the demonic energy, and then she turned to everyone and asked, "Can anyone tell me what exactly happened here?" That hair SPT litter guy actually shouted loudly, pointing at her.
Say, Senior Sister,
how dare you ask us? We should be the ones asking you. Isn't it because of your negligence that allowed this spirit beast that has opened its mind to enter the garden? It almost killed us.
Bai Yifan then said.
This fellow disciple shouldn't judge if he doesn't know the whole story. The demonic energy just now was no longer the spirit beast in the garden. There may be other hidden reasons. If Senior Sister hadn't arrived in time, we would have died unjustly.
Seeing this, the two men spoke up again.
That's right. The energy just now was disgusting. Completely different from the spirit chi of the spirit garden. Yes, I agree with Brother Bai's words.
Yang Zidi approached and reported to her.
Reporting to Senior Sister, this is what happened. We came to Purple Vine Valley to find spirit herbs and encountered this Xiao Yue Lang, who had evolved into a spirit beast.
Fortunately, Bai Yifan used the myriad corpse rotting evil herb to drive away the demon beast, so we managed to hold on until now. Otherwise, we would have been in a lot of trouble.
Jiang Lingger asked in surprise, "Myriad corpse rotting evil herb? Where did you get such a precious treasure?"
Bai Yifan was embarrassed. "Well, haha, I just happened to get it,"
she praised after hearing that. "Well, you did a good job. As for this matter, I will investigate further." While Senior Sister Jiang was probing his spiritual power, he asked, "How is it?" She replied,
"Before the chi refining started, I checked every 7th level demon beast of the medicine garden, and this Xiao Yue Lang was indeed about to evolve into a spirit beast.
Because I had placed a restriction in its body, completely suppressing its strength, but now this restriction is gone," Bai Yifan said seriously. "Could it have been broken through?"
Senior Sister Jiang replied, "Definitely not possible. I have the 7th level of Divine Power Realm strength. Even if this beast turned the world upside down, it wouldn't be able to break through the restriction I placed."
"Then there is only one explanation," Bai Yifan exclaimed. "Senior Sister, you have been framed," she replied. "I think so too."
Jiang Lingrer announced to everyone, "Everyone leaves Purple Vine Valley first. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give everyone an answer."
Hair Splitter heard this, turned his back and said, let's go. We almost became cannon fodder."
Before everyone left, Senior Sister Jiang called Bai Yifan to say thank you. "Bai Yifan, thank you. If you hadn't helped just now, all the disciples would have been killed by the demon beast. This is also considered you indirectly saved me. To express my gratitude,
I'll give you this shattering gold finger." She then held out a martial arts book in her hand. "I don't have much. Just this high-level martial skill manual that suits you." "Hope you don't mind," Bai Yifan happily replied. "Your wish is my command." "Then I'll thank Senior Sister." "Oh, right, and this. What's this?" she cheerfully said. "You've just entered the Purple Palace realm. I'm giving you 3 foundation stabilizing pills as a bonus. I'm sure they'll be a great help to your cultivation," he replied. "Oh, okay, thanks, Senior Sister."
Suddenly, she approached him, rubbed her chin, and wondered, "But I'm curious, aren't you supposed to have yellow grade talent? How come your cultivation speed is so fast? There's no myriad evil corpse rot grass in this herb garden? Where did you get it from? Curious, huh?" Bai Yifan replied with an awkward smile.
"Haha, I can't hide anything from Senior Sister, as expected. This is all thanks to Yang Shichong's storage ring. There are many good things inside. My cultivation increased dramatically because of it, and the myriad evil corpse rotgrass is also in the storage ring."
She laughed loudly. "Oh, is that so? Haha, I'll believe you for now."
Just when he thought he was done, Bai Yifan continued. "Oh right, Senior Sister. I just feel like this matter is related to the demonic race and," she curiously said. "And what?" he thought to himself. "This small fluctuation. Could it be there's more? Are you eavesdropping?"
Bai Yifan replied to Jiang Ling's question. "It's nothing, just be careful." He broke out in sweat, thinking, "The 5 Elements Holy Land has a spy, and they're even stronger than Senior Sister Jiang. This is a big deal. The fewer people who know before the investigation is clear, the better."
"Where did those girls come from?" Calling Senior Sister Jiang, she turned around and replied, "You guys are too late." She ordered, "Follow me. Suspend all spirit garden trials, and conduct a thorough investigation first." Hearing her words, the people behind her replied, Yes, ma'am. In the main hall of the Five Elements Holy Land, a very powerful voice echoed,
Respected deans, don't rush to conclusions. In my opinion, there must be something hidden about this. Tu Shanrong, the dean of the water hall, frowned and said, with Lingyi's cultivation, could a 7th-level demon beast break through the restriction she set? Xia Qingshang, the dean of the earth hall, couldn't help but snort coldly upon hearing this. What could be hidden? In this old man's opinion, Jiang Lingge was careless and caused this.
Yan Tianze, the dean of the metal hall, laughed in a mocking manner. Senior brother is being too serious. Every year, the Spirit Herb Garden trials result in the deaths of dozens of disciples. This year's death toll is less than 10, so it can't be considered a disaster, right? Xia Qingshang snorted coldly.
But according to what this old man knows, Jiang Lingge was one step late.
Jiang Lingge quietly listened to the questioning. Half of our outer sect elite disciples have been killed. She almost committed a terrible crime.
Tu Shanrong couldn't help but frown upon hearing this.
Although that's true, not long ago, Lingge killed the great compassion devil king of the Eternal Night Demon sect. That's a great achievement. In my opinion, she should be treated leniently. Merit is merit and demerit is demerit. How can merit and demerit be compared? Mu Luo, the dean of the wood hall, seriously interrupted everyone's discussion. Lingge, you didn't do a good job in this Spirit Herb Garden incident. As your teacher, I'm fining you 3 months' salary, and then you'll go to the public lecture hall to teach outer sect disciples for 3 months. Are you willing? Jiang Lingge respectfully bowed her head. Yes. Disciple accepts the punishment.
Mu Luo looked at Xia Qingshang and said, Senior brother, if this matter is due to the negligence of my Woodhall disciples, then I will naturally punish them. I am Lingyi's master, and I am willing to punish myself by forfeiting half a year's salary. Do you have any objections, senior brother? Xia Qingtian lowered his head and snorted coldly. I have no objections. Yan Tianze then spoke, asking, Lingge, according to what I know, the crisis this time was resolved by a disciple named Bai Yifan. Is that correct? Jiang Lingge also honestly replied upon hearing this. Replying to Dean Yan, that is indeed the case.
Tu Shanrong couldn't help but praise upon hearing this. He hasn't been in the sect for long, but he's already accomplished many feats. And his cultivation has improved like lightning. It seems that this person has an extraordinary foundation. I wonder how he will develop in the future. It really makes me curious. Immediately afterward, she looked towards the empty seat in the middle of the hall. It's a pity. If senior sister were here, she would definitely be very interested as well. Bai Yifan was sitting in meditation when he suddenly sneezed loudly. Bai Yifan narrowed his eyes and rubbed his nose, puzzled. Who exactly is talking about me behind my back? Bai Yifan looked at the pile of things placed on the bed and thought to himself, as soon as I got back to the small courtyard, I immediately tried the foundation stabilizing pill that senior sister gave me. But it didn't have the desired effect. It seems that the quality of this pill is not good enough.
The Purple Palace is also known as the Sea of Consciousness, the origin of all spiritual power and divine abilities. It can give birth to primordial spirits, produce spiritual power, and store divine abilities. But when you first break through to the Purple Palace realm, you still can't control this ancient power well. You have to nourish the brain, that is, the Niwan Palace, to a certain extent, before you can completely transform. Bai Yifan thought about the method of nourishing the Niwan Palace. As for how to nourish the Niwan Palace, the knowledge in this is that if you're not careful, you'll suffer a cultivation deviation and become a demon. Bai Yifan poured 3 walnuts out of his pocket, thinking, it is said that like cures like, so I have a wonderful method. He remembered the time before when he was walking around the street. Boss, give me 1.5 pounds of walnuts, the big ones. Lan Enshan will take those. Bai Yifan lowered his head and ate walnuts, thinking, on Earth, walnuts are indeed the best brain booster. I hope that they can work as I expect them to, that the walnuts in this world can also have an effect. After finishing eating, Bai Yifan quickly focused his mind on cultivation. His qi sank into his danshan, embracing oneness, and he sensed it. The power was gathering in the Niwan Palace. An hour later, Bai Yifan's eyes flashed with many dazzling rays of light. Bai Yifan was overjoyed. Success! The power in my body can now completely follow my divine sense. He glanced at the remaining book on the table. Next up is The Secret Manual Senior Sister Gave Me to Simplify Back on Earth. Bai Yifan returned to his modern home, letting out a big yawn. It's been ages since I was back. Now that I'm loaded, I should totally take a few days off to just chill and enjoy myself. He picked up his phone to check the news. Gotta stay updated, right? Then he saw messages from his parents. Bai Yifan's parents, and even Sister Guo, had checked in. Looks like everyone's doing well, so I can relax now. Suddenly, he saw a bunch of messages from Tang Rongrong and felt a bit weird.
thinking, "That's odd. Why would second young lady Tang send me so many messages?" As he lifted his hand to reply to Tang Rong's messages, a loud, frantic knocking suddenly echoed from the door.
Bai Yifan couldn't help but feel annoyed and confused. Seriously, I just got back to Earth, and someone's already hounding me in the middle of the night? What a coincidence. Sheng Hui, Bai Yifan's childhood best friend, suddenly appeared at the door, greeting him. "Yifan, long time no see." Bai Yifan was quite surprised too. "Sheng Hui, is that really you?"
At a bar in Hangcheng, the two clinked their glasses.
Sheng Hui leaned back on the sofa and said, "I'm in Hangcheng for work, so I came to find you. Pretty righteous of me, right? When did you become such a big shot? That's my dream car right there. You little punk, don't tell me you bagged yourself a sugar mama, did you?"
Bai Yifan gave a wry smile. "It's been years, and you, Sheng Hui, are still as annoying as ever."
Sheng Hui chuckled heartily when he heard that. "Dude, that's not me teasing you, that's me praising you. With my looks, if I tried to bag a sugar mama, she wouldn't even give me the time of day."
The two continued drinking. Come on, bottoms up.
Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out nearby. "Don't touch me," Bai Yifan couldn't help but feel strange, and turned to look. That voice sounds really familiar. Tang Rong was completely wasted behind them. "I really can't drink anymore." The man, not letting up, sneered, "Tang Rong, just one more drink for my sake." Seeing this, Bai Yifan called out, "Stop, Tang Rong." Sheng Hui leaned back on the sofa and asked, "You two know each other?" Bai Yifan stood up and moved forward. "Yeah, wait here for me for a sec."
The guy smirked nastily, looking at Tang Rong. It wasn't easy to get this young lady to the bar, pretending to be just classmates, and her bodyguards were still waiting outside. "Later, I'll just drag her into the bathroom and do the deed. Once the rice is cooked, I won't have to worry about not being able to marry the young lady, right?" He kept pushing the alcohol towards Tang Rong, forcing her to drink despite her resistance. "Tang Rong, just one more glass. I can't drink anymore. My head hurts so bad. Come on, just one last glass. Finish it." Bai Yifan suddenly appeared and grabbed the guy's hand. "She said she can't drink anymore, didn't you hear her?" The man yelled in pain. "Ow, ow, ow." Immediately after, he angrily raised his hand to strike Bai Yifan. "You punk, who do you think you are? Get lost, don't meddle in my business." Bai Yifan swiftly punched him straight in the gut. "I'm your grandpa, you idiot." He glared at the guy, warning him, "Get lost and stay away. If I ever see you harassing Tang Rong again, I'll cripple you. Got it?" The guy bowed his head in pain and fear. "Yes, grandpa. Please don't hit me anymore." He stepped forward to support Tang Rong, then called out, "Tang Rong, are you okay? Can you stand up? This silly girl, why did she have to get into this mess?" Tang Rong, completely wasted, squinted at him. "Bai Yifan, it's you." Her eyes were blurry as she looked at him talking. "Where are my bodyguards? Why am I alone here? Why am I here?" Flashback to 2 hours ago. Tang Rong was ecstatic. Bai Yifan finally replied to my messages. She pouted when he refused to meet her. HMPH, he rejected me again. Suddenly, Tang Rong pounced on him, hugging him and crying loudly, "You jerk! Why aren't you paying attention to me?" Bai Yifan's face was full of confusion. Tang Rong, with a tear-streaked face, looked at him pitifully. "Why is it so hard to just meet you once? Where have you been all these days? Have you been checking out other women?" Tang Rong didn't give up, leaning in and trying to ask, "Is she prettier than me, richer than me? Am I really that unattractive?" he asked. "What happened? You came to a bar to drink." Sheng Hui, seeing this from the side, gave a mischievous smile. "Trisk, kid, you've really latched onto a sugar mama." Bai Yifan was pissed when he heard that. "Don't talk nonsense. Aren't you going to come help?" He turned to Tang Rong's bodyguard and said, "She's too drunk. I've already told her sister. You guys can head back first. I'll make sure she gets home safe tomorrow." Tang Rong slurred loudly. "I'm not going home, Bai Yifan. I want to talk to you. Can I? Go home. Let's go to my place and talk." "Get in the car first," Sheng Hui chimed in, being sarcastic as hell. "Remember to use protection?" He was exasperated and shouted, "It's not what you think." Bai Yifan put her on the bed, then sighed. Finally home, Tang Rong mumbled, "Bai Yifan." He listened as the drunk Tang Rong lay there. "I have something really important to say. How did it turn out like this?" He took off her shoes and thought with a grimace. A lonely man and woman in the middle of the night, even with a mouth. I can't explain this clearly. Tang Rong suddenly sat up. "Where am I?" Bai Yifan said slowly. "Miss, take off your shoes and go to sleep. Whatever it is, we'll talk about it tomorrow." As he was lost in thought, she reached out to him. What happened to this girl that she had to meet to say it? Tang Rong suddenly leaned close, grabbing his face with both hands, startling him. "Tang Rong, what are you doing?" Tang Rong mumbled. "Don't talk, just listen to me." Tang Rong looked him straight in the eye, vaguely saying, "Bai Yifan, I want to tell you. Actually, I. He was shocked, and nervously thought to himself.
Suddenly, Tang Rongrong couldn't hold it in and threw up all over his face.
Bai Yifan completely froze.
"Second, Miss Tang, did you come here to torture me?" Then she staggered around, shouting as she walked.
"I feel awful. I need to shower," Bai Yifan yelled in alarm. "The bathroom's this way. And also, don't take off your clothes randomly, there's vomit on them." The two of them lying on the same bed, Bai Yifan curled up, trembling. "The clothes I washed aren't even dry yet, just sleeping bare. So cold, damn it. Wandering around in another world all day, forgetting to buy stuff for the house. There's only one blanket. And no clothes." He was cold and shivering. Moreover, in the end, I still don't know what Tang Rong was going to say. Then he closed his eyes and thought, "But now that I think of it, this girl's figure is really good," Bai Yifan thought to himself secretly. "Don't think about nonsense anymore. Go to sleep early, and go to the shopping mall tomorrow morning to buy beds and blankets."
Suddenly, Tang Rongrong's arm wrapped around his waist.
"Bai Yifan this time. Finally, you are closer to me." Seeing this, he was extremely surprised. Tang Rongrong hasn't been asleep all along. Tang Rong was still whispering, "Bai Yifan, you know what? Since that day, I have always been thinking about you."
Bai Yifan was a little surprised and was about to turn around. Tang Rongrong, Tang Rongrong, immediately stopped him. "Don't turn around, I'll be embarrassed." Tang Rongrong blushed and whispered behind him, "I haven't had a chance to see you during this time. It would be great if I could see you again." She hugged him tightly as she spoke, but he always made people incomprehensible, close and distant at the same time. "It only feels a little real now that I'm hugging you."
Tang Rongrong became more and more choked up. "From childhood to adulthood, others have always obediently followed my words. I have never experienced the feeling of wanting to meet someone of the opposite sex."
Tang Rongrong buried her head in Bai Yifan's neck and confessed, I think I might like you already." Bai Yifan heard this, and thought in shock. This girl, Tang Rongrong, blushed and kept explaining, "I want to confirm whether my feelings for you are just admiration or true love. Therefore, can you sleep in the same bed and share the same blanket with me tonight?"
Bai Yifan glanced at her and changed the subject. Rong, are you drunk? Do you know what you're talking about?" Tang Rong pursed her lips and cried, whispering, "No, I'm very sober."
"Please." Bai Yifan suddenly sat up, shocking Tang Rongrong. "You, Yifan, are you going to leave?"
Bai Yifan stopped her words with a kiss. Bai Yifan looked at her blushing and said softly, "A gentleman will not refuse a girl's words, especially when you are still crying." Tang Rongshrong, tears streaming down. "You, Yifan," Bai Yifan hugged Tang Rongrong and kissed deeply. The next morning, Bai Yifan sat up and hugged his head. "I'm so tired, I went to bed too late last night."
He turned to look for Tang Rong's figure and couldn't help but say, "Where's Rong?"
he asked puzzledly. "Where did she go so early in the morning?" He opened the message left by Tang Rongrong. Bai Yifan couldn't help but sigh after reading her messages. "They all say men put on their pants and deny their debts, but why is it the opposite with me?" And he totally thought it was love at first sight, just like that. He freaked out, thinking about Tang Qiluo's frosty face, and couldn't help but shiver. Oh no. If Miss Tang, that super overprotective older sister, found out about me and Rong last night, I'd totally be flayed alive.
The atmosphere was so intense I completely forgot about personal space.
Jia Ding, in the other world, at Bai Yifan's residence, a bird, hit by his move, fell. Bai Yifan caught it, musing to himself, after being simplified by Earth, the shattered Goldfinger technique is super suitable for long-range attacks. He lightly tapped the bird's beak, making it wake up, and even the force could be used with great flexibility. Bai Yifan let the bird fly away, calculating to himself, "Next time I run into a strong enemy, I'll have an even better chance of winning." Suddenly, a powerful beam of light struck down on the mountain. Bai Yifan startled and turned his head to look, suddenly hearing a loud shout, "It's the heavenly sound bell!" On the mountain, Liu Wei from the Five Elements sect rushed over, yelling, "Brother Farron, the elders have summoned all outer sect disciples. Something big must be about to happen again." Everyone gathered in the courtyard below, and a powerful, resonant voice boomed out.
"All outer sect disciples, listen up. We've just received news. The Fire Cloud Devil from the Asura demonic sect has massacred a small city on the border of the Yan Kingdom, capturing 180,000 common folk to cultivate his demonic arts. His crimes are truly heinous." Everyone gathered, listening intently. After discussions with our Five Elements Holy Land, the True Martial Holy Land, and the Myriad Treasures Holy Land, we've decided to act on behalf of heaven, entering the myriad ancient demon abyss to suppress this devil. The disciples immediately started buzzing with discussions. Jia Qingsheng continued, his tone serious. For this training expedition, outer sect disciples can volunteer to join. The 3 best performers will be rewarded, respectively, with a Forget Dust Pill, the top-grade spiritual artifact Crimson Abyss Sword, and a copy of the top-tier human-grade martial skill, the Hegemon Origin Art. His voice echoed. Anyone interested can register at the Sect Affairs Hall. We depart 1 day later. The crowd instantly buzzed again. A Forget Dust Pill. Holy smokes, did I just mishear that? The disciples huddled together, chattering. You didn't mishear. The Forget Dust Pill is a mid-grade spiritual pill. They say cultivators at the peak of the Purple Mansion realm who use it have a 90% chance of breaking through to the divine abilities realm. Someone else chimed in. Plus, there's a top-grade spiritual artifact and a top-tier human-grade martial skill. If the outer sect is willing to put up rewards like this, then this training expedition is definitely not going to be simple. Liu Wei and his group looked at Bai Yifan and asked, Brother Fan, what do you think? Bai Yifan pondered. 3 Holy Lands are going together on this expedition. I'm afraid the higher-ups want us outer sect disciples to perform well and bring glory to our Holy Lands. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer so many good things. Chun, who was beside him, also spoke up. This is confusing, but the myriad ancient demon abyss is the demon race's main stronghold. Anyone who goes in there for training faces extreme danger. Senior Brother Bai, do we really need to go? Liu Wei heard that and laughed loudly, confidently declaring, Go! Who cares about the rewards? Even if we don't get into the top 3. Just killing a few demons and tempering ourselves would be good enough. Bai Yifan chuckled at that and agreed. Alright, let's go together. I also want to find a place to train. Right after, he seriously pondered a question. But is this training expedition secretly being instigated by a high-level spy from one of the Holy Lands? If that's truly the case, then we're in big trouble. Zhang Tai looked at Bai Yifan. Since we've decided to go, we can't just go in empty-handed. We should still prepare a lot of special equipment. Bai Yifan heard that and was confused. Special equipment, Zhang Tai, with a serious face, explained. The myriad ancient demon abyss has 99 layers. Each layer is its own small world, and all the spaces combined are over 100 times larger than our mainland. The demon abyss has no light year-round, and countless subterranean demonic creatures like yakshas live there. Rakshasas, evil demons, giant demons, Nemo, Sura, and so on. The demon abyss also holds countless rare and exotic treasures, especially various spiritual herbs and essence minerals. The deeper you go into its layers, the more abundant they become. But along with that, the demonic creatures also become increasingly terrifying. However, because they live year-round in the subterranean layers, these demonic creatures all share a common weakness. They are extremely afraid of sunlight. Shen Xinyu stood looking at Bai Yifan, continuing her explanation. So we'll need to prepare lots of night-bright pearls, or spiritual treasures and glowing talismans. After hearing that, a thought flashed through Bai Yifan's mind. Oh, so they're afraid of sunlight. Well, that's easy to deal with then. 3 days later, in Black Brilliant City, outside the city gates, soldiers stood guard, and a voice spoke up. This is Black Brilliant City, where cultivators and martial artists gather. Xie Qingshang stood at the front, telling the disciples. Inside the city, you can sell demonic creature corpses or buy restorative pills. Outside the main Black Brilliant City, there are dozens of entrances to the myriad ancient demon abyss. Looks like a card, flying over here. This is a common transmission talisman used among the 3 great holy lands and 5 major sects. If you're in danger, you can pour spiritual energy into it. If you're lucky, someone might come to save you. Each of you gets one. They watched and listened to the instructions. Qi refining disciples. Train in levels 4 to 5 of the Devil's Pit. Foundation establishment disciples. Train in levels 6 to 7 of the Devil's Pit. Lin Yunkai looked at the disciples seriously and continued. Nascent soul disciples. Train from levels 8 to 9 of the Devil's Pit. As for anything below level 10, if you don't have the divine power realm cultivation, it's best not to go and throw your lives away. Got it. The disciples lined up neatly and shouted in unison. Got it. Then he ordered. All right, dismissed? Obeying the order, the disciples flew away, responding, Roger, Roger. Scene change. A group of people gathered, and Xun Chun said, Senior brothers and sisters, my demonic sword is a bit worn out. I want to go into town to buy a weapon first, Shen Xinwu replied. That's perfect. We also want to buy some more dry rations. Let's go together. A moment later, in the weapon sales area, Xu Chun looked at a sword, thinking, this sword looks pretty good. As for Bai Yifan, he looked around, thinking to himself, this dark radiance is truly impressive. Even a small weapon shop has high-grade weapons. Suddenly, a brown-haired girl named Sun Jing appeared.
snatched the sword that Xu Chun had been eyeing, and said, "Sorry, miss, I saw this sword first." Xu Chun was surprised, and muttered, "Huh, I clearly saw it first."
Suddenly, a hand was placed on Sun Xing's shoulder. It was Zhao Shuo, stopping her, saying, "Senior sister Sun, don't act rashly. They seem to be from the underworld Holy Land." Sun Xing replied contemptuously, "TCH, so what if they're from the underworld Holy Land? They're just the lackeys of the Holy Land. Are you scared?"
Bai Yifan frowned as he looked at Zhao Shuo, thinking to himself, where did this ignorant fool come from, coming to offer experience?
Liu Wei stepped forward, blocking for Xu Chun, pointing at Sun Xing, frowning angrily and said, "Miss, you can't say that. Even if we're lackeys, we're still a Holy Land. I don't know how many times stronger we are than third-rate sects like yours." Xu Chun stood next to him, admiring him. Senior brother Liu Wei.
Sun Xing, hearing what was said, shouted angrily, "Who are you calling a third-rate sect, you damn fatty? Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Our elephant armor sect is a recognized second-rate sect on the continent." Liu Wei laughed contemptuously when he heard her, replying, "Second-rate? Third-rate? Aren't they basically the same? Anyway, in the eyes of us disciples of the Holy Land, you're all trash."
Sun Xing was furious, holding her sword and rushing towards Liu Wei, saying, "Who are you calling trash? You want to die." Before she could draw her sword, a sword suddenly pointed at her, stopping her. "Stop!" Bai Yifan held his sword close to Sun Xing's neck, causing her to tremble and not dare to move, thinking, He's too fast. I didn't see his movements at all." He looked at her seriously, threatening, "I, Bai Yifan, never hit women, but that excludes women who cause trouble for no reason. Put the sword down and scram now." The group of people who came with Sun Xing said, "HMPH, it's just a broken sword. What's so rare about it? Let's go." They turned and left. As for her, she turned back angrily, watching Shen Xingwu hand the sword to Xu Chun, saying, "Junior sister Xu, quickly take it." She held out both hands to take the sword, then replied, "Thank you, senior sister." Bai Yifan stood in front, glanced back, and seriously instructed, "Junior sister Xu needs to cultivate harder, otherwise you'll keep getting bullied. If you enter the devil's pit, not everyone can follow and protect you all the time." Xu Chun, after hearing this, softly replied, Yeah, I remember." Shen Xinwu walked over from behind to comfort Xu Chun. "Yeah, Bai Yifan is just worried about you too much. He didn't mean to blame you. To forge iron, you need to be strong yourself. You just need to cultivate hard later." Xu Chun turned back, replying a little sadly, "Yes, senior sister, I understand."
Scene change. At a certain inn, a group of people knelt down, while Sun Xing was being physically impacted on the face. A voice scolded, "Waste! You're a disgrace." Sun Xing hugged her face in pain, replying, "I'm sorry, Elder Jiang. I have disgraced the sect." Elder Jiang looked at her angrily, scolding, "Haven't I reminded you all? In this black radiant city, don't act rashly unless you're absolutely sure, especially against the Five Elements Holy Land." Then, Elder Jiang returned to his seat, raised his hand to his forehead, and pondered. The Five Elements Holy Land has declined, and it's very likely that they will be degraded to a first-rate sect. At the upcoming Grand Prosperity Gathering, at that time, the power of the 10 great Holy Lands will contend for a seat. The kneeling disciples lowered their heads, frowning as they listened to him continue.
Although our Elephant Armor sect is a second-rate sect, with the support of the true martial Holy Land, it's not necessarily impossible to succeed.
Elder Jiang frowned angrily. "And you guys are good. At this critical moment you went and blackened the sect, and even lost to an outer sect disciple of the Five Elements Holy Land," he shouted threateningly. "I don't care what method you use, you must regain face, otherwise I will hold you accountable." Sun Xing bowed down in fear and shouted, "Understood." Scene change. In the outskirts of Black Radiant City, at night, Bai Yifan stood in front of the entrance to the Devil's Pit, saying, "It's here, outside Black Radiant City. There's an entrance to the Eternal Devil's Pit that's closest to us." He went ahead, seriously asking everyone behind him, "Is everyone ready?" A person behind him simultaneously asked loudly, "Ready." At the 6th level of the Devil's Pit, in the basement there were many kinds of poisonous mushrooms. A voice spoke up. "There aren't many demonic beasts left lately. After we finish off these ones, let's take a break." Liu Wei fought with the monster. He used the soaring wind slash to finish it off, then he replied, "Okay." Zhang Tai raised his hand and punched hard at the tentacled demonic beast. Die. Liu Wei enthusiastically wiped his sword, saying, "Haha, we've reached the 6th level. These past few days, we've killed at least 800 if not 1,000 demonic beasts. It's truly a gathering place for demons, HMPH. Even if more come, they're no match for us." Shen Xinwu suddenly cheered happily. "Look, I found a demon spirit. You can tell just by looking at it that it's very precious." Shen Xinwu quickly pulled up the demon spirit, holding it in her hand.
This thing can be sold for a lot of money. You all have it, so I certainly can't fall behind. Bai Yifan raised his hand to greet everyone.
Alright folks, it's about time we split up here. I'm thinking of heading down to the 7th level to check things out. Your cultivation levels ain't quite stable enough, so you guys should just chill here for now, Liu Wei said reluctantly. Fan Ji, you're leaving already. I want to hit up the demonic pit to train too. Can't just stay in this safe zone doing nothing, Wei. You're the strongest here now. Take good care of Xinye. And the others, Bai Yifan patted Liu Wei on the shoulder, instructing him, yeah, don't worry.
Senior brother Bai, can't you stay for a few more days? I haven't even snagged a single demonic herb yet, Xu Chun stammered, trying to get Bai Yifan to stay.
But he waved his hand and said, Wei can take you to look. The demonic pit's huge. There's got to be tons of treasure still. Oh, Xu Chun mumbled in response. Okay, fine. Don't worry, Xu Chun. We all got spirit grass already. The next one's yours, Liu Wei reassured her. Meanwhile, on the 7th level of the demonic pit, Yaksha demonic creatures were gnawing on the corpse of a cultivator. Is this 7th level hell? Can't beat 'em, really can't beat 'em. These rank 6 Yaksha demons are way too terrifying. The senior brothers before me, they couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the Yaksha before kicking the bucket here. A cultivator hiding behind a pillar thought to himself, what kind of trial is this? What kind of reward? I'd better just sneak away while they're not paying attention. Just as he was about to make a run for it, he heard a heh above his head. Looking up, a Yaksha was baring its fangs, eyes wide, as if it wanted to tear him apart right then and there. Ah, help me, help! He immediately started running and shouting for help at the top of his lungs. But how could the Yaksha let go of a meal that had already come to its mouth? It raised its spear and hurled it violently at him. This is really the end. Ah, I don't want to die yet. Just as the spear was about to hit his head, it shattered. He hugged his head, escaping death. And then he heard a voice. Didn't expect the first demon beast I'd meet on the 7th level would be a Yaksha. Perfect for me to use you guys as flying demon beasts and try out my new skills. As soon as the first Yaksha was sent flying, the whole pack of Yaksha that were sharing the corpse nearby looked up at the new prey that had arrived. Hey! Saved, I'm saved. Bai Yifan stepped on the head of a Yaksha, crossed his arms, and said, come on, I'll play with you guys. 4 or 5 Yaksha flew up together, attacking Bai Yifan. Is that all you got? The cultivator, seeing them attacking Bai Yifan, reminded him. This is bad. They're all being led over here, little brother. Do you have any glowing treasures on you? Bai Yifan turned around, raised his sword, and replied to the cultivator, nope, I don't need that stuff either. The cultivator trembled in fear, still trying to persuade Bai Yifan. What are you saying? Even senior brothers stronger than you have died here already. We're done for. So many of them, there's no way we can escape. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, he heard Bai Yifan chant the name of his technique. Willow float step, flying straight toward the attacking Yaksha. Relax, these guys aren't even enough for me to warm up. Just as Bai Yifan landed, the heads of the Yaksha fell to the ground as well. The cultivator exclaimed in astonishment. What? Bai Yifan rested his sword on his shoulder and grinned. You can't judge strength by appearances. Just as Bai Yifan finished speaking, even more Yaksha arrived behind him. But their ranks seemed to be higher than the ones he had just killed. Haka, 7 bone tempering realm, 5 aperture opening realm. Bai Yifan swung his sword, unleashing another technique, torrential rain swordplay, HMPH. Didn't expect there to be someone this strong. Bai Yifan simultaneously cast Willow Float Step. He sped away, dodging the spear that landed where he'd just been standing. Lin Yongkai looked up at the massive, muscular Yaksha, mentally assessing, this Yaksha is probably in the mid-nascent soul realm, huh? HMPH? Finally someone strong showed up. To catch bandits you gotta catch the king first. Lin Yongkai used the momentum to leap up, swinging his sword at the Yaksha and unleashing the move, Fiery Blaze Slash. To catch bandits you gotta catch the king first. This Yaksha wasn't a pushover either. It managed to raise its hand and block Lin Yongkai's attack. Blocked it. HMPH. Pretty quick reflexes. If that's the case, then try this one. Lin Yongkai gathered chi in his other hand, striking the Yaksha's upper body. Devolved, shattering gold finger, shattering gold claw. Haha, easy peasy. Everyone was dumbfounded. He actually killed a nascent soul realm Yaksha in the blink of an eye. The other nascent soul Yakshas started to flee. Ah, the other Yakshas are running away in fear. Is this person really from our sect? He's ridiculously strong. Lin Yongkai grinned, pointing his finger at them, preparing to unleash his next move. Want to leave? Not a chance. His attack instantly caused the Yakshas to explode into bits. Now that you're here, you're staying here forever. The body parts of those Yakshas rained down from the sky, to everyone's astonishment. Dead. They're all dead. One person was so shocked that his face turned pale. Strong. This guy is seriously too strong.
Lin Yongkai ignored them and went to pluck the horns off the yakshas.
Yaksha horns can be used to refine magical artifacts. Submitting a pair earns 200 contribution points. I don't lack contribution points, but might as well do it anyway. With that thought, he nonchalantly left, but someone called out to him. Testing out the shattering gold finger already had such an effect. How about training all 10 toes? Wait, quick, call the big shot to come here.
Lin Yongkai left that place and found another spot. A few days later, he was leisurely lying down, relaxing. It's been 2 days since then. He recalled the monsters he had defeated over the past 2 days, having encountered many kinds of demonic creatures underground. Twin-headed hellhounds, blackwater demon snakes, rotting corpse beetles, and 3 or 4 groups of yakshas, all of which he had killed.
He thought worriedly. Where exactly is the entrance to the 8th level? I don't want to keep bullying the weak on the 7th level anymore. Then something suddenly appeared, catching his attention. The transmission talisman is glowing. He sat up and picked up the transmission talisman, which was shining brightly. What's going on? Someone's calling for help. It seems to be coming from the other side. It turns out that Miao Huier, a disciple of the 5 Elements Holy Land, is in danger over there. Zhao Shuo, Sun Jing, release my 2 junior sisters. What exactly do you want? Zhao Shuo and Sun Jing's group were holding the 2 junior sisters hostage, with swords pressed against their necks, ignoring their struggles and screams.
Senior sister, haha, senior sister. You foolish women, you actually think your 5 Elements Holy Land still has the glory of a few hundred years ago. Sun Jing finished speaking and smirked at them. The bottom ranked of the 10 Holy Lands, about to lose the title of Holy Land, putting on airs. Zhao Shuo also laughed in agreement. That's right, I heard that the spiritual veins of the 5 Elements Holy Land are drying up, and the Holy Land's finances aren't enough to cover expenses. You don't even need to report it to the 100 Sect Alliance, and it'll collapse soon enough, Sun Jing hadn't finished speaking, and immediately added, Throw down all your transmission talismans and weapons. Otherwise, I'll kill them. The sword pressed against her neck made the junior sister cry out in fear, Ah, senior sister Huier, save me.
Miao Huier's group saw this, and immediately did as Sun Jing said. Okay, don't hurt them.
Sun Jing immediately burned all their transmission talismans and weapons. Haha, burn them. Let's see how you'll call for help now.
Then she loudly ordered her subordinates to surround them. Understood. Miao Huier's group was surrounded in the center. Cornered, they gritted their teeth in anger. What exactly do you want? We've done as you said. When are you finally going to release them? Zhao Shuo and the others began to giggle gleefully, answering, What do we want? Listen carefully. Take off your clothes. Don't make me say it a second time. That's right. Take off your clothes. Let us see. Take them all off.
Hearing this, Sun Jing pushed the junior sister back to Miao Huier's side, clicking her tongue and saying to them, Tick, tick, senior brothers, hurry up and get to it. We'll take our leave first. Then she pulled her other 2 junior sisters away, leaving the excited senior brothers behind. Approaching Miao Huier's group, You female disciples of the Holy Land are usually arrogant and aloof. Today let me see what the difference is between you and the ordinary courtesans of the mortal world. They were surrounded on all sides. Miao Huier's face turned ashen. You guys, Liu MNH, and the other 2 junior sisters said to Miao Huier,
Senior sister Huier, let's fight these beasts to the death. Kill a bloody path out. As long as one of us can survive, we definitely won't let them live in peace. The others weren't willing to let them get away so easily. They immediately rushed forward. Brothers, don't let these women escape. Let's go together. Strip them bare, ha. Just at this moment, suddenly, an attack flashed by, instantly decapitating that Zhao Shuo on the spot.
The people beside him were horrified. Senior brother Zhao and the Sun Jing group, who were far away, also turned to look at what had happened when they heard the commotion.
The remaining guys, scared witless at the sight of Zhao. She, lying lifeless on the ground, blurted out, Senior brother Zhao, he's dead. What happened? It was too sudden. They started panicking, frantically looking left and right for the culprit. Bai Yifan immediately appeared, righteously indignant. TCH, a bunch of old geezers bullying a woman here. He slowly walked towards them, saying, You second-rate sect. Being called trash is no injustice at all. Sun Jing, seeing him, angrily shouted, So it's you. She immediately yelled at her side to retreat. This guy's strength is extraordinary. Run quickly. But how could he let them off so easily? He used his shattering metal finger, aiming at them. Right under my nose, you think you can escape? With just one move, he knocked down the whole bunch. Sun Jing cried out in dismay. Senior brother, junior sisters. In a flash, he appeared behind her. I've said it before, I don't hit women. Except for unreasonable troublemakers. Sun Jing was startled to realize he was there, horrified. Too fast. Then, he crossed his arms, continuing. You can feel the threatening aura that I'm radiating outwards very clearly. Likewise, I don't kill women either, except for trash. Sun Jing stuttered in fear. Don't, Sun Jing is. Her face turned pale,
teary-eyed, trembling incessantly, begging, Bai Yifan, don't, I was wrong, don't kill me, don't.
After those pleas, only a shrill scream. Ah, and a trail of blood remained on the ground.
Saved, Miao Huier and the junior sisters thanked Bai Yifan.
Miao Huier spoke first. Junior brother Yifan, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we'd be in danger today. The sisters behind her echoed, That's right, those beasts from the elephant armor sect, who knows what they would have done. Bai Yifan smiled lightly and humbly replied, We're fellow disciples, it's what I should do. Actually, I have something to ask you, senior sisters. Do you know where the entrance to the 8th level is? Miao Huier, hearing this, covered her mouth in surprise, asking back, The 8th level? After being surprised, she didn't forget to worry and remind Bai Yifan, Junior brother Bai, I heard that there might be a supernatural power realm demonic leader appearing on the 8th level. You must be careful if you go down there. Bai Yifan nodded, thanking her. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I will be very careful.
Miao Huier immediately and unreservedly gave Bai Yifan directions. If that's the case, then I won't say much more. From here, go out of the forest and you will see a river. Follow that river for 30 or 40 miles, and you will see the entrance.
After speaking, Bai Yifan took out the spoils he had obtained when fighting the Yaksha, smiling gleefully. Thank you for telling me, senior sister. This is a Yaksha's horn. Consider it a gift to thank you for telling me. They exclaimed, Wow, thank you. He continued to take out more items to give them. Also, there's some spirit beast milk. After you drink it, it will increase your recovery speed. Miao Huier looked at the items that Bai Yifan gave her, smiling happily. I didn't expect it to be spirit beast milk. This is a divine medicine for restoring qi and blood. The little sister behind her added. This bottle is also worth 700 or 800 spirit stones. Junior brother Bai is really generous.
Bai Yifan returned the greeting and then waved goodbye to them. You're welcome, farewell. Miao Huier also said goodbye to him. Take care, junior brother, contact me more when you're free.
Watching Bai Yifan's figure leave, they praised him. Yifan is truly righteous, generous, and handsome too. Hee, that's right, very handsome. Not far away, Wang Tang and Gao Yang, standing behind a bush, had witnessed everything. Wang Tang frowned, sighing. Damn it, running into that little rascal again. That Bai Yifan, his luck is really good. Gao Yang crossed his arms, sternly saying, Besides spirit beast meat, he even has spirit beast milk. I even suspect he might have obtained the corpse of an entire spirit beast. The sound of footsteps rang out, accompanied by a crisp voice. I knew I couldn't expect anything from you. Wang Meng walked towards Wang Tang. Gao Yang, with an unhappy expression, smirked. Brother, you're really useless. Wang Tang, hearing this, wasn't angry but turned to ask, Ah, Mengjier, why are you here?
Gao Yang smiled lewdly, staring at Wang Meng's chest, speaking in a flirtatious tone. Yo, Wang Tang, why didn't you say you had such a beautiful younger sister? Little sister is interested. Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes suddenly rolled back.
Wang Meng swiftly held the tip of her sword to his throat. He stuttered in fear. I miss, spare me, Wang Meng ordered. Shut your mouth.
Her eyes were sharp and coldly threatening. A dog that is allowed to run wild. If you dare to get any closer to this miss, do you believe I'll cut your head off?
Gao Yang's face was covered in sweat. Trembling, he said, Ah yes, I wouldn't dare again. Wang Meng retracted her sword, shouting, Get out of the way! Gao Yang covered his face with both hands, weakly saying, Yes! His whole body trembled as he stepped back. Wang Tang, seeing the tense situation, wanted to smooth things over. Wang Meng asked her,
Mengjier, aren't you an inner sect disciple? Why are you here?
Also, your cultivation has improved again? Wang Meng, hearing this, explained. I came out of closed-door cultivation, and now I'm in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. This time, I'm following the elder to the 9th level of the Devil's Pit to train.
She changed the subject, returning to Bai Yifan, asking back Wang Tang, Didn't you say you would teach that brat Bai Yifan a lesson for me? Yet seeing him you didn't dare to go up. Wang Tang, hearing this, put his hand behind his neck, foolishly defending himself. Mengjier, listen to my explanation. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, his face resentful, said,
TCH. Based on our current strength, even if we find Bai Yifan, we might not be able to eliminate him. This is called a wise man doesn't take losses before his eyes. You don't know how strong he is. Hearing this, Wang Meng smiled coldly. HMPH. Who said I wanted you to kill Bai Yifan yourself? Her face carried a calculating smile. I got a plan. Guarantee to leave him 6 feet under with no burial plot. At this moment, Bai Yifan had arrived at a lake. In the middle of the lake was a large, swirling vortex. He glanced over and judged. Thrisk, the center of the lake over there must be the entrance to the 8th level, right?
Looking at the transfer talisman glowing in his hand, Bai Yifan groaned, "You gotta be kidding me, someone's in trouble," and calling for help again.
He hesitated, then decided. Forget it. Saving someone is more important. He soared off towards the person in distress. Bai Yifan jumped down, landing perfectly. Ahead, someone was screaming, "Ah, help, help!" The person was being attacked by 3 night demons.
Clearly seeing the person in trouble ahead, Bai Yifan was surprised. Why is she here? Shu Chun was covered in dirt, wildly swinging her sword at the night demons, constantly shouting, "Don't come near me! Get away! Help me!" Seeing this, Bai Yifan didn't hesitate to use Shattering Goldfinger to attack forward, but in his heart he wondered, aren't Shu Chun and the others training on the 6th level? Why did they run all the way to the 7th level? Seeing the night demons explode into pieces, Shu Chun cheered, I'm saved, I'm saved." After finishing them off, Bai Yifan turned and shouted loudly, "Shu Chun!" Hearing this, she ran over, burying her head in Bai Yifan's chest, sobbing, "Senior brother Bai, is that you? Why are you here?" Bai Yifan supported her, asking, "I should be asking you that. Where are Liu Wei and Xin Yu? Why aren't they with you?" With tears in her eyes, Shu Chun looked up and recounted the situation. "Wah, Senior brother Bai, hurry and save Senior brother Liu Wei. We encountered a night demon leader that kept chasing us. Senior brother Zhang Tai and senior sister Xin Yu are already dead. Senior brother Liu Wei is now in a mountain cave. Wah, Senior brother Bai, hurry and save him." Hearing this, Bai Yifan was stunned. "Zhang Tai and Xin Yu are dead, and you ran all the way to the 7th level?" Shu Chun blankly asked. "The 7th level? This is the 7th level. Oh god, I was panicking and didn't watch where I was going. I didn't expect to run all the way to the 7th level." Bai Yifan didn't say much more, grabbing her by the shoulders and loudly asking, "Where is Liu Wei? Take me there immediately." Shu Chun replied with wide eyes. Okay." At the entrance of a cave, Shu Chun pointed and said, "Senior brother Bai, it's in there. He's trapped in this cave." Bai Yifan and Shu Chun went into the cave. Shu Chun suspiciously asked, "Why isn't there any noise inside this cave? Could it be that Senior brother Liu Wei is already?" Bai Yifan immediately reassured her, saying, "Don't worry, let's go inside and see." The two of them went deeper inside together. Shu Chun worriedly said, "It's so dark here," Bai Yifan said. "It's okay, just stay behind me." Suddenly, he covered his nose and frowned, saying, "What's this stench?" Shu Chun fearfully looked behind her, calling, "Senior brother Bai, slow down a little, it's really too dark in here." She stammered, I'm scared." She said she was scared, but in her heart, the beautiful Shu Chun was secretly thinking that before she could even make a move, Bai Yifan struck first, grasping her wrist tightly, coldly saying, "Finally showing your true colors." Shu Chun panicked and screamed, "Senior brother, what do you want to do?" Bai Yifan snatched the talisman from her hand, carefully observed it, and questioned, "Let me see, this is a body immobilization talisman. You wanted to capture me?" Shu Chun was sweating cold, forcing a stiff smile, stammering, Senior brother Bai, what are you talking about? It's just too dark, so I took out a fire talisman to light the way, but I accidentally grabbed the wrong one." Without saying much, he grabbed her by the neck, coldly saying, "Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Say it, what's really going on?" Shu Chun panicked, coughing painfully, and hesitantly replied, I don't know, Senior brother Bai. I really don't know." Bai Yifan coldly and gloomily said, "You dare lie to me? I felt something was off from the beginning. A mid-stage marrow-cleansing cultivator like you, how could you run all the way here without getting hurt? You have too much good luck, huh?" Bai Yifan tightened his grip on her neck, causing her to cough up blood. He shouted, "Speak! What about Liu Wei and the other two?" Shu Chun struggled to utter a few words. Save me." Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, shaking the cave. Bai Yifan was shocked. The entrance is blown up, and the exit is blocked. From the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes let out a squeak, squeak, squeak sound. Bai Yifan excitedly wondered, "What's that sound?" Suddenly, many more pairs of blood-red eyes lit up. The squeaking echoed everywhere. It was a group of bats shrieking with piercing cries. The number of bats was so large that it was truly impossible to determine. Bai Yifan frowned, pushed Shu Chun away, and then spoke his suspicion. "Blood-sucking demonic bats," he continued to guess. "Looks like this is your scheme, wanting to perish together with me." Shu Chun, after being released, collapsed to the ground, clutching her neck and coughing. Cough, cough, cough. She frantically tried to shout towards the outside, "No, it's not. Let me out. Why is this happening? Didn't you guys agree with me? As long as I help you, you'd let me go." Wang Meng stood outside, arms crossed, and laughed mockingly. "Ha ha!
This Shu Chun is really incredibly stupid. She believes everything we say, she said, then laughed triumphantly, looking towards where Liu Wei and the others were tied up, unconscious. The story actually begins 2 hours earlier. Zhang Tai was forced to kneel. Gao Yang crossed his arms arrogantly and ordered, "Be honest with me, Zhang Tai." Enraged, immediately retorted, "HMPH, what exactly do you want? Killing fellow disciples is against the rules. Aren't you afraid we'll report you to the elders?"
Wang Tang looked at him with a mocking grin and said, "Haha. Actually, I don't have any grudge against you guys, but who told you to be so close to Bai Yifan? I'm just using you to deal with him." Shen Xinwu angrily gritted her teeth and shouted, "HMPH! You treacherous scoundrels! You actually came up with such a despicable scheme. We will never let you achieve your goals." Wang Tang sat down and teased Shen Xinwu, shamelessly reaching out to flirt with her, saying, "It's not up to you, but I can give you a chance. Whoever actively helps us lure Bai Yifan here, I'll spare their life." Shen Xinwu turned her face away in disgust and spat, "Get lost, don't even think about it." Liu Wei, seeing this, couldn't hold back any longer, and angrily roared, "My ass, I'd rather die than betray my brothers."
Wang Tang went crazy when he heard that and kicked Liu Wei away, saying, "Alright, you've got guts, then go die," Liu Wei cried out in pain. Ugh. Then, Liu Wei was kicked far away, screaming in pain. "Ah, ah, ah." The others in the group anxiously called out, "Away, away, are you okay?" Wang Tang pointed his sword at them mockingly. "What, do you want to die too?" Zhang Tai continued to stubbornly retort. "Do whatever you want with your killing." Shen Xinwu also spoke up. "That's right, do you think I'm afraid of you people? Make your move." Wang Meng, standing behind, looked at Shu Chun with contempt, and asked, "You're not afraid of death, junior sister Shu Chun, what about you?" Called by name, her face darkened, and she stammered in fear, "Ah, ah, ah."
Wang Meng walked to Shu Chun, flashing a fake smile. "Junior sister Shu Chun, as long as you agree to lead Bai Yifan here, we'll spare you and even give you a demonic herb. How about it? Look how long you've been following those people, and you haven't even found a single spirit herb yet, right?"
"Do they really see you as one of them?" Zhu Chun hesitated, grinding her teeth, stammering, Ah. Wang Meng, seeing this, became even more emboldened, leaning closer to her and whispering, "Actually, you don't need to have any mental burden to help us. Liu Wei and the others are all dead, and you'll safely return to the Holy Land." I, like a devil luring Zhu Chun with sweet words. "Moreover, after this, you'll be one of us. Do you know I'm an inner sect disciple? As long as I protect you, no one will dare bully you in the Holy Land in the future."
Zhang Tai, hearing Wang Meng's words, excitedly shouted, "I despise you, woman. Don't waste your efforts. Junior sister Shu Chun is definitely not that kind of person."
Shu Chun's eyes glazed over, and she dazedly said, "What should I do?"
Back to the present, Wang Tang laughed joyfully, smugly saying, "It's all thanks to my darling's cleverness that she came up with that plan. This time, Bai Yifan has nowhere to run." Wang Meng also happily replied, "No need to say it, all right.
I have to go back to my elder identity to avoid arousing his suspicion. I'll leave the rest to you." Wang Meng left, and Wang Tang called out, "Of course, leave this to us, just wait for the news." Inside the cave, blood-sucking bats were flying around. Bai Yifan looked at the swarm of bats, thinking, the individual attacks of the blood-sucking bats aren't strong, but if there are too many, even someone in the late stage of the Violet Palace realm would have trouble dealing with them. "But you want to use this method to take my life? HMPH, you're underestimating me, aren't you?"
Thinking of this, Bai Yifan took out a talisman. Shout out loud. Bai Yifan raised the summoning talisman high, thistle cage protection.
Green vines wrapped around him, forming a solid barrier. He thought to himself, "This thistle cage protection is the talisman with the strongest defensive capabilities I have, and it can block damage for a short period."
Shu Chun knelt outside. Seeing this, she pounded hard on the barrier. She coughed and pleaded miserably, "Senior brother Bai, please let me in, I don't want to die."
Bai Yifan frowned, and impatiently and coldly said, "May I ask, tell me, who sent you here to frame me?"
She hurriedly and excitedly shouted, "It's Wang Teng and Gao Yang, and also a woman I don't know, I've already told you. Quickly let me in." Bai Yifan seemed to hear something funny and "Ed, since when did I promise you I'd save you?" Zhu Chun couldn't believe it and shouted, "What?" She broke out in a cold sweat, screaming in panic, "How can this be, senior brother? Quickly let me in. You're not someone who wouldn't save someone in danger." Before she could finish, the bats flew towards Zhu Chun. They surrounded her and constantly attacked her. Zhu Chun flailed her arms wildly, closing her eyes in fear and yelling, Get out, Akoa!"
she screamed shrilly, begging, "Senior brother Bai, I was wrong, please save me, I don't want to die, I really don't want to die."
Hearing Shu Chun's screams, the bats concentrated their attacks on her even more. The swarm of bats was so dense that she was overwhelmed. Shu Chun cried out in despair. "Aka!" Bai Yifan only snorted coldly at this scene, saying, "Hurting others ultimately hurts yourself."
He smiled mockingly, glancing coldly at Shu Chun, and loudly said, "Heaven-made misfortune can be avoided. Self-inflicted misfortune cannot be escaped. That principle is the last lesson senior brother is teaching you." Inside the cave echoed Shu Chun's miserable screams. Wang Tang excitedly said to Gao Yang, "Did you hear that miserable scream? Haha, that Bai Yifan must be dead inside?"
Gao Yang smiled lewdly and said, "Chisk, it's a pity that his body of resources is also buried in the cave." Wang Tang also happily continued, "Killing that brat wasn't easy, you can't ask for too much."
Wang Tang looked at the unconscious Liu Wei and the others, saying, "As for these guys, secretly eliminate them and leave them here to live or die on their own." Inside the cave, those blood-sucking bats were swarming, attacking Bai Yifan's barrier. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, he clicked his tongue, saying, "Tough crowd, there are too many of them, looks like this shield won't last much longer." He channeled power into his hand, forming a blood-red sword, and said, "Even though going back to Earth using the ancient realm right now would be easier, I came to the Devil's Pit to train. If I run at the first sign of trouble, what kind of cultivator am I?" With that, Bai Yifan shouted, "Come forth, Blood Chi Blade!" Bai Yifan unleashed his technique, bravely charging forward, delivering swift and precise strikes, cutting down the bats left and right. The power of the Blood Chi Blade's attacks made the bats squeal like crazy. He thought to himself, "The Blood Chi Blade and Fleeting Remembrance? That combo lets me move super fast and dish out some serious damage." Bai Yifan furrowed his brow, staying calm. No matter how many devil bats there are, they're all gonna die. He put all his strength into a forward, yelling, spiritual fire axe rise. A mighty red dragon emerged from the sword, heading toward the bats. The raging flames consumed them, causing them to scream miserably. Bai Yifan was pleased. This power is truly a feast for the eyes and ears. Die, all of you. He charged forward with renewed vigor, thinking to himself, "Next up, gotta deal with those cockroaches outside." Suddenly, something was coming at him from behind. Bai Yifan quickly glanced over. What's that? A terrifying power, with immense destructive force, aimed right at Bai Yifan. He swiftly dodged, exclaiming loudly, "Crap! There's an even bigger one hiding." A giant, blood-sucking devil bat appeared, spreading its wings wide and opening its mouth, unleashing a sonic wave attack. Bai Yifan struggled to defend, crying out, "That sonic wave is too strong. My body's chi and blood is being depleted." Seeing the chaos caused by the bat above, Bai Yifan panicked. This isn't good. The sonic waves are bouncing off the cave walls, amplifying the sound. This terrain isn't in my favor. Gotta get out of here quick. Unexpectedly, another powerful shockwave hit Bai Yifan head-on. Caught off guard, he got hit, yelling, "What the? When did it attack?" He looked behind him, thinking frantically, "I'm screwed. It's a sinkhole." His face was panicked. "If I don't think of something fast, I'm really gonna die here." Bai Yifan used the Blood Chi Blade, stabbing the sword into the rock wall, using the force to slow himself down. He shouted, "Stop me, damn it!" as if saying it would prevent him from falling any further. As he slid down, he said to himself, "This sinkhole is way too deep, and the cave walls are too slippery. I can't stop at all." Luckily, Bai Yifan came to a stop. He looked down, letting out a huge sigh of relief and thinking, "Phew, it's finally over. That crumbling went on for a solid 15 minutes. If it had kept going any longer, I'd definitely be dead." Bai Yifan landed safely, thinking, "Well, it's almost at the bottom anyway. Let's go down and see what's up." He held a talisman in his hand and called out, "Shine bright, soul fire." Immediately, a green flame appeared, illuminating the area ahead. Bai Yifan walked cautiously, thinking to himself, "In novels, when the main character falls off a cliff, they always have a lucky encounter. Let's see what's ahead." Bai Yifan was surprised to see the front was full of white bones, and various weapons littered around. Bai Yifan sweat and thought, "So many demon bones. There are night ogres, demon beasts, and even many human race cultivators. Could it be that there was a great war between humans and demons here before?" Bai Yifan paused when he accidentally saw the scene of a corpse still standing. It was postured, holding a spear piercing through a demon. The vivid scene made him stunned, thinking, "These corpses, in the end, are..." Bai Yifan stepped forward to look at the corpse in front of him. Let me see. The devil was pierced to death by weapons. Then he turned to look at the remaining corpse. And this corpse was of the human race. The hole in the body is also a fatal wound. The old devil and the man in golden armor. Even after many years of death, the body has no signs of decay, but is very lifelike. And even the blood has not dried. It can be seen that the strength of the two people is very strong.
Bai Yifan thought for a while, and then came to the conclusion. If I guess correctly, these two people are probably top powerhouses of the devil and human races, and they killed each other and died here. The skeletons outside are probably their subordinates.
He suddenly noticed something. What is this? He picked up the scroll, which exuded very strong energy waves. Suddenly a strange voice called him, "Little friend." He turned around in shock, yelling, "Who's there?" A green smoke appeared on the human race's corpse, and it was talking to him. "Excellent, excellent. This old one relied on the last strand of my remaining soul, struggling for over 9,000 years, and finally waited for a destined one."
Bai Yifan was utterly flabbergasted.
Over 9,000 years. A remnant soul clinging on for over 9 millennia. Even a powerhouse at the divine power realm couldn't pull that off. The other party then inquired about him. "Young friend, what's your name? Where do you hail from?" He immediately replied, "This humble one is Bai Yifan, from the 5 elements sacred ground." In his heart he mused, "Such a powerful being, even just a wisp of a soul, deserves respect." The powerhouse's remnant soul chuckled upon hearing him. 5 elements sacred ground, haha, a sacred ground disciple after all, excellent. Do you know who I am? He lowered his head, furrowing his brows, and asked, "If I may be so bold, what is the esteemed name of this senior?" He mentally calculated, gauging the person's intentions, ready to bolt back to earth if things got dicey. The remnant soul instantly solidified into a complete human form. "I am the old ancestor of the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground, the human emperor Xuanyuan Jing Tian." Bai Yifan was dumbstruck, having to ask again, You're the old ancestor of the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground," he thought in astonishment. Ancient legends say the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground had 3 old ancestors, revered as the heavenly, earthly, and human emperors. Each possessed vast supernatural powers and boundless laws.
This soul is the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground's old ancestor.
Seeing his stunned expression, the remnant soul empathized. "It's normal for you not to believe, young friend. After all, nearly 10,000 years have passed. The outside world has likely forgotten my glorious name." The old ancestor reminisced about his past glory, recounting, "Back in the war between humans and demons, I led 3,000 Xuanyuan guards of the sacred ground to confront the 8 Desolations demon emperor of the Sun-Moon demon sect, almost cleaving through the 10,000 ancient demon pit, destroying countless demon lairs. In the end, I fought the 8 Desolations demon emperor to this deep abyss, perishing together." The old ancestor continued, "Young friend, the scroll you wanted to pick up earlier is my natal magic treasure, the Demon Sealing Board. This magic treasure is one of the 3 sect-guarding treasures of the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground, capable of suppressing all demons in the world. Even demon emperors and demon gods are no exception. Consider it the nemesis of the demon race." Bai Yifan was astonished. "So, this scroll is the Demon Sealing Board," the old ancestor added. "There's also the golden armor I wore, the silver imperial halberd that slew the 8 Desolations demon emperor, and the 8 Desolations thunder prison cauldron of the demon emperor, all supreme-grade Daso artifacts, shaking the continent. Alas, this old man has a short life and isn't blessed to reclaim his dominion." After a while, the old ancestor revealed his purpose. "Young friend, since we are fated, would you like to inherit my legacy?" Bai Yifan, clutching the Demon Sealing Board, asked. "What guidance do you have for me, senior?"
It turned out the old ancestor was showing off his gear to lure him into becoming his disciple. "Come before me, kneel 3 times, and acknowledge me as your master, and I will impart to you the Grand Imperial Dominance Chart and this entire set of equipment. This is the highest level divine art of the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground, divided into 3 volumes, heaven, earth, and human. Upon mastering this technique, you will be a true disciple of the Grand Imperial Sacred Ground, able to be granted the imperial surname, possessing supreme glory." Hearing this, Bai Yifan lowered his body and approached the old ancestor, respectfully bowing his head. "If that's the case, thank you, senior." Seeing his seemingly agreeable attitude, the old ancestor chuckled, saying, "No need for thanks, our meeting here is a great fate." The old ancestor reached out to pat his head. "Quickly kneel down, and I will immediately impart to you the peerless technique. The future of the human race rests on your shoulders." Suddenly sensing something amiss, Bai Yifan abruptly jumped back.
Something's not right." The old ancestor looked puzzled. What do you intend to do? Bai Yifan sneered, striking at the old ancestor's heart. Senior, you wouldn't be pretending to impart a technique just to seize the opportunity to possess me, would you? The old ancestor stammered in response. How could that be? I am the human emperor, one of the strongest powerhouses of the human race. How could I possibly seize the body of a junior like you? Bai Yifan chuckled but still decided to turn tail and run. Haha, guess I was overthinking it. But I am a disciple of the 5 elements sacred ground. Without the sect's consent, acknowledging another master is disloyal. Forget about this inheritance, I don't need it, senior. You should wait for the next fated person.
Seeing this, the old ancestor immediately dropped the pretense and swiftly flew toward him. You little brat, get back here for this emperor. After catching up to Bai Yifan, the old ancestor immediately wrapped around him. This emperor has waited for 10,000 years. How could I let you leave like this? Hand over your body.
Bai Yifan looked up, caressing his ring, and thought, I knew it. There was indeed an ulterior motive. Good thing I haven't used up my transmigration chances yet. Bai Yifan spun the ancient ring. Return.
He quickly returned to the modern world, lying on his bed. Phew, back. If not, I would have become his puppet.
Bai Yifan stretched and yawned. I'll rest at home for a bit, then grab some magic treasures to deal with that old geezer.
Unexpectedly, behind him was the old ancestor, in the form of a ghostly flame. The old ancestor read his thoughts. Old geezer? Are you referring to this emperor? Bai Yifan was startled upon hearing the old ancestor's voice.
But the old ancestor was even more shocked and startled than he was. The old ancestor flew back and forth frantically. Where is this place? Why am I here, you wretched brat? What sorcery have you cast on this venerable one? My spiritual power is completely gone.
Bai Yifan was quite surprised at this sight. Bai Yifan was dumbfounded.
What's going on? This soul is the human emperor. He actually transmigrated back here too.
The old ancestor flew toward the chandelier and was blinded by the light, loudly questioning, what kind of magical artifact is this? How can it emit such dazzling light? Why has this king never seen it before?
At this moment, Bai Yifan suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. I remember that aside from cultivation techniques, anything brought back from the continent would dissipate on Earth, right? Why is this soul?
He looked down at the ancient ring, which was emitting a faint glow.
It seems the secret of this ancient ring goes deeper than I thought. After investigating his surroundings, the old ancestor angrily questioned, You criminally brat, what's going on? What is this place? Hurry up and return my spiritual power. I was so annoyed that I just grabbed the vacuum cleaner and sucked the old ancestor right in. He was suffocating, so I figured I'd just lock you in here for now.
The old ancestor screamed bloody murder. Ayah, what kind of soul-sucking magic weapon is this?
A moment later, the old ancestor was trapped in a rock, while Bai Yifan sat leisurely in his chair. You damned outsider, release this royal one at once. I frowned, leaned closer to the rock, and said, Don't waste your energy. Listen up. From now on, I ask a question, you answer a question. But of course, the old ancestor wasn't about to listen to me. HMPH, I am the human emperor, old ancestor. How could I be threatened by you? Hearing that, I raised the vacuum cleaner and aimed it at the old ancestor, scaring him half to death.
Oh really, I'll talk. First, put away that magic treasure. Put it away now, Agia.
I started probing him. You're really the human emperor, old ancestor of the Huangji Holy Land. The old ancestor glared back at me disdainfully. Duh, can you fake something like this? I retorted. Then, as the leader of the human race, why would you want to harm your own descendants, trying every possible way to seize my body?
The old ancestor crossed his arms, turned away, and gritted his teeth. Try being imprisoned in the abyss for nearly 10,000 years. Once you regain your freedom, who cares about morals or conscience?
I narrowed my eyes and continued. So let me ask you, how many damaged magic treasures are there beneath the abyss? How many are still usable? I thought to myself. I don't lack cultivation resources. What I lack are magic treasures and martial skills. The old ancestor crossed his arms and analyzed for me. My human emperor halberd and human emperor armor, as well as the thunder prison cauldron of the 8 desolate demon emperor, are all damaged, and their artifact spirits are completely destroyed, useless. Hearing this, I expressed my disdain. Then there's no point in keeping you around. Might as well let your soul dissipate early and reincarnate. The old ancestor panicked. No! 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 These 3 magic treasures are broken, but my demon sealing tablet is still usable. The predecessor of the demon sealing tablet was a page of heavenly scripture that fell from the immortal realm, incredibly powerful, and can be called a magic treasure of the human race, the nemesis of the demon race. The old ancestor continued to try to persuade me. Little Bai, release me, and I'll teach you how to use this magic treasure, trust me. You'll definitely be amazed by its power. I glanced at him, feigning indifference. Too much chatter? Tell me about it first.
Hearing that, the old ancestor frowned and said, My demon sealing tablet has 9 uses. First, devouring souls, especially the souls of demon race experts, can restore or strengthen itself. Second, sealing and enslaving demon race members to work for me. Third, cultivating both immortal and demonic arts. Fourth, absorbing heaven and earth. Fifth, refining demonic materials.
The old ancestor continued to the last use. Ninth, you don't need to use spiritual power to activate this treasure, just consume divine power.
After the old ancestor finished speaking, I indifferently said, Oh, sounds pretty impressive. Seeing me suddenly raise my phone, the old ancestor cried out in panic. What kind of divine weapon are you pulling out to deal with me now?
Hearing the old ancestor's fear, I laughed. Just playing on my phone. It's nothing, just keep going. Didn't you just say you wanted to pass on the greatest divine skill of the Huangji Holy Land to me? Something called the Overlord Domination Diagram, right? Just tell me now. The more detailed the explanation, the sooner I'll release you on. The old ancestor angrily gritted his teeth. This brat, forget it. A true hero endures the present humiliation. Once I regain my freedom, I'll definitely make this little bastard pay. Then, the old ancestor explained in more detail. The Huangji Overlord Domination Diagram is divided into the Heavenly Emperor, the Earthly Emperor, and the Human Emperor. I am the Human Emperor, so I only have the Human Emperor version.
2 hours later, after a thorough explanation, the old ancestor summarized. In short, anyone who practices this skill will become impervious to blades and spears, immune to water and fire, resistant to poisonous gas, and immune to material changes. That's the marvel of this technique.
After listening, I also sighed. Seems like this technique is indeed incredibly mystical, and your explanation wasn't bad either. The old ancestor was so tired that he gasped for breath. Finally finished. I'm exhausted. I suddenly reached out towards the old ancestor. All right, now that you've said everything, there's no point in you staying. Don't worry. Since we've met, I'll give you a proper send-off.
The old ancestor was shocked and warned me. What? You're planning to cross the bridge and tear it down?
Without my guidance, how can you remember such a complex divine power technique? Don't even dream of entering the door. I smiled smugly, raising the phone that had recorded everything the old ancestor had said. You need to move your chi to the intersection of the 4 major meridians. So the most important thing is to open the intersecting points of those meridians. Then I gloated. He, old man, times have changed. The old ancestor's face turned pale with fear. This world is truly terrifying. I put the rock containing the old ancestor into the microwave and turned it on. If I let you go, there's no guarantee you won't harm the remaining disciples of the human race. Now hurry and enter the path of death to reincarnate.
The old ancestor angrily pounded on the rock. Release me now.
The old ancestor was electrocuted in the microwave. Little friend, don't. A blue light source shone in all directions. And I stood in front of the microwave and said, Human Emperor, have a safe journey. I clasped my hands, as if I was sending off the old ancestor. Leaving a disaster uncleared is dangerous. Doing it this way is the safest. After that, I picked up the demon sealing tablet. Next is the demon sealing tablet's turn. I dripped my blood onto the demon sealing tablet, according to the human emperor's remnant soul, just dripping blood on it. Immediately, the scenery around me changed. Oh, this is the chaotic space of the demon sealing tablet. It actually directly entered the soul world. I felt like I was standing on the demon sealing tablet. So this is successfully recognizing a master. The golden paper strips wrapped around me here also record the history of the immortal realm's rule over the demon race, and the methods to resist them. I reached out to receive them. Truly magical. It can directly imprint the methods into my mind like a miniature world, saving me some trouble. The demon sealing tablet ran into my body, and words appeared all over me. Haha, this great power belongs to me now? Looks like I have to go find a demonic creature to try it out. At this time, on the 8th level of the myriad ancient demon pit, a monster roared. Afayo, so long, Shim! The people around it were sent flying, screaming. Oh! A heavily injured disciple knelt down, one hand clutching his chest, the other hand holding his sword against the ground, giving up. Senior brother, these blood-dark demon wolves are too many. I'm afraid we can't hold on. The other person gripped the sword in his hand, determined to reply. Hold on for me. Do you want to die here? The two of them turned their heads back at the same time, looking at the deep abyss. The brother quickly replied, But senior brother, behind us is a cliff. We have no way out. That disciple just lost it, bawling and wailing. Ancestors of the holy ground, please show yourselves. I'm still a virgin, haven't had kids, know all the rules by heart, never touched booze, women, or gambling. Save me, I don't want to die yet."
Tears streamed down their faces when they suddenly heard a series of roars that grabbed their attention. They couldn't help but turn to look, wondering, "What's that sound?" Before them was a pack of crimson nightmare wolves with sharp, golden eyes, slowly advancing as a group. Thump, thump, the sounds grew louder and more intense. Witnessing this terrifying scene, one of them yelled, "We're doomed. We didn't even finish off the old nightmare wolves before a new pack showed up." One disciple widened his eyes, angrily saying, "Damn it! Are we really going to die here today?" The other closed his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth. "It's all our fault for being too greedy, coming to the 8th level too soon, and now we're gonna die." Suddenly, the demonic beasts started collapsing to the ground one after another, screaming in panic. "Awoo!" A voice shouted, "Brothers, hold the tears, something's not right." The other guy, still kneeling, gasped, "Huh?" The other disciple frowned. "Take a look at this." The demonic beasts were biting and tearing at each other. They let out loud howls, "AWOO, AWOO," unsure if it was from being wounded or from winning in their struggle. "Unbelievable," one of them said, puzzled. "Are the nightmare wolves killing each other?" A disciple stared at the newly arrived demonic beasts and said, "Guys, something's off. The nightmare wolves that came later have golden pupils." Bai Yifan appeared heroically amidst the wolves' screams. A smug grin on his face. "Heh, that Xuan Yuan human emperor didn't lie to me. With the demon-conquering board, these demonic creatures can indeed be easily subdued, completely turned into demon slaves." Bai Yifan recalled his recent victory fighting the bastard and thought to himself, "Last time, after using the ancient ring from Earth to return, I quickly dealt with that bastard leader. But after leaving the cave, I couldn't find Wang Teng and Gao Yang anywhere." A golden light flashed in Bai Yifan's eyes, and golden inscriptions appeared on his neck. He looked forward and said, "So the new pack of demon wolves with golden pupils are cheering when they defeated the old demon wolves." One person questioned, "Are they celebrating?" The other said in surprise, "Everyone look, the previous pack of wolves has been completely wiped out." At this time, Bai Yifan was completely enveloped in golden light as he raised his hand forward and ordered, "All kill." "All right then." All the demon wolves looked up in unison in one direction. One disciple said fearfully, "Huh, they're staring right at us. Seems like they're targeting us." The wolves howled one after another, then charged like arrows and jumped off the cliff one by one. Seeing this, one couldn't help but say in surprise, "Wait, the demon wolves aren't rushing at us. They're all committing suicide by jumping off the cliff." The crowd buzzed with chatter. "Am I seeing things?" Another replied, Let's go up and take a look." Bai Yifan turned his back to them, walking away while thinking to himself, "Phew, all cleaned up, let's go down another level." They looked down into the deep abyss together. A disciple exclaimed, This, what on earth is going on?" The other disciple saw this and said, "It's a miracle. The Holy Ancestor couldn't bear to let a good disciple like me die, so he miraculously appeared." At the 9th level of the eternal demon pit, a giant, golden-eyed monster roared continuously, then used its claws to split a honeycomb in half. One yelled, "Careful!" Bai Yifan leisurely held out a cup to catch the drops of fresh, golden honey from the honeycomb. He muttered, "Good thing I got you to restrain your power in time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to drink this Jade Peak Royal Jelly." The beast roared continuously, and its hands clawed wildly in the air, creating whistling sounds. Bai Yifan enjoyed the Jade Peak Royal Jelly while thinking, "These past 2 days, I've been using 3 tracker demon wolves to block and rob, turning every single demon wolf into a servant. I even caught 2 peak Purple Mansion Realm abyssal demon bears. Relying on this demon slave guard, I've cleared out the forests of the 9th level, killing a large number of demonic creatures, like black-armored wild boars, 3-headed demon hounds, extremely poisonous spiders, and abyssal fleshworms. Moreover, every time one dies, I can enslave a new demonic creature to take its place, always maintaining fighting strength. If I could dominate an army of demonic creatures in the eternal demon pit, expand my territory, and sweep across all directions, how exhilarating would that be? Anyone who dares to provoke me, I'll directly send out an army of demonic creatures to flatten them." Bai Yifan smugly thought, "Wang Teng, Gao Yang, you guys would never have imagined that after falling into a dead end, I'd have good fortune in disguise, obtaining the supreme demon-conquering board of the human race. Just wait, you dared to trap me, I'll make you die a very ugly death." Suddenly, a deep, whooshing sound caught Yifan's attention. He wondered, what's that sound? Bai Yifan stood above and witnessed a scene of people fighting each other, with decisive shouts of kill, that confused him, saying, "What's going on?
People from the 3 great holy lands and 5 great sects are all gathered here.
A group of people with golden energy surrounding them, holding swords, jumped into the air, and the leading disciple said, "Kill without retreating. The lair of the fire cloud demon ape is right in front of us." Bai Yifan panicked, thinking,
This is the lair of the fire cloud demon ape. The task of encircling and suppressing the fire cloud demon ape to act on behalf of the heavens that the elders gave to the inner disciples before leaving must be here.
He quickly jumped down, excitedly muttering,
"It's rare to see such a grand situation. I'll go take a look."
Purple, 2-headed bats with eerie smiles gradually appeared in the sky behind Yifan. They were twin-headed purple mansion realm flying immortal night fiends, and he sensed them and sighed inwardly. "I just arrived at a flat place, and I ran into demonic beasts again. The density of demonic beasts on the 9th level is really high."
The laughter of the night fiends still echoed in Yifan's ears, causing him to think silently. "Since you're here, then become my help."
Bai Yifan shouted loudly, ordering,
"Demon wolves, defeat this group of night fiends for me immediately." The demon wolves obediently obeyed, howling awu, and charging straight at the group of night fiends, pouncing on them. One was hit, and the night fiend panicked and fled. Bai Yifan looked at it and snorted coldly, "You think you can run?" Immediately, Bai Yifan smirked confidently and ordered, "Abyssal demon bear, knock it down for me." In an instant, the demonic bear slammed down a powerful strike, sending the night Rakshasa plummeting to the ground. "That demonic abyss bear is at the peak Purple Palace stage, you know. Dealing with you guys is as easy as flipping my hand." The night Rakshasa crashed hard, screaming in pain. "Ouch!" Bai Yifan chuckled to himself. "Perfect! I just needed a flying demon beast for a demonic slave." Bai Yifan clasped his hands in front of his chest, and a golden light flared from his body. "Yifan, summon the demon sealing board. Go!" The night Rakshasa were instantly bound by golden threads, their pupils turning gold as well. Just like the other demonic slaves, they could only kneel obediently, Yifan thought happily. "Awesome! I've recruited 5 more flying night Rakshasa. My demonic slave army is getting bigger. So cool." Bai Yifan still had his hands clasped, scheming in his mind. "I still have some juice left, it seems. If I keep going, I can probably snag a few more." Suddenly, a booming roar echoed, and a fiery red beam shot down beside Yifan, making him exclaim, "Whoa, what's going on?" Yifan glanced at it, admiring. "That's some serious firepower. Could it be coming for me?" He stood up, and the night Rakshasa quickly ordered the other Rakshasa, Go check it out." The night Rakshasa, now a demonic slave, was enveloped in golden energy. It obeyed, letting out a roar and flying off. Just as it arrived, Yifan heard a boom of red and gold energies colliding, he realized. So, that attack just now was residual energy from their fight. On the other side, the red demon roared continuously. A burly man surrounded by golden light was panting heavily. Seeing this, Bai Yifan thought, looks like they're both running on fumes, that's why the attack went haywire. The burly man yelled, "Ha!" and unleashed a dominating emperor. First, he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "You're already weak and exhausted, just die, blood-faced Shura." Yifan, now holding a chain, muttered, "No magic treasures on hand, and a single punch can cause such an explosion. Is he an inner sect disciple?" But his opponent is a Shura, not an easy one to deal with. Shura are underworld demons, far stronger than Rakshasa, possessing a commander-level strength comparable to a human's divine power secret realm. These demons are covered in bone spikes, extremely fierce and terrifying, and they've awakened their intelligence, speak human language, and are even cunning and treacherous. The Shura bared its fangs, angrily shouting, "Damn humans, die!" The Shura mustered all its strength and punched the man in the chest, causing him to panic and cry out, "What? How do you still have strength?" The demon cackled gleefully. All's fair in war, tricking Ashura to seize victory. He pushed the man down the deep abyss, causing him to only scream, "Ah!" then gloated, "Learn that from you humans." At the bottom of the abyss, the bloodied man lay sprawled on the ground. The Shura approached, propped its hands on the ground, observed, and chuckled a few times. "So he's probably dead, huh?" The Shura stood up and walked toward the man. Its appearance was just as burly. Combined with the red aura around its body and its murderous eyes, it looked terrifying. It arrogantly laughed, "Heh, human cultivator, looks like I've won this battle, I'll take your heart." Suddenly, roars echoed, and Bai Yifan's night Rakshasa all flew over, causing the Shura to turn around, thinking angrily, "Where did these insects come from? I'll gouge your eyes out." The Shura stood in front of the man, glaring at the night Rakshasa and yelling, "Dare to snatch my prey, get lost." The night Rakshasa ignored what it said and directly attacked the Shura continuously, causing it to scream in pain, "Ah, ah!" Then it wondered in surprise, "What's What's going on? Why aren't these low-level demons listening to me? The Shura unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending the Night Rakshasa flying. It roared madly. So, they're here for me, damn it, just die all of you. Suddenly, Bai Yifan appeared behind it, whispering, "Now's the time," causing it to glance sideways, struggling to look back, and exclaimed in surprise. Bai Yifan said nothing, directly swung his sharp sword, stabbing it from behind, piercing through its chest, causing it to scream shrilly, "Damn human, where did you come from?" Then Bai Yifan retreated a few steps, letting the Night Rakshasa swarm around the Shura, engulfing it. It cursed angrily, "Damn it, you pesky insects." The Shura's eyes glowed red as it roared, baring its long, sharp fangs, threatening the Night Rakshasa. But it was useless. It snapped. "Damn it, to think I'd be killed by low-level creatures." It focused, gathering all its strength, and once again surged up, blasting the Night Rakshasa away. The Shura raised its hands to the sky, yelling, "I will kill you all!" Seeing this, Bai Yifan exclaimed in surprise. "What? One hit can kill more than 2 Purple Palace Realm demon beasts? Is this the strength of a commander-level being?" he thought. "But you probably don't have much strength left to fight." Bai Yifan glowed with golden light and summoned a golden chain, shouting, "Demon Sealing Board, go!" The chain instantly swung out behind the Shura. Seeing this, it turned its head back, panicking. Is this a slave seal?" But then, it scoffed. "Little runty internal body realm kid, you want to use a slave seal to control me? What a pipe dream." Bai Yifan, radiating golden light, clasped his hands in front of his chest, looked at the Shura, and grinned. "Enough talk. Just be a good, obedient dog." As soon as he finished speaking, the chain tightly wrapped around the Shura, immobilizing it, and it screamed, "Ah! What kind of slave seal is this? Break it." Bai Yifan frowned, revealing a determined look, and angrily said, "HMPH, still trying to resist. Increase the binding force." Instantly, a golden halo appeared above the Asura's head, making it terrified and shocked. What's going on here?" At that moment, Yifan plopped down on the ground, letting out a long breath. "Phew! Success! Subduing a commander-level demonic creature with my current cultivation is still a bit of a stretch, huh?" The Asura, now suppressed by Yifan and turned into a demonic slave, knelt down and bowed respectfully. "Master, Asura Batu pays respects to the master." Yifan stared intently at it, thinking to himself, "But I finally pulled it off." Hearing that, Yifan couldn't help but smirk and mutter, "Batu, huh? So it even has a name? Interesting." Bai Yifan announced, "Let's go check on that fellow human over there." He saw that the man was covered in wounds, blood flowing everywhere. Beside him was a command token engraved with True Martial, prompting Yifan to speculate. So he's an inner sect disciple of the True Martial Holy Land. Bai Yifan instinctively reached out to test the man's breath, but then Yifan sighed and muttered, "Sing, trust me, the guys participating in the Myriad-era Devil Resistance already don't give a damn about life and death, rest in peace." Bai Yifan pointed to the jade pendant on the man's hand and turned to look at the Asura. "Pry this off, there's a primordial spirit imprint on it." The Asura heard this and replied, "As you command." The Asura then cast a spell, causing the jade pendant to open. A golden ring emitting a faint blue glow flew into its hand. Bai Yifan took the golden ring from the Asura's hand, carefully observing it, thinking to himself, "Very good. Let's see what's inside." The golden ring and a red gem on top sparkled. Bai Yifan quickly analyzed in his head: magic wolf pelt, magic bear pelt, yaksha horn, yaksha tooth, Asura bone. There are also spiritual herbs and some common magical items. Yifan's pupils flashed a golden light, he thought to himself. Found it. I didn't expect it to actually be inside. Bai Yifan held a golden booklet in his hand and said softly, "Giant Spirit Fist, Spirit Tier Martial Skill. This must be the terrifying fist technique that Huang Yi Namzi cultivated and used to transmigrate to Earth." Bai Yifan, now in a stance practicing the fist technique, shouted, "Hiya!" He thought to himself, "The giant spirit fist is divided into 5 forms: Mountain Split, Earth Rend, Sea Overturn, Heaven Suppress, and Divine Meridian Immortal Sense, each form more ferocious than the last. To execute this fist technique, one must fuse spiritual power with fist intent." Yifan swung his hand forcefully, shouting again, "Ah!" In his heart he resolved, "I don't have spiritual power, but I broke through to the Purple Palace long ago, so I have source soul power nurturing my whole body. Even my will and soul perception are higher than before. I can barely substitute soul power for spiritual power. But fist intent can't be comprehended overnight. I must practice diligently." Finally, Bai Yifan retracted his stance, stood upright, clasped his hands in front of his waist, closed his eyes tightly, and meditated.
This giant spirit-first technique is obscure and difficult to understand. If it weren't for the simplified version I experienced on Earth, I really wouldn't understand anything.
Suddenly, the phone rang, and the screen displayed the name of the caller, Sister Guo, causing Yifan to look over. Why is Sister Guo calling me now? Bai Yifan answered the phone. Hello, Sister Guo. What's up? Is something the matter? The other end of the line shouted. Your online purchases are about to pile up like a mountain at my house. When are you coming to get them? Yifan, hearing the shout, was startled to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, crap, I completely forgot about this. Yifan said with an apologetic smile over the phone. Ah yes, I'll come get them today. His phone displayed a helpless message from the other end. Your mother and I are fascinated by the local customs of this foreign country. Your mother even wanted to drag your dad for another 800 meters, and also wanted to go sightseeing to nearby cities. By the way, your mother bought a lot of gifts, and wanted to give them to you.
Zhao Fan politely messaged. It's good to make mother happy. Spend more time with mom. Patients need a good mood to recover faster. I will transfer another 30 million to mom so she can enjoy herself, and be sure to visit many locations. Farron thought silently in his heart. It was the first time his mother went abroad, and she said she wanted to buy some gifts for him. Because he was busy going to Myriad Era to wipe out all the demons, he had to ask Sister Guo to help him receive his online purchases, and then he completely forgot about it. Bai Yifan recalled the time he cupped his hands and said with a smile in front of Guo Rao, Sister Guo, I have something I want to ask you. If there are any online purchases sent, can I have them sent to your house and ask you to receive them for me first? Sister Guo put her hands behind her back and said indifferently, All right. How many orders can a single dog like you have?
Outside, it was raining heavily. Bai Yifan held an umbrella and walked behind her, saying, It's been a while since I saw Sister Guo. I didn't expect there to be so many online purchases.
I apologize to you.
Sister Guo also held an umbrella in front, gently replying, All right, I'm not petty. It doesn't seem like you did it on purpose, so I'll forgive you this time. After a while, they arrived at Sister Guo's house. She reached out and grabbed the doorknob, then said,
We're here. The two of them walked into the house together. Suddenly, Sister Guo's mother walked over and said, Rao Gear? You're back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Then, Sister Guo's mother turned to look at Bai Yifan and asked, Wait a minute, who is this? Yifan scratched his head and said with an embarrassed smile,
Hello, Auntie. I'm Sister Guo's tenant, Bai Yifan. Sorry for bothering you.
Sister Guo's mother frowned and looked at Yifan, saying, A tenant? Why is a tenant so close to my Guo Rao? She internally assessed Yifan. His appearance is barely acceptable, but he doesn't have a single branded item on him. You can tell at a glance that he's a poor ghost. Hearing this, Guo Rao turned around and said to her mother with a look of annoyance, Mom, please don't be like that. He can be considered my friend. Suddenly, someone walked over with a sarcastic tone and said, Friend, don't become friends with this kind of person, causing Guo Rao to blurt out, Mom. Sister Guo's mother changed her attitude 360 degrees. She happily turned to him and smiled. Let's not talk about this anymore, Raoger. Let me introduce a young man to you. This is Shi Dongqing. Get to know each other. The other person appeared in a well-tailored suit and glasses, looking quite knowledgeable, and said, Hello, nice to meet you, Miss Raoer. Seeing this, Guo Rao was also surprised, but she still replied politely. Ah, hello. Guo Rao frowned at this moment, lowering her voice and saying, Mom, didn't we talk about this? Don't bring someone home every few days. Why are you doing this again? Sister Guo's mother immediately retorted. Look at you, you're 30 years old. You're not young anymore. If I don't worry about you, who will? Rest assured, I've thoroughly investigated this young man. He's absolutely more reliable than the last one. The two Guo Rao looked at each other. Guo Rao said through gritted teeth, Mom. While Shi Dongqing looked at Sister Guo with a lecherous gaze, his saliva uncontrollably dripping down. Seeing this scene, Bai Yifan turned his face away, thinking to himself, Is that kind of lecherous gaze considered reliable? Guo Rao and Bai Yifan sat opposite each other, while Sister Guo's mother and Shi Dongqing sat next to each other. The four of them were silent. Suddenly, Sister Guo's mother spoke. Rao Shir, let me tell you, this young man Xiao Shi is really impeccable. He's just over 30 and already has his own company, and his business is growing bigger and bigger. Shi Dongqing raised his hand and scratched the back of his head, smiling smugly and said, You're overpraising me. My place is really just a small scale. Auntie Guo clicked her tongue a few times and started playing matchmaker. Look how humble little Shi is. He and Rao from our family look more and more perfect together. I couldn't listen anymore. Sister Guo stood up and said loudly, "Mom!" Then she looked at Bai Yifan and said, "Yifan, sit down and drink tea. Let me get you something." Yifan also replied, "Yes, sorry for the trouble, Sister Guo." Shi Dongqing, holding his business card, turned to Yifan and exaggeratedly said, "I wonder what this little brother does. Here is my business card." Bai Yifan reached out and refused. "Sorry, I don't have a job. I'm afraid I can't exchange business cards with you." Shi Dongqing pushed up his glasses and sneered and slandered, "Oh, little brother, that won't do. A son without his own career is nothing more than a waste. Without social status, you are still young. You can't just sit around and hug illusions. You have to find a job to do."
Auntie Guo agreed. Little Shi is right. To have such awareness at such a young age, no wonder he can be a boss. Really amazing. He also laughed ha-ha a few times, pretending to be humble and flattered.
"It's nothing amazing, just a little better than other employees."
"That's right. If you're interested, I can take some time to drive you to my factory for a visit. If you see anything you like, you can take it at will." Auntie Guo said without hesitation, "I just saw your car. Is it a BMW? Or a Mercedes-Benz?" He laughed and kept spinning his car key a few times and said, "Auntie, it's only a few $100,000. It's not even a Mercedes. Moreover, that car is just a means of transportation."
Shi Dongqing looked at him and mocked.
"Young people like you like Mercedes, right?" Yifan said bluntly. "Sorry, I don't study cars. I don't care about brands. It's okay as long as it can go." Auntie Guo glanced at him and thought to herself, HMPH? As expected, I guess, right? This kid has nothing but his face. No job, no house, no car, and doesn't even know the Mercedes brand.
Suddenly, Shi Dongqing raised his watch and exaggeratedly said, "Oh my God, it's already this time. My company still has work to do."
Now, Auntie Guo praised, "Little Shi, I think I've seen your watch on TV. It's called Rolex or something. It must cost hundreds of thousands, right?"
He laughed a few times and pretended to be humble. Hee, it's just something worthless. I made you laugh."
At this time, Sister Guo carried a bunch of large and small boxes over. Seeing this, Auntie Guo said, "It seems that these packages were all sent from abroad," Sister Guo said. "Bai Yifan, your big packages are all in the backyard. It seems that some of them are written to consign valuable items. Please check it," he replied.
"Yes." Suddenly, Guo Rao bumped her leg into the sofa, causing her to scream in fright. "Ah!" Immediately, Guo Rao's whole body fell forward, and the packages were blown into the air one after another. One person shouted, "It's over." Bai Yifan quickly reached out to support her and shouted, "Sister Guo, be careful."
At this time, Bai Yifan hugged Sister Guo in his arms, which looked very romantic. He asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Sister Guo looked up at him and shyly whispered, "Ah." Guo Rao immediately became shy, her face flushed, and said,
"Thank you, Yifan, I'm fine." Shi Dongqing saw this scene and was furious, thinking, "Damn it, this kid took the lead." Guo Rao squatted down at the scattered packages and turned back to Yifan and said, "Yifan, I don't know if your things are damaged." Yifan calmly replied, "It's okay, let me open it and see." Shi Dongqing drank tea and complained in his heart, "If this brat's things are damaged, they are damaged. After all, they are not worth much money." Bai Yifan opened a box, inside which was a sparkling wristwatch. Yifan said without any surprise, "So it's just an ordinary watch. I don't wear these things often." Shi Dongqing's eyes widened when he saw this, and he spit out the tea he had just drunk, and shouted, "Huh, is this a Patek Philippe?"
Auntie Guo calmly asked, "What brand is that? I've never heard of it," he shouted and explained. "This is a watch brand worth millions." However, the watch face was broken at this time. Guo Rao said in confusion, "Oh my God, the watch face is broken. I'm really sorry, Yifan." He put the box back in the package and said calmly, "It's okay. If it's broken, it's broken. It's not worth much. It doesn't matter. It's good that you're okay."
Hearing this, Shi Dongqing panicked. "Big brother, that's a Patek Philippe. What do you mean it's not worth much?" Bai Yifan took the messy packages in his hand and turned to look at Guo Rao and said, "That's right, Sister Guo, take this bag. My mother told me to give it to a friend, but I don't have any friends around me with unusual hobbies. You've been helping me receive things for so long. Consider this a thank you gift to you." Guo Rao reached out to the back of her head and said shyly, "Is this not very good?" Shi Dongqing panicked when he saw this, and thought to himself, "Limited edition Hermes and Chanel haute couture items are given away casually?" Auntie Guo suddenly patted him on the shoulder from behind and asked, "Little Shi, what's wrong with you?" Shi Dongqing forced a smile and said, It's okay, I almost choked just now." Bai Yifan spun the car keychain in his hand a few times and turned back. Looking at the two of them, he smiled and mocked, Big Brother Xi, is there anything uncomfortable on your body, or should I take you to the hospital?
He stared at the car key and wondered. That is the symbol on the car key. Is it a Porsche? Auntie Guo was surprised and raised her hand to cover her mouth and said in amazement,
Little fan, this car of yours seems to be $1 million supercar, right?
This is really a supercar. At this time, Shi Dongqing's face turned pale, and he was completely defeated by Bai Yifan's wealth, and he could only say to himself, It's over. I can't compare at all. After a while, Bai Yifan drove his car to the door of Sister Guayo's house. The large and small packages were stacked haphazardly on top of each other in the back seat. Luckily, it was a Porsche convertible, so he could take them all away. Yifan turned around and smiled and said, Sister Guayo, thank you very much this time. Seeing this, Guayo Rao worriedly asked, Bai Yifan, can this car of yours really fit? Will it damage your seat? Shi Dongqing stood still and thought to himself,
Turning a Porsche into a cargo truck, this is the first time I have witnessed it. Bai Yifan put his hand on the steering wheel and sarcastically said to Shi Dongqing, Don't worry, it can fit, it doesn't matter if it's damaged. Anyway, Big Brother Xi said, the car is just a tool for transportation, right?
Shi Dongqing was provoked to the point of anger and shouted, Ugh! Is this brat using what I said to slap me in the face?
Bai Yifan started the car, causing one wheel to spin wildly in a puddle of mud. The mud immediately splashed on Shi Dongqing, causing him to only have time to scream, Ah, Mom! Guo also ran out to see him off. She happily raised her hand high from behind and said loudly, Little Farron, come and play when you have time. Bai Yifan waved one hand while driving away and shouted back, Definitely, everyone go inside, switching the scene to the 9th level of the Mangjiu Devil Pit. At this time, Bai Yifan clenched his fist and threw a punch with red spiritual power around him and shouted, Giant Spirit Fist, mountain opening. Instantly, a dazzling golden light erupted around, along with flashes of red spiritual energy in the air, making Yifan exclaim in surprise, Damn, that's some serious power. He clenched his fist and held it to his chest, grinning smugly. Even though it's just using soul power to trigger the technique, it's already this powerful. Once I step into the divine power secret realm and cultivate real spiritual energy, then things will get even better, right? The Asura knelt behind Bai Yifan, praising him profusely. Congratulations, Master. You are truly gifted to have mastered a spirit rank fist technique. Your subordinate is filled with admiration, he casually replied. Stood up, and Yifan looked at the Asura and asked, Oh right, aren't you a demonic creature from the divine power secret realm? Do you know how to use spiritual energy? The Asura replied, Of course I do. Then he ordered, All right, show me, the Asura shouted. Yes, Master. It waved its hands a few times, unleashing the Asura cross slash, and yelled, Go. Seeing this, Yifan muttered, So it's just using hands like swords, rapidly swinging spiritual energy to release sword energy. Probably can't see the power, huh? Just a second later, the red spiritual energy stretched into a straight line, powerfully piercing into the ground, causing the red spiritual energy to glow brightly in the hazy dust. The Asura explained, Master, this is the divine ability of our Asura clan, the Asura cross slash. When facing enemies, it can even eliminate opponents one realm higher than oneself. Witnessing this scene, Yifan's face was covered in sweat, and he exclaimed inwardly, Holy crap, that's insane! Then, the Asura created crimson vortexes that filled the sky and said, Please watch, Master, there's also the burning blood pagoda ball, it shouted. Go. Then raised both fists forward, causing those vortexes to fly forward, and yelled, This technique combines blood essence and spiritual energy, and it can withstand 1 million soldiers. A huge explosion immediately erupted in the distance, engulfing the entire space in red spiritual energy. Bai Yifan shouted, Holy moly, the range is huge. The Asura continued to explain. This is the Asura instant kill technique, and this is the Berserker rage step, causing Yifan to sweat in fear, saying, This is the heavenly underworld palm. Next, red bombs continuously exploded on the ground. The Asura kept shouting, Asura god hunting slash, blood spirit mountain opening art, demon god skyrending claw. The Asura flew closer, and Yifan let out a sigh of relief. Phew, how do you find it, Master? He looked up at it, smiling contentedly. Not bad, not bad. The divine power secret realm is really strong. If you and that yellow-clothed man hadn't fought and both suffered losses, even if I had 10,000 lives, I wouldn't have been able to subdue you. Bai Yifan smirked smugly in his heart. Looks like I've subdued a monster with combat power beyond the charts. Bai Tu then spoke up. Master praises wrongly. Compared to the soul-devouring array that Huoyun Mo set up under the city to kill human cultivators, my little power is nothing. Bai Yifan heard this and shouted loudly,
Bai Tu, say that again, he recalled 3 months ago.
Huayun Mohao set up a myriad soul extinction array under the lair. As long as those human cultivators attacked the soulstone mine, they would all be blown to death. Unless they cultivated to the divine power returned to one realm, condensing all their divine powers and spiritual energy into a golden core seed, they might be lucky enough to survive. Thinking of this, his face turned pale. The disciples of the Holy Land and surrounding forces surrounded and suppressed Huayun Mohao. In addition to seeking justice for the more than 100,000 citizens of Yan country, there was also a purpose, which was to compete for a vein of soulstone mine under Suo City.
Soulstone is a kind of spar produced from the residue of Mai Kang, which contains a source of power that can nourish the Li Huang Palace and the Purple Mansion Divine Soul to grow stronger. Even the Divine Power Qi realm can use this kind of spirit stone. It is only deep in the ground, so it is relatively scarce, and one piece is worth 1,000 spirit stones. Bai Yifan looked at Batu and asked, "What about Huayun Mohao? Is he planning to die together?" Batu replied, "Of course not. Lord Demon Hao is not that stupid. Lord Demon Hao has already set up a teleportation formation in the city so he can escape when he can." His face changed, and he was secretly angry. "So there's such a conspiracy. This is to eliminate the elite disciples of our Holy Land. The method is the same as this time. Could it be that there is also an internal spy behind the scenes doing this?" So he ordered Batu's, "I require you to pretend that Bai Yifan is his prey, and take me to the main battlefield." Immediately afterwards, they moved to the main battlefield. In this place, a chaotic battle was constantly taking place, full of cruelty. Ye Xiaochai was holding a sword and slashing directly at the monster, shouting, "Demonic creature, die!" At this moment, Bai Yifan was grabbed by a demonic claw, and he screamed miserably, "Senior sister, save me!" Ye Xiaochai saw this and immediately looked back worriedly. "Is that Bai Yifan kid? Why was he caught here?" She said to everyone, "Luo Sen, Jingker, cover me, I have to save him." They immediately replied, "All right." Then, they activated Ling Feng Mu Ye, and a vortex of wind and green lights appeared around their feet. Ye Xiaochai rushed forward with her sword and shouted, "Quickly, release your hostage!" Batua hurriedly dodged and exclaimed, "Oh, the sword energy is so strong!" Then he quickly released Bai Yifan, and he fell straight to the ground with a painful thud. Bai Yifan cried out, "Ouch! That hurts!" On the other side, Beitu acted without any pretense, turned around and ran away, shouting, "Ah, humans are terrible, I will definitely be back." Ye Xiaochai landed and rushed over, asking, "Bai Yifan, are you all right?" He said he was fine, inwardly facepalming. Batu's acting needs some serious work next time. Over on their side, NHI, after finishing off a monster, announced, "All done. That's the last one in our assigned area." Bai Yifan clasped his hands at Ye Xiaochai and said, "I was careless, and got caught by that demonic creature. Many thanks for Senior Sister Ye's help." She bought it without a second thought and giggled. "These demonic creatures are pretty strong. Be careful in our formation. Don't go dying on us." Luo Sen swaggered over, annoyed. "Xiaochai, you made all that noise just to save a measly outer sect disciple. What a waste of my spirit energy," she shot back. "Luo Sen, he's still a 5 Elements Holy Land disciple. How can you say that?" He scowled. "Give me a break. Outer sect disciples barely count as disciples. They're just a bunch of good-for-nothings we keep around for appearances." Bai Yifan chuckled, unfazed. "But all the senior brothers and sisters around here started from being those so-called good-for-nothings you mentioned. So, in your eyes, everyone's just as unpleasant. Guess this senior brother must be super talented, getting into the inner sect right away." The disciples around them immediately shot daggers at him with their eyes, and snapped, "Hey, Luo Sen, we all worked our way up from outer sect to inner sect. What's that supposed to mean?" "Yeah, explain yourself, you little punk. What are you implying?" Just then, Elder Ding appeared and said, "All right, Luo Sen, you've already saved him. Stop with the unnecessary remarks." Luo Sen, still miffed, said, "Consider yourself lucky, then." Next, Elder Ling spoke up, "I am Elder Ding Mu, in charge of the Mu branch's inner sect disciples. How did an outer sect disciple like you end up in this demon pit? You should have been monster food by now, logically speaking." Bai Yifan dropped the joking act and said seriously, "Elder Ding, I'll explain the details later. I have an important matter to report. We can't go to the castle, it's a trap," he continued. The Fire Cloud Demon Apes set up a myriad souls extinction formation under the castle, aiming to bury all the Holy Land disciples inside. Everyone gasped in shock. Elder Ding pressed, "Do you have proof?" He replied, "I found out about it by accident." He didn't elaborate, thinking it was best to keep Batu's capture a secret for now. Luko Sen immediately chimed in, "Elder Ling, True Martial Holy Land and Daoher Treasure Holy Land have already pushed to the Firecloud Demon Apes Fortress. We should catch up. The soulstone ore is crucial to our Holy Land. We can't just sit idly by.
He glanced at Bai Yifan and sneered, I bet this kid Bai Yifan is just scared of dying and doesn't want to fight, so he's spouting nonsense. Ye Xiaochai, you shouldn't have saved a burden like him.
Bai Yifan's eyes suddenly turned cold. What did you say? Luo Sen felt an inexplicable pressure, his body trembling with fear. What's going on? Just a glance from him, and I'm frozen. He found Bai Yifan's gaze absolutely terrifying. Bai Yifan looked back at him and said, Your life is too important. I don't have time to play games with you.
Bai Yifan earnestly clasped his hands and spoke.
This matter is crucial and concerns everyone's lives. I dare not lie. I beseech the elder to decide. Elder Ding hesitated. Is this really true? Just then, a communication talisman chimed. Elder Ding, why haven't you set out yet? People from other forces are already at the main battlefield. Only our 5 elements Holy Land is lagging behind.
Lu Qiao Sen piled on. Elder Ding, even Firebranch Elder Du is urging us.
Any delays and we'll miss out on everything. An outer sect disciple with no proof is just spouting nonsense. Are you really taking him seriously?
Finally, he made up his mind. All right, no more delays. Let's move forward at full speed. Bai Yifan, your cultivation is too low. It's too dangerous for you here. You can follow us and observe, but absolutely no reckless actions. Understand? Hearing this, Bai Yifan's expression darkened. Yes. These guys really know how to cause trouble.
Meanwhile, at the Firecloud Demon Ape's lair, other sect members were constantly attacking the castle's protective barrier, eager to rush inside. Almost there, we're almost through to this guy's lair. The first to break the formation will definitely be our Deo Treasure Holy Land.
Someone at the forefront raised their sword and yelled, Not if we true martial Holy Land disciples have anything to say about it. Dream on.
Just then, Elder Du spoke up. Damn it. Our 5 elements array requires 100 disciples to return to their positions to activate. Why hasn't Ding Mu arrived yet? Right then, Elder Ding and the disciples arrived, panting, Elder Du, sorry we're late.
Elder Du, furious, said,
You're really dragging us down, you old geezer, delaying us like this. Don't you see the castle's about to be breached by the other 2 Holy Lands?
He raised his hand and barked, Disciples, on my order, move towards the demon treasure at top speed. They responded immediately.
Yes. Bai Yifan, incredibly annoyed, couldn't move forward, as they were about to enter the attack range of the Myriad Souls extinction formation. So he threw out the dark red orbs, muttering, This is all for saving your sorry hides. I'll let you taste the power of these things. Immediately after, a series of explosions sent the disciples into a panic. What was that? Elder Duaki, seeing this, was instantly worried. Not good. Those are Heavenly Punishment 7 profound beings. Everyone stop, he explained. These plants have limited power. While they won't seriously injure anyone, if you're careless and get hit by the blast, your meridians will have trouble condensing spirit force and divine power for a short time, so everyone be careful. Elder Ding sighed. Damn it. Is this a trick by other forces to deliberately hold us back? Bai Yifan over here grinned triumphantly. The heavenly shaped 7 mysterious beings are just touch-me-not seeds, that's all. He remembered finding those seeds, suffering a loss to take advantage of the team's rest, to find a large pile of wild bean pods to come back. Only after experimenting one by one did he find the most suitable method to stop the team from advancing without hurting anyone. He chuckled mischievously. Consider it an IOU. These little bombs should be able to hold you back for a moment. Only when the Myriad Souls World Extinction Grand Formation is activated will you understand my painstaking efforts. Immediately afterward, explosions rang out one after another, and everyone frantically dodged and evaded. Elder Dung shouted loudly, Everyone, don't disrupt the formation. The opponent wants to delay our progress. We absolutely can't let them succeed. Just then, unexpectedly, strange layers of energy appeared far away on the top of the castle. Elder Deuce exclaimed, This energy is... Immediately afterward, a loud laugh echoed. Hey, you damn cultivators, all of you go to hell. Immediately afterward, the earth and rocks began to rise up, and the disciples nearby screamed in agony, Help! The thing inside the tower kept laughing maniacally, saying, All of you die. Then, energy gradually exploded outwards from inside the tower. After a while, when the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the tower had disappeared, leaving a deep pit. They coughed, puzzled. What exactly is going on here? Elder Du looked up, puzzled. The fiery cloud devil in the city actually released such terrifying destructive energy. Looking at the disciples of the other Holy Lands lying scattered on the ground, they couldn't help but panic. The entire army has been wiped out. Luo Sen on this side was dumbfounded and panicked. What kind of power is this? How is this possible? Are we the only ones left? Bai Yifan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, I made it in time. Today, I've accumulated immeasurable merit. Just then, Institute head Kai Mu came over and asked,
Two elders. I observed violent fluctuations of spiritual energy here. What happened? They were immediately startled when they heard this, Elder Doom explained. Institute head Kai Mu, we were ordered to besiege the fiery cloud devil's lair, but apart from our five elements holy land, the other sects were all killed in battle, Elder Ding muttered upon hearing this. It's true, the myriad souls world extinction grand formation is real. Institute head Kai Mu was shocked when he heard this and scolded. The myriad souls world extinction grand formation, Ding Mao, what exactly is going on? Tell me the truth. He clasped his hands and said, Institute head Kai, I received information from a disciple saying that the fiery cloud devil deliberately lured the cultivators of the three great holy lands to besiege his city, wanting to use the opportunity to wipe out all the elite disciples in one fell swoop. He bowed and said, I was worried and was verifying the situation on the way, so I was delayed in joining the main force. I didn't expect that there would be fortune in misfortune, and I luckily escaped death. Institute head Kai was curious when he heard this. Who is this intelligence disciple?
Bai Yifan stepped forward and introduced himself. It is I, outer sect disciple Bai Yifan.
Institute head Kai Mu thought when he heard this is the outer sect disciple that Zhang Lingzhi mentioned last time. He assessed him. No matter how he looked at him, he was just a little devil who had just stepped into the Violet Palace realm, right? Yet he repeatedly achieved extraordinary merits. Perhaps this kid's identity is not simple. He decided to investigate Bai Yifan later. Not sensing the fiery cloud devil's corpse, he must have escaped. So, immediately afterward, Institute head Kai Mu shouted, Untie them! Seeing this scene, they were shocked. Spirit stones. So many spirit stones. Institute head Kai Mu gave the order. All disciples, listen to the order. Clean up the battlefield, collect the spirit stones, and hand them in. If there are any survivors, do your best to rescue them. Bai Yifan was standing there blankly when Institute head Kai Mu said, Bai Yifan, this time we were lucky to have you, otherwise our five elements holy land would have suffered terrible casualties.
He turned around and said, You have made a great contribution this time. After we return, I will report to the Institute president and reward you. He clasped his hands and said, Thank you, Elder. Ye Xiaochai came over, put her hand on his shoulder and said, Bai Yifan, your intelligence was actually accurate. You're too awesome. This time, we survived a great disaster and found a lot of spirit stones. The other institute heads will definitely be very happy. Just wait for the rewards. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly when he heard this.
That would be great.
That Luo Sen gritted his teeth and glared at him. It's just luck. What's there to be proud of?
Bai Yifan felt his gaze at this moment and taunted. Senior Sister Ye, do you smell anything? There's a sour smell somewhere. Could there be a jealous spirit beast cultivating inside the devil's pit? Luo Sen knew he was talking about him when he heard this, and immediately cursed, stinky brat. But Ye Xiaochai was still blank and innocent, asking,
Is there? Why can't I smell anything? Bai Yifan turned around at this time and said, If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I still have something to deal with.
She hurriedly asked when she heard this, Wait, Bai Yifan, where are you rushing off to? He smiled and said, To collect debts. That Luo Sen watched Bai Yifan's figure disappear, enraged.
Damn it, so pretentious. Let me see what you're gonna do. At this time, outside the city, two friends of the Devil's Pit were sitting and talking to each other. Wang Tao, do you think this matter will find us out? Wang Teng said. Senior brother Gao, we've already done what we've done. It's probably too late to be afraid now, right?
Gao Yang picked up his teacup and laughed gleefully, saying, It's very normal for some disciples to die while tempering the Devil's Pit, right? Even if other disciples know that we killed people, what can they do to us? Just then, a stone flew over. That rock zoomed past his face, smashed the glass, and pierced his hand. Bai Yifan strolled over, grinning. You two are pretty easy to find. Seeing Bai Yifan, they instantly freaked. Bai Yifan. Gao Yang stammered in disbelief. How is this possible? How is this kid still alive? Shouldn't he have died in the Devil's Pit a long time ago? Bai Yifan chuckled. What, surprised to see me alive? He pointed, gnashing his teeth. No way, Bai Yifan, you can't be alive. But in that instant, Bai Yifan lunged, grabbing his throat. For me, nothing is impossible. Gao Yang glared at Bai Yifan, struggling. Let go! Bai Yifan coldly stared down at him.
What did you do to Liu Wei and Zhang Tai?
He stubbornly refused to answer.
If you want to know, go ask King Yama. Bai Yifan's eyes narrowed. What did you say?
He sneered. Kill me if you dare. Look around. Broad daylight.
You wouldn't actually dare to kill me, would you? By now, a crowd of passers-by had gathered, confused, watching Bai Yifan attacking Gao Yang. Why is he attacking him? What's going on? He laughed loudly. I might as well tell you the truth. My little sister is young, but she's already broken through to the Violet Palace realm, highly valued by the Holy Lands. If you dare lay a hand on me today, tomorrow your grave will be dug up and your bones crushed. You don't believe me, you can try, Bai Yifan scoffed. Violet Palace realm, huh? He smirked, activating his spiritual energy, and added, I'm so scared. Seeing Bai Yifan's power, he exclaimed. Qi condensation into soldiers. It's Violet Palace realm. You've broken through to the Violet Palace realm. Since when? He started to panic. Sorry, wait, Bai Yifan. It's my fault this time. I was confused. I was used by Gao Yang. How about this? When we get back, I'll ask my little sister to get you a high-grade spirit pill. Aren't we all from Jiangguo? I'm really sorry. But Bai Yifan didn't care, coldly retorting, It's alright, just be more careful in your next life. Immediately, Wang Teng collapsed. Blood spurting out. Bai Yifan spoke coldly. This is the consequence of you trying to frame me so many times. You deserved it. The disciples behind them shouted. Oh no, he killed someone. He really killed someone. Killing someone in broad daylight. Does this kid not want to live anymore? Gao Yang saw this and fell to the ground, too terrified to stand up. He's dead. Wang Teng just died like that. At that moment, Bai Yifan turned to look at Gao Yang. You're next, Gao Yang retreated in fear. Don't come any closer, I was wrong, spare me. Just then, Ye Xiaochai unexpectedly arrived and scolded Bai Yifan. You're crazy, what have you done? I was worried about you going alone, but I didn't expect you to kill someone in Yi City. Don't you know that Yik City is protected by the 10 Great Holy Lands and the 100 Sect Alliance? Bai Yifan looked at her and said, Senior Sister Ye, I know exactly what I'm doing. Hearing that, she angrily replied, You know what, slaughtering fellow disciples? You deserve to die 10,000 deaths. But Bai Yifan smiled. Really? Then wait until I kill this beast too. Hearing that, she sadly said, Why do you have to do this? At this moment, Luo Sen in the distance saw this and laughed gleefully. This kid is an idiot. Probably thinks that because he made a few contributions he can do whatever he wants, not taking sect rules seriously at all. Let's see how the elders deal with him. Bai Yifan continued to walk towards Gao Yang, who panicked and cried out, Bai Yifan, I was wrong, I was really wrong. For the sake of being fellow disciples, spare me. At this moment, a murderous aura radiated from Bai Yifan's body, as he coldly asked, I'm asking you, where did you guys put the remains of Liu and the others? Hearing that, he felt guilty, and immediately said in fear, I didn't. Hearing this, immediately one of his arms was chopped off, flying out. Bai Yifan was even more furious, shouting, If you are fellow disciples, how could you not even bury them, just leaving them to be devoured by demonic beasts until their bones are gone? At this moment, that guy only had one arm left, screaming in pain, begging Bai Yifan to spare him. He raised the sword in his hand high, and coldly said, Keep your repentance to tell them in hell yourself. Just as the sword was about to fall, a surge of spirit energy struck, stopping him. The ones who came were two elders, Elder Dumei and Ding Mao. He shouted, Bai Yifan, this is not a place for you to run wild. Come with us. Immediately after, he was taken to the Tribunal of Punishment. Bai Yifan looked up blankly. This is the Tribunal of Punishment. He looked up at the towering stairs I once saw on TV. The elders' ceremony of punishment and interrogation of criminals are all conducted on this Tribunal of Punishment, a place constantly emitting a gloomy and cold atmosphere. He calmly stepped onto the stairs. These stone steps are built with special stone materials. Every step can feel the suppressed power, adding weight like 1,000 pounds to the feet. Above, there were 3 people sitting, who then spoke, Disciple below the stage, do you know your crime? He stood up straight, raised his head and said, Disciple Bai Yifan is innocent. The fat guy, upon hearing this, immediately scolded, Bai Yifan, how dare you? Slaughtering 2 fellow disciples in an instant, and still so arrogant, do you even have any respect for the law? He sneered. The law. When Wang Teng and Gao Yang plotted to frame me and send me into the 3 evil caves, where was the law? When those 2 went crazy and killed Liu Wei's group of 3, where was the law? Suddenly, his back straightened even more, and he continued, Today I act on behalf of heaven, to kill off the rotten elements and eliminate the scourge for the Holy Land. Yet you want to suppress me with the law. Isn't that just ridiculous? The one sitting above was speechless upon hearing this. At this moment, Gao Yang angrily pointed at Bai Yifan. Elders, Bai Yifan is just a madman. It's clear that he and Liu Wei's group were fighting over treasures, and a dispute arose. Wang Tang and I personally saw him kill Liu Wei's 4 people, including Xu Chun. He continued with his slick tongue. He risked killing people at the post station in order to silence them. Fortunately, the elders acted in time, and I managed to save my life. He laughed upon hearing this. Haha, Gao Yang, your ability to turn black into white is becoming more and more proficient. The fat guy sitting in the middle then spoke. What do the two elders think? The skinny guy on the right replied. Although Bai Yifan is guilty, he has made great contributions to the Holy Land this time. I think his merits can offset his demerits. However, the woman said, no way, killing is killing. How can merit offset crimes?
Gao Yang knelt down again and begged. This Bai Yifan is too arrogant. I beg the three elders to uphold justice for me. At this moment, thunder rumbled, and the elder then said, enough, Bai Yifan. It's a fact that you killed people in the street, and the three of Liu Wei's group are dead without any witnesses, and you can't prove your innocence yourself.
So suddenly, at that moment, a powerful voice cut in, stopping him from passing judgment. Who says they're dead without witnesses? Seeing this, he angrily shouted, who's making a racket?
From afar, a group of 2 men and 1 woman with majestic demeanor walked up. It was Liu Wei's group, and they approached with a majestic demeanor and said loudly, Elder Kai, the 3 of us dead people are here to testify for Brother Fan. Seeing this, the girl added, Yifan, long time no see. Before the public, Gao Yang trembled and exclaimed in horror, huh? Why aren't you guys dead?
With extreme surprise written all over his face, Gao Yang panicked and trembled, saying, how is this possible? Seeing his ridiculous expression, Bai Yifan only smirked. You guys are too late, Ah Wei. Seeing this, the masked fat guy also spoke with surprise. Liu Wei, Zhang Tai, Shen Xin, you guys aren't dead. Then, with a proud look, Liu Wei replied with satisfaction. Not only are we not dead, we even broke through our cultivation in the myriad ancient demon pit. Hearing this, the masked girl couldn't help but feel bewildered and marvel. Bai Yifan, what exactly is going on?
As if waiting for this, Bai Yifan revealed a sly smile and slowly recounted his plan.
The scene returned to a few days ago, when Liu Wei's group was still trapped in the myriad ancient demon pit, with their bodies tightly bound. Liu Wei still struggled to shout angrily.
These 2 bastards, I didn't expect them to actually commit the crime of killing fellow disciples. Hearing this, Shen Xin sighed and said, you should save your strength to scold them. If you're too loud and attract demonic creatures, we'll definitely die without a doubt.
Suddenly, at that moment, there was a rustling sound in the bushes next to them.
Seeing this, all 3 of them were startled and became vigilant. But a harmless little rabbit jumped out of the bushes,
causing the group to only sigh and exclaim, what? It's just a normal rabbit? But as soon as they finished speaking, the harmless little white rabbit suddenly grew huge, with sharp teeth, and rushed towards them.
The group was tightly bound. Damn it, the rabbit got bigger. Seeing this, Shen Xin reacted, that's not right. There are no normal rabbits in the myriad ancient demon pit. We're definitely dead this time.
Liu Wei screamed in terror, looking utterly pathetic. Then, boom! A terrifying explosion sent that giant rabbit straight to bunny heaven. Huh, what the heck, what happened to it? What just blew up?
Stepping out of the white smoke, Bai Yifan announced, am I late? Shen Xinwu and Zhang Tai were overjoyed. It's Bro Fan, I heard everything from Xu Chun. You guys alright? Hearing that, Shen Xinwu quickly summarized. Mostly just scrapes and bruises. It's just A Wei here who didn't listen and got the worst of it.
Bai Yifan turned his gaze to Liu Wei, who forced a smile and said, I'm okay, Bro Fan. Just glad everyone's safe.
After checking on everyone, Bai Yifan's eyes narrowed. These scumbags, I'll take care of them. You guys head back first, I'll do some scouting and deal with them later. Hearing such a reckless plan, Shen Xinwu interjected. What? You're planning on going further in? Then we're coming with you? Seeing that, Zhang Tai angrily chimed in, yeah, I want to go with you and find those bastards. I want my revenge.
Bai Yifan chuckled wryly. You guys are injured. Not exactly suited for adventuring right now. But Shen Xinwu immediately retorted, that's crap, forget following him, the 3 of us are injured. Getting back to Black Radiant City safely is a problem in itself.
We should figure out how to recover first, then decide.
Suddenly, the bushes around them began to shake violently. Sensing something amiss, Bai Yifan warned, something's up. Surroundings, countless giant rabbits swarmed towards them, looking like they wanted to devour them whole. Crap, where did all these demonic creatures come from? We're surrounded.
Shen Xinwu analyzed the situation. Probably that explosion earlier attracted them.
They immediately got into fighting stances, united in purpose, Liu Wei reassured. Don't worry, Bro Fan, we can still fight, we won't hold you back. Shen Xinwu and Zhang Tai agreed. That's right, we came to the Devil's Pit, prepared to die on our feet. Hearing that, Bai Yifan smirked. You guys, and your talk of life and death, seriously bad luck.
As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and reassured. Relax. With me here, Even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you.
Faced with the monster's ferocity, they couldn't help but worry. But, bro fan, they outnumber us, and they are stronger.
Trembling before the ferocious demonic assault, they suggested, Bro Farron, maybe we should retreat. Immediately, from his pocket, Bai Yifan slowly pulled out a radiant golden flower. Rest assured, stand still.
Then he directed his fury at the onrushing monsters, roaring, "You bastards, all of you, die!" As his command echoed, a dazzling light shot out, engulfing the monsters. Where the light swept, everyone was astonished. Awesome, amazing. Over 100 demonic creatures were obliterated at once. After wiping them out, Bai Yifan, holding the radiant golden flower, sighed with confident flair, "Phew, finally done." In the forest of the myriad ancient devil pit, Bai Yifan stood holding a flower emitting golden light. Liu Wei, standing beside him, exclaimed admiringly, "Bro fan, you're too awesome. What kind of magic weapon is that? I've never seen it before."
Shen Xinwu looked at the glowing flower, raised a hand to his mouth, and exclaimed in surprise, That's the Xuantian raging sunflower. That's an ancient treasure that disappeared."
Bai Yifan smiled and replied, "Before we left, didn't you guys say we needed to prepare a magic item that glows? This is my preparation."
Shen Xinwu, still astonished, praised, "Bro Farron, you're too powerful. Monsters are generally afraid of light, and this magic weapon emits extremely strong light, blindingly bright like the sun scorching the soul. Sweeping across the devil's pit wouldn't be a problem."
Bai Yifan handed the glowing flower to the other three, instructing them, "Take this. Figure out how to get back to Black Radiant City and heal up. Once I've taken care of things, I'll rejoin you all. With this, ordinary demonic creatures won't hurt you." The three took the flower, looking at it in amazement, and exclaimed in unison, "Something so valuable, you're just giving it to us." He glanced at the three of them, smiled nonchalantly, and said, "Valuable. To me, holding on to that last bit of integrity when my life is threatened, refusing to betray this bond of brotherhood, that's the most valuable thing."
Hearing that, Liu Wei was moved, crying as he said, "Don't say any more, Bro Fan. Following you, we have no regrets," Zhang Tai solemnly said beside him. "That's right, Bro Fan. Be careful on this trip."
The three of them watched as Bai Yifan, who had already gone some distance, waved and shouted back, "All right, I'll definitely kill these beasts and let them know. I'll repay your kindness with a gushing spring, but for those who tried to harm me, I'll be sure to get my revenge."
Scene changed to a solemn place. In a sentencing tribunal, Bai Yifan was standing in front of three people sitting on chairs. They all wore demon masks, he said. "The truth of the matter is, just as I said." Hearing him, the elder of the punishment division suspiciously asked,
"This, you guys, is what he's saying true?" The three knelt with their heads lowered, each responding, "Punishment elder. Disciple Liu Wei testifies, it was Wang Tang and Gao Yang who plotted to harm Bai Yifan first." Punishment elder. Disciple Zhang Tai testifies. Punishment elder. Disciple Shen Xinwu testifies. Bai Yifan frowned and turned to question Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, didn't you say you saw me kill Liu Wei with your own eyes? Now they are perfectly fine standing in front of you?"
Gao Yang was startled and looked at him, grinding his teeth in anger. The punishment elder angrily said,
"Gao Yang, how dare you?" Still not confessing the truth, Gao Yang knelt in fear and cried out, I confess, elder, forgive me, I was bewitched, but this wasn't all my idea alone. The mastermind was inner disciple Wang." He didn't even finish his sentence when a bolt of blue lightning suddenly struck. The punishment representative raged, "Shameless, you wicked thing, just die." The blue lightning pierced through Gao Yang, causing him to scream in agony. "Ah!" The punishment representative said, "Despicable." Blue lightning still crackled on the representative's hand as he continued, "Everyone. This man received retribution for his evil deeds, his crimes are unforgivable. I, representing the punishment hall, will execute him on the spot, hoping this serves as an example to you all." Bai Yifan frowned as he looked at the miserable corpse, thinking, "This feels like a rushed judgment. That elder is sus." The elder slowly asked him, "As for Bai Yifan, although your actions were motivated, you are not entirely innocent. Never mind if you don't have proof that Wang Tang was trying to harm you. Even if you did, you should have endured it and reported it to the punishment hall to let the sect rules deal with Wang Tang, instead of taking matters into your own hands." He listened intently, looking up at the elder. "Cultivators must be patient. If heart demons grow like weeds, what's the point of cultivating, refining, or seeking the Dabo?" That elder announced his punishment for him. "In my opinion, punishing you with 10 years of cultivation is not excessive." Liu Wei and Shen Xinwu were unhappy with the punishment, and stood up to protest. What? We don't accept this? For Fang Yi, how can it be so careless?
Bai Yifan, standing beside them, looked up with sharp eyes and said with a faint smile,
The elder is quick to make a decision, but elder, what if I can offer a treasure? How should the judgment be then?
Hearing this, the elder was taken aback and asked, What did you say?
Bai Yifan held up a glowing flower and said confidently, I remember the Vangu Great Hall has a saying, if one can offer heavenly treasures for the Holy Land, they can be exempt from punishment. I wonder if that still applies. I can offer an ancient medicinal herb, the profound heaven-cleft devil.
The elder gasped in surprise upon seeing the ancient treasure. What? You actually have such a treasure, the punishment representative said.
Although this medicinal herb is rare, human life is also precious. Just one stalk. Hearing this, Bai Yifan took out 10 stalks of the ancient treasure and replied with a confident smile,
What if I said I have 10 stalks? The elders sitting above were restless when they saw the pile of ancient treasures, exclaiming, 10 stalks! Its value is immeasurable. This is simply unimaginable.
The punishment representative was also very surprised, but still tried to make things difficult for him. Ahem. So what? Human life is important. Not.
Before he could finish speaking, Bai Yifan took out another 10 stalks of the ancient treasure and replied, What about 20 stalks then? Seeing this, the elders were shocked and couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming in unison, 20 stalks, what? Not stopping there, Bai Yifan continued to take out more ancient treasures, holding them up and saying, If that's not enough, how about this ancient medicinal herb, the profound heaven-cleft sunflower? I have about 30 stalks. The elders were flustered as they watched him hold so many ancient treasures, saying, These ancient spiritual plants, he actually has so many. All of this combined is enough to buy 20 city-states. The punishment representative was very surprised and asked him, So many medicinal herbs, where on earth did you get them? Bai Yifan held a pile of sparkling, eye-catching medicinal herbs in his arms in front of everyone and said with a smug smile, Haha, this junior accidentally fell into a ravine and happened to find them.
The masked men, seeing this, didn't know what to do. One of them said, What should we do, Bai Yifan? Smugly looking at the pile of treasures in his arms,
curled his lips and sighed. It seems these elders aren't interested in these. What a pity. Then these ancient medicinal herbs will have to go to the grave with me.
After that, he put the medicinal herbs aside and touched the ground. Next, high-end equipment appeared. From weapons, medicines, to treasures, everything was there. He looked at them and said, And this equipment, I originally planned to give it to the Sect Affairs Hall to exchange for contribution points. What a pity. They will also have to go into the coffin with me. Alas, morning, noon, and night. It's better to rest in the earth. An elder, hearing what he said, hurriedly pointed and said, Lao Hong, these ancient medicinal herbs are extremely rare, let alone the fact that he has so many magical items. If we let him destroy them, it would be a huge loss to the Holy Land.
We must quickly think of a way to stop him.
The elders gathered together to discuss. One said, This kid Bai Yifan found 30 stalks of the heaven-cleft sunflower for the Holy Land. His contribution is not small. Others chimed in, saying, In the Firecloud demonic treasure operation, the other sect forces were almost all wiped out, and the Soul Stone mineral vein under the ground was taken over by our 5 elements Holy Land alone. This contribution is also not small.
The people around also started discussing. Speaking of which, Bai Yifan has made 3 great contributions to the Holy Land one after another. What a stroke of luck. If he still has to be punished, wouldn't that disappoint the 120,000 outer sect disciples? In my opinion, not only should he not be punished, but he should be rewarded, Hong Elder spoke up.
That's right. According to what Liu Wei and them said, that Wang Teng deserves to die 10,000 times over, his death is not regrettable. If we can let Bai Yifan atone for his sins with merit and hand over these treasures to our Holy Land, he will naturally be highly regarded in front of the other Holy Lands. After Hong Lao finished speaking, he turned to look at the woman standing beside him and asked, Long Elder, what do you think? The woman calmly replied, If the two of you have already made a decision, why bother asking for my opinion? The 3 elders looked towards Bai Yifan. Hong Elder spoke up. Bai Yifan, you found 10 stalks of the ancient medicinal herb, the profound heaven-cleft sunflower. For the Holy Land, this is a great contribution in the Vangu demonic resistance. Because of your information, the disciples of the 5 academies were spared death. This is your second contribution. For these 2 great contributions, you are awarded 3 true revival pills. Bai Yifan cupped his hands and thanked them. The elders are wise. His teammates, seeing this, were overjoyed. That's great. Bai Yifan suddenly became serious. Many thanks, elder. But Bai Yifan has another urgent request for the elder to consider. Hong Lao was a bit surprised to hear him say that. You want to make another request? Long elder scoffed from the side. I knew you were greedy. What's more, with this precedent of killing first and reporting later, I'm afraid more people will use treasures to commit violence without any fear. Bai Yifan clasped his hands and pleaded. Esteemed elders, this disciple Bai Yifan voluntarily requests to be confined in Gosaro Cliff for 3 months. Everyone present was stunned and surprised after hearing that he wanted to be confined. What? Shen Xinwu stepped forward to dissuade him, with an extremely worried expression. Bai Yifan, do you even know what you're talking about? Gosaro Cliff is sunless, a place to imprison serious offenders. Bai Yifan looked at her and gently explained. Of course, I know. The elder's punishment made sense. What happened to Wang Teng was not done according to the disciplinary process, and in the end, it still violated the sect rules. My self-punishment of 3 months is also a way to explain myself to the Holy Land, Hong Lao sighed in admiration. To acknowledge and correct one's mistakes is honorable and upright. It seems we didn't misjudge this person. He has a generous heart, which is rare. He's bound to achieve great things in the future. The two elders asked, Long elder, what do you say? She was trembling with anger, and replied reluctantly, HMPH, you speak the truth. Bai Yifan revealed a mysterious smile. Acknowledging and correcting mistakes is ridiculous. If I could do it all over again, I would still kill Wang Teng. That bastard deserves to die 1,000, 10,000 times over. The reason I asked to be confined is just because I thought that the Holy Land is a mixed bag, and I possess many rare treasures. Inevitably, a big tree attracts the wind, and I will be targeted. Even the guards nearby must be curiously discussing each other. Just how many treasures does this Bai Yifan have? Bai Yifan already had a plan in his mind. Voluntarily asking for punishment had 3 benefits. 1 is to gain the goodwill of the Holy Land's leaders and receive rewards. 2. The remote Gosaro Cliff can be used as a pure land to focus on cultivation without being disturbed. And 3. He can secretly investigate the Holy Land's spies and catch the real culprit as soon as possible. Seeing an opportunity, Long Elder immediately issued an order. Bai Yifan, since you have this awareness, then do as you say. Send him to Gosaro Cliff for 3 months. He thanked her. Elder is wise. Then 2 people came to escort him away. Bai Shixiong, please follow us. Liu Wei watched him being taken away, feeling helpless and worried. Before leaving, Fawn assured his teammates to ease their worries. Don't worry, I'll take this time to cultivate in a pure place. Maybe my cultivation can even advance a step. On the contrary, don't let your cultivation fall behind. The 3 of them cheered up again. Liu Wei said, Don't worry, we will definitely cultivate diligently. Brother Fan, you have to take care of yourself. Elsewhere, a loud voice erupted. What? Changed the judgment to Gosaro Cliff for 3 months? It turned out that the noise was from none other than Wang Meng. After hearing about Bai Yifan's matter from Long Elder, she trembled with anger and questioned her master. Are you getting senile? Bai Yifan beheaded him in front of everyone, despised the sect rules, and you let him off so lightly. Didn't you say Bai Yifan was dead for sure? How could this be? Long Elder took off her mask, her tone a little angry, and glanced at Wang Meng. You stinky girl, who would have thought that kid would constantly encounter opportunities and make 3 consecutive meritorious services in the Holy Land? If it weren't for your teacher assessing the situation quickly and decisively dealing with Gao Yang, do you think you could still be standing here peacefully? Wang Meng was furious, gnashing her teeth, her eyes blazing with fire, saying harsh and vulgar words. Damn it, damn it, damn it, how could that bastard be so lucky? Long Elder felt impatient hearing her complaints and glared at her with a warning. Shut up, know your place. If something like this happens again, no one can protect you. Seeing that her master seemed angry, Wang Meng lowered her head. Yes, I understand, master. Even so, she still hated him immensely. In her heart, she swore, Bai Yifan, damn you, Wang Meng will never rest until you're dead. A month later, at the gloomy and dark Gosaro Cliff, she run into Liu Wei, Zhang Tai, and Xinwu, who came to find Bai Yifan. They were heading towards Gosaro Cliff. The road was a bit complicated. Zhang Tai said, We're almost there. Liu Wei followed. Is this the place? It looks gloomy just looking at it. I wonder how Brother Fan is doing in there. Xinwu held the food basket in front of the 2 guards and pleaded. 2 senior brothers, please let us in, just for a moment. We'll stay for a while and then leave. The 2 guards were firm and refused to let them in. They glared at the 3 of them, emphasizing, If it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Do you think this is a marketplace, daring to bargain? Gosaro Cliff holds those who committed serious crimes. We can't bear the responsibility if something happens. Go back quickly." Seeing the guard's resolute attitude,
Xinwu didn't know what to do. She hugged the food basket in her hands, dejected. This, Zhang Tai had no choice but to persuade her. "Xinwu, let's go back first, there's no other way."
They had to return. Liu Wei looked up at the gloomy and terrifying Ghost Sorrow Cliff, worried. "Sigh, a month has passed. I don't know if Brother Farron can bear it."
Xinwu was even more worried, because she had heard before that Ghost Sorrow Cliff was hot and humid during the day, unbearably uncomfortable, and cold and bone-chilling at night. Brother Fan's body looked weak. How could he endure it? Liu Wei's face also turned pale, sweating profusely when mentioning Ghost Sorrow Cliff. Not only that, but he heard that there was a shortage of resources inside. It wasn't just that there was no next meal after the current one, but they had to live with snakes, insects, rats, and ants every day. He even imagined how haggard Bai Yifan would be after leaving. And when they met again, Wei looked, "You look so delicious." After imagining all sorts of things inside, the three hugged each other and sobbed, tears and snot smearing their faces, saying, "When Brother Fan comes out, we must treat him to a feast and nourish him well." That's right. At the same time, at this moment on earth, Bai Yifan was enjoying himself blissfully. He sat on the sofa, his clothes disheveled, holding food, wearing glasses, leisurely watching a movie and yawning, not looking like he was suffering at all. He ate so much that his stomach was bulging, his clothes couldn't cover it anymore. He rubbed his belly. Too dangerous. If I continue to enjoy myself like this, I'll really become Liu Wei 20. Back at the Ghostly Sorrow Cliff, after all the crying and wailing, Liu Wei and the others finally decided to leave. Wah, poor Fan Ji, let's go, let's go. Watching their figures disappear into the distance, someone was hiding behind the foliage. Jiangling Sher only showed herself after they were gone. "Sing, Bai Yifan, why do you have to suffer so much?" 2 months flew by, and someone at the entrance of the Ghostly Sorrow Cliff was lecturing, "Once you're out, straighten yourselves up, do good deeds and accumulate merit. Got it?" Feet hurried out of the Ghostly Sorrow Cliff, not forgetting to reply to the guard's reminder, "See ya later, or maybe never again, big bro." The trio, Xin Yu, Liu Wei, and Zhang Tai, were already waiting outside, eagerly anticipating their reunion with Bai Yifan. "Fan Ji is out, I see him." After seeing him, they couldn't hide their shock, mouths agape and eyes wide. "Hold on, Fan Gi, why do you look so much stronger?" Looking at Bai Yifan now was like comparing heaven and earth to his former self. His body had become much more muscular and robust, and his aura had also increased. He chuckled. "Can't recognize me anymore." Leaving the Ghostly Sorrow Cliff, the group dragged themselves to Bai Yifan's place. Throwing a party, everyone raised their glasses, the atmosphere lively and cheerful. "Let's toast to Fangai's regained freedom." "Cheers," Zhang Tai grinned. "I didn't expect it. We thought you'd be eating poorly and sleeping cold in there, but you actually improved your cultivation." Xin Yu was also overjoyed. "That's right, Wei over there was even saying he'd reach a breakthrough during this time, so he could show you when you came out. Turns out you worked even harder." Liu Wei scratched his head sheepishly, laughing. "Stop teasing me, will ya? I was just afraid my cultivation would be too low and drag Fan Ji down." Not stopping there, Liu Wei pointed at Zhang Tai and Xin Yu, adding, "Also, aren't you two planning on becoming Dao companions so you can break through faster?" These words caused both of them to blush with embarrassment, avoiding his gaze. Confused, he asked, "Becoming Dao companions? What's that?" Zhang Tai chuckled, explaining, "Our cultivation focuses on 4 things: resources, companions, techniques, and environment. Companions are second, and they are a method of improving cultivation. If 2 people can cultivate together, even with lower comprehension, they can still achieve higher cultivation, and also get each other's cultivation techniques, and there is a noticeable increase in the speed of cultivation." Liu Wei tried to explain it more simply. "Why make it so complicated? Isn't it just dual cultivation?" Before he could finish, Xin Yu stuffed a bun straight into Liu Wei's mouth with her chopsticks. "Eat up." Her face was completely red. Bai Yifan didn't hear the second half of the sentence, so he didn't fully understand the context. He clapped his hands, looking like he'd struck gold. "So that's it, truly a good method to improve cultivation." Xin Yu pouted as she picked up some food, saying, "HMPH. But with Yifan's cultivation, there's no need to think of all sorts of ways to speed up cultivation like us. I think he can already participate in the Outer Sect competition next month." He held his wineglass, looking at her inquisitively. Outer Sect competition. During his time in the Ghostly Sorrow Cliff, he couldn't know what was happening outside. Zhang Tai said, "It's an annual event organized by the Holy Land to reward Outer Sect disciples. It's said that the rewards are very generous, and many Outer Sect disciples can even quickly break through into the Divine Power Realm in battle." Bai Yifan immediately became interested in the competition. "That sounds fun.
Let's go explore it together when the time comes, but before that, I have something I need to do.
The next day, he went to the affairs hall. Returning from the myriad demon pits, then entering the ghostly sorrow cliff, he didn't have time to deal with the equipment he obtained, so now he had to come here.
He and the other disciples opened the door and slowly entered. Bai Yifan stepped forward and politely greeted,
"Hello. I want to submit the materials I obtained from the myriad demon pits." Someone was already sitting there, sighing as he responded to his greeting. "Yeah, just put them on the table." In his heart he thought, HMPH, another ordinary outer sect disciple. With that cultivation, what good materials could he possibly submit?
Bai Yifan tilted his head and scratched it, smiling sheepishly. I have a lot of stuff, and I don't know how many contribution points I can get for it.
The other person looked at him disdainfully with half-closed eyes.
Just take it out and let me see. A lot. How much can an outer sect disciple have? I bet it's just.
Immediately he took out piles of treasures and put them on the table, so much that they formed a mountain. "These are 800 meters of yaksha horns that I obtained." The other person saw this, staring blankly. After realizing what he saw, he woke up, shouted in panic, his face showing clear surprise. Unable to believe his eyes, his face distorted. He took out another pile, double the amount of the previous one. "These are 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk." The man was stunned for a moment, then panicked again. Another 1,000 bottles of spirit beast milk.
And yet another 1,000 sheets of demonic bearskin, piled so high that looking up at it would immediately break your neck. The caretaker looked at the bearskins with wide eyes, unable to form a sentence. How? How many? How many, did you say?
He pointed to all the newly taken out equipment, his face triumphant.
May I ask how many contribution points these things can be sold for? At the counter of the affairs hall,
the shop owner was very flustered when he brought so many things at once. He thought to himself, did an outer sect disciple really get these things? Others only submit one item at a time, but he submits hundreds and thousands of times.
Bai Yifan waved his hand to call him, startling him awake. Elder, are you still there?
Hey, hey, hey!
Hearing him call, he quickly picked up the abacus, smiling happily as he greeted him. Yes. Let me calculate carefully. He was surprised by his behavior, then casually replied, Ah, okay. After a while, he raised his hand and shouted, I've settled it for you. The total for these items is 240,000 contribution points. The disciples behind him panicked when they heard this, discussing with each other, Did I hear wrong? 240,000 contribution points? Can an outer sect disciple really do this? He walked out calmly, then turned back and said, Thank you, Elder. I've received the contribution points, so I'll take my leave. With that, he smiled, thinking to himself,
Actually, I still have dozens of Asura's sharp bones on hand.
If I took them all out, I'm afraid it would create too big of a scene and attract the attention of the sacred grounds higher-ups. So I'll save it for next time. Saying so, Bai Yifan placed his hand on his chin, thoughtfully pondering. The giant spirit fist is almost mastered. It's time to look for a higher-level cultivation technique. I should also change my weapon a bit. A high-grade weapon is more suitable for my current self. I'll find some time to exchange one at the martial arts pavilion.
Suddenly a woman's hand reached out to stop him, saying, Bai Yifan, wait a moment. He startled and stopped, blankly replying, Senior Sister Jiang. Looking at him seriously, Senior Sister Jiang said, I have something to talk to you about. Let's find a quiet place to chat. Bai Yifan looked at her and replied, Senior Sister? Ah, okay, follow me. Scene changed to Bai Yifan's residence. Senior Sister sat by the table, looking around and saying, This is my first time visiting an outer disciple's residence. I didn't expect the spiritual energy here to be so rich. It's even stronger than where I live.
Hearing this, Bai Yifan immediately replied, I added some herbs to enhance the spiritual energy in the room. Senior Sister can take some with you when you leave. Then, he brought over a pot of tea, gave her a cup, and said, Senior Sister Jiang has been waiting for a long time. Have some tea. She replied, Okay, thank you. Afterward, Senior Sister Jiang gently picked up the tea and smelled it, then said, The tea smells so good. After taking a sip, Senior Sister Jiang was surprised by how delicious the tea was, exclaiming, so delicious. What kind of tea is this? I've never had this before.
Bai Yifan looked at her, smiling, and replied,
This is milk tea. Just regular tea mixed with some spirit beast milk. If you like it, I'll make you some more next time. After speaking, he thought to himself, Indeed, no girl can resist the allure of milk tea.
Senior Sister Jiang returned to the main topic, saying to him, Right, the reason I came to find you this time. She took out a few treasures
and placed them on the table, saying that she intended to give him gifts. Seeing them, he was surprised and replied, So many.
Bai Yifan picked up a sword,
which was radiating a golden light. The senior sister sitting next to him explained, "This is a pseudo-spirit grade flying sword, called Spring Pear. You can use soul force to activate it. With just a thought, you can behead someone from 100 steps away." He happily laughed. "Indeed, a good sword." Then, she picked up a book, handed it to him, and said, "There's also this Gang Metal Sword Manual, spirit grade quality. I specially chose it for you from the Intersex Divine Power Pavilion. They are introductory moves that can be cultivated from the Violet Palace realm." Bai Yifan reached out and took the book, replying, "Senior sister even specially chose a martial skill for me. You're really thoughtful." Next, what senior sister Jiang held was a pot of treasure, very similar to rice plants, saying, "This is golden needlegrass, a spiritual medicine that assists in cultivating the Gang Metal Sword Manual." As for the last 2 bottles, the senior sister explained, "Regarding the last 2 items, there are 2 elixirs in each bottle, 1 spirit-devouring pill and 1 oblivion dust pill. They can both help you enter the divine power secret realm." Bai Yifan was very surprised to hear this, happily smiling and asking, "What? There are elixirs like that?" Senior sister Jiang enthusiastically explained to him, "That's right, but their effects are very different. This spirit-devouring pill, if you use it, in as short as a year, or as long as 3 years, you will definitely be able to break through into the divine power secret realm. The probability is almost 100%. Hearing this, he was flustered and replied, 100%? That powerful? Then she changed her mood, picked up the bottle containing the elixir, and said thoughtfully, "Not bad. This elixir will force out the potential of a person's primordial spirit, forcibly opening the door of divine power. To put it bluntly, it's like accelerating development. But after using the spirit-devouring pill to break through to the divine power secret realm, the path afterward will basically be blocked. It will be very difficult to surpass the 3rd level of divine power, unless there is a great opportunity." He looked over and asked, "What about the Oblivion Dust Pill?" Senior sister Jiang replied, "The Oblivion Dust Pill is the best reward from this experience in the demon pit. This elixir is mild in nature. Its effect is to purify the mind. It will not immediately help you break through to the divine power secret realm, but it will only help consolidate your foundation." Bai Yifan felt uneasy, saying, "Senior sister, are these all for me?" Senior sister Jiang enjoyed the tea, while replying, "That's right. The day you left Grief Ghost Cliff, I originally intended to visit. But I didn't expect Master to suddenly have a mission to assign, so I missed it. You saved so many disciples of the 5 elements sacred ground. I think you shouldn't be punished, but should be rewarded instead." Bai Yifan was moved when he heard what the senior sister said, and said, "Senior sister is so good to me." Senior sister Jiang was staring at him intently and felt uneasy, shyly glancing away when he asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Then, she seriously instructed him, "Bai Yifan, I can't help but remind you, with yellow grade aptitude, breaking through to the divine power secret realm is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Yellow grade aptitude can only make one a menial disciple. And it seems that in the history of our 5 elements sacred ground, there has never been a case of a menial disciple being promoted to an intersect disciple." He smiled confidently and replied, "Senior sister doesn't believe in me. Want to bet?" The senior sister asked him in confusion, Bet? On what?" Bai Yifan looked at her and said, "I bet with my yellow grade aptitude, without relying on the spirit-devouring pill, I can still enter the divine power secret realm." Bai Yifan continued confidently with a smile, "Within half a year, if I can break through to the divine power secret realm, senior sister will agree to become my Dao companion. How about it?" Hearing him say this, she was surprised, and then shyly said, "What? You want to become my Daozo companion?" Bai Yifan said to senior sister Jiang, "Becoming Dao companions can allow one to cultivate quickly, isn't that so? Or does senior sister not want to?" Senior sister Jiang blushed and asked back, "Bai Yifan, do you know the meaning of becoming Dao companions?" Hearing senior sister Jiang ask this, Bai Yifan excitedly replied, "Of course I know. It means researching magic together, making great progress together. Senior sister's cultivation and magic are so superb, I also want to learn more." She sighed after hearing that. "Is that how you understand it?" Senior sister Jiang asked again. "What if you lose?" he replied. "If I lose, I'll let senior sister do whatever you want with me." Senior sister Jiang replied with a smile, "You little brat is too cunning. It seems like this bet has no benefit for me, but I accept it." Bai Yifan was happy for a moment, really. Senior sister Jiang, you say yeah sure, but you're really thinking, Bai Yifan, I know you've had some lucky encounters, but for a disciple with yellow grade talent to break through to the Tongshen secret realm in just 1 short year, that's harder than climbing to the heavens. But seeing as you have good character, I'll give you a small goal. Bai Yifan grinned like an idiot. "That's great.
Senior Sister Jiang got up to leave but turned back to tell Bai Yifan, "Next month is the Outer Sect martial arts competition. Try to get into the top 10. I hear the rewards for the martial arts competition are extremely generous, especially for the top 3. Bai Yifan rested his chin on his hand, grinning to himself. Heh, top 10 is nothing. I'll win the championship for you to see. Bai Yifan held up the sword manual that Senior Sister Jiang had just given him. Let's take a look at this sword manual first. Senior Sister Jiang picked it out, especially for me. I wonder what it'll be like. Bai Yifan opened the book, completely surprised. No way. This is a secret manual of sword techniques, a common and pure sword style, relying only on flying swords to slash enemies, without using any elemental power at all. And the art of sword control is a sword style that fuses elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, and light, and darkness. Between these two, which one is stronger and which is weaker is really hard to say. The Genering Metal Sword Manual says that to cultivate this technique, you must first nurture a sword embryo inside your body, and the Geng Metal Chi in the Golden Needle Grass can accelerate the nurturing of the sword embryo. Bai Yifan looked at the glowing clump of Golden Needle Grass in front of him. This is the Golden Needle Grass. The grains are a solid yellow, with points like needle tips. Bai Yifan began to doubt. Isn't this just wheat? Bai Yifan arrived in front of a rice shop in his former world. Hey boss, do you sell wheat ears? The rice shop owner frowned, waving his hand. We're a rice shop. Why would we sell wheat? At your age, you don't learn anything useful. Just copy others to make trouble. Go home and play. Bai Yifan frowned, looking at the mobile phone in his hand. Looks like I can only rely on Pinu, Taobao. Half a month later, Liu Wei and the group of Shen Xinwu and Zhang Tai came to Bai Yifan's place. Brother Fan, you haven't left the house for more than 10 days. What are you doing? Bai Yifan, wearing a straw hat and holding 2 bundles of golden needle grass, greeted the group. Everyone's here. Liu Wei looked at Bai Yifan and began to doubt life, asking, Wait, Brother Fan, did you suddenly have an epiphany and switch careers to become a farmer? What farmer? Open your eyes and see clearly. What is this? Bai Yifan said as he held out the golden needle grass for Liu Wei and the others to see clearly. After seeing the bundle of golden needle grass in Bai Yifan's hand, the group exclaimed in surprise, What? A large patch of golden needle grass? Golden needle grass is a precious treasure in the 5 Elements Holy Land. Even a highly experienced elder can't get 10 plants in a short time, but you've grown a large patch, Brother Farron. You're amazing. Bai Yifan clasped his hands together, smiling at Liu Wei. Perfect timing, Ah Wei. It's been a while since I checked your cultivation progress. Hit me with a punch and let me see. Shen Xinwu spoke up when she heard Bai Yifan's words. Bai Yifan, have you forgotten that our Ah Wei possesses the bloodline of the Taoti? Ever since you came to Ghost Sorrow Cliff, he has been cultivating through insane eating, and now no one at the 4th Talisman Realm and the same level as Ada Wei is his opponent. Be careful not to underestimate him. Bai Yifan was bursting with enthusiasm. Stop talking nonsense. Hit me and let me see. Liu Wei waved his hand, reminding the other two. Since Brother Farron has said so, you two better step aside. Liu Wei seriously clenched his fist, reminding Bai Yifan, Brother Fan, don't underestimate me anymore. Liu Wei immediately unleashed the Taoti Giant Spirit Great Art, swinging his fist fiercely towards Bai Yifan. Brother Farron, be careful. Bai Yifan gently raised his arm to block Liu Wei's blow, not forgetting to taunt, Ah Wei, why are you so slow today? Ha! Blocked it. Liu Wei was surprised when Bai Yifan continued. Wei, this strength isn't good enough, did you not eat? Bai Yifan stomped his foot on the ground, pushing back towards Liu Wei. Perhaps you can't even withstand one of my simple moves. As Bai Yifan finished speaking, Liu Wei was pushed flying backwards and he cried out. Shen Xinwu and Zhang Tai were surprised. Everyone, look, there's a sword embryo in Bai Yifan's dantian. Liu Wei sat down on the ground with a thud, lamenting. Could it be that he's already condensing a sword? Brother Farron, are you leaving any chance for others to live? Bai Yifan prepared to attack Liu Wei, reminding him, Don't be careless, it's not over yet, try this move of mine again. Liu Wei cried out in panic, I lost, I won't fight anymore. Liu Wei looked at the traces behind him in fright. Damn, if that hits, you're looking at 5 gaping blood holes right there. Liu Wei collapsed to his knees, terrified. I lost, I surrender, Fan Ji is still Fan Ji, that power-up speed is just freaking ridiculous. Bai Yifan beamed. Alright, no need to shower me with praise, I'm gonna start floating here. The magic of the sword embryo is that it can constantly convert the body's Qi and blood into Gering Metal Sword Qi, allowing me to unleash sword techniques. 3 days and 3 nights to condense a sword embryo and nurture Geng Metal Sword Qi. If Senior Sister Jiang knew, she'd be jaw-dropped. Bai Yifan looked down at the field, enthusiastically continuing to practice his gold needles, Tao Zhuang, the giant sword embryo.
Upon seeing this, angrily roared, "Fan Ji, could you maybe, not oppress us so much?" At the competition grounds, a lot of disciples gathered here. Seeing Bai Yifan arrive, the crowd started whispering, "Look, isn't that Bai Yifan? He killed Wang Tang on Heiyao City's main street, but only got 3 months of confinement. How infuriating. But who told him to find an ancient medicinal treasure and also ruin Firecloud Devilord's scheme, earning great merit for the sacred ground. Forgiving him isn't too excessive." Bai Yifan sighed helplessly upon hearing that. Any press is good press. I guess I'm considered a big shot in the outer sect now, huh? Suddenly, someone appeared behind Bai Yifan, calling out, "Bai Junior Brother, hold up!" Shi Yuanbai, carrying a long saber, smiled broadly at him. It's true. Long time no see and still safe and sound. With your strength, you'll definitely be in the top 2 in this martial arts tournament, right?" Bai Yifan, hearing this, smirked. "2. Jin Senior Brother, are you kidding me?" Shi Yuanbai, hearing this, face was excited, laughing loudly. "Your actions in the trial at the Wanjiyu Devil Pit, everyone saw them clearly. Don't be so humble." Bai Yifan scoffed, looking at Shi Yuanbai. "Senior Brother must have misunderstood. I meant 20th place. Who are you looking down on?" Unexpectedly, another scornful voice came from behind. "Shi Yuanbai, you think too highly of this kid. Without late-stage Purple Mansion realm strength, don't even mention 20th place. Even 30th is a long shot." Zhao Rui, with a malicious smile, spoke up. "Breaking through to the Purple Mansion realm and already in the rankings, being strong is already very good. 30th place is probably dreaming." Everyone was surprised to see who it was. Zhao Rui, ranked 7th, and Wu Min, ranked 5th. Shi Yuanbai looked at Zhao Rui, frowning in anger and warning. "Zhao Rui, Wu Min, you can't say it like that. Bai Junior Brother, if he hadn't been confined to Ghost Sorrow Cliff for 3 months, he could definitely break into the top 2. Wu Min sneered, pointing at Shi Yuanbai mockingly. "Shi Yuanbai, I don't know you're helping this kid talk. Aren't you just trying to get your hands on the forget dust pill he has?" Then, Wu Min snorted coldly, looking at Bai Yifan. "Forget dust pill, and a mid-grade spirit pill at that. For us peak Purple Mansion realm cultivators, using it has a high chance of breaking through to the divine power secret realm." Zhao Rui beside her also sneered. "Too bad, it fell into the hands of a trash with yellow-grade aptitude." Bai Yifan, seeing this, stepped forward, taking something out from his person. "What's up, Zhao Rui Senior Brother, do you want it?" Bai Yifan held out the vial, causing everyone to exclaim in surprise. "It's the forget dust pill." Bai Yifan's face darkened, sneering, looking at Zhao Rui. "I'm not anything special, just particularly fond of my sons. As long as you kneel down and kowtow 10 times, and call me father 10 times, I'll give you this forget dust pill." "How's that?" Zhao Rui, hearing this, was extremely angry. "Bai Yifan, you want to die." Wu Min beside him grabbed him, stopping him. "Zhao Rui, this kid's provoking you. Acting rashly will get you disqualified." Zhao Rui shook her hand off, gritting his teeth and saying, "Of course I know." Immediately after, he angrily pointed at Bai Yifan, shouting threateningly, "Kid, don't let me meet you on the dueling stage or I'll beat you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. I'm looking forward to your little show." Bai Yifan, not only unafraid of Zhao Rui's threat, but even smiling gleefully. Show. A guy with yellow-grade aptitude defeating disciples in the strong list. Wouldn't that be even more exciting? In professional terms, this is called a reverse turn. Everyone loves to watch it. Zhao Rui, hearing this, was extremely angry, grinding his teeth. "You," Wu Min crossed her arms, her face full of disgust, threatening, "So arrogant. Sooner or later you'll get beaten to death. Just save your arrogance for the arena." Bai Yifan stood there, full of confidence. If you want to compete, Bai Yifan is always ready to fight. Shen Xinwu and Jiang Lingwei stood far away, having seen the whole scene, sighing. Such an arrogant little brat. Isn't he afraid of those peak Purple Mansion realm disciples plotting against him in secret? He is indeed a bit arrogant. Jiang Lingwei then chuckled and continued, "But I rather like it." Hearing Jiang Lingwei's words, Shen Xinwu excitedly asked, "Like it, senior sister? Don't tell me you're into that kid." Hearing her words, Jiang Lingwei hurriedly explained with an embarrassed expression, "Don't think nonsense. I mean like in the sense of valuing." This clumsy explanation made Shen Xinwu show an amused expression. "Then why is your face so red?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, attracting the attention of everyone present on the field, causing them to look up at Xiao Jing, only to see someone floating in mid-air. That person said, "I am the elder presiding over this outer sect martial arts tournament. The purpose of this outer sect martial arts tournament is to select talent, encourage, and promote." Then that person explained the rules of the competition. Next, I will read the rules of the tournament. 8,000 disciples are competing on 4 arenas, and losing means getting knocked off the stage. The words echoed with a hint of authority. In the end, the remaining 20 will draw lots to decide the final battles. Besides, only through experiencing life and death battles can one temper their spirit,
see through fear, achieve thorough enlightenment, and break through secret realms, laying a solid foundation. Therefore, the martial arts competition allows for injuries, and even death, unless the opponent surrenders.
Then, that person announced the attractive rewards for winning this martial arts competition. The top 10 will be rewarded. First place, spirit grade water and fire robe.
Second place, spirit grade movement technique, bloodburst fusion. Third place, spirit grade pill, purple yang pill. Bai Yifan, who was in fourth place, nodded in satisfaction.
The rewards are pretty good. After announcing everything, that person declared, the outer sect martial arts competition begins now. All disciples in the Qi refining and foundation establishment realm take the stage in turns. Responding to that was the sound of determination from the surrounding contestants. Let's go. Suddenly, a guy rushed towards him yelling, Bai Yifan, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. That guy used the falling leaf palm technique.
Seeing that, he didn't mind facing him head on. Oh, then let's try it out. Then, he kicked the guy in the stomach, sending him flying backward, causing him to scream, Ugh! Seeing the guy unconscious after just one of his moves,
Bai Yifan said helplessly, Are you okay? I didn't even use any force, and you already fell. He suddenly heard voices talking about him. Look, isn't that Bai Yifan? Let's gang up on him and eliminate him. It was a group of people behind him, plotting to defeat him. Right, let's beat him first, then we can slowly compete later. Then, they gathered to surround him. One of them spoke up. HMPH. Bai Yifan, you're surrounded by us. Surrender early if you don't want to be beaten half to death. Another one sneered, agreeing. That's right. Surrender and get off the stage early. It might save you some physical pain, ha! Another person said, seeming to waste words on him. What for? Defeating him and knocking him off the stage is enough, right?
Hey. Bai Yifan was a bit confused, scratching his ear and asking blankly,
I think you guys are mistaken. Then, he suddenly moved, and everyone surrounding him fell down at the same time. Whoa! He used the drifting steps technique. He stood with his arms crossed, leisurely correcting the group's words. Clearly, you guys are the ones surrounded by me.
The people around were extremely shocked by his strength. One guy couldn't help but exclaim, Damn, look at Bai Yifan's side. One move, and he took out more than half of the opponents. Another guy disagreed, objecting, Is that all? Hurry up and look at Zhao Yi's side.
All that could be seen was Zhao Yi standing on the summit with countless defeated opponents beneath him. Ooga! Someone exclaimed in surprise. Damn! He cleared out more than 100 people in just a moment, huh? On the arena, one guy couldn't help but complain. Crap, I didn't expect to be placed in the same match as a madman. I give up. Another person saw that and shouted in fear, I give up too. After the first round ended, an announcement was made. Bai Yifan advances to the top 20. Zhao Yi advances to the top 10. Zhao Yi walked up to Bai Yifan,
showing off while gesturing with his hand, and speaking arrogantly. See that? They're your fate in a moment.
Hearing that, he was extremely angry. Is that so? I advise senior brother to save your strength and talk less nonsense.
He then hinted that they should save their real skills for the competition.
The organizer said, Start the second round of matches. Next, begin drawing lots. And a dramatic match was announced. Number 17, Bai Yifan versus number 18, Zhao Yi. Hearing that, Zhao Yi smirked evilly, thinking, HMPH, you little brat, you've finally fallen into my hands. Among the people watching the competition, some expressed regret for him, saying, Why is Bai Yifan so unlucky? He ran into a powerful disciple in the top 10 in just the second round. He's gonna suffer this time. You, standing in front, got angry when you heard that. Suffer my ass, my fan GE is the number 1 in the outer sect.
Zhao Yi walked into the arena triumphantly. He smiled smugly at him. Bai Yifan, you didn't expect to run into me in the second round, did you? Then, he gripped the sword in his hand, pretending to be nice. Don't worry. Considering you insulted me earlier, I'll be especially lenient. Bai Yifan was speechless when he heard that. He didn't understand where he got the confidence to talk so much. He said a little annoyed. What nonsense, are you going to fight or not? Then, Zhao Yi held the sword with his right hand. Moving into a battle stance, he still said contemptuously, Since you're so eager to get off the stage, I'll send you on your way. taste my family's demon slayer sword." Saying that, he rushed towards him unexpectedly. Using the bending body shadow bullet technique, his face was still full of smugness.
"Trisk, Trisk. Are the disciples on the high-ranking boards all as weak as you?" Bai Yifan calmly said, waving his hand. Using some kind of technique towards Zhao Yi, he thrust 2 fingers towards Zhao Yi's chest. "Ah!" he suddenly cried out. "That's the shattering gold finger technique."
Zhao Yi looked at the finger pointing towards his chest in disbelief. He panicked and thought, "What? I didn't expect just one move to break through the spirit energy defense surrounding my body." Zhang Lingar, who was standing on a tree watching the match, was also shocked by Bai Yifan's move. She muttered, "He has cultivated his right hand to perfection. Where did he get so much wild, desolate gold sand from?" Lin Xinwu was a bit dubious, even having to crane her neck to ask while sitting, "Huh? What's this about?" Jiang Ling casually replied, "The shattering gold finger technique? I only taught it to Bai Yifan." To cultivate this martial skill to perfection requires a large amount of wild wasteland gold sand, which costs a lot of money. It's already difficult for a normal person to perfect one finger.
But Bai Yifan has already mastered his entire right hand, she guessed. Wait, could this guy be a hidden tycoon?
On the dueling stage, Bai Yifan picked up Zhao Yi's sword, pointed the tip at him, and asked, "You seem to care a lot about this sword, huh?" Zhao Yi was utterly bewildered by his question, stammering, What do you want to do?"
With one hand, Yifan crushed the sword, scoffing. "All right, just a piece of junk."
He stared coldly at him, his voice deep. "Didn't you say you'd beat me so bad on the arena that even my own mother wouldn't recognize me? Is that all you've got?"
That Zhao Yi guy gritted his teeth and roared, "My family's heirloom, the Demon Slayer sword. I'll fight you to the death." With that, he charged forward. But who is Bai Yifan? He just gently gave him a punch. Gently said, "Fight to the death." "Then let's see if you've got the guts for it." Zhao Yi, caught off guard, had to wonder, "Wait, who am I?" Boom! Another punch. Zhao Yi panicked. "Where am I? What am I doing here?" His face was getting pummeled out of shape, making him question life. "Look, what's happening?" Bai Yifan dusted off his hands, mocking. "I didn't expect senior brother Zhao, at the peak of the Four Palaces realm, to be so durable, admirable." Zhao Yi's mind was spinning at this point, lying flat on the floor, constantly crying out in pain. Bai Yifan shouted, "But you can't even crush my weapon. You should just obediently get off the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Zhao Yi, sending him flying off the dueling arena. Zhao Yi fell with a thud, clutching his face, constantly wailing, "My sword!" His face was now no different from a white bun that had been beaten black and blue all over. The surrounding disciples started to chatter. Bai Yifan is unbelievable. Actually defeated Zhao Yi, jumping straight from 46th place to 7th. Truly unprecedented in history. Everyone looked at Bai Yifan with new eyes. The elder standing nearby announced, "You win, Bai Yifan." Bai Yifan happily stepped down from the arena, saying as he walked, "How did you guys do?" One person chimed in, "I only beat a guy ranked 38th. Not as strong as Yi, directly entering the top 10.
The other one scratched his head awkwardly. "We stopped at 50th place, Lin Xinwu said softly. "This is already our best performance." Before she could finish speaking, a constant coughing sound came from the sky. Bai Yifan turned his head to look. "Who's that?"
"That's rough." A familiar figure crashed down in front of them, everyone's eyes widening. "Looks like it's senior brother Shi."
Xinwu stepped forward to check, bending down to ask, "Senior brother, are you okay?" The disciples in the distance started gossiping again. "Look, Shi Yuanbai also lost." Those around were shocked. "What, Shi Yuanbai, ranked 3rd, powerful, actually lost? Is that possible?" One person interjected,
"Xiao Shi, you fought Shi Yuanbai. And you're actually the #1 outer sect disciple, Xiao Shi."
Shi Yuanbai coughed a few times, gathering his strength, and gritted out, "Xiao Shi, well done. You just wait. One day I will definitely surpass you and get my revenge."
Xiao Shi looked down arrogantly, disdainfully, saying, "The ambition of a nobody." Another person's face darkened, speechless, panicking. "Xiao Shi, he's Xiao Shi. Wasn't it said that he's always in seclusion and would be absent from this year's martial arts competition? He's here too." Bai Yifan crossed his arms, asking curiously, "Is he strong?" The disciple beside him nudged him hard, nodding repeatedly.
He has won the outer sect martial arts competition for 4 consecutive years. Do you think he's strong or not?"
Bai Yifan looked around and couldn't help but ponder. Seems like he really has some skills.
Xiao Shi, standing from above, approached him and said,
"You must be Bai Yifan." Bai Yifan was no pushover. He looked back and replied, "Anything you want to teach me, senior brother Zhao." Zhao Shi replied politely, "I recently came out of the secret realm, and I've heard about your achievements. Truly outstanding. I'm looking forward to having a chance to spar with you." Before he could finish speaking, A voice echoed from afar.
Xiao Shi, a person in armor, carrying a motionless corpse on his shoulder, walked over coldly, saying as he walked, "You only have one opponent in the outer sect, and that is me, Xia Haochun." He roared as he walked, "Are you all blind? Get out of my way."
Everyone around started to make way, all of them frightened. One person said in panic, "It's Xia Haochun, he's back." That disciple replied, "This time there will be some real excitement to watch." Xiao Shi waved his fan and replied, "Oh, Xia Haochun, I heard that after being defeated by me last year, you've been constantly training outside, specializing in chasing down some dangerous wanted criminals to hone yourself. I wonder how strong you are now."
Xia Haochun threw the person on his shoulder down, raising an eyebrow and replying, "Why don't you try and see?" Those around observed the corpse. One of them shouted, "I remember. This is Ironhead Lion, ranked 105th on the wanted list of the underground city."
Zhao Zhen actually killed that iron-headed lion. Everyone around him looked at him with awe and fear. Someone whispered, "That guy was a veteran peak Purple Mansion realm expert. With a bounty of up to 20,000 spirit stones, Xiahou Zhen really killed Shigang."
Xiahou Zhen gritted his teeth and roared, "Duh! I chased him for 7 days and 7 nights straight before I finally managed to kill him. Now hurry up and carry him to the public hall, then bring me my contribution points." Seeing this, everyone around him timidly stepped forward. "Yes, senior brother Xiahou."
Xiahou Zhen raised his hand and said, "Junior brother, come here for a moment."
Shi Yuanbai was pulled over just like that. Xiahou Zhen said, "You're the disciple of the next competitor, aren't you?" He patted Shi Yuanbai's shoulder.
Xiahou Zhen's face darkened. "You must be feeling a bit under the weather right now, huh?" Shi Yuanbai's face turned pale with fear. "That's right, I'm feeling unwell, senior brother. Please take my place in the match, okay?" Xiahou Zhen patted Shi Yuanbai's shoulder a few times, seemingly comforting him, while Xiao Shi snapped his fan shut and spoke up. "Not bad, Xiahou Zhen. It seems you haven't wasted your time this year. Looks like I won't be bored in the next match anymore."
The atmosphere around them suddenly became incredibly tense, and no one dared to even breathe loudly.
Later, at the martial arts arena, another fellow disciple was once again sent flying far away.
Bai Yifan stood on his side, firm as a fortress wall. Everyone around him fixed their gazes on him. Bai Yifan raised his hand in thanks.
Humbled, everyone started chattering. "It's that Bai Yifan again. He just casually made it into the top 2 bracket, and now he's continuously defeated so many opponents." Someone nearby interjected, "Hey, he must be in the top 10 by now, right? If this keeps up, he might even make it into the top 5. Bai Yifan's next opponent had just stepped onto the stage, and before they could even unleash a move, they were instantly knocked down. As Bai Yifan threw a punch, he called out, "Don't hold back on me, senior brothers." Bai Yifan's group had now formed a cheer squad, shouting excitedly, "Top 5! Are you guys looking down on our brother fan?" After a few more rounds, the elder finally stepped forward to announce to the disciples, "Next, I shall announce the 3 contestants who have made it into the top 3, Bai Yifan, Zhao Shi, and Xiahou Zhen." On the other side, Mu Yuan spoke up. Bai Yifan actually defeated so many strong disciples in the rankings and made it into the top 3.
Xiahou Zhen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, saying in surprise, "I can't believe such an interesting character appeared in the outer sect after I haven't been back for a year."
The elder, standing high above, threw down 3 lottery bags and said, "The finals will take place tomorrow. Below we will first draw lots among the 3 of you. One of you will receive a buy and directly advance." All 3 of them received the bags simultaneously and replied, "Understood." Bai Yifan opened his bag, looked at the card, and sighed internally.
Fight. I was originally planning to save my strength. Xiao Shi's heart was practically celebrating, and he couldn't help but say arrogantly, "It seems I got the buy." Everyone around him looked at him in astonished disbelief. While Xiahou Zhen gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it, "Xiao Shi, just you wait, I'll defeat this kid in just 3 moves, and then we'll have a real showdown." Xiahou Zhen suddenly turned around. HMPH, certain defeat. As he spoke, he cast a chilling glance at Bai Yifan. "Not one to be easily provoked," Bai Yifan immediately retorted. "Senior brother is just a peak Purple Mansion realm cultivator. You're not necessarily my opponent." Xiahou Zhen swiftly grabbed the pile of small projectiles Bai Yifan had launched. Everyone around burst into an uproar. Did I just see that correctly? That kid Bai Yifan instantly used his spiritual power to split a signboard into even bamboo sticks and shot them at Xiahou Zhen's back. How dare he challenge Xiahou Zhen? Does he have a death wish? Xiahou Zhen clenched his fists tightly. "You've got some nerve, but tomorrow I'll show you whether your mouth is harder or my fist is."
Bai Yifan's group standing nearby couldn't help but worry about him. Xin Yu stepped forward and said worriedly, "Bai Yifan, are you okay? This Xiahou Zhen is really not easy to provoke. You've angered him before the match if you're not careful, Bai Yifan gently reassured her. It's fine, I know my own limits.
Little brother Two Horns stepped out and continued.
How could Brother Fan be scared? Once this outer sect competition is over, I'm planning to bet all my assets on Brother Fan winning. Bai Yifan walked over, clasped his hand, and enthusiastically replied, Good brother, you trust me that much, little brother Two Horns laughed. Of course, trusting Brother Fan means we'll get meat to eat later. Bai Yifan shook his head lightly. No need to wait till later, just come to my place tonight. I'll treat you all to a grand feast. The sky gradually darkened. Xiahou Zhen, alone, walked towards Wang Meng's residence, calling out from afar as he approached, Junior Sister Wang, why did you call me here in the middle of the night? Wang Meng immediately had a singing girl perform a dance. With one hand she held a cup and poured him tea, and replied languidly, Senior brother Xiahou, you're here. Please, have a seat. Xiahou Zhen, his expression unchanged, cleared his throat and implicitly hinted, Dismiss the singing girl, Wang Meng. Her lips curled into a cherry blossom smile as she began. A fake spirit-grade cultivation technique, plus 20,000 spirit stones. I need senior brother to help me kill Bai Yifan in tomorrow's competition. Xiahou Zhen grunted. So that's it. You want to borrow this knife to kill Bai Yifan and avenge your brother? Wang Meng didn't hide it, admitting frankly, Looks like senior brother, despite wandering outside all the time, hasn't forgotten the affairs of the Holy Land, huh? I just want to avenge my brother, Wang Tang.
Xiahou Zhen smirked. Although spirit-grade techniques are valuable, I haven't exactly been empty-handed during my years wandering around. I don't really care about that stuff. Xiahou Zhen looked at her meaningfully. Junior Sister Wang, if you want to make a deal, you still need to offer some sincerity. Xiahou Zhen took a sip of water and said, Junior Sister Wang, if you want a deal, you gotta bring something to the table. Hearing this, Wang Meng immediately took out something that glowed red. How about this? The God Force Ring, which can significantly enhance your blood. This is a top-tier treasure passed down to me by my master. What about this? Xiahou Zhen took the ring and chuckled. This ring is good stuff, but still not enough. Hearing this, she had no choice but to force a smile and ask, Then what do you want? Inside she was seething with anger. Damn face, this Xiahou Zhen is really taking advantage of the situation to rob me. He suddenly picked Wang Meng up, laughing shamelessly. Actually, I've been accumulating power since 3 months ago to defeat Zhao Shi. It's been a long time since I touched a woman, especially a beauty like Junior Sister Wang. She was shocked and exclaimed, then quickly stood down and said, As long as senior brother can help me get revenge, after everything is successful, I will let senior brother arrange everything as he wishes. Hearing this, Xiahou Zhen laughed loudly. Ha ha, very good. Suddenly, he pulled 2 girls nearby, closer to him. Seeing this, Wang Meng asked, startled, What do you want to do? Xiahou Zhen turned around and said, Of course, to enjoy the little snacks that Junior Sister has prepared for me, starting with an appetizer. The 2 girls, carried on his shoulders, cried out miserably, Senior Sister, save me. Wang Meng's face darkened, and she gritted her teeth and said, Take it easy, the competition is tomorrow. Don't let it affect your strength. He laughed loudly. Don't worry, a Bai Yifan isn't enough to make me care. Then, Xiahou Zhen carried the girls into the room, amidst their screams of, Senior Sister, please save me. The next day arrived. At the arena, the people under the stage discussed, Hey, do you guys think Bai Yifan can win? Another person responded, Is that even up for debate? Xiahou Zhen has been noticed by the Earth Institute for 3 years. I heard he's cultivating a fake spirit-grade technique and has already reached minor completion. A group of disciples looked at the arena and discussed, Bai Yifan only relied on the god-devouring pill to break through rapidly. His realm is fundamentally unstable. Xiahou Zhen is going to beat him like a father beating his son. Look, the representatives of the elders have come out. At this time, the elders came out. First, the representative elder of the Wood Institute. This year, the Outer Sect Disciples competition is more lively than in previous years. The elder of the Earth Institute continued. That's natural. I heard that there are quite a few outstanding rookies this time. The elder of the Water Institute was a beautiful and youthful girl. She spoke, words must be said first, that Zhao Shi is someone that my Water Institute has already decided on. No one is allowed to compete with me. The representative elder of the Metal Institute interjected, Junior Sister, don't joke around. The Water Institute is good, but you still have to respect the disciples' wishes. At this time, the punishment elder Longji, who was also the elder of the Fire Institute, spoke. The competition is about to begin. You two should stop arguing. Everyone, this grand competition is the largest scale of the 5 Elements Holy Land in many years, she reminded. To make this competition more exciting, and also to encourage everyone, through our discussion, the competition rules for the top 3 this time will be adjusted.
In the arena, we only talk about winning and losing, not about life and death. Everyone is allowed to use any means.
Everyone was excited when they heard this. This year we can risk our lives. How exciting! Bai Yifan's expression didn't change at all.
Wang Meng looked at the arena and thought bitterly. Bai Yifan, this is something I specifically requested before the competition. The rules have been changed by my master. Just wait and see who will die. She remembered when she begged her master, "Master, please help your disciple one more time."
At this time, Xiaohuzian and Bai Yifan were prepared and ready for battle. She smugly thought, "You owe my Wang family. Today, I'll have you repay it with blood."
On the other side, Zhao Huzhen confidently said, "Bai Yifan, it's still not too late to admit defeat now, to avoid crying for your mom and dad later, losing all face."